Chapter 51. The opened Pandora's box. Translator, Lemostan editor Tenish I Sure, Zhao Tian suddenly screamed. However, right this moment, Chen Feng raised his hand once again. Shoo, 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 shoo! A red light flashed. Xiao Ying streaked forth, leaving multiple afterimages behind, and pierced through Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian, dead. Zhao Tian's mouth remained wide open, not having the chance to even finish his final word. It was still possible for him to recover if his body was merely pierced through. However, in the split second earlier, that countless exploding red light had exhausted all his energy. Bang! Zhao Tian's silhouette disappeared. The digitized world collapsed. The first digital battle of this year's Gene Rookie competition ended just like that. Currently, at the competition arena, Zhao Tian's body collapsed with a resounding thump, losing his consciousness eternally. In his live stream room, the stream had gone black. Zhao Tian, dead. Bang. The whole world erupted in an uproar. No one had expected such a result. Zhao Tian was dead? That's right, Zhao Tian was dead. Damn. A lot of people remained dazed for a long time before reacting. This was the first death in this year's Gene Rookie competition. Moreover, it was in such a way where the one intending to kill failed and ended up getting killed himself, dying in Chen Feng's hands. At the top floor of the virtual company building, even the Gao Yunfeng that had maintained an anxious expression all this while had a dumbstruck expression currently. It was over? Over just like that? That's right. Chen Feng had indeed survived, but the problem was, Zhao Tian was dead. The death of a producer, which was what he had always been trying to avoid, had still happened, at this time, in the virtual livestream room. Congratulations, Chen Feng. After this match, who still dares to look down upon our Chen Feng? The chat was furiously spammed. Poor accumulation, lack of formulas, hee. In this match, a countless amount of faces were slapped by Chen Feng. From the moment Chen Feng had first participated in this competition, he was the participant who had suffered the highest amount of condemnations. The reasons being his poor accumulation, lack of formulas, and using unusual methods to win through loopholes in every round. Yet, the truth was, Chen Feng's mastered formulas were much higher than everyone else's. When he was battling against Zhao Tian, the attack gene reagents alone were already incredibly high. How about the other types of gene reagent? Defensive? Support? When all types of gene reagents were totaled up, the amount would be much higher. Accumulation? Who had a bad accumulation? What a joke. Everyone believed that Chen Feng had zero foundations in the aspect of digital battles. Yet this was where he had instantly erupted and insta-killed Zhao Tian. Chen Feng not qualified to enter the top 10? Chen Feng was much weaker than Lin Ke? Chen Feng's fans were all stirred. In the learning forum, and all sorts of other online communities, every single place that had once berated Chen Feng was now silently enduring the face-slapping unleashed upon them by Chen Feng's fans. As for Songdezui's personal website, it was simply flooded by endless spam. Chen Feng had instantly turned into a topic that was hot worldwide, the fiercest dark horse in history. Digital battle number 1. In this year's competition, who can contend with Chen Feng? The most advantageous contender for first place. All the media outlets had Chen Feng on their front pages. As for the matches of the other participants, they no longer received any attention. Today, everyone was only focused on Chen Feng. Chen Feng, who never had a chance to counterattack against all the accusations against him all this while, had, for the first time, cleaned up all the accusations against him and transformed into one of the most promising seeded participant. At night, the second match officially ended. When Xuanhuan and the rest came out, with astonishment, they found that one person was missing. Where's Zhao Tian? Dead. The first one to end his match, Lin Ke, had with his own eyes witnessed Zhao Tian's death. He gulped before continuing. He died during the match. After the employees carried his body away, they only replied with the words, brain dead. Shua. The area instantly sunk into silence. Brain dead? Dying in the real world? Everyone inhaled cold breaths. Digital battle. Xuanhuan had a solemn expression in his eyes. Chen Feng is actually well versed in digital battles, not only him, Zhao Tian as well. Lin Ke was previously somewhat close to Zhao Tian. However, being able to insta-kill Zhao Tian, not even giving him a chance to escape, this means Chen Feng is extremely powerful in digital battles. Everyone sunk into silence. The so-called Alliance of 9 had been suffering defeat after defeat right off the bat. One defeated, one dead. It was simply pointless to continue this alliance. You all need to be careful, Lin Ke said in a low voice, especially during the digital battle stage. Alliance? No one mentioned it anymore. The so-called alliance was primarily established due to Chen Feng being too weak and bringing shame to the top 10. The alliance had been established to prove the dignity and strength of the top 10, and now, Chen Feng had defeated 2 of them in a row, proving his strength. Now, they needed to start worrying about themselves. Just go back and make our preparations. Xuanhuan waved his hand. He possessed powerful strength as well, so there was naturally no need for him to fear Chen Feng. However, it was different for the others. A slight mistake might cause them their life. Everyone left. Chen Hai sunk into contemplation. He initially believed that victory was within his grasp. However, nothing seemed to be proceeding smoothly. After the failure in their first encounter, he had started taking it seriously. However, it was still one failure after another. And now, he had, for the first time, felt the sense of helplessness that only his opponents felt in the past. Victory was not something that could be achieved by simply being serious. So, this time, it's different than the past? Powerlessness. This was an extremely unfamiliar feeling for him. Regardless of how many trump cards Chen Feng showed, Chen Hai had always been clear that his strength surpassed Chen Feng's, just like the opponents he had encountered in the past. However, even so, the one who ended up victorious every single time was Chen Feng. The only rank Chen Hai was confident in getting was second place. Why? He had no idea. Chen Feng, Chen Hai mumbled this name. How much stronger than Chen Feng did he need to be in order to defeat him? Sea City, within a large hotel. Chen Hai's butler was communicating with the people from the Chen family. Is little Hai alright? He should be feeling somewhat bewildered since Chen Feng has temporarily surpassed him, right? However, when he finally rearranges his thoughts, he will reach a higher height. Chen Feng's appearance is a good thing for him. Understood. It's fine for him to temper himself a bit here. However, he must still obtain the final first place. Don't worry. This child, Chen Hai, has never disappointed us. Outside the window, the night seemed darker. Time passed. Currently, in the virtual company restroom, Huang He and the rest were doing last-minute studies on digital battles. Their goal was very simple. Even if they couldn't defeat Chen Feng in a digital battle, they should, at the very least, be able to escape before using their gene reagents to face him. In this aspect, they were far stronger than Chen Feng. However, they soon experienced what a nightmare was like. After Zhao Tian forcefully initiated a digital battle with him, a brand new world was opened wide before Chen Feng. He discovered a single fact. Why should he wait for others to challenge him in a digital battle? Since this was acceptable by the rules of the competition, he could initiate digital battles as well. Thereupon, third match, Chen Feng vs. Jing Hui, victory. Fourth match, Chen Feng vs. Lu Yi, victory. Fifth match, Chen Feng vs. Deng Li, victory. Sixth match, Chen Feng vs. Huang He, victory. 4 matches in a row. 4 wins in a row. Chen Feng hadn't even produced many gene reagents. After discovering his enemy, he would forcefully initiate a digital battle. Next, he would destroy them in the digitized world. Despite these people possessing a certain amount of know-how in regards to digital battles, they were still not Chen Feng's match. However, against these opponents who had not posed much problem to him, Chen Feng found no need to kill them. As long as they surrendered, he would accept it. Soon, Chen Feng earned 6 points. 6666666666666, dominating everyone present. I feel like Zhao Tian opened Pandora's box. Ha ha ha, same here. Too terrifying. This is Chen Feng's true form. The chat in the livestream room was spammed furiously. Previously, every time Chen Feng was attacked, they felt a lack of confidence when they hit back against the critics. However, now that Chen Feng was dominating everyone present, they felt refreshed, incredibly carefree, delighted. They had an urgency to scream loudly, "Who's next? This is Chen Feng. This is the strongest producer." C152, Chapter 52, Trick Chen Feng, Chapter 52, Trick Chen Feng Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenish Too Strong, a large amount of people muttered. Regardless of the type of digital defense one possessed, regardless of how powerful one was, before Chen Feng's red flash, everyone would be destroyed. Insta-kill. Up till now, no one was aware of how he accomplished that. No one knew why Chen Feng's digital attack was so powerful. Too terrifying. He won't slaughter his way to first place just like this, right? Some were shaken. You think too much. Granted, Chen Feng has defeated 6 opponents. However, the remaining 3 are the figureheads among the top 10, especially Yun Xiaoduo and Chen Hai. Do you think that with their background, they won't be well-versed in digital battles? If Chen Feng insists on continuing down this path, he will definitely fall. I agree. Some nodded. Chen Feng was very powerful. This was publicly acknowledged. However, if he wanted to crush all opposition with only digital battles, impossible. Wanting to survive till the end, production skills will still play a major role, an old producer said slowly. They believed that regardless of Chen Hai or Yun Xiaoduo, they would be able to easily end Chen Feng's path of insta-killing. However, they did not expect that on only his 7th match, Chen Feng had already encountered trouble. 7th match, Chen Feng vs. Beta. Beta. Chen Feng had seen his information. Different from Chen Feng, the information about other participants was publicly available online. Hence, at the beginning of each match, Chen Feng would first weigh the strength of his opponent and proceed to initiate a digital battle against those who were weaker in this aspect to end the battle. If his opponent was strong, Chen Feng would first prepare his gene reagents before initiating the digital battle in case those gene reagents would be required later. Luckily, up until now, such a situation had never happened. As for this Beita, his proficiency in digital battles was quite ordinary. Chen Feng could definitely win. Let's continue then. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as lighting. For a match where a digital battle was sufficient, he would definitely not produce any gene reagents. The reason for that was simple, to save up his luck value. During the final round, matches would be held daily for a consecutive 9 days. Based on the small amount of luck value he had, if he did not use them sparingly, he would not be able to last till the end. Shua. Chen Feng produced his scouting gene reagent and started looking for Beita. However, nothing was found. Every trace of Beita was blocked. Even after trying with several different gene reagents, Chen Feng still failed to find any trace of Beita. His opponent had silently concealed himself. Hiding again? Chen Feng frowned. Such situations had happened before. If his opponents were to successfully conceal themselves, he could only wait until the area started closing in. Do you think you can win just by dragging it until the area starts closing in? Chen Feng sneered. Shua! Shua! Chen Feng stopped looking for him and started his gene productions. He started to produce all sorts of gene reagents without stop. Time passed quietly. Soon, they reached the final hour. The area started closing in. It's here. Chen Feng was stirred. However, 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed, 30 minutes passed. Chen Feng did not see anyone appearing. Beita seemed to have completely disappeared. What's going on? Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. It was already the final 30 minutes, yet he hadn't even caught a glimpse of Beita. Concealment, or blending with the environment? Chen Feng guessed. Shua, shua. He started using several gene reagents to once again scout for Beita. However, nothing could be found. No result whatsoever, like how it had been previously. After 10 minutes, Chen Feng had still failed to find Beita. At this time, as he saw the faint black energy that was gradually approaching, Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. This was an opponent he couldn't see at all. This time, things were getting troublesome. He looked at the time. There were still 20 minutes left before the end of this match. Digital battle? He couldn't even see his opponent. How was he supposed to initiate a digital battle? At this time, in Beita's livestream room. Damn, such a method, too shameless. Dang, one can do this? Everyone was dumbstruck. That was because the Beita before them had become a rat and was hiding 100 meters underground. It was simply impossible for Chen Feng to find him. How did he turn into a rat? Yeah, aren't genetic abilities prohibited? Someone asked. Those who had been watching since earlier silently listed the gene reagent used by Beita. Mutated dark rat transformation reagent difficulty, 5 stars class, E function, able to transform into a mutated dark rat that possesses a certain degree of dark energy, able to blend into the user's surroundings, blocking all detection. Active duration, 24 hours. The mutated dark rat possesses ability, Dark Guardian instantly increases one's defense by a tenfold for 1 minute. Limitations, unable to cancel before the end of the duration. Damn. Everyone was shocked. Mutated dark rat? The 1cm small mini life form? No wonder Chen Feng had failed to find him. In actuality, this was quite a ridiculous gene formula. With a difficulty of 5-star E-class, it could only help its user transform their body. Furthermore, the transformation couldn't be changed as one wished. However, if it was used during some specific situations, this was a bug-like existence. For example, here. This was, in actuality, a way of obtaining victory through trickery. However, as long as no rules were violated, who cared? Wasn't this precisely the way in which Chen Feng had obtained his previous victories? One could only say that karma existed. Chen Feng had used some tricks to secure victory. Now, someone else was using such methods against him as well. 666666666. Karma indeed. Ha ha ha, I am suddenly very curious as to what expression will be on Chen Feng's face when he loses this match. 1. C+1. A huge number of people were happily gossiping. Chen Feng had tricked way too many people previously. Now, even when he had finally displayed his capability, when facing someone who used a trick to win, everyone's first reaction was to see how Chen Feng react to getting tricked. Beita's goal was extremely clear. Waiting for the power that was closing in and restricting the area to kill Chen Feng. One had to know that, according to the rules, during the final hour, as time passed, the area in which one could move in would reduce until it became a single point. As for Beita, he was moving underground. The underground was restricted in a similar fashion as above ground as well. However, Beita's size was small. The mutated dark rat was only as big as one's fingertip and possessed an ability to blend with the environment on top of it. How was Chen Feng supposed to catch him? Moreover, the dark rat possessed a certain degree of resistance against such corrosive energy. Hence, even if they were to suffer the energy corrosion at the same time, Chen Feng would be the one to die first. This seems to be the same as Chen Feng's fourth round. 666666666. Everyone recalled the android used during the fourth round. Chen Feng had used a similar suicidal method to defeat his opponents. Now, Beita was returning the favor. The area became smaller due to the restriction, to the point where the size of the active area was now a small circle which one could clearly see with one look. At this time, only 15 minutes were left before the end of match. In the virtual company building, Xuanhuan did not know whether he should laugh or cry as he looked at this match. Indeed, any match with Chen Feng in it would have a weird rhythm. The previous few rounds were same. The current round was still the same. However, this time Chen Feng was the victim, suffering from Beita's trick. However, what was with the tinge of evilness that he seemed to be giving off currently? Gao Yunfeng felt like he was somewhat taking joy in the calamity of Chen Feng. Cough cough. He quickly readjusted his state of mind. As the one who'd set the rules, how could he be jeering at the participants? It could not happen. However, that faint trace of a smile at the corner of his lips could not be hidden no matter what. Someone doing something similar. Chen Feng, can you discover a way to break out of this predicament? New 153, Chapter 53, You Know Nothing About Strength. Chapter 53, You Know Nothing About Strength Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish currently, in the simulated environment for the final confrontation. Chen Feng frowned as he looked at the approaching corrosive energy. Distantly, everywhere that energy passed would turn to ruin. Vegetation would dry up, losing its vitality. He definitely could not touch this energy. However, where was that Beita guy? He had yet to appear. Waiting for a sneak attack? Chen Feng believed that Beita might have used some ability to conceal himself, waiting for an opportunity to ambush him. Hence, he had been maintaining his vigilance and waiting until now. Could it be? Chen Feng suddenly thought of something. Tricks? Chen Feng's eyes widened, and he had an unbelievable feeling. Dang, someone was trying to trick him? He finally understood. This Beita guy was planning to hide himself and die together with him. Now that his thoughts were redirected to the correct direction, the rest became easier to guess. Chen Feng was able to quickly deduce the methods that Beita might have used. Hence, he stayed where he was and waited for Beita to show himself. As the active area was going to close in, Chen Feng's thoughts were extremely simple. The surface ground was not the only area that would start closing in. This applied to underground and the skies as well. The whole area would close in spherically. Hence, when only 3 meters of active area remained, Beita would definitely show himself. That was because the remaining space was simply insufficient for the both of them. However, even in the final 2 minutes, when the area remaining was now less than 3 meters, Beita was still hidden. Bang, bang. Chen Feng bombarded everywhere around him, yet no traces of Beita could be found. This guy, Chen Feng frowned. Was it some special gene reagent? Chen Feng could vaguely guess something. His opponent might have used some special ability to hide. Even if the opponent was right before him, he would not be able to see his opponent. Bang! An explosion of flame. Chen Feng threw down a gene reagent onto the ground. The earth trembled. At this time, the viewers in Beita's room were laughing crazily. I'm afraid Chen Feng is going to suffer defeat here. I think so too. Everyone was happily gossiping. Even as layman viewers, they were able to see that Beita was right beside Chen Feng, waiting for the match to end. However, Chen Feng had not noticed it. Furthermore, the mutated dark rat was too small and had blended into the environment, assuming an appearance of a small clump of soil that looked the same as the other clumps of soil around it. That gene reagent thrown by Chen Feng earlier had actually hit Beita. However, Beita was now an E-class mutated beast with a 10-fold increase in his defense. A mere low-level gene reagent like this, how was it possible for him to be hurt? He's still not showing himself? Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with a cold glint. Without finding out how Beita had concealed himself, he simply had no means to locate Beita. Concealment? Becoming smaller? Or perhaps transforming into a speck of dust and drifting around in the air? Or perhaps turning into something else and attaching to his clothes? Or perhaps turning into bacteria and hidden on his body? All these were possible. When Chen Feng was sweeping through the formulas 2 days ago, Chen Feng had witnessed all sorts of powerful and mysterious gene reagents, especially those 4-star and 5-star E-class gene reagent formulas. There were a lot of rare formulas with mysterious abilities. It was very possible that Beita had mastered one of these. I must find a way to deal with this quickly. Chen Feng had a solemn expression. Luck aura? Useless. As of now, as to where Beita was, what shape he had assumed, what type of transformation he had assumed, Chen Feng was unclear. Even if he were to activate his luck aura, Chen Feng had no idea how to direct his luck aura to work. Due to the fact that Beita might be using any one of those special abilities, if his train of thought was wrong, he would simply be wasting a large amount of luck values. Trying one by one? Not enough time. What should he do then? Chen Feng contemplated. Type? Shape? No, none of that was important. The location was the most important thing. Then, how should he determine Beita's position? He had always been using luck aura on matters concerning probability. This caused Chen Feng to forget that luck aura was in itself a nearly omnipotent existence. Even if it was not used to affect reality, it was still extremely powerful, only used on probabilities. If so, he should simply change his present predicament to a matter of probability. For example, Chen Feng's lips curled up, forming a smile. Shua, he closed his eyes and entered the digitized world. Rise. Earth trembled. The gene fragments that formed the Earth in his digitized world hovered. With a wave of his hand, in accordance to the environment of the simulated world his physical body was in, he linked all these gene fragments into one solid line after another, forming a graph mid-air with him as the point of origin. Shua. Chen Feng waved his hand. In accordance to the color of the gene, he divided the genes into 10 different numbers. A messy pile of multicolored numbers was now hovering in midair before him. Now, it started to resemble some sort of luck number generator. Then, if a particular number is what I required, isn't this simply a matter of probability now? Chen Feng said. Now, he merely needed a coordinate. Then, if I am lucky enough, the numbers represented by these gene fragments that I caught would be the coordinate of beta, Chen Feng said calmly. Despite the probability of him getting this correct being low, this was just what his luck aura excelled in. Shua, shua, shua. Chen Feng casually grabbed 3 times. Horizontal coordinate confirmed, 1 point of luck value consumed. Longitudinal coordinate confirmed, 1 point of luck value consumed. Altitude coordinate confirmed, 1 point of luck value consumed. Here, Chen Feng's eyes shone. Bang! Leaving the digitized world, Chen Feng grabbed toward a certain location. Shua! What his hand grabbed was a clump of soil with a peculiar sensation to it. Chen Feng sneered. I caught you. Damn, even with this, he was found? Parsh. Everyone in the livestream room was stunned. At this moment, toward the end of the match, 30 seconds remained. The corrosive energy was right beside Chen Feng now. He only needed to move slightly and his body would come into contact with that terrifying energy. Baita only needed to persevere for 30 more seconds and he would be the winner. No one had expected that Chen Feng would catch Baita at this moment. How had he done it? Nobody knew. Everyone was dumbstruck. At this moment, the Baita that was grabbed by Chen Feng felt somewhat astonished as well. He had never expected that he would be captured by Chen Feng during the final 30 seconds. However, even with this, he was not afraid. He was now a mutated dark rat. He was without any attacking powers. However, his defense was still at the level of a peak E-class warrior. Dark Guardian. Without hesitation, he activated the only active skill the mutated dark rat possessed to instantly increase his defense by a 10-fold. This meant that he currently possessed an absolute defense at the level of a peak D-class warrior. 30 seconds? No one was able to damage him. Beita stared at Chen Feng loftily. You have insufficient time. Are you sure? Chen Feng had a faint smile. Beita was confident. Even Qin Hai is not capable of breaking this defense of mine. Kid, you don't know what strength is. Chen Feng sneered before casually tossing that clump of soil in his hand into the restricted area that was filled with the corrosive energy. Ah, a mournful scream resounded. Beita, dead. Shua, match ended. Chen Feng, victory. Hua. The livestream room went into an uproar. 154, Chapter 54, Gene Armament. Chapter 54, Gene Armament. Translator, Lemostin editor Tenish Beita is dead. Everyone had stupefied expressions. No one had expected the Beita that was still showing off his prowess 1 moment ago to be instantly found and tossed out to be devoured by the corrosive energy. 10-fold defense? Simply a joke. How did he find Beita? Everyone was bewildered. Mutated Dark Rat was a peculiar life form with almost 0 attack power. However, due to its small size and its extremely powerful concealment capabilities, even those who were 1 class higher than it would fail to locate it. After Beita transformed, he had almost perfectly displayed all the capabilities of a mutated dark rat. However, Chen Feng only used 1 second. Who knows? Everyone else was confused as well. No one had seen clearly how he did it. Chen Feng seemed to have only closed his eyes, but when he reopened his eyes, he directly caught Beita. Probably some powerful scouting reagent, someone guessed. That's possible. The rest nodded their heads. Seemed like Chen Feng's accumulation was truly much more terrifying than they had imagined. Pity. Countless people expressed their regret. They were originally hoping to see Chen Feng defeated by a trick once and experience the feeling of having been tricked. Unexpectedly, Beita's trick had been easily foiled by Chen Feng. As for Beita's defeat, they did not find that surprising. The amount of accumulation Chen Feng had displayed so far was above Beita's, hence it was to be expected that Chen Feng would be victorious. Right at this moment, an astonishing piece of news appeared as well. Qin Hai versus Yun Xiaoduo, Qin Hai's victory. Hua! Everyone was alarmed. Yun Xiaoduo was defeated? One had to know that, despite Qin Hai's strength, currently, Yun Xiaoduo was the one holding the advantage. A single Yun Xiaoduo was in actuality equivalent to 3 people. Although the little donkey was the only one capable of producing genes among the trio, the big yellow ball and Yun Xiaoduo could both help with material gathering. When battling, they could help activate the produced gene reagents as well. It was simply equivalent to 3 versus 1. Under such circumstances, she was still defeated? What happened? Everyone entered Xiao Yunduo's livestream room one after another. Too pitiful. After resisting for so long, she still ended up defeated. I feel so angry. The chat was spammed furiously. Everyone scrolled back the chat history and found the reason for Yun Xiaoduo's defeat. Gene armament, a product that would usually only be used by high-level producers. One had to know that, for the producers at the level of those high-level producers, ordinary gene reagents were no longer effective. One had an E-class attack gene reagent, well, the opponent had an E-class defensive gene reagent. Both would have a huge amount of gene reagents prepared, with none of them able to do anything to the other. In such a situation, if one wanted to obtain victory, one had to utilize their production level and known formulas to produce a type of gene reagent that was much more powerful. Hence, gene armament came into existence. The so-called gene armament was simply something created by assembling multiple gene reagents together. Multiple gene reagents would perfectly fuse together, complementing each other to display an astonishing effect. In other words, this was the gene producer's version of a secret art. Assembling multiple gene reagents together in order to unleash a more powerful effect. An example of this would be Lin Kei's mechanical armor set. When everyone first saw Lin Kei's energy armor, they only felt that it was something new. They don't quite understand the concept behind it, but they found it cool. None of them had imagined that Lin Kei's armor was actually a completed armament. One had to know that, despite the fact that Lin Kei was insta-killed by Chen Feng during his subsequent matches, his armor still displayed a terrifying power, causing him to be undefeated. Even in his match against Qin Hai, he had almost obtained victory. This was the strength of a gene armament. During Yun Xiaoduo and Qin Hai's final confrontation, under circumstances where both their gene reagents failed to have any effect on each other, ultimately, it became a confrontation between gene armaments. Qin Hai possessed a gene armament assembled by 11 types of gene reagents. After assembling them, a huge energy ball would be created that could be used to bombard his opponent. Yun Xiaoduo possessed a gene armament assembled by 15 types of gene reagents. With these, an extremely powerful cannon with an extremely long attack range was formed. It was also capable of automatically locking on all targets within its field of vision and possessed a powerful attacking method by raining down never-ending shots. On paper, Yun Xiaoduo's gene armament was more powerful. The amount of gene reagents and gene materials required by it was much higher than what Qin Hai required. However, due to their simulated environment being a huge maze-like cave, Yun Xiaoduo's super-powerful cannon was incapable of displaying its true power. Finally, at a certain corner of the cave, she was insta-killed by Qin Hai. What a pity. There's really nothing one can do about it in such a situation. Everyone felt regretful. The strongest gene armament being restrained by the simulated environment? That was simply akin to a man-made disaster. As of now, the 7th match had officially ended. Chen Feng, 7 points. Qin Hai, 7 points. Yun Xiaoduo, 6 points. Lin Kei, 5 points. That's right. After being defeated by Chen Feng, Lin Kei had still managed to crush all opposition by relying on the power of his gene armament, obtaining 5 points and ranking 4th. From this, one could see how powerful a gene armament was. Seems like Lin Kei will only be able to get 4th place. With Chen Feng's rise, there's no place left for Lin Kei. There are only 2 more matches left. These 3 should be the final top 3. Someone suddenly realized something. Top 3. In the battle of the top 10, the purpose was not only to select the champion, there was also the top 3. However, before this round had started, no one had expected that this would be the composition of the final top 3. Chen Feng, Qin Hai, Yun Xiaoduo. As for the rest of the rankings, nobody cared. Qin Hai, never defeated, and might obtain either 1st or 2nd place. Yun Xiaoduo, defeated once, might obtain either 2nd or 3rd place. As for Chen Feng, there was a possibility for him to obtain any of the 3 places. Well, let's see how they do in the next match then. Everyone was looking forward to it. In the 5th round, there were a total of 9 matches. Chen Feng had already gone through 7 matches, with only his matches against Yun Xiaoduo and Qin Hai remaining. These 2 were also the most anticipated matchups. Final rankings, the subsequent matches would determine it. At this moment, they suddenly thought of a question. Does Chen Feng have any gene armaments? No idea. The rest shook their head. Gene armaments were not something everyone possessed. Due to the high amount of fusion, tests, and research required, a huge amount of resources were required to support all this. It was simply something an ordinary person would not be able to possess. Hence, even among the top 10, so far, only 3 of them were seen to possess a gene armament. Lin Kei, Qin Hai, Yun Xiaoduo. Did Chen Feng possess one? No one knew. However, the possibility of him having one was very low. It's going to get difficult for him. Everyone was anxious. During the previous matches, Chen Feng had proved the accumulation he had, giving him the qualifications to challenge these geniuses. However, without a gene armament, he could only obtain 3rd place. When a gene armament appeared among intermediate gene producers, it was simply a weapon of mass destruction. It was also with this that Lin Kei had the confidence to obtain the 3rd place. Unfortunately, after his unexpected insta-kill in Chen Feng's hand, he could only settle for 4th place. However, was there any hope for Chen Feng? Nope. Chen Feng, Lin Kei sneered. After the match ended, he found out Chen Feng's results as well. Against this guy who had used some tricks to defeat him, he had only a negative opinion. If they were to have a head-on confrontation, his gene armament would absolutely beat Chen Feng so badly that even Chen Feng's mom wouldn't recognize him when Lin Kei was done. Xiaoduo, defeat Chen Feng for me. Lin Kei looked at Yun Xiaoduo. If you end up defeated, I will tell my dad to propose a marriage to your family. You dare? Yun Xiaoduo immediately started raging. She was simply not interested in marrying this pretty boy. Lin Ke's expression turned unsightly. Fight your match properly then. Do I need you to teach me that? Yun Xiaoduo clenched her teeth. I can finally have my payback for my insta-kill at this guy's hands previously. I myself am even more looking forward to defeating Chen Feng than you. Isn't that right, little donkey? She patted the little donkey beside her. Ah. The little donkey howled with both its ears erected and a red glow in its eyes. Ice cream. Lin Ke was immediately speechless. Not far away, Xuanhuan nodded toward them before getting up and leaving. This guy is looking somewhat weird. Lin Ke frowned. Despite being the most powerful person there, Xuanhuan was still quite good-natured when facing others. Regardless of how genuine he actually was, his smile nevertheless always gave off a comfortable feeling to others. Now, though, his smile appeared like a fake smile. Lin Ke could even feel a sinister feeling from his smile. Yun Xiaoduo curled her lips. I suppose after he won against me, he's now looking down on me. That doesn't seem to be the case. Lin Ke narrowed his eyes. Despite him having a lower amount of combat experience, in no way did that mean he was stupid as well. Something was definitely wrong with this Xuanhuan guy. Hopefully it's simply a misconception of mine, Lin Ke mumbled. Night passed. Early next morning, at 10 sharp, the 8th round begun. Chen Feng versus Yun Xiaoduo. Shua, light swirled. Automatic map selection. When a simulated environment appeared, almost everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. That was because the selected environment was the well-known volcanic isle in the real world. At the middle of the island was a huge volcano. From the summit of the volcano, one would have a clear view of the whole island. For Yun Xiaoduo, this signified that the most optimal field of vision and the most optimal shooting range for her gene armament would be available for her. 155, Chapter 155, The Hidden Sinister of Yun Xiaoduo. Chapter 15.5, The Hidden Sinister of Yun Xiaoduo. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Dam, Volcanic Isle. It's actually this place. Everyone was stunned. For Yun Xiaoduo, this was simply the best environment for her. The moment she occupied the high ground, Chen Feng's death was assured. Indeed, as soon as the match started, Yun Xiaoduo charged toward the volcano's summit without hesitation. After 5 minutes, she was standing on the summit. After 10 minutes, her cannon was successfully produced. Bang! The first attack shot toward Chen Feng. What is that? Chen Feng had an ominous feeling and desperately dodged the attack. Bang! An energy beam landed on the ground, creating a huge crater behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng was speechless. What on earth is this? It's only 10 minutes in. Scout. Chen Feng activated his scouting gene and looked at the volcano summit. He was able to immediately see clearly the situation Yun Xiaoduo was in. That was because Yun Xiaoduo simply did not intend to conceal herself. A super huge energy cannon had been constructed on a platform and was aimed at Chen Feng. A huge clump of a yellow shaggy ball was moving everywhere, gathering materials, while a little donkey was producing genes. As for Yun Xiaoduo, she was simply in charge of firing the cannon. Each assigned to their own roles. Chen Feng, this is too excessive. What the fuck? This is simply 3 people instead of 1. Even if genetic abilities are restricted, this is still too shameless. Just as Chen Feng was thinking, another energy beam was fired toward him. Chen Feng hastily got out of the way. He looked at Yun Xiaoduo's position and found that she had the whole island in her field of vision. There's simply nowhere for him to hide. This was an island where a volcano was in the middle of the island, while around the volcano was a huge expanse of forest. Chen Feng was within the forest. However, for Yun Xiaoduo, the cover provided by such a forest was simply equivalent to something non-existent. Let's hide underground first. Chen Feng clenched his teeth. Bang! Bang! Amidst the endless bombardment, Chen Feng hid in a certain gorge. Since he was very far from Yun Xiaoduo, it was still quite easy to dodge despite the power of the cannon. This won't do. Chen Feng looked at the young lady at the summit that was presently immensely proud. If this continued, he might really end up getting bombarded to death. I need to think of something. Chen Feng started thinking quickly. Yun Xiaoduo had full control of the whole island, with underground being the only domain she was not able to bombard. Hence, if he were to hide underground, would he have a chance? Let's try it out. Chen Feng decisively put his thought into action. Terrain reconnoitering began. Soon, Chen Feng managed to find an underground path. He cautiously crept over there. The underground path he found was leading toward the interior of the volcano. This is not an underground river path. Chen Feng was in a solemn mood as he realized that this might be the path created by the lava during the volcano's previous eruptions. As he reached the interior of the volcano, Chen Feng looked around. Nothing except the terrifying lava could be seen. Rumble, rumble. The scorching lava was bubbling. The temperature in here was extremely high. Even Chen Feng would not be able to resist this. Leave. Since he couldn't find any other new tunnels, he could only leave. This underground tunnel stretched from the volcano's interior to the forest. Hence, Chen Feng could randomly find any place to hide after leaving the interior. However, just as he reached the entrance of the tunnel from the volcano's interior, bang! A terrifying energy beam descended upon him. Not good. Chen Feng had a solemn mood as he immediately stopped his step. The entrance before him crumbled down as a result from the shot. He was actually found out. He abruptly looked toward the summit of the volcano. There, a certain beautiful young lady proudly said, Naturally, I am too busy to observe everything here. However, I forgot to tell you something. The volcanic isle in real life is a place I have visited before. Hence, I am very clear on the hidden underground paths here. Especially the interiors of the volcano. It's a natural wonder and is now a tourist attraction. The ice cream I bought for little donkey also melted inside there. The temperature in it is truly quite touching. Under the bombardment of my cannon, you will definitely hide inside. However, I will not give you any chance to come out. Yun Xiaoduo was all smiles as she looked at Chen Feng. If you surrender, I will let you out. Otherwise, you can just stay inside and be roasted like a lobster. Hua! The live stream rooms instantly erupted into an uproar as the chat was spammed furiously. 666666666666666666666. Seems like there are times when my goddess will be playing tricks as well. The proud and lovable goddess is actually such a sinister person. No one had expected the Yun Xiao duo, who was normally dorky, could be so sinister, tricking Chen Feng into the interior of the volcano. Within, there was only the scalding hot lava, with an excessively high temperature. In the real world, when tourists visited there, they would all be equipped with various equipment to protect themselves and regulate their body temperatures. Only with all that were they able to stay inside for several minutes. Otherwise, it was simply impossible for one to last inside there. There won't be any problems, right? Some of them were worried. After all, when Beita had tried to trick Chen Feng earlier, his plan was easily foiled by Chen Feng. When it came to tricks, Chen Feng was simply a senior. It's different this time. Soon, someone retorted, Beita failed in his trick due to his strength being too low. As for our goddess Xiao Duo, her strength in itself is higher than Chen Feng's. Look at this, the moment Chen Feng leaves, he will end up getting bombarded to death. If he stays inside, he can only be roasted to death inside the volcano. Now, he has no way out. Everyone looked over and found that to be true. In a short 2 minutes, Chen Feng was already sweating profusely. I'm afraid Chen Feng is going to lose. 3 versus 1 is too excessive, right? I'm afraid Chen Feng can only end up in 3rd place now. Everyone sighed. No one had expected that this matchup would end up this way. In a short 1 hour after the match had begun, Chen Feng was already forced to desperation. Someone suddenly thought of something. If he were to produce some ice reagents to reduce the temperature, since there were no limits to the materials provided, then if he were to reduce the temperature, he might be able to survive? Since they were able to think of this, naturally, Chen Feng had thought of this as well. Hence, from the livestream room, Chen Feng could be seen starting to gather materials to produce temperature-reducing gene reagents. However, it was useless. In such an environment, the effects of his gene reagents were greatly discounted. The fire elemental energy in this environment is too strong. In such an environment, the efficiency when producing fire-related gene reagents increases. However, when producing any gene reagents with temperature reduction effect, not even 1/10 of its original effect can be retained. Everyone felt regretful. Since he had failed to reduce the temperature, how long could Chen Feng last? No one knew. Inside the volcano, Chen Feng's lips were somewhat pale. His whole body was dripping with sweat. Due to the high temperature, he was already somewhat dehydrated. In less than 10 minutes, he would definitely die. What should I do? Chen Feng inhaled. The entrance was blocked by Yun Xiaoduo. There was simply no way for him to leave. However, in this special environment here, water and ice-type gene reagents had their efficiency greatly reduced. He simply couldn't do anything. Defensive gene reagents? Pointless. This was not an attack. This was simply an environmental effect. Chen Feng looked at all the formulas he had learnt so far. However, none of these formulas were able to get him out of his current predicament. Perhaps, Chen Feng's eyes shone. A defensive gene reagent might not be able to do anything to the high temperature. However, it might be able to defend him against the cannon. Chen Feng was tempted to try it out. Immediately, he produced a defensive gene reagent. The instant he walked out of the tunnel, the 4-star E-class defensive gene reagent that he had painstakingly created was bombarded into nothingness by the cannon. That cannon possessed too terrifying a might. In actuality, that was how things should be. The super-powerful cannon was a gene armament created by Yun Xiaoduo by assembling a huge amount of 4-star and 5-star E-class gene reagents. How could an ordinary gene reagent created by Chen Feng defend against such a cannon? An exception was the Aquahino gene reagent. However, Chen Feng looked around him. Even if he ignored the probability of success when producing this gene reagent here and used his luck value to complete the production, in such an environment, the Aquahino gene reagent might have less than 1/10 of its power remaining. Due to the word aqua in its name, this was, after all, still a gene reagent related to the water element. What should I do then? Chen Feng muttered. In such an impasse, luck aura would not play that big a role. Am I going to die here? Chen Feng felt somewhat regretful. He was already at the top 3. 2 more steps and he would be in first place. However, he had still ended up defeated here. I really can't accept this, Chen Feng mumbled. After arriving in this world, this was the first time he'd fought hard for a specific goal. For this Gene Rookie competition, he had truly spent too much time preparing. Can I really not get first place? Chen Feng clenched his fists. Drip, drip. His sweat kept dripping without stop. Chen Feng's lip was already very pale now due to dehydration. Bang. Far away, the scalding hot lava was bubbling, filled with a terrifying power. As Chen Feng stared at that expanse of red, suddenly, he blanked like a person who was captivated by something. Lava, temperature, volcano, suddenly, Chen Feng's eyes shone. Perhaps there's still a chance, currently. In the virtual livestream room, everyone watched on as Chen Feng proceeded with his final struggle. Under Yun Xiaoduo's scheme, he simply had no way of surviving. Even his movement was now somewhat sluggish. I don't think he can last any longer. He seems to be producing some gene reagent. It's still going to be pointless. In such an environment, any temperature-reducing gene reagents will be ineffective. No, that seems to be some temperature-increasing gene reagent. Some recognized that gene reagent and had odd expressions on their faces. What? Everyone blanked. Temperature increase? Was he sick? In such a situation, he was still thinking of increasing the temperature? Wait, look at the rest of the gene reagents he has produced, someone reminded. Everyone looked over, and the expressions on their faces changed greatly. Mutated extreme heat gene reagent, greatly increasing the temperature within a certain radius. Mutated parched heat gene reagent, triggering the particles within a certain radius, increasing their reactivity. Mutated enlargement gene reagent, increasing the size of the objects within a certain radius by 10-fold. Mutated catalysis gene reagent, increasing the reactivity of everything within a certain radius. Several tens of gene reagents possessing a similar type of ability were produced by Chen Feng. Furthermore, all of them were mutated gene reagents. The heck, what is he planning? 156 Chapter 15-6, Troublemaker, Chapter 15-6, Troublemaker Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenish, could it be? Everyone finally thought of something. Are you saying the rest inhaled a mouthful of cold air? Was that possible? In the real world, it was naturally impossible. But here, with an unlimited supply of materials. Moreover, these gene reagents of Chen Feng's were already quite powerful in their base forms. In the current special environment, their power was increased by several folds. And coupled with the mutations on top of that, no one could imagine the power these gene reagents could now unleash. That shouldn't be the case, right? Some of the viewers gulped. Chen Feng wouldn't be so crazy, right? However, at the next instant, they saw Chen Feng toss all the gene reagents into the lava before frantically rushing out the tunnel. Right at this moment, the earth started trembling. Bang! A gust of terrifying power soared straight into the sky. At the volcano's summit, Yun Xiaoduo felt some sudden changes in the energy around her. What's going on? Yun Xiaoduo blinked her eyes. Her cannon was still aimed straight at the entrance. She knew that, during the final moments, Chen Feng would definitely try something. She believed that this was merely him struggling before his impending death. This time, I must kill you. Yun Xiaoduo was excited. Right at this moment, she finally saw Chen Feng's silhouette. You are indeed out. Yun Xiaoduo was feeling happy. Shua, the cannon locked onto Chen Feng. However, right at this moment, the little donkey beside her suddenly started biting her clothes and dragging her as it retreated. What are you doing? Yun Xiaoduo had a perplexed expression. She could vaguely felt that something wasn't right. It was at this moment that, bang, a gust of astonishing energy erupted from beneath her feet. Bang! Terrifying lava soared up to the skies. At this moment, the whole piece of sky above the volcanic isle turned red. Yun Xiaoduo's face paled. She finally understood what had happened. Bang! As the terrifying lava rushed forth, Yun Xiaoduo's expression changed greatly as she frantically escaped with both her pets. However, how could she make it out at this time? Apart from being the position with the best field of vision, the volcano summit was also the spot where the lava erupted. Bang! The Yun Xiaoduo trio was engulfed by lava. Faintly, one could hear Yun Xiaoduo indignantly scream in her final moments. Chen Feng! Bang! A wave of even more terrifying lava erupted. Currently, Chen Feng had just come out of the tunnel entrance. Behind him, a river of lava could be seen rushing along the underground path he was in. Everywhere the lava passed, not a single living organism was left behind. This was a disaster. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. Is it over? Bang! Bang! The firm volcanic rock behind him started trembling. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. This is bad. I overdid it. He originally believed that the volcanic rock would be able to obstruct the erupting lava. After all, in a situation where a tunnel was available, the lava would simply flow like a river along the available tunnel. Unexpectedly, the eruption this time was too terrifying. This small tunnel was simply incapable of containing such a powerful eruption. Bang! The volcanic rock behind him collapsed instantly. Terrifying lava gushed out of it, heading toward Chen Feng. Shit! Chen Feng escaped frantically. just as he was about to be caught up by the flowing lava. Shua, time itself seemed to pause. End of match. I won? Chen Feng was perspiring all over. Finally, it's over. Chen Feng gasped. He had never expected that Yun Xiaoduo would actually be able to survive for so long in the lava. It seemed like Yun Xiaoduo still had some defensive trump cards in her hand. However, Chen Feng shook his head. Shua, light swirled. Chen Feng returned to the real world. 8th match, Chen Feng's victory, Yun Xiaoduo's defeat. Bang, everyone in the live stream rooms was shaken. The viewers who had watched as everything unfolded were more shocked than anyone else. This was especially true for that final eruption, that moment when the disaster descended. With the virtual technology, they'd felt like they were personally there at the location. At that moment, they almost believed that they were going to be submerged within the lava. Countless people were so shocked they ejected out of the virtual world back into the real world. Chen Feng had won, using an inconceivable method. He actually caused a volcanic explosion, countless people muttered. Up until now, these people still couldn't believe that Chen Feng could be so crazy. This madman. The purpose of environment simulation was to give everyone a more immersive experience. Within, everything was exactly the same as in real life. However, everyone had neglected one crucial factor: to kill using the environment. An almost flawless strategy. Using such a method, Chen Feng had shocked everyone. As for Yun Xiaoduo, she had gained her initial success due to the environment, and she was finally defeated due to the environment as well. Due to this special terrain, she had occupied the tallest summit, using her long-range cannon to hunt for Chen Feng. Due to her familiarity with the terrain here, she'd tricked Chen Feng into the interior of the volcano. However, it was also due to this very terrain that she'd become the very first casualty to the erupting lava. Truly, everyone remained dazed for a long time. This time, they truly did not know how to evaluate this match. The only feeling they had was shock. In the virtual company building, Gao Yunfeng was speechless for a long time as well after seeing that final victory screen of Chen Feng. Such a manner of battling exists? Is this guy still a human? Why is his brain working in a totally different way than others? Gao Yunfeng was too tired to even say anything about this. Volcanic Isle. This was a map that they had used countless times. Even in the previous Gene Rookie competitions, this map would definitely appear at least once in every final confrontation. However, nobody had ever used such a method to obtain victory. Simply, Gao Yunfeng sighed. I think this grandson is simply here to harm me, right? He knew that, after this match, the amount of reports he needed to write would once again increase greatly. Since such an incident had happened, this map, Volcanic Isle, would most probably be temporarily prohibited from future competitions. Otherwise, if everyone were to use such a method in the future, simply imagining that caused him to perspire all over. Oh, not only this, all sorts of maps where the terrain might be manipulated to kill would be prohibited. As he attentively checked the other maps, there indeed existed maps where one might be able to use some unusual methods to trigger a tsunami, earthquake, or other types of natural disasters. Over half of their maps end up prohibited due to this. Truly, Gao Yunfeng could only smile bitterly. This single explosion of Chen Feng's was simply world-shaking. Hopefully, nothing will happen in the final match. Gao Yunfeng could only pray. At this point, more than anyone else, he wished that this competition would end quickly, because the participants in this year's competition were simply too terrifying. At this time, the act of using the terrain or environment to kill had flooded the whole internet. Newspapers, learning forum. Those who had not witnessed this live were all shocked. Chen Feng, a person who was always able to use some never-thought-of-before method to obtain victory when everyone believed that death was certain for him. His battling methods were always capable of captivating everyone. I'm converting from a hater to a fanboy. You can't not respect this. The first time, it might have been luck. The second time, it might have been a fluke. But now, this is his real strength. Powerful. Everyone started discussing spiritedly. On the other hand, everyone in the learning forum was discussing about the volcanic eruption. Based on available information, the volcano on the volcanic isle was classified as a class. As for Chen Feng, he had used a peculiar method to induce the volcano to erupt. Inducing? Why did one have to use an attack to cause an explosion? Sometime, as long as a suitable method was used, it would be sufficient. It was said that, due to this match, the denizens near the real-life volcanic isle all moved out of their homes. The local genetic union also organized an emergency mission to blockade the whole volcanic isle. The scenic tourist attraction there had temporarily stopped operating. The repercussions of this match were extremely huge. In actuality, a lot of research scholars knew of some similar methods to cause this volcanic eruption. However, Chen Feng was the one who had announced this method to the world. In order to stop others from imitating the same thing, they could only blockade the island. Chen Feng was once again trending worldwide despite the fact that he had yet to win first place. Furthermore, Chen Feng's popularity had, for the first time, exceeded Qinhai's, his livestream room becoming the most popular room among the participants. I am suddenly looking forward to Chen Feng's victory. Haha, same here. Compared to Chen Hai's textbook-like mainstream methods, I much prefer Chen Feng's methods of doing things, everyone discussed spiritedly in the learning forum. In a thread titled, "Who do you think will be the final champion tomorrow?" Chen Feng supporters exceeded 62% of the voters, 38% higher than Chen Hai's supporters. Chen Feng, Chen Feng. Almost every single topic there was related to Chen Feng. Along with Chen Feng's emergence, Chen Hai had silently fallen out of the altar he was previously on as the number one among the youth. This heated atmosphere was despite the fact that the final match had yet to begin. There was really nothing one could do about this. The effects of Chen Feng's action were too powerful. In simpler words, Chen Feng was simply a troublemaker. In almost every single match he was in, Chen Feng would be causing trouble despite the fact that he was in fact seriously competing in the competition. As for Chen Hai, he would forever be doing things in a manner that conformed to the norms. After a long time, others would naturally start feeling tired of this. Currently, in the Qin family, as the elders of the Qin family saw the newspaper headlines and the threads in the learning forum, they felt immensely confused. Why had things turned out this way? Had Chen Hai done anything wrong? Nope. Everything had been done in accordance to the plan, and everything had proceeded smoothly. Winning every match he was in, Chen Hai had continuously obtained 8 points in a row, a legend-like feat. However, even with this, Chen Hai's popularity was still dropping crazily. Why? Was it due to the fact that Zhao Tian had been killed by Chen Feng, causing Chen Hai to have one less match? That shouldn't have had too big of an effect. Death was simply an isolated incident. After Zhao Tian's death, when the other participants were matched against Zhao Tian, they would automatically gain 1 point. This was also a special rule set by the Gene Production Association. The reason for this rule was to discourage the participants from killing others. Despite the fact that the digital battles couldn't be prohibited due to it being part of gene production, they still wished that nobody would die. Hence, if one killed their opponent, the others would be receiving free points. Was this the reason for the drop in Chen Hai's popularity? Obviously, this wasn't the reason. The drop in his popularity was not due to him not being excellent enough. Instead, it was because a person that was much more captivating had appeared, a terrifying person. A person who possessed only 250 points of his spirit attribute. A person who was only a 20-star beginner producer. 1157, Chapter 57, Before the Storm, Chapter 57, Before the Storm. Translator, Lemoston editor, Tennis Chen Feng. Quietly, those from the Qin family muttered this name. In the living room, a middle-aged man said with a faint smile on his face, "I don't want to see anything unexpected happening." "Don't worry," someone from the Qin family said. "Chen Hai will definitely become the champion." "I know," the middle-aged man said unhurriedly. "This is also the reason I am working together with your Qin family, because I believe in Chen Hai's strength. If he fails to obtain first place, there is no need for your Qin family to continue existing either." Shua. At this, the expression of everyone in the Qin family changed greatly. They hastily said, Remember, the middle-aged man interjected, "based on our plan, Chen Hai must secure first place. This is the core condition for our plan to work." Hee. "If you fail to meet this condition," the middle-aged man waved his hand and left the Qin family. The Qin family sunk into silence. "I knew it. Working together with them is akin to working with the devil," a Qin family woman lamented. "What's the point in saying all this?" an old man rebuked. "Chen Hai obtaining first place is supposed to be the easiest part of our plan to accomplish. Who expected that something would go wrong here? No one had expected this. In the previous year's competition, a genius who shined dazzlingly had appeared as well. Hence, in order to avoid any complications, they'd made Chen Hai wait 1 whole year before joining this year's Gene Rookie competition. However, who could have guessed that Chen Feng would appear now? Could Chen Hai win? From the available information, Chen Hai had a 90% chance of winning. However, against Chen Feng, all the available information was simply worthless. Moreover, what they wanted was a 100% chance of victory. After all, if Chen Hai failed, The old man inhaled. "Seems like we can only use that thing then." Everyone sunk into silence. "The price of using that thing, we will have to wrong this child, Chen Hai," the old man said faintly. However, for the Qin family, this had to be done. Shua. Night deepened. In the sky above the Qin family, a trace of haze had appeared for no apparent reason. A gust of black aura quietly streaked past. At this time, in Sea City, Chen Feng was concluding the experience he'd gained during this competition. He had been too careless. If he'd been more cautious, he would not have been tricked into the interior of the volcano by Yun Xiaoduo. The fact that he lacked understanding of Yun Xiaoduo's strength was also a huge problem. Besides that, he was originally looking forward to have a digital battle with Yun Xiaoduo. Yun Xiaoduo might not have been weak in digital battles, but with Xiaoying, a miracle could be created. However, he had no chance to do that. From the start till the end, Yun Xiaoduo had not given him a single chance. If it wasn't for him causing the volcanic explosion in the end, he would only have died there. It appeared that he had to stop relying on digital battles alone. This was a trump card, something he used to defend himself. He absolutely could not abuse it. Since Yun Xiaoduo knows that digital battle should be avoided, Chen Hai will definitely know it as well, Chen Feng deduced. Furthermore, it was very probable for his opponent to create a pit waiting for Chen Feng to jump into it. Now that Chen Feng had fallen into someone's tricks twice, despite the fact that he'd managed to foil both tricks, he had no choice but to increase his vigilance. This was his final match, hence he had to be prudent. Victory would grant him first place, granting him the greatest of glories. With a defeat, he would end up in second place, slowly forgotten by the masses. Work hard, Chen Feng cheered himself on. Currently, he still had 420 luck value remaining. The night became deeper as everyone entered their slumber. In a half-awake state, Qinhai suddenly felt that his dreamland had become unprecedentedly clear. All vagueness disappeared from his dreamland, giving him the feeling as if he had truly arrived there. Qinhai's heart jolted. What's going on? Child, old man Qin's voice resounded suddenly. Qinhai was pleasantly surprised. Grandfather. Old man Qin's genetic ability, dream of golden millet, able to send messages through dreams. No one was capable of detecting it. Do you have any confidence in your match tomorrow? Old man Qin proceeded to share his analysis of the current situation with Qinhai, causing Qinhai's expression to change greatly. Only now did Qinhai know the height the current Chen Feng had reached. However, even with this, don't worry, grandfather, Qinhai had a firm gaze. Regardless of how strong Chen Feng is, I have 80% confidence in winning. This was his confidence. His actual strength was much higher than what it appeared to be. Old man Qin sighed. 80%, eh? 80%. It was not enough. The big Qin family could not put their gamble on such an odd. What if the remaining 20% was what happened instead? Chen Feng's train of thought was too bizarre. Nobody was able to guess what he was thinking. If he were to once again utilize some tricks, Qinhai would still end up defeated, unless Qinhai's strength far surpassed Chen Feng's. I'm sorry, child. Old man Qin sighed. I have wronged you. What? Qinhai blinked. Bang! Old man Qin stretched his hand and his palm landed on Qinhai's forehead. A gush of terrifying power started scattering around them. No! Qinhai had a pained and twisted expression. Grandfather, don't. I'm sorry. Despite feeling somewhat guilty, old man Qin remained firm. Think of the children of the Qin family. Think of your parents. We really have no other options. Bang! An explosion of energy. The dreamland disappeared. Qinhai returned to the real world at that instant. An acute pain started spreading from within his body. He started yelling crazily. He felt like his body was going to burst and explode. That terrifying energy engulfed his whole body and started ravaging his body. Finally, that energy broke through all the chains in his body, taking Qinhai into a brand new world. Bang! Limit breakthrough. Blood dripped down Qinhai's lips. Why? Qinhai mumbled. Why? Even now, he did not dare to believe that his family would do this to him. He had broken through, stepping through the limit, entering D class. His initial 1,000 points of spiritual energy had also greatly increased, breaking through his limit, increasing rapidly until it reached 2,000 points, a height that a lot of people did not even dare to imagine. However, he was now a broken person as well. All the potential he had within his body had been destroyed by that forceful breakthrough. He was initially a person with the chance to reach C class, B class, or even higher. He believed that, as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely become a legend. However, now, he could only be a forever D class, struggling at the bottom tier of society. Why? Qinhai started crying blood. Qin family, the bewilderment in his eyes transformed into hatred. However, right at this instant, a dreamlike voice echoed in his head. Alive, you are a Qin family human. Dead, you are a Qin family ghost. Kill Chen Feng and obtain first place. Shua, light flashed. Kill Chen Feng, obtain first place. Qinhai's pupils slackened. Killing Chen Feng, obtain Feng, obtain first place. Qinhai muttered. On his chest was a devilish flower, gleaming with a faint light. Night passed quietly. Next day, the final match descended. Qinhai versus Chen Feng. Their respective supporters were already in their respective livestream rooms. The popularity of these two had also reached the highest height in history. At 10 sharp, the match began. Shua, light swirled. The simulated environment appeared. This was the map of a completely ordinary forest. Evidently, due to the earlier incident where the environment had been manipulated to kill, the organizers did not dare to use the other maps that were more peculiar, especially in the final match. Clearly, even the Gene Production Association was now scared of Chen Feng's antics. At this time, the match officially began. Qinhai, Chen Feng had a solemn expression. This was a name he had heard countless times before. Finally, he was now facing this person. Despite the fact that he had surpassed Qinhai in the previous rounds, he was very clear on the way in which he had accomplished those feats. This time, he could only face his opponent head-on. Tricks? Nope. Manipulating the environment? Nope. This was the final match. Chen Feng could only give it his all. Thundersnake gene reagent, Ice Fox gene reagent, Blue Bat gene reagent, Chen Feng started his crazy pace of gene production. All the F-class gene reagents and all the E-class gene reagents from 1-star to 3-star were being mass-produced. Chen Feng tried his best to produce all the gene reagents that he believed would be helpful. This was a tough battle, hence he had to make ample preparations. Shua. Time passed. This period before they finally faced each other was like the calm before the storm. It was so silent, it was scary. Regardless of Chen Feng or Chen Hai, both were producing gene reagents at a rapid pace. Only until the final hour, when the area started closing in, did both of them slowly start moving. It's starting. Everyone in the live stream rooms was excited. During the whole day, they had both prepared a huge amount of gene reagents. Among these produced gene reagents, a large portion were what the viewers could recognize as well. However, in the hands of both these people were also some never-before-seen gene reagents. Even among the over 10 million viewers in their live stream rooms, none were able to recognize these reagents. These were their respective trump cards. However, for an unknown reason, the Chen Hai of today was emitting a terrifyingly ice-cold aura. On his face was an indescribably evil aura. Even his fans in the live stream room had a feeling that something was off. Was it because he took this match too highly? Or perhaps everyone's hearts leaped. They had a premonition that something was going to happen in this match today. 1588 Chapter 58 1 killing move per step Chapter 58 1 killing move per step Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. In the forest, after one whole day of preparations, Chen Feng and Chen Hai finally encountered each other. A monstrous smile appeared on Chen Hai's lips. I have waited a long time for you. Chen Feng frowned. This guy, the Chen Hai of today, was giving him a different feeling. I don't know how you reached this height. A trace of gloominess could be seen from Chen Hai's smile. However, this is where you stop. Bang. A sudden eruption of terrifying power. In Chen Hai's hands, 20 bottles of gene reagents shattered at the same time before condensing into a huge clump of energy that changed shape irregularly in the air before finally taking on the form of a dark gold energy sword. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. Gene armament. It was actually a brand new gene armament. They had initially believed that Chen Hai would once again use the gene armament he'd used during his previous confrontation with Yun Xiaoduo. Never had they expected that he actually possessed a second gene armament. 2 gene armaments. Everyone inhaled deeply. Gene armaments were already a rarity for producers at this level. For Chen Hai to actually possess 2 of them, how terrifying an accumulation did this guy have? Furthermore, that dark gold energy sword was even stronger than his previous gene armament, Shua. Dark gold energy swirled around the sword in Chen Hai's hand. Dark gold light enveloped his body. The Chen Hai that previously possessed low combat power suddenly had a change in his aura. Chen Hai stepped forth. His lithe body drifted over, leaving behind a gold-colored afterimage in the air. The most terrifying part of this was the fact that the gold afterimage had, in an instant, become alive. Bang! The dark gold afterimage streaked toward Chen Feng, as quick as lightning. Explode. Chen Feng's pupils constricted as he tossed out a gene reagent without hesitation. Pa! The Aquahino gene reagent shattered in midair. This was the gene reagent for which the materials needed to be painstakingly gathered during the second round. However, in this final round, where unlimited materials were provided, Chen Feng was able to easily produce this gene reagent. This was the strongest defense he possessed. Bang! The dark gold afterimage smashed into the Aquahino's rampart. Bang! A terrifying energy shockwave containing astonishing power resulted from it. Aquahino's rampart did not waver, while the dark gold afterimage shattered right away. Was it blocked? Everyone was holding their breath. Blocked. The Aquahino gene reagent was indeed worthy of being the strongest defensive gene at this level. Even the attack from Chen Hai's gene armament was, however, right at this moment. Shua, light swirled. Chen Hai lightly stepped forth once more. From his previous position, a dark gold afterimage was once again left there. At the moment it appeared, it became alive and, once again, streaked toward Chen Feng. Shua. Once again, Chen Hai stepped forth. With that, another dark gold afterimage was birthed. 1 afterimage per second. 1 killing move per step. Shua. 3 dark gold afterimages smashed onto the Aquahino's rampart. Ka. Cracks started appearing on the Aquahino's rampart. Ka. The cracks spread. Bang. Aquahino's rampart collapsed immediately. The defense was broken through. Hiss. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Too terrifying. This was Chen Hai's second gene armament. 1 killing move with every step he took. Every time he took a step forward, an afterimage that looked the same as him would be left behind. Even Chen Hai's original posture or movement was maintained in the afterimage, an extremely terrifying ability. What's going on? Everyone was alarmed. Chen Hai's strength was much higher than it had been yesterday. No idea. The rest shook their head. I'm afraid things are going to get dangerous for Chen Feng, someone whispered. Yeah. Everyone focused on the match. Shua. Once again, Chen Hai stepped forth. Dark light flashed from the dark gold energy sword in his hand as another afterimage appeared and terrifyingly flashed forth toward Chen Feng. I can't hold on much longer. Chen Feng clenched his teeth. This attack was too terrifying. He simply had no way of defending against it. What should I do? Light silhouettes, energy, go. Chen Feng instantly activated all the attack gene reagents he had on him. A huge expanse of interweaving fire and thunder covered the sky. At this moment, all of Chen Feng's gene reagents exploded. Bang! The dark gold afterimage streaked forth. Chen Feng's pupils constricted. Before his eyes, all his attacks were instantly crushed. Next, the dark gold afterimage, with its sword in hand, proceeded forth toward Chen Feng. Explode, Chen Feng bellowed. Bang! All of his defensive and support gene reagents were instantly activated as well. All of them. Chen Feng was enveloped by a rainbow-colored radiance. Puh! The dark gold afterimage arrived. Bang! Chen Feng could feel a terrifying power nearing him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Chen Feng was pushed back by 3 steps before he managed to force himself to stop. Were all of them blocked? Chen Feng muttered. Before his eyes, the sword of that dark gold afterimage stopped right in front of his chest, leaving a faint red cut there. Chen Feng was almost killed then and there. Too terrifying. Chen Feng was dripping wet with sweat. Too powerful. Was this the real strength of Qinhai? However, this was merely the beginning. Qinhai sneered. Ah, Shua. Once again he stepped forth. From his previous spot, another dark gold afterimage appeared and became alive. It even glanced at Chen Feng, its eyes filled with killing intent. Kill. The dark gold afterimage disappeared almost immediately. It's over. Everyone sighed. The evenly matched confrontation they were expecting to see had not appeared. From the start, this match was a one-sided oppression, with Qinhai holding the absolute advantage and Chen Feng not having the chance to even hit back. Was this the real strength of Qinhai? Too terrifying. Chen Feng, pity. Everyone shook their head. They knew that Chen Feng was going to be defeated. He had lost almost 99% of his gene reagents. In such a confrontation between gene producers, that was simply equivalent to losing one's combat power. How was he supposed to continue battling? Currently, in the simulated environment, Chen Feng's heart palpitated as he looked at the gradually fading dark gold afterimage. So powerful, 1 afterimage per step. Such a mystical gene armament exists? Chen Feng suddenly felt like he had been looking down upon the heroes of this world. The gene producer profession had a long history, so how could this profession not have a strong accumulation after so many years of development? Dark gold afterimages, Chen Feng's eyes shone. He couldn't hold on much longer. Every single one of those afterimages had too powerful an attack. It was far above Chen Feng's current level. Furthermore, their movement speed was simply astonishingly fast, to the point where Chen Feng was helpless against them. If that's the case, then I shall stop defending. Chen Feng inhaled deeply before closing both his eyes. Gulp. He gulped down a bottle of gene reagent. A wave of heat started spreading within his body, akin to a dazzling radiance amidst the dark night. Shua. Beside Chen Feng, a dark gold afterimage appeared in a mysterious manner. It's here. Both Chen Feng's eyes remained shut. Bang! The dark gold sword slashed down. Followed by a terrifying energy explosion. It was over. Everyone sighed. However, right at this moment, Chen Feng's body had, in a bizarre manner, inclined sideways, evading the sword attack. A dark gold slash brushed past him, yet did not leave any wound on him at all. Damn. See? Everyone abruptly widened their eyes. He'd evaded that? How was that possible? One had to know that the sword of this afterimage was excessively fast. The reason Chen Feng had faced these attacks head-on initially was also due to their high speed with the bizarre angles in which they attacked, from which was practically impossible to avoid. Hence, he could only face those attacks head-on. Every single instant of the appearance and disappearance of those afterimages was so fast one could not catch any glimpse of them. However, evaded. Everyone stared blankly at Chen Feng. They were further confounded by the fact that Chen Feng currently had both his eyes shut. Damn! What skill is this? Everyone had stupefied expressions. Such a cheat-like skill existed? Could it be that the afterimage's sword can only be seen when one closes their eyes? Some tried shutting their eyes, but they saw nothing except a vast expanse of pitch black and was left feeling like idiots. What on earth is going on? Everyone was confused. However, no one was able to figure it out. Perhaps it's simply a coincidence, someone suddenly asked. Right at this moment, Qinhai stepped forth. Another dark gold afterimage appeared, energy sword in hand, and streaked toward Chen Feng. Its faintly discernible silhouette was incomparably terrifying. However, Shua, a flash of gold, yet Chen Feng was still standing. This slash had once again missed. 59. Chapter 59. Chen Feng's Counter. Chapter 59. Chen Feng's Counter Translator. Lemostan Editor. Tenesh Dam. Chen Feng is really capable of dodging that? 66666666666. He can even find a solution to deal with such a terrifying gene armament? Everyone's eyes shone. In the simulated environment, Chen Feng stood at his original spot. A faint smile could be seen on his face. With both eyes shut, every single dark gold slash toward him was easily dodged. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, 3 slashes. He dodged it, captivating the masses. Chen Feng was really capable of dodging it. Everyone stood up in excitement. The match that everyone had believed would end soon had once again become exciting. Chen Feng's confidence and ease when he moved proved that Qinhai was not the only person who had concealed his strength. Chen Feng had concealed his strength as well. This guy, an alarmed expression appeared on Qinhai's face. He was very clear on the strength of this gene armament of his. Coupled with his greatly increased strength and the huge increase in his spiritual energy, his gene armament was extremely powerful. How was it possible for a mere Chen Feng to survive against his attacks? I refuse to believe this. A cold glint flashed in Qinhai's eyes. Shua. Shua. After images flickered. Qinhai started moving around rapidly, leaving behind one after image after another. Every single place he passed by, an after image would be left behind. After every single step of his, an after image that looked exactly the same as him would appear, filled with killing intent. Shoo, shoo, one dark gold after image after another streaked toward Chen Feng. Each of those after images would disappear a split second after their appearance before reappearing at an odd and tricky angle near Chen Feng with a dazzling flash of dark gold. Extremely fast, extremely powerful. However, Chen Feng was as calm as usual. Bending, tilting, every single one of Chen Feng's movements was able to dodge one of those dark gold slash. One dark gold colored after image after another would flash by Chen Feng's side before disappearing again. Shua, shua. The viewers were incomparably excited as they watched this. Too strong. This is the type of battle I wanted to see. After this match, this gene armament of Qinhai's will definitely become known worldwide. Definitely. Everyone believed that. Such a cool-looking attack. Such carefree after-images. This gene armament of Qinhai's not only possessed strong attack power, it was also incredibly eye-catching as well. However, more attention was focused on Chen Feng. A lot of people had seen how Chen Feng had consumed a gene reagent before Qinhai's attack started reaching him. That was what they were interested in. The powerful gene reagent capable of contending against Qinhai. One single gene reagent of Chen Feng's was sufficient to deal with the gene armament of Qinhai. How powerful was that gene reagent? Everyone stared at Chen Feng with twinkling eyes. As of now, Chen Feng's eyes still remained shut. Virus mode. This was Chen Feng's special mode. Using the Aurora gene reagent, he entered his virus mode, pushing his affinity with spiritual energy to its limit. With that, everything around him seemed to slow down, becoming incredibly clear. This was Chen Feng's answer to Qinhai's attack. As for Qinhai's after-image attacks, they became incomparably distinct for him as well. After all, at their base, these were a type of spiritual attack. Chen Feng was unable to exert his control on these attacks. However, the spiritual energy used to form the dark gold after images was incredibly clear for him in this mode, akin to a naked person that he was able to see clearly. Possessing a speed so fast one could not see it clearly, attacking from tricky angles, all of that became non-existent factors for him. Shua! He once again dodged an attack. 6 seconds, Chen Feng silently muttered in his heart. Only 4 seconds of duration remained for his virus mode. He had to end this battle fast. At the thought of this, a sneer formed on Chen Feng's lips. Is this your strongest attack? Isn't it too weak? I even handicapped myself by sealing my sight. Even with this, you can't beat me? Shua, killing intent flashed in Qinhai's eyes. You are courting death. A terrifying dark gold radiance flickered in Qinhai's hands. Shoo! The dark gold radiance dispersed. Bang! A flash of light. Qinhai stepped forward. However, this time, it was no longer the same after-image attack he'd been using previously. His whole person was enveloped by the dark gold radiance and his speed increased to his limit. Shua! A flash of light. Qinhai was now personally attacking instead of relying on his after-images. His speed was so fast that his movement caused a sonic boom in the air. Everyone's hearts jolted furiously. The power of this attack was much higher than the attacks of those dark gold after-images. I know! One of the viewers cried out in alarm. Those dark gold after-images were simply an ordinary attack of this special dark gold mode of Qinhai's. This current attack, though, should be the true ability of this gene armament. Huh! Hiss! Everyone inhaled mouthfuls of cold air. He was so powerful? Chen Feng, could he survive this attack? They were aware that Chen Feng could handle the ordinary attacks easily. However, the dark gold energy sword was much more terrifying now. This was the true form of that gene armament. Bang! In an instant, before the viewers could even shift their gazes, Qinhai, with that terrifying dark gold energy sword in his hand, had appeared behind Chen Feng. Slash! Like a gushing river, the dark gold radiance descended upon Chen Feng. At the same moment, a dazzling light abruptly blossomed from the eyes of Chen Feng, who had been dodging all the previous attacks in a casual manner. This was his chance. At this moment, there was still 1 second left on his virus mode active duration. Faster? Stronger? No. Before the virus mode, the stronger one's spiritual energy became, the stronger the energy one condensed, the more obvious one was to him. For him, this was akin to the heat underneath an infrared ray. The stronger the ray was, the clearer it appeared for him. The current Qinhai was simply akin to a huge sun in Chen Feng's spiritual world. Every single movement of his, every single angle he appeared from, appeared incomparably distinct to Chen Feng. The dark gold energy sword in Qinhai's hand descended. Shua! Terrifying energy shockwave was left behind on the route the sword traveled. Chen Feng's lithe body dodged the slash and appeared before Qinhai. With a raise of his head, their eyes met. Ah! Chen Feng laughed lightly. His lips curled, forming a perfect curve. That was a sneer. You dare. Chen Hai's fury increased greatly. He had never expected that Chen Feng would be so arrogant, not leaving after dodging his attack and instead sticking close to him to sneer at him. You are courting death, Chen Hai raged. Shua, the dark gold radiance shined dazzlingly. Just as it was about to slash toward Chen Feng gently stretched his hand out and placed his palm beside Chen Hai's mouth. Chen Hai blanked. Next, Shua, forcefully, Chen Feng stuffed several bottles of gene reagents into Chen Hai's mouth. That's right, those gene reagents were directly stuffed into Chen Hai's mouth. Battle? Regardless of how good Chen Hai was at gene production, his combat experience was not as rich as Chen Feng's. This was a domain a pure gene producer like him could never surpass Chen Feng in. The moment he allowed Chen Feng to get near him, Chen Feng would be able to find the best opportunity to make his move. For example, what was happening presently? His eyes widened. This was a battle between gene producers, hence gene reagents should be used as their method of battle. Therefore, as long as no rules were violated, one could use any method one wished in the battle. However, Chen Hai had never imagined that Chen Feng would use such a vulgar and barbarous method. Chen Feng had actually stuffed those gene reagents into his mouth. Too excessive. In his fury, Chen Hai wanted to take those gene reagents out. However, right at this moment, Chen Feng's silhouette drifted past him as that familiar voice once again appeared in Chen Hai's ear. Goodbye. Bang! An instantaneous, terrifying energy eruption. Chen Feng had exploded those gene reagents. Those were the final batch of gene reagents Chen Feng had on him. Those were also the most destructive gene reagents he had. Now, all of these reagents were in Chen Hai's mouth. All of them exploded. At this instant, a resplendent radiance shined dazzlingly. Hiss! Everyone inhaled mouthfuls of cold air. What had they seen? This, too scary. Was there no other place Chen Feng could have exploded these reagents? He had instead chosen to stuff these reagents into Chen Hai's mouth before detonating them. This was a through-and-through humiliation. Despite this happening in a virtual world, they could still imagine how hot and painful that felt. This is quite a heavy taste. It's too excessive to stuff those into the mouth. I thought the triple combo was already the furthest he would go. From today onwards, integrity no longer exists. Chen Feng dared to do this to our little Hai? The chat was furiously spammed. All sorts of messages appeared in the chat. Chen Hai's fans were cursing in rage, whereas Chen Feng's fans were feeling so comfortable, they felt like they were in the clouds. Never before had a single battle caused them to feel so comfortable. This was the type of battle they wanted to see. Free and intoxicating. After a long time, that dazzling radiance finally disappeared. Was Chen Hai dead? Everyone instinctively looked over. There, a collapsed forest could be seen. A lone figure stood there with a pair of dazed eyes and nerveless pupils. On his face were multiple bloody scars, giving off an indescribable gloomy feeling. 160, Chapter 160, Demonic Fern, Gene Reagent, Chapter 160, Demonic Fern, Gene Reagent Translator, Lamostin Editor, Tennis Chen Hai, dead? Someone muttered in a low voice. However, he received no reply. The simulated environment appeared extremely immersive to them as well. They were able to see Chen Hai clearly. However, that ice-cold expression and blank gaze of Chen Hai's confused them as to whether he was alive or dead. Was he dead? The whole world lapsed into silence. Everyone was waiting. Suddenly, dong, dong! A familiar sound of a heartbeat reappeared. Chen Hai's face recovered its luster and life returned to that blank gaze of his. However, in his pupils, a mysterious flower had appeared. He. Chen Hai suddenly started laughing. On his face, a resplendent smile appeared. At this moment, the dripping blood stopped. The bloodstains on his face stopped at their original position, forming a bizarre blood tattoo on his face. He. Chen Feng, is there a need for this? Chen Hai muttered. Chen Feng, with his acute senses, felt that something was not right. The current Chen Hai was giving off an extremely odd feeling. If you had just let me win, this would have simply ended here. A bizarre smile appeared on Chen Hai's face. Is there a need for you to force me to kill you? What is he talking about? Chen Feng's heart leaped. Gulp. Chen Hai consumed a bottle of gene reagent. Bang! A terrifying energy erupted out of Chen Hai's body and started spreading. In a split second, it had engulfed the whole simulated forest. Bang! Bang! The whole simulated environment was trembling. That is, almost everyone gasped at that moment. In the virtual company building, the Xuanhuan that was anxiously watching the match stood up abruptly, and the expression on his face changed greatly. How is it possible for this thing to appear in the simulated environment? An employee smiled bitterly. This is something he produced himself. What? Xuanhuan blanked momentarily. He made it himself? How is that possible? That's appearance of freaks 2 competitions in a row. Xuanhuan was alarmed. Beside him, the eyes of Ho Liang, who had been maintaining his silence, shone. Among the children that make up the current batch's participants, there's one who has reached this height? What a pleasant surprise. Not only them, almost everyone watching was alarmed. That was because what Xuanhuan had consumed was a D-class gene reagent. How is it? Everyone was shocked. This was a gene rookie competition, a competition for youths under 25 years old. When digital battles and gene armaments had appeared, they could be brushed off as one having outstanding talent to be able to learn something that would usually only be learnt by advanced gene producers. But for D-class gene reagents, that was truly something that only higher-level gene producers could produce. Could it be Xuanhuan had reached the advanced production level? C-City. In the large hotel, Zhang Wei was watching the livestream with an unsightly expression. Chen Feng's feat of reaching the finals had given him a pleasant surprise. However, he had never once imagined that this was the level Xuanhuan was at. Advanced gene producer? The birth of another freakish genius. Were there any advanced gene producers below 25 years old before? Yes. However, they were low in amount. Every single one of them was a world-shaking genius. In the previous year's Gene Rookie competition, such a producer had appeared and crushed all opposition in the competition. From the start till the end, no participants had been his match. He had been able to easily grab first place in the competition. This year, the same thing was happening. Zhang Wei sighed. So unlucky. One more step. One more step to the apex. Pity. Zhang Wei felt regretful. He was sure that, in the subsequent Gene Rookie competitions, Chen Feng might have a chance to become an advanced gene producer as well before grabbing first place and forging his very own legend. But now, his advances could only stop here. Currently, in the virtual livestream rooms, everyone only recovered from their shock after a long time. They all knew Xuanhuan was powerful. However, no one had expected that he was powerful to such an extent. He had actually broken through his limit and become an advanced gene producer. One had to know that, before becoming an advanced gene producer, one had to first be a D-class genetic warrior. This was the lowest requirement for it. For those gene producers who did not break through their limits by tempering through battles, it would be extremely hard for them to break through the D-class limit. It was very normal for one to be stuck here for years. However, Xuanhuan had broken through. He had only become a peak D-class genetic warrior this year, and he had now smoothly broken through to become an advanced gene producer. So strong. Xuanhuan is actually this impressive? I initially believed that Chen Feng would make a successful comeback. Unexpectedly, Xuanhuan's trump card was even more terrifying. D-class genetic warrior, advanced gene producer, everyone exclaimed in admiration. It seemed like there was no longer any suspense to this match. Historically, there were several competitions where advanced gene producers had appeared. Each time one of them appeared, they would crush all opposition with no participants capable of contending against them. That was an advanced gene producer. This was not a simple matter of higher attributes or production proficiency. Genetic abilities needed to be taken into consideration as well. For someone with Xuanhuan's background, since he had broken through into D-class, his family would have probably prepared a fusion gene reagent for him so that he could fuse with a new genetic ability. His production proficiency had probably improved greatly as well. Since even a D-class gene reagent was used, what could Chen Feng use to compete against him? A pity for Chen Feng. No problem, he can still do well next year. Everyone felt regretful. Why had both extraordinary talents existed at the same time? In such circumstances, there was really nothing much one could do about it. One could only say that times were changing, as the younger generation nowadays was more powerful than the previous generation. Initially, an advanced gene producer would only appear in the competition once after many years. Now, though, such freaks had appeared 2 years in a row. Perhaps this was what the future of gene producers looked like? Perhaps Chen Feng still has a chance? Someone guessed. After all, Chen Feng had always been a ghost talent one. Even if he couldn't beat his opponent, he could still look for a way to secure victory. For example, manipulating the environment to kill his opponent or something like that. However, bang, Xuanhuan moved. A terrifying energy started spreading around him. The whole forest trembled. At this moment, all the vines and trees leaped up like living animals. This was the D-class gene reagent produced by Xuanhuan. Demonic Fern Transformation Gene Reagent Class, D difficulty, 4 stars function, transforming into a demonic fern, obtaining the terrifying ability of a demonic fern, granting one the ability to temporarily control all the vegetation within a certain radius. Duration, 1 hour, demonic fern. An extremely terrifying plant. It was able to absorb the live essence of other plants to increase its strength and was crowned as the king of vegetations. In a radius of 5 kilometers, as long as it was a place where this plant existed, all the other vegetation could only struggle at death's door. By depending on the extracted essence from the genes in the demonic fern, a terrifying ability would be granted to the user of this gene reagent. Shwa, shwa, a flash of green light. A thick vine smashed down, leaving a deep gorge on the ground. At this, everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. This was the power of a D-class gene reagent. Even for its controlled plants, D-class power was still able to be displayed. Counterattack? Manipulating the environment to kill? No chance at all. This, too scary. D-class is like a dividing line into an entirely different level of strength. and Chen Hai has successfully stepped past this line. How is Chen Feng supposed to contend with this? Everyone cried out in alarm. They had initially believed that the confrontation between Chen Feng and Chen Hai's gene armament was already a powerful clash. Unexpectedly, Chen Hai had actually reached D class and had even fused with a new fusion gene reagent, a new genetic ability, and a brand new production level. For a person who had entered the ranks of advanced producers, he was simply akin to a person who had entered a different world, a world for the strong. Chen Feng had no hope of victory. Footnotes 1. Ghost talent is a Chinese term used to describe a person who is capable of solving problems using peculiar methods, with the peculiar methods being even more efficient than normal methods. 161, Chapter 61, Taking a Leisurely Stroll. Chapter 61, Taking a Leisurely Stroll. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. In the forest, Chen Hai was partially transformed into the demonic fern. Vines started growing out of his body, and the plants around him started swaying crazily due to the demonic fern's power. A dance of plants. Under Chen Hai's control, all the surrounding plants started growing at a crazy pace. This was the demonic fern gene. This was the plant kingdom belonging to Chen Hai. Bang! Chen Hai stepped forth. That huge demonic fern body of his swayed around, filled with a terrifying power. I didn't originally intend to do this. A cruel smile appeared on Chen Hai's face. You are the one who forced me to do this. How good would it have been if you had been obediently defeated by me? Instead, you tried to humiliate me. Shoo! A vine flung itself at Chen Feng. Bang! The ground cracked. Chen Feng's heart was alarmed as he looked at the gorge that was left behind on the ground in front of him. Such terrifying strength. This is Chen Hai's true strength. No, something doesn't seem right. Chen Hai obviously had a different aura yesterday. Could it be? Chen Feng contemplated. Bang! Another vine descended while Chen Feng retreated hastily. Where are you running to? Chen Hai saw through Chen Feng's intention and started furiously chasing after him. Bang! Bang! Everything within 100 meters was fully covered by the plants as the plants started crazily smashing toward Chen Feng, akin to a dance of the demons. Since Chen Hai controlled everything here, how could he permit Chen Feng's escape? Chen Feng inhaled. Before his eyes, nothing could be seen except an endless amount of swaying vines and plants. Even the sunlight was completely sheltered as darkness descended upon the area. Every nook and corner around Chen Feng was completely sealed. Nothing outside the encirclement could be seen. It's over, a large amount of people muttered. This time, it was truly over. The several tens of vines with D-class power and the sky-covering plants had completely confined Chen Feng within an area of 100 meters. How could he escape in such a situation? Nobody had expected this to be the result of the final match. Chen Hai obtaining first place? Everyone felt regretful for Chen Feng. However, right at this moment, everyone gasped in alarm. That was because Chen Feng had once again closed his eyes. What is he planning? Everyone's heart leaped. The last time Chen Feng had closed his eyes, he'd countered Chen Hai's dark gold sword. This time, let's begin then, Chen Feng chanted in his heart. Regardless of the amount of vines or plants around him, even if countless attacks might land on him, turning him into a meat paste the next second, Luck Aura, activate. A faint aura started undulating around Chen Feng's body. This was the first time Chen Feng tried to affect reality during a battle. Instead of purely affecting the probability of things, Chen Feng was currently truly trying to affect reality. This was the true strength of his luck aura, Shua. Chen Feng stepped forth. Somewhere there was a nucleus of a certain plant, triggered by the demonic fern's power. This plant was growing at a crazy pace, possessing a formidable power despite still being under the demonic fern's control. However, under such unlimited stimulation by the demonic fern's power, an incident with a small probability of occurrence occurred to its genes. This plant that was supposed to be a small-sized plant instead suddenly became bulky. Bang! A vine smashed toward Chen Feng. However, coincidentally, that plant that had suddenly become bulky forcefully pushed the vine away due to the lack of space for its growth, causing the vine's trajectory to change. Bang! The vine landed, however, it missed its target. Chen Feng had safely stepped forth. Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. He was fine. How had the vine missed? No one knew. The only thing they could see was Chen Feng closing his eyes before calmly stepping forth. This should be a coincidence? Someone guessed. At this time, Chen Feng stepped forth once again. Die! Chen Hai's eyes were as sharp as lightning. The previous incident had surprised him. However, he was aware of what had happened. This was a mutation with a small probability of occurrence. Hence, it should be a coincidence. A mere Chen Feng. Bang! Under Chen Hai's control, a particular plant smashed toward Chen Feng. That was a stalk of grass that was hard as iron. However, right at this instant, the grass that was supposed to charge forth toward Chen Feng suddenly became limp the moment it arrived in front of him. Chen Hai had a dumbfounded expression. It became limp? He tried to control the grass. He could control it. However, the grass failed to harden. Pa Ji. The limp grass smashed onto Chen Feng's body, tickling Chen Feng. Chen Hai blanked. He had never expected the grass that was supposed to be incomparably sharp would mutate at the last minute, became a soft and limp grass like a normal plant. Gene degeneration? The fuck? How was this possible? Bang, bang, one vine after another descended. Killing intent blossomed from the demonic fern's vines and the countless surrounding plants. Xuanhuan controlled his plant kingdom and started attacking Chen Feng furiously. However, astonishingly, Chen Feng safely walked out of the encirclement just like that with both his eyes shut. Not a single wound was left on his body. Damn, 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 damn. Such a method exists? The livestream room erupted in an uproar. This was the demonic fern. He was attacked by all the plants around him. Everyone was shocked. Every single time Chen Feng closed his eyes, it was like he had activated some cheat, becoming extremely terrifying. It had been the same previously. Now, it was still the same. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Akin to someone taking a leisurely stroll, stunning countless people. Soon, Chen Feng walked out of Xuanhuan's attack range. After walking 100 meters away, he stopped his steps before opening his eyes, a smile forming on his lips. Success. So, this was the power of the luck aura? Affecting reality? This was the first time Chen Feng had used his luck aura in such an unrestrained manner. That feeling was simply incomparably comfortable. When enveloped by the luck aura, he was akin to a god, omnipotent existence. However, Chen Feng sighed as he looked at his remaining luck value. In the span of several seconds, 300 points of luck value had been exhausted. A whole month of saving up was just for this thrill of having the luck aura fully activated. Turning around, Chen Feng's eyes met with the inconceivable gaze of Xuanhuan. Ah, Chen Feng laughed lightly and walked away in a carefree manner. Chen Feng, Xuanhuan raged. Bang, bang, countless plants smashed toward Chen Feng. However, when those plants were 1 meter away from Chen Feng, they stopped. He was now 100 meters away from Xuanhuan, exceeding the range of his control. Xuanhuan wanted to move his body. However, the huge demonic fern's body was too slow. It was simply incapable of catching up to Chen Feng. Chen Feng had smoothly escaped. He escaped. He really managed to escape. The chat in the livestream room was spammed furiously. Earlier, they had witnessed with their own eyes how Chen Feng had stepped forth 1 step at a time, leaving Xuanhuan's control radius. That feeling, truly exhilarating. It was like he turned on some omnipotent cheat. I know, right? He probably used some gene reagent that can release an aura that plants hate, someone guessed. The rest nodded. Even if this was a wrong guess, Chen Feng had to have used something similar. This world was filled with too many mysterious genetic abilities and all sorts of gene reagents with a myriad of abilities. Hence, they did not find what Chen Feng had accomplished suspicious, they were merely stunned by him. The unknown formulas that Chen Feng had mastered were definitely no less than Xuanhuan's. Perhaps Chen Feng could really win? Instinctively, everyone looked toward the match. Translator's thoughts. Lamostin bonus chapter over, guys. Regular schedule resumed. Until the next bonus, 162 chapter 62, Chen Feng's attack, chapter 62, Chen Feng's attack translator, Lamostin editor, tennis you won't be able to escape. Xuanhuan was filled with killing intent. There's not much time left in this match anyway. I can just stand still and wait for you. Xuanhuan sneered. When the area starts closing in and only 100 meters are left during the final 30 minutes, I want to see where you run off to. Escape? In this round, escape was pointless. He was an intelligent person. The item used by Chen Feng to escape the encirclement definitely had some limitations to its usage. Within a short time period, he definitely couldn't use it again. Since that was the case, Xuanhuan really had nothing to fear. Even if he'd managed to escape now, so what? During the final 30 minutes, when only 100 meters of active area was left, that would be the start of his party. Everywhere remaining would be within his attacking range. I will be waiting for you. Xuanhuan stared at Chen Feng coldly, filled with killing intent. At this time, after escaping, Chen Feng started producing gene reagents. Despite his failure in his earlier encounter with Xuanhuan, he had nevertheless still managed to gather some information. For example, the characteristics of those plants. Hehe, plant kingdom? A faint smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Shua, shua! Chen Feng went into a crazy pace of production. After 10 minutes, before the final 30 minutes of the match had even arrived, Chen Feng walked out from the forest and appeared before Xuanhuan's line of view way earlier than Xuanhuan had expected. Chen Feng. Xuanhuan's gaze locked on Chen Feng. Nothing could be seen on Chen Feng. On Chen Feng's body, no gene reagent could be seen. What was he thinking of doing? Xuanhuan did not understand. I want to ask something. Chen Feng beamed as he looked at Xuanhuan. Your aura only changed today, so my guess is your advancement into D class is quite recent? Ah, let me think. Right after you broke through into D class, you hastily rushed into the realm of an advanced gene producer. On top of that, you even learned a D class gene formula. I suppose you probably didn't get much sleep last night, right? If so, I doubt you had any extra time to learn any other new formulas, right? Hence, my guess is that, presently, this is the only D-class gene reagent you know. Chen Feng finished his analysis. Even if there's only one, it's sufficient to kill you. Xuanhuan's gaze was bitingly cold. I don't know what gene reagent you used earlier to enter that special mode. However, there should be a limit to its active duration, right? During the final 30 minutes, the whole remaining active area will be within my attack range. I refuse to believe that you will be able to survive that final 30 minutes. Of course not. Laughter burst out of Chen Feng. However, I suppose you are not aware of what happened during my match yesterday then? Qinhai blanked. What? My match with Yun Xiao duel. A faint laugh escaped Chen Feng. That was quite a splendid match. What does this mean? Qinhai could keenly feel that something wasn't right. He wanted to act now. However, Chen Feng was out of his 100-meter attack range, and he had no way of getting near Chen Feng. Hence, he couldn't do anything currently. It was at this moment that, far away, there was a flash of light. That is, Qinhai took a look, and immediately his expression changed greatly. Bang! The sound of an intense explosion resounded. Bang! Before the eyes of all the viewers was a vast expanse of red. Far away, that terrifying radiance shone dazzlingly. The vast expanse of red started spreading. That was fire. Bang! The dazzling fire spread along the plants in the area. The forest was filled with plants. However, under normal circumstances, the fire would definitely not have burned so fiercely. However, under the effect of the demonic fern, all the plants had grown greatly. In order to increase his strength, Qinhai had created a true plant kingdom in the radius of 100 meters around him, not leaving any blank spot in the radius. Bang! The fire burned. Within the area, after all the plants were consumed by the fierce fire, they were reduced to nothing but ruin. However, opposite Chen Feng, Qinhai was merely staring at him with ridicule in his eyes. Fire? Hee hee, Qinhai sneered. Are you really so naive as to believe that all plants will be burned by fire? Shua. Layers of plants surrounded him. Those plants with cold-related properties that were harder to burn made up the very first layer of the plants. Chen Feng merely looked at him calmly. My fire is very powerful, yo. Bang! The spreading fire finally reached Qinhai's plant kingdom. Bang! An explosion of flame. All the plants there were instantly ignited. How is that possible? Qinhai's expression changed greatly. What damnable fire was this? No, impossible. There were countless unburnable plant here. Go, block the fire. Qinhai howled inwardly. However, there was no use. All his controlled plants were burned after they charged forth, akin to a moth that flew into a flame. Even those plants that were normally unburnable were now burning fiercely. The fire grew in intensity before finally covering Qinhai. The Qinhai that had transformed into a demonic fern was currently a plant himself. Hence, facing such an intense fire, there was nowhere he could hide. This is impossible. Qinhai couldn't believe this. It was over. Bang! A terrifying explosion of flame. In the virtual live stream room, everyone remained dazed for a long time. It was over? Just like that? The plant kingdom Qinhai had painstakingly built was torched and burned clean by Chen Feng. On top of that, even Qinhai was burnt together. Such a fire exists? God knows. I suppose this is another special reagent again? Everyone was shaken. Everyone was aware that the demonic fern was something that could easily burn. However, its opponent need to first have the chance to set it on fire. After transforming into a demonic fern, all the plants within a radius of 100 meters around Qinhai were under his control. He should have been able to easily block the fire off. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng's special fire was able to ignite all types of plants. This was the most terrifying aspect of what had happened. Qinhai's demonic fern gene reagent was once again countered by Chen Feng. This time, another never-before-seen gene reagent was used as well. That was what the masses guessed. Not far away, Chen Feng was looking on calmly. Mystical fire? There was no such thing. The instant the fire had started spreading, he'd activated Luck Aura. The plants that were stimulated by the demonic fern's fire were already in an extremely unstable mode. Under Luck Aura's effect, they had immediately mutated. All the plants that were hard to burn had mutated, changing their property to one that was easier to burn. This was the reason the fire had grown so fiercely. 100 points of luck value, causing an unprecedented fire. Bang! An endless explosion of fire. After a long time, the fire disappeared, leaving a vast expanse of wreckage behind. At the spot Qinhai had been, a huge black charred object was there. That was a dead demonic fern. Had it ended? Everyone guessed. However, right at this moment, the demonic fern split open. A black and white silhouette crawled out of the demonic fern with great difficulty. He was still alive, Chen Feng sneered. He did not find this surprising. Even if Qinhai was still alive, he was already gravely injured. Taking one's life while one was down. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with a cold glint as he decisively made his move at this moment. However, at the same time, Qinhai abruptly raised his head. The face that was usually good-looking appeared somewhat twisted now. A faint energy erupted and started swirling around Qinhai's body at that instant. Li, a mournful screech. Bang! All the ash left behind by the fire was blown away. Chen Feng's gaze blurred before he instantly appeared in a brand new world. This was Digitized World, 63, Chapter 63, Qinhai's Secret Chapter 63, Qinhai's Secret Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Bang. Bang! Two digitized worlds started overlapping. The void under their feet became a firm earth. That was Chen Feng's portion of the digitized world. What alarmed others about the overlapped digitized world was the fact that a huge palace descended from the sky. Bang! A dazzling golden palace. It appeared incredibly conspicuous in this multicolored digitized world. Spiritual energy flickered. Xinhai's silhouette appeared in front of the palace. This was his portion of the overlapped digitized world. You are actually able to force me to this point. Xinhai left his palace and started stepping forth step by step. Shua, shua, one ceramic tile after another formed beneath Xinhai's feet, forming a path for him to step on. This is, Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Building a path as he walked, what damnable ability was this? Xinhai had a serene expression. Initially, I hadn't wanted to use this. In his eyes, a bizarre black aura flickered. This guy, Chen Feng's heart jolted. He was sure that something was definitely wrong with this Xinhai guy. Not wanting to use this? Why? If Xinhai's digital battle capability was really so powerful, he could do what Chen Feng had done in his earlier matches, using digital battles to defeat his opponent. It would be too easy. Gene armament, demonic fern, he would be able to easily obtain victory without using either of those. However, he only chose to use it at the last moment. There had to be a problem with this. Chen Feng focused his gaze. He knew that as long as he found the problem, he would definitely win. Or perhaps, Chen Feng, goodbye. A sneer formed on Xinhai's mouth. Hua. Behind him, from that huge palace, heavy yet orderly footsteps could be heard. Chen Feng raised his head and looked over at the palace. There, an army of armored soldiers appeared. These were actually soldiers formed purely from gene fragments. Kill. Xinhai raised his hand. Hua. All the soldiers shot forth toward Chen Feng. Bang. The livestream rooms were shocked. Xinhai's digitized world is so powerful. Having a palace is powerful enough. To think that he had even established an army there? Everyone found this inconceivable. Digital battles had appeared in the previous Gene Rookie competitions as well. However, these were mostly digital battles where simple attacking and defending moves were used. Such a complete structure had never appeared in a Gene Rookie competition before. Perhaps this is the strength of an advanced gene producer, someone muttered in a low voice. Only at this did everyone recall that Xinhai was already an advanced gene producer. Something is going to happen. Everyone was alarmed. In this match, Xinhai was beaten back twice by Chen Feng and was almost killed. Now, with how powerful he is in digital battles, I'm afraid he will not let Chen Feng off. Hopefully, nothing bad would happen. Everyone was unable to take their eyes off. At this time, in the virtual company building, Xuanhuan and Ho Liang were unprecedentedly attentive to this match as well. They wished that the strongest producer would result from this match. However, they did not wish for anything to happen to either of them as well. Regardless of it being Chen Feng or Xinhai, both were the strongest geniuses. For the very first time, Ho Liang issued a command. If we really can't help it, we can just stop the match with force. Understood, Xuanhuan replied. In this confrontation between the two strongest geniuses, who would be victorious? Everyone was looking forward to it. However, they were also clear that, against this true digitized world, against this advanced producer Xinhai, against this huge palace, against these soldiers, was there truly any hope of victory for Chen Feng? Bang! The army of soldiers charged toward Chen Feng. A smile formed on Chen Feng's lips. I'll be counting on you. Shoo! A red flash. A perfectly straight red line flashed through the air, piercing through the first soldier it encountered. Next, it curved in a perfect arc and pierced through the soldier beside it. Puh! 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 The red flash streaked back and forth. One soldier after another collapsed. That red flash appeared incredibly dazzling in that multicolored world. Its speed was so fast that after images were left behind. Every single time it flashed, countless soldiers would collapse. Shoo! Shoo! The red was dazzling. The several hundred soldiers under Xinhai's control collapsed on their path of assault. Bang! Bang! All the soldiers dispersed, changing back into gene fragments. This seemed more like a one-man show of that red light, shocking everyone watching. Xinhai looked at Chen Feng with an unbelievable expression. He was very clear on how powerful those soldiers were. Any random one of them was capable of crushing a newbie's entire newly formed digitized world. For someone at the level of Zhao Tian, a single soldier was sufficient. Now, though, all these soldiers were pierced by that red light. What ability was that? This was the very first time Xinhai felt shocked. This was also the first time he felt the peculiar aura surrounding Chen Feng, a freak more freakish than him. Xinhai inhaled deeply. Time to clean this up. He had to end this quickly to avoid anything unexpected happening. There were truly too many variables when facing this Chen Feng. Trump card? There was no point. Since he was already here, he might as well use the strongest method at his disposal to erase Chen Feng. Despite that being something he wanted to never use, despite that being somewhat dangerous to use. A flash of black light. Xinhai's body was enveloped by a layer of black armor. A flash of red light. The red light that was coiled around Chen Feng streaked forth toward Xinhai. However, ding, a crisp sound. That perfectly straight red light failed to pierce through the armor. What's going on? Chen Feng was astonished. He could clearly feel Xiao Ying's pain. It was a feeling akin to what one felt when one's nose smashed into a steel plate when running at full speed. Xiao Ying transmitted a pitiful emotion over to him. Try one more time, Chen Feng proposed. Ding. Another crisp sound. Once again, Xiao Ying returned without accomplishing anything. What's going on? Chen Feng was shocked. Others might think that this was a pure attack. However, Chen Feng was clear that Xiao Ying was a special existence capable of devouring genes. It had actually failed to devour this armor? Was it because the armor was too firm? Chen Feng asked Xiao Ying. The answer he received was, it couldn't be eaten. In other words, this thing here was not formed of genes. If it was not formed of gene fragments, how had it appeared in this world? Chen Feng abruptly realized something. This might be related to the reason Qin Hai did not plan to use his digitized world. The secret he was concealing might very well be here. As long as Chen Feng found out what the issue was, Qin Hai's defense would naturally be foiled. This world, Chen Feng looked toward the world behind Qin Hai. That huge palace, Xiao Ying, shoo, a flash of red light. Ah, Qin Hai merely sneered. Wanting to break through the defense of his palace? How naive. One had to know. That was, bang, Xiao Ying pierced through the palace. A glimmer of light appeared on the palace. It had been pierced through. Howl. Qin Hai raged immediately. Bang! The digitized world trembled. Chen Feng wanted to see what was contained within the palace, but he failed. This was because the raging Qin Hai had suddenly increased tenfold in size and attacked Chen Feng. Pooh! A sword pierced through Chen Feng. Chen Feng defeated. Bang! The digitized world crumbled. The Qin Hai that was on the brink of victory had instead shut down the digitized world with force. Pooh! Blood spilled out of the chest of Chen Feng's physical body in the simulated environment, injured. Despite this being only a single attack, despite the fact that his spiritual body was not completely destroyed, he was still gravely injured. What he couldn't understand was why Qin Hai had taken the initiative to shut down the digitized world. One had to know that Qin Hai was holding the advantage in the digitized world. The power he erupted with was completely capable of crushing Chen Feng. If he had used one more second to land another attack on Chen Feng's spiritual body would have been directly erased, and he would have died not only in the digitized world. Instead, he would suffer a true death. However, in such a situation, Qin Hai had taken the initiative to shut down the digitized world. Something was indeed wrong with him. Chen Feng had a solemn mood. He was clear that the entire secret, the answer for everything, was within that palace, the interior of the palace that had been about to be exposed. Elier. 164, Chapter 64, What's Chen Feng Planning to Do? Chapter 64, What's Chen Feng Planning to Do? Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish Qin Hai ended the digital battle. He could have secured his victory then and there, right? The viewers were confused. It's probably because that power he unleashed was too powerful, collapsing the digitized world, someone guessed. Regardless of how Chen Feng and Qin Hai conducted their battle, there would be some experts capable of coming up with an explanation for their actions. Did anyone see anything? From that palace, only a flicker of glimmering could be seen. Hey, same here. I really want to see what's inside it. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. However, no one was able to get a clear look. Qin Hai had been extremely decisive, not wasting a single second. At the crucial moment, he had ended the digital battle without the slightest hesitation, not giving anyone the chance to get a clear look. This match is going to end soon anyway, right? Some looked toward the match. Currently, Qin Hai was gravely injured. Chen Feng's fire had truly left him in a miserable condition. Chen Feng was gravely injured. Wounded by Qin Hai in the digitized world, his vitality was gravely damaged. However, despite the fact that both of them were gravely injured, due to Qin Hai's act of ending the digital battle and letting go of his chance to erase Chen Feng then and there, Chen Feng's injury was clearly lighter. Hence, this was Chen Feng's chance. He only needed to walk over, get rid of Qin Hai, and he would be victorious. Chen Feng would be the champion of this year's Gene Rookie competition. Everyone was filled with expectation. They knew that the competition would end very soon. However, outside of everyone's expectations, at this moment, Chen Feng suddenly started laughing wildly. I understand, ha 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 ha, I understand. So that's the case, schwa. With the final breath he had, he turned around and escaped. That's right, he escaped. He did not engage in a final struggle against Qin Hai. Instead, he turned around and escaped. Has he gone insane? Everyone was dumbstruck. Earlier, Qin Hai had let go of the chance to kill Chen Feng, wasting the perfect opportunity he had. Now, Chen Feng had turned around and escaped, wasting his perfect opportunity as well. What on earth were these two people thinking? Everyone could no longer understand what was going on. However, just as Chen Feng left, Qin Hai had, with great difficulty, gulped down a black-colored gene reagent. Dong, dong, a vigorous heartbeat sound could be heard. All the injuries on Qin Hai's body were recovering at a rapid speed, and the scars on his body started disappearing. The originally gravely injured Qin Hai was actually recovering rapidly. The fuck? Could this be some D-class healing gene reagent? Everyone exclaimed in admiration. No wonder Chen Feng had escaped without hesitation. With such a gene reagent in Chen Hai's hand, Chen Feng could only die. However, what was the meaning behind Chen Feng's wild laughter earlier? No one understood at this time. After leaving, Chen Feng started gathering materials and producing gene reagents at a frantic pace. Due to the concentration of all sorts of materials in the simulated environment, Chen Feng was able to quickly find all his required materials. Gene production. Shua. Chen Feng started a rapid pace of production. Currently, Chen Hai was healing rapidly. Fast, fast, fast. Everyone had anxious expressions. Chen Hai had a healing gene reagent prepared in advance, yet Chen Feng had none. Hence, he could only produce on the spot. If Chen Hai were to make his move before Chen Feng was done, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, everyone watched on nervously. The gene search step required time, and the gene reaction stage required time. These required time, shua. The speed in which Chen Feng's hands moved exceeded everyone's expectation. Luck aura, activate. In every gene production step, he would enter the most optimal mode he was capable of. At this time, not far away, Chen Hai's cold gaze landed on Chen Feng. The distance between them was not great. He could at any time interrupt his healing and attack Chen Feng. However, he did not do that. That was because he was also unsure of whether Chen Feng still had any trump cards hidden or not. The moment he interrupted his healing, if Chen Feng still had some trump cards hidden, it would be deeply troubling. Hence, he decided to wait until he was completely healed. He believed that Chen Feng would definitely not have such a terrifying gene reagent. That was because what Chen Hai had used was technically not a gene reagent. Healing gene reagent? That was simply a fake alert. A cold radiance gleamed in Chen Hai's eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chen Hai could feel his body recovering toward its peak condition, recovering to the highest height he had ever reached since his breakthrough. Moreover, he could even faintly feel that his strength had somewhat increased. Bang! The power in his body had finally recovered. Chen Hai moved his body, feeling an unprecedented abundance of power swelling within. He had returned to his peak condition. Hiss! Everyone in the live stream rooms inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. What gene reagent was this? It was so powerful. They were aware that a young master from an influential family like Chen Hai had a deep background, so he would definitely have many mystical gene formulas with high star ratings at his disposal. However, a complete recovery. This was somewhat excessive. At least 5-star D-class gene reagent, someone speculated. Anyhow, Chen Hai had successfully used it. Chen Feng is finished. That's not for sure. He has completed his gene production as well. Everyone instinctively looked over. As Chen Hai recovered to his peak, Chen Feng had also completed his gene production. However, when everyone looked at his gene reagent, they felt helpless. It was actually this gene reagent, mutated Icefox gene, unknown class, E-type, special function, enables one to use Ice Heart, triggering the potential within the Icefox's gene, able to heal every type of injury and spiritual damage within a certain area of effect. The healing effect and area of effect radius depend on the amount of energy exhausted. Usage triggered by energy storage items, the higher the amount of energy, the stronger the effect. That very gene reagent everyone here was well acquainted with. This was the very gene reagent that had played a crucial role during the third round. However, the reason for this gene reagent being so powerful back then was due to the energy storage items available in the kingdom's warehouse. Due to that terrifying supply of energy. In itself, despite being a mutated gene reagent, this was not a powerful gene reagent. Everyone was speechless. So, after so much effort, Chen Feng had actually produced such a gene reagent? In a situation where no energy source was supplied to it, when this gene reagent was used alone, it was simply an ordinary E-class gene reagent. It would not be able to display any special effects. Is this due to Chen Feng not having any other healing gene reagent formulas? Probably. Everyone sighed. Facing a peak condition Chen Feng would most probably be defeated here. Even if they were to use the same attack gene reagent, Chen Hai would still be able to easily insta-kill Chen Feng. Under his current condition, how was it possible for Chen Feng to win? Chen Hai laughed. You are going to use this gene for healing? This Chen Feng had indeed exhausted everything he had. Have I overestimated you? Chen Hai's lips curled up, forming a smile. Then, it's time for this to end? An attack gene reagent appeared in his hand. At this time, Chen Feng had taken out his mutated Icefox gene reagent as well. However, out of everyone's expectations, he did not use it on himself. Instead, he aimed it at Chen Hai. Are you crazy? Chen Hai looked at Chen Feng with an expression like he was looking at an idiot. This guy was actually using a healing gene reagent to attack him. Was his brain damaged? Even the viewers were all confused. Chen Feng couldn't be suffering from some brain damage because his digitized world had been shattered earlier, right? Something similar seemed to have happened before in the past competitions. Bang! A beam of light descended from the sky. Chen Feng sneered before activating his Icefox gene reagent toward Chen Hai. At this moment, in the Qin family's great hall, A bizarre, huge magnetic energy board was hovering in the middle of the hall. Around it were 7 huge pillars that were flickering with dark radiance. Terrifying gusts of energy formed without stop on the pillars. The 7 pillars formed a bizarre rune that was suppressing the magnetic energy board in the middle of the hall. Hum, hum. The black aura bubbled without stop. On the magnetic energy board, a frail silhouette could be seen. An expression of pain could currently be seen on that silhouette. That silhouette had exactly the same appearance as Chen Hai. His expressions and movements were exactly the same as the Chen Hai that was shown on the screen that was broadcasting the match. 165, Chapter 165, shall never be enslaved. Chapter 165, shall never be enslaved. Translator, Lemostan editor, Tanesh, my grandchild, old man Chin said coldly, are you still resisting? From the moment you were born until now, how much has the Chin family given you? Is it so hard for you to repay us this one time? Give up. For our Chin family, for everyone, on the magnetic energy board. Rumble. Chen Hai clenched his teeth tightly. Despite his suppressed consciousness, his gaze was still as firm as ever. I, Chen Hai, won't become your slave. Chen Hai's expression started twisting as he struggled. All those bizarre movements of Chen Hai's they saw on the screen originated from this. Despite them blocking his speech and using their own speech as a replacement, Chen Hai's expression was something they couldn't block. Hence, this was why everyone else kept having a feeling that the current Chen Hai was quite bizarre. Hee hee. My good grandchild, is there a need for this? Old man Chin sighed. Since Chen Hai's childhood, he had been trained by Old Man Chin to be persistent and strong. This caused his willpower to be tough and durable. He had never expected this to be used against them instead. You must know, your perseverance, your tough willpower, all this resulted from the training we gave you. Old Man Chin sneered. A sneer leaked out of Chen Hai's throat. Increase the power. Old Man Chin howled. Every single motion of Chen Hai's must be standardized. We can't let anyone see through this. Even his voice must be altered accordingly. Do you hear me? Yes. The rest did not dare make any other noise. Charm, control, reagent. They had an all-rounded control over Chen Hai. However, even with all that, there would be occasional instances where Chen Hai was able to struggle out of their control. Through these 20 years, they had been training Chen Hai's abilities and persistence. However, they had never imagined that Chen Hai's willpower was terrifying to such an extent, reaching a height that far surpassed the average person. At a different side of the hall, a person that greatly resembled Chen Hai was seated on the magnetic energy board. Around him, light swirled without stop. This person was unconscious. However, there was a thin thread that connected him to Chen Hai's body. This was Chen Hai's substitute, the bizarre Chen Hai that was currently in the competition. After exhausting every available option, they still failed to fully control Chen Hai. To avoid anything unexpected happening, they could only use Chen Hai's cousin to replace Chen Hai's consciousness. In every match, whenever Chen Hai's body needed to do something, energy would be released from the pillars to stimulate Chen Hai's body to perform the actions required. This was the method they had chosen to control Chen Hai. This was also the true form of the Chen Hai that had appeared during the match. You won't be able to last any longer. Old Man Chin sneered. You shall be a sword of the Chin family. Your might be crippled of your future potential, but in exchange, our Chin family has obtained the best partner to work with in the future. However, even with this, when the competition ends, your title as the champion can still be used to gain a huge amount of wealth. When we have fully exhausted every benefit your body can bring to us, we will expel you from the Chin family. Old Man Chin already had everything planned out. For Chen Hai, they had given too much, hence they had to recover it all back. I won't allow you to prevail. Chen Hai gnashed these words from his teeth word by word. He was unable to open his mouth. His body was no longer controlled by himself. However, he was still able to make his voice heard. Hee hee. Old Man Chin merely sneered at that. Resisting? What right do you have to resist? The moment you were born, that thing was planted in your body. From the moment you were born, you were destined to be a weapon of the Chin family, existing as a puppet. At this time, in the hall, they could see from the screen that was broadcasting the competition that Chen Feng had taken out an Icefox gene reagent. Are you counting on him? Old Man Chin indifferently said. Although he smashed the palace open earlier, no one noticed your existence. They have no idea what's going on. Now, he will die in your hands as well. Is that so? Chen Hai's gaze landed on the gene reagent in Chen Feng's hand. At the sight of this, his eyes gleamed. Ha, it's that gene. Chen Feng, you have indeed not disappointed me. Next, it's all yours. At this time, in the forest, a special energy belonging to a mutated Icefox gene bloomed. Chen Hai merely sneered. He was sure that Chen Feng's brain was damaged. However, it was at this moment that Chen Hai suddenly had a bad feeling. He had suddenly recalled something. The other function this mutated Icefox gene reagent had. Purification. Could it be? Chen Hai's expression changed greatly. Damn it, Chen Feng had seen through him and specially prepared this gene reagent for him. Escape. Instinctively, Chen Hai wanted to escape. However, it was too late. Bang! That terrifying beam of light descended upon him. Chen Hai's expression became even stranger. An expression appeared on his face that was alarmed, smiling, and unbelieving, all at the same time. He couldn't believe that Chen Feng had actually guessed the truth. How was that possible? Even the elders of the Gene Production Association had failed to see through him. However, opposite him, Chen Feng merely watched on with a serene expression. Let it end, Chen Feng sighed inwardly. All his doubts and questions had been answered the moment the palace in the digitized world had been smashed apart. Despite him not having seen it, Xiaoying had been able to see it. In everyone's eyes, Xiaoying was merely a weapon. Only a skill of Chen Feng's. Only Chen Feng knew that Xiaoying was a living being. It transmitted the scene it had witnessed to Chen Feng. It was at that instant that Chen Feng had finally understood the meaning behind the huge palace in Qinhai's digitized world. That palace had been constructed to imprison the real Qinhai. During the competition, the Qinhai here was actually a fake Qinhai. The body belonged to Qinhai, but the consciousness had been swapped long ago. As for in a digital battle, the real Qinhai would definitely appear. Hence, Qinhai did not dare to engage in any digital battles. However, in the final moments, he had been forced to engage in it once and had almost been exposed by Chen Feng on the spot. This was also the reason he had ignored everything else and ended the digitized world's activation. That was because, if they had stayed there for 1 extra second, everyone worldwide would have been able to see it. They would have been able to see the real Qinhai that was imprisoned by 7 pillars in that palace. Hence, after escaping, Chen Feng had produced the TheStrongestGene reagent. For that single instant of purification, he was not aware of how powerful his reagent's purification was. However, he had witnessed Qinhai's perseverance. That guy, even under such circumstances, was still able to struggle and resist. That terrifying willpower had caused even Chen Feng to be moved. Qinhai, next, it's your turn. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as lightning. At this moment, in the Qin family, when the power of the mutated TheStrongestGene reagent blossomed, that purification energy appeared on Qinhai's body. At this moment, all the black pillars instantly lost their effect. Old Man Qin's expression changed. Not good. Bang! An explosion of light. On the magnetic energy board, Qinhai erupted. Bang! The Qinhai that had long prepared himself punched toward the joining point of all 7 pillars, destroying the terrifying energy cycle there. This was the weak point of the pillars. Qinhai had been aiming for this spot for a long time. Bang! The terrifying black aura started bubbling. Ka! All the black pillars crumbled. Qinhai, Old Man Qin was furious. These pillars were something given to them by that person. You are merely a crippled person now. Even if your consciousness returns to your body is still crippled. If you stay in the Qin family and work for us, I will forge a new body for you. I will give you a new future. You should be aware that I am truly capable of that. As long as you become the champion, Old Man Qin enticed him. I will make you stronger, becoming the strongest person in Qin family. I swear with my ability that I will comply with my promise. You should know that I will not be able to go against this swear. Old Qin, everyone gasped. Old Man Qin was truly going all out. Since he had sworn with his ability, he would have to abide to it. This was common knowledge. No, the rest were alarmed. God, they had used such methods on Qinhai. The moment Qinhai returned, I don't want this either. Old Man Qin felt somewhat guilty. However, he truly had no other options. Presently, they could only do this to tempt Qinhai to stick with them. For the Qin family, however, on the magnetic energy board, the only answer they received was Qinhai's wild laughter. Ha 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 ha! Do you think that I will still listen to you? A sword of consciousness appeared in Qinhai's hand. Bang! Dark light flickered in Old Man Qin's hand. Qinhai, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Secure first place and the Qin family will appoint you as the head. After my death, this will be your world. If you still insist on acting recklessly, I will definitely end you. Qinhai laughed heartily. Ha ha! Bang! The sword of consciousness in his hand started radiating. Bang! Qinhai's body soared and slashed toward the other magnetic energy board beside him with his cousin on it. You dare! Old Man Qin raged as the black light in his hand shot forth toward Qinhai. Bang! A terrifying radiance bloomed. Qinhai's half-crouched figure, the sword ray that was descending from his hand, the incoming black light, everything there seemed to erupt at this single instant. Bang! Bang! Vaguely, Old Man Qin seemed to hear Qinhai's firm voice. I, Qinhai, shall never be enslaved. Bang! Everything was submerged by the explosion. The substitute died. The magnetic board was destroyed. More than half of the Qin family was reduced to ruins. It's over. Old Man Qin looked at the departing consciousness of Qinhai and closed his eyes painfully. In the end, what sort of freak had their Qin family trained? 166 Chapter 66. The weight behind that. Chapter 66. The weight behind that translator. Lemostin editor. Tenish currently in the match. Qinhai was struggling painfully. Vaguely, a smiling expression could be seen on his face. He appeared like he was in pain, yet he was smiling at the same time. Suddenly, he felt that his body was no longer under his control as a gust of faint aura started dispersing from his body. He was somewhat alarmed. What happened? You are back? Chen Feng asked knowingly. Then, it's time, Shua, Chen Feng pointed. Digitized world, activate. Once again, the digitized world descended. Chen Feng had a decisive gaze, while opposite him, Qinhai's expression became even more twisted. His whole body was engulfed by a black aura as a terrifying armor wrapped around his body. Chen Feng, you are courting death, Qinhai roared. He had lost his contact with the Qin family. He had also lost contact with his own body. Moreover, he could feel that he was gradually losing control of this body. He knew that something had happened in the Qin family. He had to kill Chen Feng as fast as possible and leave here to return to the Qin family. Qinhai was very sure of this. Kill, he bellowed. Qinhai erupted instantly. Bang, shadow attack. In his current condition, Qinhai was akin to a war god. Especially when he was raging, he was nearly undefeated. Hence, Chen Feng was simply not his match. However, Chen Feng merely smiled. Shoo, a flash of red light. Chen Feng pointed toward the palace behind Qinhai. Pooh, pooh. The huge palace in the digitized world was pierced through. Bang! The palace collapsed. Bang! The huge palace collapsed, turning into a ruin. You think that you will have a chance of winning just because you destroyed the palace? You are gravely mistaken. Before it completely crumbles, I will definitely kill you. Qinhai was filled with killing intent. This time around, he was well prepared. He condensed all the power his body could muster. Although he was gradually losing control of the body, he was confident that he would be able to deal with Chen Feng before it happened. Killing you. The competition will end. Killing you. Everything will remain. Bang. A flash of black light with an unblockable force. Come. Chen Feng's eyes were as sharp as lightning. Shoo. Red light flashed. Once again, Xiao Ying flashed forth with a sharp gleam. That dazzling red string and the huge black radiance were about to collide. Everyone held their breath. However, just as the Qinhai that was enveloped by black aura reached Chen Feng, just as the two of them were going to face off for one last time, a bright silhouette descended from the skies, radiating with a dazzling light. Bang! That dazzling silhouette descended from the skies. Pooh! In the silhouette's hand, a sharp energy sword blossomed and resolutely stabbed down. Who is this? Qinhai felt something was amiss. Scram! Bang! A terrifying black aura erupted and charged upward. However, outside of everyone's expectations, the black aura that seemed undefeated became so fragile before that shiny silhouette. That sharp energy sword seemed to be capable of cutting through everything and could not be blocked at all. Qinhai laughed malevolently. This is your trump card? Hee hee. Feigning a final face-off with me before summoning an energy sword to sneak attack me from above? You truly believe such a childish attacking method will work? Come, let me show you my true strength. Bang. Once again, the black aura bubbled. A gust of terrifying power erupted from Qinhai's body. With his body as the point of origin, a huge black undulation spread around him. It appeared so scary it caused one's heart to palpitate. At this time, Chen Feng maintained his firm gaze. Shoo! Red light flashed. The super-fast red light streaked forth in a straight line. In the sky, that dazzling silhouette finally landed as well. Shoo! The energy sword transformed into a golden ray. Currently, in the dark digitized world, only an eye-grabbing red flash that was parallel to the ground and a perfectly straight golden ray that was descending from above could be seen. One horizontal and one vertical, one red and one gold, pierced through the black shining globe that Qinhai had transformed into. Bang! The three of them finally colluded. Time seemed to pause at this moment. That red flash and gold flash were so incredibly resplendent. Suddenly, bang! A loud sound. The earth crumbled. The dense energy filling the digitized word exploded. A dazzling radiance. It's starting. Everyone's hearts trembled. They knew that the final confrontation was going to end soon. The survivor from this would be the final champion. At this time, when that dazzling radiance faded, who won? Everyone looked over and was collectively stunned. Qinhai was lying on the ground. His chest was pierced through by an energy sword. That shining silhouette was pressing the energy sword down, impaling Qinhai on the ground in front of Chen Feng. Huss! Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Dying like this, it's you. Qinhai stared at the silhouette in front of him with an unbelievable expression. The silhouette laughed. Goodbye. Pooh. The energy sword was fully inserted into him. Qinhai, dead. Bang. The whole world went into an uproar. Everyone in the virtual livestream rooms was alarmed. They had all believed that the silhouette was one of Chen Feng's digital battle skills, something similar to Qinhai's soldiers. However, no one had expected that it could actually talk. A third party? Shit. There was a third party in this digitized world? This was a spectacular final battle. Everyone was attentively watching it lest they miss out on any details. However, it had never crossed their mind that a third party would appear. This was the digitized world. What on earth is that thing? Everyone's hearts jolted furiously. And it was also at this moment that, as Qinhai died, the radiance surrounding the silhouette faded. The third party's true appearance was exposed. With this, the over 100 million viewers in the virtual livestream rooms were almost scared shitless. That was because the person that had appeared was Qinhai as well. The fuck? Everyone was stunned. What the fuck was going on? Everyone was stupefied. At this time, as Chen Hai died, the black aura that was no longer under any control started spreading everywhere. However, under Chen Hai's suppression, the black aura could only struggle pitifully. This black aura was an existence surpassing someone at their current level. However, this was Chen Hai's world. When the real Chen Hai appeared, when his consciousness descended, everything was over. Death of his real body, death of his consciousness. The person that had taken over Chen Hai's body had truly died. Chen Feng looked at Chen Hai. A dazzling smile appeared on Chen Hai's face. That bright and warm genius that always gave off an incomparable cozy feeling to others, that omnipotent genius had returned. Thanks, Chen Feng. Chen Feng merely smiled. I owe you my life, Chen Hai said with a smile. In the future, I will return the favor. Bang! The digitized world collapsed. In the forest, Chen Hai returned to his body. The energy sword condensed in his hand and was directly stabbed into his own chest. Since he was aware of the thing that was in his body, he would absolutely not allow that thing to control him anymore. Let's end this ridiculous farce. End this, everything given by the Qin family. Puh! Dazzling light swirled around him. A bizarre radiance flickered on Chen Hai's body. His formidable consciousness started clashing against the black aura. Such powerful willpower. Admiration appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng, help me, Chen Hai muttered. Both Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as lightning as his finger landed on Chen Hai's forehead. Goodbye, bang. The terrifying black, and while radiance shattered, Chen Hai, dead, shua. The simulated environment disappeared. This long battle had finally ended with Chen Feng's victory. Shua. The match ended. They returned to the real world. Chen Feng tossed the virtual equipment on him away and charged to the Chen Hai that was not far from him. Pa. Chen Hai's body slumped down powerlessly. Chen Hai. Chen Feng helped him up. After a short while, Chen Hai opened his eyes. Although his face was frighteningly pale, a familiar smile appeared on his face. It was Chen Hai. He was alive. Cough. Weakly, Chen Hai looked at the Chen Feng that had him in his embrace and mustered his remaining strength to say, I'm not interested in males. Fuck. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Only after he handed Chen Hai over to the medics did he exhale in relief. It was finally over. Chen Hai had used his powerful willpower to put an end to it, erasing that thing that had caused everything and reinstating his control on his own body, ending this farce. However, his future, Chen Feng, looked at Chen Hai. Currently, despite being weak, the smile on Chen Hai's face was unprecedentedly serene, despite the fact that he had experienced all this. Why am I worrying for him? Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. With this guy's willpower, Chen Feng doubted that anything could restrict his future. He should instead be worried for himself. Although he had won the competition, his foundation was still too weak. He couldn't really put all his hope on luck aura every single time he was engaged in a battle, right? I won't be surpassed by you. Chen Feng had a resolute gaze. However, Chen Feng was unaware that the whole internet was in mayhem. What joke was this? What on earth was that thing that had appeared toward the end? Especially the scene where Chen Feng summoned a Chen Hai to kill the other Chen Hai. This confused countless amounts of people. What did I see? What's going on? Is this a new digital battling method? There were also some that had realized that something was wrong. Did any one of you realize that the Chen Hai that appeared toward the end, the smile on his face, that was our real Chen Hai? Yeah. The reason I did not support Chen Hai in this match is precisely because of that cold feeling he was giving off. Not only this, the guy that died had yelled, "It's you," before he died. Did anyone else notice that? If so, does this mean that the one who appeared in the end was the real Chen Hai? Requesting an explanation, requesting the truth, the chat was spammed furiously. No matter what, they had never imagined that the final match of the Gene Rookie competition would end in such a manner. Chen Feng summoning a shining Chen Hai to kill the dark Chen Hai. Too shocking. 167 Chapter 167, Glory of the Champion. Chapter 167, Glory of the Champion. Translator, Limostan Editor. Tenish. The match had ended. Chen Feng and Chen Hai's final confrontation had stirred the whole internet, and everyone was talking about it. This was especially true for the final scene where Chen Feng had summoned the shining Chen Hai. It shocked everyone. They knew that something had to have happened. At this time, not only them, even Gao Yunfeng and the other employees had stupefied expressions. Shining Chen Hai? Dark Chen Hai? What the fuck was going on? Ding! A crisp notification resounded. The technician was suddenly startled awake. Abnormal data found. Shua! The screen flickered. Shortly after, the technician extracted the data. Immediately, they inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Their sealed competition data had actually been cut off and replaced with similar data. The technician started investigating this. The thing that had intercepted their report and replaced their data was actually a dark aura. How is this possible? The technician blanked. Energy. This. It was those damnable special abilities again. The technician gnashed his teeth. When it came to technology, they were already the best. However, in this world, there still existed genetic warriors possessing peculiar abilities. This was a clash of technology and ability. If it wasn't for the real Chen Hai appearing in the end, they would probably have failed to detect anything wrong even now. Body replacement? Gao Yunfeng and the rest immediately understood what had happened. Cheated. Someone had actually dared to cheat right in front of them, and they had almost succeeded on top of that. From a certain perspective, this could be considered as substituting the participant. What a good Qin family, Gao Yunfeng sneered. He had a rough idea of what had happened. Hu Liang contemplated. Interesting. The Qin family. How had they obtained the ability to pull this off? Why had they chosen this path? They would have rather destroyed Chen Hai in order to get first place. Unless, Hu Liang's lips curled up, forming a smile. Seems like things are getting interesting. Contact Chen Hai. Get him to explain this, Gao Yunfeng said in a low voice. All right. Everyone nodded. When something like this happened, Chen Hai would be the most suitable person to provide an explanation. Soon, Chen Hai, who had somewhat recovered, started talking to the media. Under the circumstances where he was unable to defeat Chen Feng, the Chen family had imprisoned his consciousness and used his cousin as a replacement for him and tried to kill Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng had found out the truth during the match and rescued him before the both of them joined hands to spoil the Chen family's plan. Bang! The moment this news was released, the whole world was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. This was the truth. No wonder Chen Hai kept giving off an odd feeling. I knew it. Our Chen Hai is definitely not such a person. The Qin family is courting death. Just wait for Gene Production Association's punishment. So that's what happened. A like for Chen Feng. Chen Hai's fans came out to express their support. It was also at this moment that a lot of people realized something. Wait, doesn't this mean that Chen Feng not only defeated Chen Hai, he also defeated the fake Dark Chen Hai and had even rescued Chen Hai? As everyone thought of this, they were immediately shocked. Wasn't this the truth? Would the normal Chen Hai have been Chen Feng's match? Nope. If he was truly capable of defeating Chen Feng, the Qin family would not have taken over his body. The Dark Chen Hai had broken through into D-class and cheated in every way possible, yet he had still failed to defeat Chen Feng. If his accomplishment was only to this extent, it would be fine. But for Chen Feng to see through everything and rescue Chen Hai on top of that, everyone was shocked. It was at this moment that they truly realized how terrifying Chen Feng was. How powerful the champion of this year's Gene Rookie competition was? At this time, the contents that were only broadcasted at the competition channel earlier had, at the end of the competition, spread to all the medias, every screen in existence in this world, every single place one could watch this. The end of the Gene Rookie competition and the birth of the champion, the captivating final confrontation, Chen Feng and Chen Hai joining hands, one after another, all of this exploded the internet. It was everywhere. Light swirled. In the competition's broadcast channel, as the competition ended, the replay started playing. Only Chen Feng was highlighted in the replays. This was the honor belonged to Chen Feng alone, to the champion. At this moment, the masses were reminded of the fact that, despite all the huddles during the competition with Chen Feng on the brink of elimination several times in incredibly precarious positions, from the start till the end, he had maintained his spot at the forefront among the participants. Second round, Chen Feng's Akorhino gene, unbreakable defense. Third round, Chen Feng bathing in the holy radiance, rescuing the whole kingdom. Fourth round, Chen Feng insta, killing all opposition, undefeated by anyone. Fifth round, captivating everyone present. First place. He had obtained first place in all these. Everyone was shocked. Those who had initially wanted to question Chen Feng's result had all decided to shut their mouth. Accumulation? Strength? Which of these aspects was Chen Feng weak in? The scenes on the screen changed. Chen Feng against Lin Ke, surprise attack like a wild beast. Chen Feng against Zhao Tian, his terrifying accumulation was displayed for the first time, crushing his opposition. Chen Feng against Bei Ta, countering his opponent's trick. That mesmerizing grab of his remained a mystery even now, as none was aware of how Chen Feng had discovered the concealed Bei Ta. Chen Feng against Yun Xiaoduo, that volcanic eruption, that incredibly powerful environmental manipulation. Chen Feng against Dark Chen Hai, the meteor-like red flash, and finally, saving Chen Hai, the scene where they both joined hands became a legend. So strong. As the masses watched the scenes being played, only shock could be felt in their hearts. This was Chen Feng. This was the strongest producer of this year's competition. The worst since time immemorial? What a joke. The scenes kept changing. Finally, all the flickering scenes combined together to form a huge trophy with Chen Feng carved on it. Champion, everyone's hearts trembled. It was because everyone had, at this moment, recalled another thing. Different from the other participants, Chen Feng was merely 18 years old. He was only a high school graduate. Moreover, he failed his final examinations. They knew that all the other participants would be forever living beneath Chen Feng's limelight. 18 years old. First place at the Gene Rookie competition. Going forward, as long as he was able to develop himself smoothly, he would definitely become a legendary figure. At this moment, in all parts of the world, everyone was looking at that huge trophy. This moment was a glory belonging to Chen Feng. Sea Breeze University. The ex-classmates of Chen Feng's, the fellow students that had started looking down on Chen Feng after they'd managed to enter a seated university, were collectively stunned. Never once had they imagined that Chen Feng would reach such a height. Yi, that guy seems like your ex-classmate? Oh, they blushed. Ex-classmate? True, an ex-classmate they had looked down upon. Chen Feng, Su Jin, was staring at that huge silhouette shown on screen. For the first time, she felt that her existence was so very tiny. For the first time, she found that Chen Feng had reached a height that she would not be able to compare to for her whole life. Gold City. The moment Chen Feng grabbed the final victory, everyone in Gold City went into a frenzy. First place. It had landed on their Gold City. Genetic Union's branch, Gene Production Association's branch, even those branch presidents had never imagined that Chen Feng was such a freak. Everyone felt immensely proud. The whole city erupted into a frenzy of celebration. The name Chen Feng had become the symbol of Gold City's highest glory. In the neighborhood Chen Feng resided in, the property there, in a short few hours, increased in price from 5,000 yuan per several square meters to several 100,000 yuan per square meter. It was said that these properties were garbled up by those who were preparing an accommodation for their children during their schooling period. Nobody knew why these people gave up their residences in first-class cities and instead came to a place like Gold City. Chen Feng was trending throughout the whole world. All sorts of media started extending invitations for an interview. Toward all this, the Chen Feng that had just walked out the arena did not even have a chance to reject them before being surrounded. Excuse me, may I ask, how is your esteemed self feeling at this moment? Excuse me. All sorts of questions were bombarded upon him in a disorderly manner. As all this was live-streamed, Chen Feng felt like he wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Hence, he directly chose some random questions that he knew how to answer. For example, excuse me, how did your esteemed self reach your current height? Chen Feng answered, if one wants to be a true producer, one must continuously set goals for oneself. If one is unable to achieve a huge goal, one can first set a smaller goal, for example, mastering 1,000 formulas. The media was dumbstruck. 1,000 formulas? Are you fucking kidding me? Excuse me, how is your esteemed self feeling toward this first place you obtained? Chen Feng answered, in truth, what I regret the most is joining this gene rookie competition. I never expected so many troubles would arise in it. 1. The media was in despair. Brother, can you answer properly? We are all proper medias here. At this time, due to the fact that all this was broadcasted live, everyone who saw this burst out in laughter. A small goal of 1,000 formulas, the regretful Chen Feng, etc. All sorts of meme flooded the internet. Only when Xuanhuan walked over with the others did this ridiculousness end. After the media left, Chen Feng felt incomparably carefree and comfortable with his thoughts feeling incredibly clear. He had wanted to show off in such a pretentious manner for way too long. Unexpectedly, he was able to achieve this goal here. You kid, you can't help yourself but to spout nonsense. Xuanhuan reprimanded him with a smile on his face. Chen Feng merely replied with a hee-hee. Nonsense? That was not for sure. From Earth, where he came from, sayings like XXX not knowing his wife's beauty, XXX regret in establishing Ali, small goals, etc. All these were wise sayings of successful public figures. 1. Alright, stop messing around. Xuanhuan brought Chen Feng back to the hotel. Only now did the smile on his face vanish as he said to Chen Feng with a solemn expression, the people above have acted. Now? Chen Feng's heart trembled. He knew that the Qin family was definitely finished. However, he had not expected the genetic union to be so efficient. How much time had passed? No. Zhang grudge-filled gaze landed toward a certain direction in Sea City. That was the Qin family's location. I'm afraid it's already over now. Footnotes. 1. All these were references to the words once uttered by some successful public figures in China which were viewed as a pretentious way of showing off by the public. Their names were censored here, hence the XXX. XXXX not knowing his wife's beauty refers to a guy whose wife was known for her beauty and was a goddess in many men's hearts, yet he claimed that he was unaware that his wife was beautiful. XXX regret in establishing Ali refers to the founder of Alibaba, one of the largest e-commerce companies in China, who once expressed his regret for founding the company despite the fact that his very success was built upon the founding of that company. 168 Chapter 68 New Authority Chapter 68 New Authority Translator Limostan and Editor Tenish. By the next day, the whole Qin family had already been flattened. Based on what was being reported by the media, due to the large amount of illegal activities they had done, the Qin family had refused to cooperate with the investigators and had even taken the initiative to attack the law enforcers, ultimately leading to a huge battle at their residence. Toward this, no one sympathized with them. What the Qin family had done had angered even the heavens. What kind of people would do such things to their own grandchild? They could just picture the characters these people in the Qin family were. Hence, the Qin family's news was quickly forgotten. No one was interested in them. The topic that was still trending among all the media reports was Chen Feng. What had happened yesterday was merely the beginning. On all the media outlets, on every sort of screen available to humanity, The replay of Chen Feng's magnificent performance during the competition was just getting started. The captivating matches were included in these replays as well. This did not apply only to Chen Feng. All the top 10 participants were highlighted by the media outlets as well. However, regardless of the top 3, top 10, or top 100, Chen Feng was the one that would be replayed the highest number of times. Most of the recordings were showing some minute action of Chen Feng's. Those tiny details that were impossible to notice in the midst of the competition were replayed together with commentary, enlightening countless people on what had happened. Numerous people started rewatching the competition. As for the top 10 participants, all these scenes were something they were seeing for the first time, somewhere in Sea City. Lin K was watching the replay on the screen. He was the person with the most intense hatred toward Chen Feng. The fact that Chen Feng had obtained several victories against him through tricks further added to his hatred. This caused him to be incomparably dissatisfied. Now though, all his hatred had evaporated into nothingness. Sigh. Lin K sighed. After watching the final match of Chen Feng's, he had no choice but to acknowledge that even if he were to display his utmost strength, he would still fail to defeat Chen Feng. This guy was simply a freak. Chen Feng was truly worthy of the first place he had won. Chen Feng, Lin K, was filled with fighting spirit. In the future, I will definitely surpass you. In a certain shopping mall, Huang He was watching the replay shown on the screen, and he ultimately shook his head. Too strong. This is the real strongest producer, Huang He lamented. Beside him, his wife nodded in agreement. On her delicate face was a smile. However, her gentle gaze remained on Huang He, never moving away. In an ice cream shop, a little donkey was salivating as it stared at the ice cream in front. Yun Xiaoduo was glaring at it fiercely. The little donkey had a pitiful expression. Yun Xiaoduo glared at the donkey for a long time before finally waving her hand and pouting as she said, Fine, fine, I will let you eat. I can't blame you. Even that pretty boy Qin Hai was screwed. Oh, there's also Chen Feng, that beast. Yun Xiaoduo clenched her tiny fist and aggressively said, Chen Feng, don't let me encounter you in the future. As the people around her heard that, they started sweating profusely. One had to know that although Yun Xiaoduo was the one participating in the gene rookie competition, the little donkey was the actual one in charge of gene production. In person, though, Yun Xiaoduo was actually a genetic warrior, an extremely powerful genetic warrior at that. If genetic abilities were not restricted by the gene rookie competition, as they thought of this, they observed 3 seconds of silence for Chen Feng. In a certain hotel, Bei Ta was looking at the screen. He saw the scene where, a short moment after Chen Feng shut his eyes, he performed a feat worthy of legends, just like what had happened when he'd found the hidden Bei Ta. This scene was simply worthy of being a classic. What gene reagent is this? Bei Ta exclaimed in admiration. He was very sure that Chen Feng had certainly used some gene reagent. Chen Feng's accumulation was simply much more terrifying than what everyone had imagined. In the learning forum, all sorts of threads appeared. Threads guessing Chen Feng's genetic ability, threads guessing the various peculiar methods Chen Feng used during the competition, threads guessing the actual amount of formulas Chen Feng knew, all sorts of threads. For every single unexplainable action of Chen Feng's, countless theories were crafted by these people. Chen Feng's name was truly resounding through every nook and corner of the world. As for a vast majority of his feats, they remained a mystery. At this time, in the hotel, Chen Feng had a what the fuck expression. This was because earlier someone had come over looking for him to be a brand spokesperson. Initially, Chen Feng was extremely excited with the prospect. That lasted until Chen Feng found out that his visitor was representing a tampon brand. Why the fuck were they looking for him for this product? XX tampon, a tampon as perfect as the genes I produced. What messed up slogan was this? Scram. Chen Feng nearly beat those visitors out of his room. At this time, ding, his door opened automatically. Zhang Wei walked in, feeling curious as he saw Chen Feng. What angered you? Nothing. Chen Feng felt helpless. Zhang Wei suddenly recalled something. Oh, right, there's several brands here looking for you to be a spokesperson. I'm not doing it, Chen Feng rejected without any hesitation. Zhang Wei looked at him with a strange expression. If you don't want to do it, fine. Why are you reacting so strongly? Chen Feng coughed. Fine, you don't lack money anyway, Zhang Wei muttered. There are a number of examples where some celebrity producers got drawn into troublesome lawsuits after becoming a spokesperson. It's a correct decision for you to not accept the offers. You are still not quite strong at the moment. There's no need to get tangled into such scandals. However, there is one specific matter that you need to prepare yourself for. Chen Feng raised his head. Your reward, Zhang Wei said with a smile. Shua, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. It was here. The reward for the competition champion, the chance to join the Gene Production Association's headquarters. This was what he had been waiting for. That night, Chen Feng and Zhang Wei arrived at the Sea City's branch punctually. Here, Chen Feng saw the person from the headquarters for the first time. He was a frail-looking old man with wise-looking eyes. Welcome to the Gene Production Association. The old man took the initiative to shake Chen Feng's hands, giving him a firm handshake. I am Ho Liang. Hello, Chen Feng said. Sit, Ho Liang said with a smile. I was supposed to go to headquarters to handle the procedures for you. However, since our current circumstances are quite special, I will simplify everything. I hope you don't mind that. Chen Feng shook his head. Don't worry about that. Ho Liang smiled. Let me pass you the reward first then. Shua. He passed over a wooden case to Chen Feng. Chen Feng opened it. Within was an exquisite and delicate-looking badge. This was the badge of the Gene Production Association's headquarters, a symbol envied by countless people. Ho Liang saw that Chen Feng was planning to keep it and reminded him, scan it first. Chen Feng scanned it with his wristband. Ding, identity binding, confirmation complete. Dear respected producer, hello, your current benefits, able to purchase F and E class formulas at a low price. Able to obtain purification type formulas for free. You can obtain D class formulas by completing missions. Currently, you do not have any access to higher level formulas. Low price, free. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. There was actually such a benefit to becoming a member of the Gene Production Association's headquarters. For a producer like him who only needed to learn a formula once and didn't need to master it, it was entirely possible for him to know all available F-class formulas. What a great profit. Chen Feng was agitated. This alone made his participation in this competition worth it. Apart from this, there were also those free formulas. There were quite a number of free formulas among F and E-class formulas. Why had the Gene Production Association made these formulas free, though? There had to be a reason for this. 169, Chapter 69, Chapter 69, Purifier. Chapter 69, Purifier. Translator, Lemostan editor, Tenesh, can I ask about the free formulas? Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as lighting. I knew you would want to ask about that. Ho Liang laughed involuntarily and muttered to himself before the smile on his face vanished. I wonder if you noticed the black aura that appeared on Qinhai's body? Chen Feng's heart sank, naturally. The black aura was extremely terrifying and was very powerful, as it could be used to attack and defend. It could also enter the digitized world, turn itself into fake genes, or even heal one's body. Seemingly an omnipotent existence. Ho Liang's expression became solemn. That black aura is what we call dark energy. Dark energy? Chen Feng's heart leaped. Ho Liang continued explaining slowly, unveiling the mysteries of this world to Chen Feng. This was an extremely large world. Although countless peculiar genes existed, in a situation where the ecology was in its complete form, the power of all these genes would be able to form a balanced cycle of energy, guaranteeing the continuation of this world. However, a peculiar energy had appeared, and the reason for its birth was unknown. It was capable of devouring all kinds of energy, dealing lasting damage to the balance of this world and causing terrifying consequences one could not even begin to imagine. It disregarded the regulations of this world. If it were to be allowed to grow, the amount of energy that was devoured by it would increase until the point where the whole world was destroyed. This energy was the so-called dark energy. In order to destroy this dark energy, the Genetic Union had secretly established a supervising department that would be in charge of monitoring and destroying the dark energy, defending the balance of this world. Throughout the years, the conflicts between the supervisors and the dark energy had never ended. Despite the dark energy's continuous appearance, the amount of supervisors increased without stop as well. They had been able to suppress the dark energy while hiding their existence from the masses. However, outside of anyone's expectations, this year, a variable had appeared. Chen Feng's heart leaped. What variable? Hu Liang let off a long sigh. A portion of the dark energy that was initially only capable of operating through instinct had mutated and started possessing intelligence. It became capable of escaping and hiding. Against them, normal methods were simply ineffective. These mutated things were capable of devouring energy to increase their power, constantly increasing their strength. They had now become even more hidden and even more terrifying. They would devour everything, including the intelligence of others. What was astonishing was the fact that once one's intelligence was devoured, the person would transform into the same existence as the dark energy. Dark freak was the term coined by the Genetic Union for these newly evolved beings. Chen Feng, an easy-to-understand name. Oh, right, Hu Liang recalled. That cousin of Qinhai's is precisely one of those dark freaks. Hiss! Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. No wonder that guy had been so terrifying. So these were the dark freaks? Formed of dark energy, possessing the ability to transform their body into a physical form, and also capable of transforming their body into an energy form, they were incredibly powerful. If one wanted to destroy a dark freak, only one method was available: purification, dragging them into the digitized world. Due to their structural makeup, they would directly enter the digitized world and lose their connection with the real world. This was also the time where these dark freaks could be killed. This was the only method capable of thoroughly killing a dark freak. So that's the case. Chen Feng finally understood. He had previously talked to Qinhai. Qinhai had clearly killed the body of his cousin. Logically, his cousin's consciousness should have died along with the body as well. However, his cousin was still so powerful in the digitized world. Now, though, it appeared that the cousin's body was simply part of the body formed by the dark energy. Wait, if it's digitized world, Chen Feng suddenly realized something. Then, it must be a producer? That's right. A bitter smile appeared on Ho Liang's face. A supervisor will be able to destroy normal dark energy. However, these intelligent dark freaks are something that only producers can destroy. This was the most headache-inducing problem for them. Only the digitized world was capable of truly eliminating these guys. Hence, this arduous mission could only be left in the hands of producers. However, a producer normally possessed nearly zero combat power. In actuality, destroying them is a very simple feat. Determine the intensity level of the energy in the dark freak before dragging it into the digitized world and destroying it. Simple as such. Holiang felt helpless as well. From their research, the Gene Production Association had created some gene reagents capable of destroying these dark freaks in the digitized world. However, a lot of producers did not even possess the most basic of self-defense methods. When facing these dark freaks, most producers would not even reach the point of using these gene reagents before getting themselves killed. They were simply too weak. Hence, the somewhat different nature of the Gene Rookie competition this year came into being. They hoped that, through this competition, those ordinary producers would be made aware of the importance of crisis awareness and the importance of self-defense abilities. From that, the producers would become even more powerful. In the coming few years, we will change gradually. As for the topics of purification gene reagents, crisis awareness, and digital battling methods, we are planning to make them part of compulsory education, transforming all the producers with whatever methods we can. This year, though, we can only pick the suitable producers from you all. Holiang gave Chen Feng a deep gaze. We need to choose a huge group of producers from currently existing producers to become the first generation of purifiers. Purifiers, Chen Feng's heart was solemn. From the name, he could guess what this entailed. Eradicating dark energy, purifying the world. What about those seniors, he suddenly asked. The Gene Rookie competition was an event that would only involve up to intermediate-level producers, with the rare occurrence of advanced-level producers. What about those higher-leveled producers? All producers meeting our requirements can become an eradicator, Holiang said with a deep voice. Look at this. Holiang displayed some data. Purifiers' requirements. 1. Possessing digitized world. 2. Possessing formidable on-the-spot production capabilities. On-the-spot production is necessary as part of the required materials would be the opponent's energy form body. 3. Possessing a certain level of self-defense capabilities. 4. Production level, guaranteed success of production in a single attempt for 5-star E-class formulas. 5. Firm willpower. Those meeting these requirements can become one of the purifiers. So that's the case. Chen Feng lightly nodded. However, how did this relate to his first place in this Gene Rookie competition? With so many purifiers in existence, regardless of how he looked at it, he wouldn't be of much help, right? Chen Feng felt doubtful. It's because of this. Holiang guessed Chen Feng's thoughts and sighed. 3 years ago, some warriors of the genetic warrior discovered a huge clump of black light at a certain location. It is very probable that an extremely terrifying dark freak was being nurtured in that black clump. Different from a normal dark freak, it was capable of devouring and growing without limit, possessing unlimited potential for growth. At first notice, we sent someone there. At this, a weird expression appeared on Holiang's face. However, those above D-class are incapable of getting near that place. Above D-class? Chen Feng blanked. Such an odd barrier existed. Yes. As long as one's attribute exceeds 1,000 points, one can't enter. Holiang nodded. Initially, we were curious as well. How could such a barrier exist? Subsequently, we found that this was the dark energy's doing. The dark freak was intentionally letting those producers with attributes lower than 1,000 in. Chen Feng's heart leaped. What? The dark freak was intentionally letting those producers with attributes lower than 1,000 in? Yes. Holiang had a solemn expression. All these producers were treated as energy supplies for the nurtured dark freak. Humans below D-class are the best food for it. Hiss. Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. 170, Chapter 70, Sudden Change. Chapter 70, Sudden Change. Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenish. Not only this. From what happened to the Qin family, we can conclude that they have already learned how to trade. Both these facts prove that the newly gained intelligence of theirs is growing rapidly. The moment their intelligence reaches our level, things will get truly dangerous. As for now, although this method is able to increase the strength of that nurtured dark freak, similarly, they are also restricted by the same rules they set. The dark freak in there will not become too strong either. Hence, this is a very good opportunity for us to storm that place and get rid of that dark freak. Holiang's eyes were sharp as lightning. Based on the current status of the nurtured dark freak, it will break out of its cocoon 1 month from now. At that moment, the thick cocoon around that dark freak will disappear. With that, the dark freak will lose its protection. That will be the best time for us to get rid of it as well. That is also our only chance. Holiang had a solemn expression. Wait. Chen Feng rubbed his skull, trying to smoothen his thoughts. He needed to cool his head. In other words, there's one particular dark freak that has been in incubation for 3 years. No one has any idea what it is, apart from the fact that it's an extremely terrifying existence. Perhaps it's a dark Neza 1 or something. Next, due to the restriction that only those below D-class can enter, I am required. Understood. For world peace. For love and justice. Since the world is in such a crisis, I must certainly charge to the forefront and save mankind. When required, I can even sacrifice his life. Is that right? Right my ass. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Who the fuck are they trying to fool? Trying to fool a child or something? Although it sounded grave from Ho Liang's words such as lasting damage to the world's balance, dark energy, devouring, etc. However, Chen Feng had a feeling that this guy was trying very hard to lure him in. Since a dark energy that could damage the world existed, then a different type of energy that could restore the world would perhaps exist, right? He refused to believe that, after so many years of history, the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association would be crippled by some dark energy. This was simply illogical. Moreover, if it was truly so grave, the Gene Production Association would have long reacted strongly against it. Would they still have advanced with their plans quietly like what they were doing presently? For the whole world to still be in order? Chen Feng looked outside. The Sea Cities branch appeared incredibly serene. All the producers were busy with their respective projects. One of them was even excitedly bragging about one of his proposals that was approved and had received research funds from the headquarters. There was also a certain fat branch president whose perverted gaze kept scanning the curves of the customer service representatives, appearing satisfied and carefree. Hence, if the world was truly ending, what on earth were these fellows doing? Sending research funds? Checking out girls? World crisis? What joke was this? Furthermore, even if the sky was about to collapse, there would be someone else to support it. A tiny producer like him, no matter what happened, it wasn't his place to do something about it, right? You couldn't lure someone in like this just because he was young. Chen Feng was expressionless. What if I reject? Cough, cough. Hu Liang and Zhang Wei beside him were waiting for his answer. When they heard this, they almost choked themselves to death. Everything had been proceeding smoothly, so why was he talking about rejection? Where's your sense of responsibility? Where's your sense of honor? That such a responsibility, it's undeniably yours. Ho Liang had a solemn expression. Therefore, this arduous task of saving the world shall, what if I reject it? Chen Feng continued his question. Fine. Ho Liang sighed. Such a thing, if it's not voluntary, we won't be able to achieve much anyway. We will have to start looking for a volunteer, starting from the top rankers in this competition until we find a suitable person. I knew it. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. He knew it. All of this, world crisis, the task of saving the world is undeniably his. All this was bullshit. This mission, in all honesty, was merely a mission to erase a crisis that might appear in the future. If Chen Feng refused to accept this mission, naturally, others would have the chance to accept it. How about the reward for this mission? Chen Feng said forthrightly. Can't you be a patriot for once? If it was Qin Hai, he would definitely not ask such a question, Ho Liang lamented. He missed Qin Hai already. If it was Qin Hai, he would definitely have accepted this mission without any conditions. For world peace, for mankind's future. Yeah. Chen Feng agreed. Hence, he ended up getting tricked by others into this dogshit present circumstance of his. Ho Liang, fuck. The children nowadays are truly hard to deceive. You are only a high school graduate. Fine, fine. Hu Liang showed him the mission details immediately. Ultimate Purification Mission Period. 1 month from now. Mission Venue. Extreme Iceland Mission Introduction. Purifying Dark Freak Mission Reward. Any D-Class Formula X1. Due to this being a special mission, the descriptions were extremely concise. However, the mission reward was made very clear. When Chen Feng saw it, his eyes shone. One of any D-Class formula. Chen Feng was agitated. How many formulas were there in the gene bank of the Gene Production Association? No one knew. A lot of the E-Class and F-Class formulas provided by the Gene Production Association for the competition were stunningly amazing formulas possessing extraordinary abilities that were extremely astonishing. As for D-Class, none were provided, not even 1-star D-Class. Why? That was because the value and quality of D-Class and above formulas greatly surpassed the formulas below this level. Hence, Chen Feng had never expected that a D-Class formula would be taken out as the reward for this mission. The most crucial point being that one could choose any D-Class formula one wished for. In that gene bank with a huge number of formulas, 5-star formulas with heaven-defying value, Chen Feng was tempted just thinking about that. Purification, Chen Feng started weighing the pros and cons of accepting this mission. Although Hu Liang had mentioned that this mission was extremely dangerous, if he were to prepare sufficiently improved gene reagents coupled with his luck value, he might have a chance. Moreover, without risk, where was the reward? If not for this incident, would the Gene Production Association allow one to select a formula as one wished? Let's do this. Chen Feng accepted the mission. Very good. Ho Liang felt relieved. This little monkey was too difficult to handle. I might have made this mission sound incredibly scary. However, it is truly an extremely dangerous mission. For once, Ho Liang was finally serious as he patted Chen Feng's shoulder and said, "Make your preparations properly. We shall meet in a month. Understood." Chen Feng nodded his head. Since he decided to accept this mission, he had to do his best. However, it was at this moment that the earth trembled suddenly. Chen Feng and Ho Liang immediately raised their head and looked toward the southeast direction. That was where the Qin family was located at. Something happened. Both their expressions changed greatly. The Qin family was very far away from this place. However, the energy explosion there could be felt even here. What had happened there? Ho Liang immediately contacted someone and soon an astonishing update was transmitted to him. When the employees had been finishing their job at Qin family, the place had suddenly exploded. The over 100 employees there were all dead, no survivors. A terrifying energy dispersed without stop from the Qin family. The genetic union had blockaded the ruins of the Qin family immediately and sent out the supervisors to purify the energy surrounding the Qin family. However, below the ruins of the Qin family, an unknown energy kept surfacing. There, a dark freak might have been hidden. Footnotes. 1. Neza is a protection deity in Chinese folk religion. Neza was born during the Shang dynasty in a military fortress at Chentong Pass. His father was a military commander named Li Jing, who later became the pagoda-wielding Heavenly King. Neza's mother, Lady Yin, gave birth to a ball of flesh after being pregnant with him for 3 years and 6 months. Li Jing thought that his wife had given birth to a demon and attacked the ball with his sword. The ball split open, and Neza jumped out as a boy instead of an infant. Neza could speak and walk immediately after birth. 171, Chapter 71, Top 10 Reassembled, Chapter 71, Top 10 Reassembled Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenesh. Something happened at the Qin family. It was announced to the public that the escaped criminals from the Qin family were rebelling and the genetic union was already after them. However, Chen Feng was clear on what had happened. Dark freak, a life form that was seemingly human yet not human and seemingly beast yet not beast. They initially believed that there's only one dark freak in the Qin family. Now, though, it seemed that the problems in the Qin family were much graver than they had imagined. Qin family, Chen Feng's eyes shone. Beneath the ruins of the Qin family, even if there was a dark freak there, it was something that had hidden itself there after being pursued. Hence, that thing there did not seem too strong. Perhaps it would be just nice for him as target practice? What are you thinking about? Ho Liang glared at Chen Feng ferociously. Do you think that a dark freak is so easy to deal with? That Qinhai's cousin had his physical body destroyed by Qinhai first before getting dragged into the digitized world, and he was only dealt with after the both of you joined hands? Do you truly believe that you alone are capable of defeating him? Cough cough, Chen Feng coughed. Moreover, Ho Liang looked at Chen Feng. The current you is too weak. At the very least, you must go to the headquarters and greatly increase your strength first before you can be considered a qualified eradicator. Great improvement? Chen Feng's heart jolted. There's something to be gained when I go to the headquarters? You don't know that? Ho Liang looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. This was supposed to be something everyone knew. Entering the headquarters and greatly improving one's strength. This was the real reward from the Gene Rookie competition. This was also the reason why even those children of the influential families would fight hard to obtain first place. How was it possible for this crafty fellow to not know about the advantages of entering the headquarters? Only later did Ho Liang recall that Chen Feng's origins were truly humble. An orphan without a background or a backer. Truly, Ho Liang was in a solemn mood. It has been a long time since he'd last seen a child like this. Humble background was an indication of the incredibly low amount of resources at his disposal. This was especially true for someone like Chen Feng. For him to reach such heights even with such a low amount of resources now that he had joined the Gene Production Association, this child's future would be limitless. The headquarters of the Gene Production Association is also known as the Holy Land of Producers. It is extremely difficult for one to become a producer of the headquarters. However, once one manages to enter, one will be greatly rewarded. A smiling expression appeared in Ho Liang's eyes. So that's the case. Chen Feng was enticed. The headquarters is quite far from here. It will be better for you to wait for a month and go there when we are about to depart for the mission, Ho Liang said faintly. Chen Feng understood. Anyway, he had a lot of things to deal with here as well. As for the Qin family, Ho Liang muttered for a bit before saying, we will directly send some supervisors and purifiers over to purify the Qin family's ruins as soon as possible. You should join them. Scratch that. All of you in the top 10 need to go. As a preparation for your coming mission, you must get yourself familiarized with all this and gain further understanding of the dark freaks. This opportunity is just nice for that. This will also serve as the final test for the rest of them to determine if they are qualified to be purifiers. Ho Liang had a bright expression. Chen Feng nodded. Understood. So, this is a practice, eh? Chen Feng's lips curled up, forming a smile. At the Qin family's ruins, an area with a circumference of 100 meters was blockaded. A faint radiance gleamed, separating the blockaded area from the outside world, akin to a border between two worlds. Outside was the real world, with bright sunshine, whereas the inside was the sinister and scary-looking Qin family's ruin, which was filled with a dark aura. It was akin to two worlds with different styles. At this moment, in front of the Qin family's ruin, everyone gradually arrived. After the competition, the top 10 were once again gathered. Outside of Chen Feng's expectations, Xuanhuan was the person replacing Zhao Tian here. Chen Feng, do you remember me? Xuanhuan was seething with hatred. So what if Chen Feng had won the first place? That did not change the sad fact that Xuanhuan was in 11th place. On his personal information window, this position would be forever displayed, the 11th place of this year's competition. not even part of the top 10. And the reason for that was Chen Feng's insta-kill that was achieved with a cheat-like method. He was very angry. This was because, even without this 1 point, Chen Feng would have easily been able to become the overall winner. It was merely the 4th round, so even if Chen Feng were to obtain 2nd place during that round, his overall placing wouldn't have been greatly affected. As for him, that 1 point was extremely important. The 1 point that was extremely important for him was taken away by Chen Feng. That 1 point that was insignificant for Chen Feng. This was the reason for Xuanhuan's anger. Without being in the top 10, he felt that he was as petty as dust. "Oh, it's you." Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. I heard about the incident where you launched a complaint against me. It was truly somewhat hot-headed of you. However, it's nothing major. Hence, I forgive you." Xuanhuan, really? Forgiving me? Who the fuck wanted your forgiveness? Chen Feng. Xuanhuan's anger soared to the skies, and he was about to continue speaking. "Be obedient." Chen Feng patted him. "A lot of people are looking for me. You should first queue up behind the line." What? Xuanhuan was stunned. As he turned around, it was indeed true. Everyone in the top 10 was looking at Chen Feng with complicated expressions. That was particularly true for a certain beautiful young lady filled with youthfulness. Chen Feng, Yun Xiaoduo gnashed her tiny teeth. Cough. Chen Feng waved to her. Let me tell you, although you are more powerful than my little donkey, I am personally a genetic warrior. If you do not apologize to me today, Yun Xiaoduo raised her tiny clenched fist as a threat. More powerful than little donkey, Chen Feng looked at the little donkey beside her and felt insulted. So, he had been competing against a donkey? Chen Feng raised his hand. "I have a question." "Say it." Yun Xiaoduo was feeling proud. Although her gene production skills were not as good as this guy's, she had the strongest combat power. For her to drill some obedience into these proud fellows was something she felt extremely satisfied of. "Since you have a donkey, why don't you ride it?" Chen Feng asked honestly. Yun Xiaoduo glared with her big eyes. "Donkey is my friend." Chen Feng muttered. "It's clearly a pet, having a good mount but refusing to ride on it. Are you waiting for it to ride you instead?" Chen Feng. Yun Xiaoduo was so furious her face turned red. Shoo! She took out a carrot from her bag and tossed it at Chen Feng. Xiaoduo. Lin Kei's expression changed greatly. What joke was this? Chen Feng was merely a producer with 0 combat power. Although he seemed so powerful in the competition, his prowess was on the premise of having an unlimited supply of materials and ample preparation time. Under normal circumstances, a gene producer had no combat power. Despite this being a casual toss by Yun Xiaoduo, her strength attribute and agility attributes were extremely terrifying. Hence, the carrot she'd casually tossed still erupted with a terrifying power. "Dodge it quickly," Yun Xiaoduo said anxiously. The moment she'd tossed the carrot out, she had regretted her actions. Since she had faced Chen Feng in the match before, she had subconsciously neglected Chen Feng's strength. Bang! With a terrifying power behind it, the carrot smashed toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng, the rest of them charged over to him. Instinctively, they wanted to save Chen Feng with some gene reagents. However, they couldn't act in time and could only watch on as the carrot with terrifying power behind it smashed at Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng slightly raised his hand. Bang! The carrot in front of him was instantly cut into pieces by his wind blade, turning into countless fragments that splattered around. Wind blade, Lin Fan, and the rest had dumbfounded expressions. Wait. Wasn't Chen Feng a producer? Why did he know a skill like wind blade? One had to know that Chen Feng's genetic ability was now the biggest mystery for those at the Learning Forum. Despite there being some who had exposed that it was Windblade, the rest refused to believe that. Ultimately, these exposures were buried beneath seas of threads that were guessing what Chen Feng's genetic ability was. Hence, presently, Chen Feng's genetic ability was still a hot topic at the Learning Forum. And now, it was really Windblade? Lin Fan and the rest remained dazed for a long time. That was because this signified that they had been defeated by a Chen Feng that essentially had one less useful genetic ability for gene production compared to them. Yun Xiaoduo was astonished. "Your ability is actually Windblade?" Chen Feng was even more shocked than her. "You were actually carrying carrots around?" In his memory, no girls would be carrying carrots around in their bag, especially not such a thick and solid huge carrot. Chen Feng. Yun Xiaoduo was furious. "That's little donkey's food. I bring it around since ice cream can't be kept for long." Oh. Chen Feng suddenly felt enlightened. No wonder it was so huge. What gaze was that? Yun Xiaoduo stared threateningly at Chen Feng. She swore Chen Feng was the most annoying male she had ever met, with nobody capable of contending against him. He doesn't mean anything bad. Qin Hai said beside her. "Go away, you pretty boy." Yun Xiaoduo stared at him ferociously. "You both are the same. Nothing good." Qin Hai, how did this relate to him? "Look at what you have done." Qin Hai looked at Chen Feng and helplessly said, "Can't you just yield to her on account that she's a girl? Why are you here?" Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. He had initially believed that Qin Hai would need to recuperate for a long time. "I don't have any time to rest," Qin Hai said indifferently. Chen Feng's mood became solemn. Was it due to his exhausted potential? After the competition, he had subsequently heard about what had happened to Qin Hai. Due to the forceful breakthrough, from there on, he might be stuck in D-class forever, unable to break through for his whole life. This signified that, regardless of how powerful he was now, he would be gradually surpassed by others. One had to know. Even among the purifiers there were different ranks among them. The higher-ranked purifiers would be in charge of higher-level missions. As for Chen Feng and the few of them who were new purifiers, they would only be in charge of some low-level missions. As for Chen Hai, he might be stuck at this level forever. How sorrowful was that? On Chen Hai's face, though, was still the same calm smile. This guy, Chen Feng sighed inwardly. Even when he was already in such a circumstance, he still wanted to come and fight it out? Can you not look at me this way? Chen Hai looked at Chen Feng, who had been watching him attentively, and meaningfully said, I told you, I'm not interested in males. Chen Feng, in this world, countless possibilities exist. Chen Hai had a confident expression. Even if my potential is exhausted, I believe that I will still be able to achieve something in this life of mine. Despite losing his potential, he had instead gained true freedom. The chains shackling him all these years were undone. His willpower had become more powerful as well. A smiling expression flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. Best of luck. The few of them chatted idly with each other and gradually got familiar with each other. At this time, the light barrier that was blocking the dark energy opened up noiselessly. Two people walked in. They were the supervisor and purifier in charge of today's mission. 172, Chapter 172, One Accident After Another, Chapter 172, One Accident After Another. Translator, Limostan Editor, Tennish Supervisor Peng Long, the somewhat plump middle-aged man stated indifferently. Everyone nodded slightly. Surprisingly, the purifier sent by C-City's Gene Production Association was an extremely beautiful woman with a hot body. Hello, I am Cheyenne. Her lips curled up, forming a smile that was extremely pleasant to look at. Oh, hello. Xuanhuan and the rest blanked. Peng Long's lips twitched, evidently used to such situations. Peng Long raised his hand. Let's begin. Hum. Two shining butterflies bloomed from his hand. The faint blue energy cleared all the energy in the Qin family's ruin that was giving off an uncomfortable feeling. This is Peng Long's ability. Oh, Xiaoyan smiled as she said, this ability is capable of purifying the dark energy, and it's very powerful. Wow, everyone was amazed. Such a genetic ability existed? Shua, Peng Long pointed at the air. At that instant, the fluttering butterflies went through a countless number of transformations. Countless silhouettes flew out from the two butterflies. Every single silhouette that flew out was flickering with a faint radiance. They fluttered in the air and, under Peng Long's control, charged forth toward the Qin family's ruin that was enveloped in darkness. Puh! Puh! One butterfly silhouette after another exploded. Shua! The dark energy in the surroundings was cleared in a split second. At the Qin family's ruin that was covered by darkness, a long tunnel appeared. This was the underground tunnel and also the place where the dark energy leaked out from. So powerful, everyone gasped. First step, to determine the dark energy value. Peng Long aimed his wristband at the Qin family's ruins. Ding ding, light flickered on his wristband screen before finally stopping at D class. Those who have installed the supervisor's chip can use their wristband to conduct a rough evaluation of the dark energy value, Peng Long said indifferently. D class means that the dark freak here is very powerful. At least a D-class supervisor and purifier need to join hands to deal with it. If we lack either, or our class is lower, only death awaits. Clear explanation. Everyone had a solemn mood. Peng Long opened up a path in front of them. Let's go. I don't have much combat power, so I will have to walk with you all. Oh, Xiaoyan said, smiling. No problem, Xuanhuan replied with a blushing face. I can protect you. Why, thank you then, little brother, Xiaoyan said, smiling. I can protect you as well, Lin Kei said with confidence. Yun Xiaoduo pouted. When she lowered her head to check out her own body, she felt powerless. A mature woman like Xiaoyan with incredibly good looks and a seductive figure was simply too attractive to these vigorous young men. This was especially true for producers that were shut-ins. Chen Feng and Chen Hai exchanged glances and remained silent. Shua. They walked into the tunnel in an orderly fashion. In the tunnel, only darkness could be seen. It lightened up. At Peng Long's side were two butterflies, one to each side of him with their wings stretched. Everywhere both these glowing butterflies passed, the dark energy would quietly disappear. Second step, clearing the dark energy as we move, Peng Long said coldly. No dark energy is allowed to be left behind, or else any single bit of dark energy that is left behind might bring you danger. Understood. Everyone nodded their heads. Then, next, they only needed to follow the trail of the dark energy and find the dark freak before putting an end to it. With this mission would be done with. This was meant to be an ordinary purification mission after all. Suddenly, an odd sound could be heard. Damn! Xuanhuan's expression changed greatly. Everyone looked over and found with horror that a pale hand had suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed him. A silhouette crawled out as everyone felt a chill on their backs. Scram! Xuanhuan was perspiring all over from shock. Shua! A dazzling radiance. The various gene reagents that he had prepared were tossed out all in one go. All sorts of defensive abilities wrapped around him, each shining with various colors. Go! Peng Long pointed midair. Peng, that silhouette's forehead was pierced through and it slumped down. This is a dark zombie. A corpse that will move by instinct after being polluted by dark energy. It does not pose much threat. You don't have to waste your gene reagents for this, Peng Long said indifferently. Little brother, are you all right? Xiaoyan asked, deeply concerned. Xuanhuan blushed as he waved his hands repeatedly. No problem. Let's go. Peng Long's lips twitched. Due to the presence of Xiaoyan here, he had a feeling that his words were simply being ignored. On the way, another dark zombie appeared and shocked Lin Ke to the point that he hastily tossed out all sorts of gene reagents. He even directly assembled his energy armor then and there. Despite there being someone there protecting them against these zombies that appeared directly from the ground and grabbed onto their ankles, they were shocked shitless. This was not a competition in the virtual world. Instead, this was the real world. I told you, there's no need for any fear, Peng Long said impatiently. They were already grown-ups. How ridiculous it was for them to be so flustered. Say less. Xiaoyan glared at him. A producer is different from you genetic warriors. Can't you understand our predicament? She gently said. Be careful. Xuanhuan and the rest felt somewhat ashamed. Fortunately, after several such incidents, everyone finally grew used to it. This was not a particularly long tunnel. Peng Long led everyone as they carefully proceeded forth. Finally, they found the location that the dark freak was located at. Hiss. A hiss from something that was hidden in the darkness. It's here. Everyone had a solemn mood. They could already feel that terrifying aura that originated from the end of the tunnel. Dark freak. A life form formed by dark energy, possessing inexhaustible power, Peng Long said coldly. To truly kill these things, one must drag them into the digitized world. Normally, a group of genetic warriors with purification-related abilities and gene producers would work together to deal with them. The genetic warrior shall be the one to act first. When its body is... Before Peng Long could finish, howl. The distant dark freak suddenly started raging. Shua, a terrifying killing intent bloomed. A boundless dark aura started bubbling in the depths of the tunnel. Damn it. Peng Long's expression changed slightly. Why is it suddenly raging, dark freak? If it was provoked to a certain degree, its strength would greatly increase. However, here Peng Long acted decisively. Little Yan understood. Xiaoyan's gene reagents were already ready in her hands. Bang! Peng Long's body started radiating with a dazzling light. Two butterflies interweaved in the air, generating countless amounts of butterfly silhouettes. Shua, shua! A huge amount of butterfly silhouettes charged toward the dark freak. Shiai, shiai! Terrifying sounds resounded without stop. The sounds generated when the butterfly silhouettes landed on the dark freak's body were similar to the sound generated when acid was used to corrode metal. That bizarre sound seemed capable of attracting reverence from the depths of one's heart. Bang! The dark freak's body collapsed instantly. Now, little Yan, Peng Long shouted. I'm here. Xiaoyan gulped down a bottle of gene reagent. Limpid light started radiating all over her body. This was the purification energy. Shua, digital battle, activate. The dark freak disappeared from its position. It had been dragged into the digitized world by Xiaoyan. She was borrowing the power of her gene reagent to battle the dark freak in the digitized world. This was the method in which a dark freak could be killed, similar to what Chen Feng and Qin Hai had done previously. The rest were not able to see what was happening in the digitized world, so they could only wait here. Lin Ke and the rest were somewhat anxious. Nothing bad will happen, right? It will be fine, Peng Long said indifferently. We have worked together a lot of times. Furthermore, before entering the digitized world, Chen Feng and Qin Hai pricked their ears to listen. Pooh! Xiaoyan suddenly started spouting blood. Little Yan, senior. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. It's fine. Xiaoyan's expression was pale, and she weakly said, That fellow is stronger than I expected. However, it has still been eliminated by me. We should leave here quickly. All right, Peng Long nodded. With the death of the dark freak, the mission was completed. Time spent, 3 hours. This was an extremely ordinary mission. Hence, since it was completed, it was best for them to depart quickly. Xiaoyan's injury was somewhat serious. They needed to get her treated as soon as possible. However, right at this moment, no one noticed that, on the ground, within a shattered gene reagent bottle, some bizarre energy was dispersing without stop and fluttering toward the dark energy in the air. Peng Long stood up. Let me do the final purification. With the dark freak's death, the remaining dark energy could now be purified easily. However, at this moment, bang! The dark energy at the end of the tunnel started bubbling suddenly. What's going on? Peng Long's expression changed greatly. This aura, bang, bang, dark energy bubbled. It fermented without stop. In the darkness, a terrifying aura appeared, accompanied by the sounds of lithe footsteps. Everyone looked over and immediately fell into a solemn mood. That was because a new dark freak had appeared. Howl. The dark freak howled. Scram. Under Peng Long's control, both butterflies charged toward the dark freak. Xiaoyan walked out weakly. I'm going to help him. Senior. Lin Ke and the rest felt ashamed. They were actually incapable of giving any help. This was a D-class dark freak. It was also much stronger than a normal D-class warrior. Apart from specific genetic power such as purification, they simply had no way of dealing with it. If they were to rashly charge forth, they would only mess things up for the two seniors. Not good. A faint red light flashed in Chen Feng's hand. He exchanged glance with Qin Hai. They were feeling something amiss. If their guess was correct, go and help. Chen Feng prepared to charge forth without hesitation. However, at the same time, howl. A dark freak blocked his path. Be careful. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. Shua, shua, one silhouette after another appeared. Hiss. Everyone looked over and immediately inhaled mouthfuls of cold breath. 1, 2, 3, approximately 5 dark freaks had surrounded them. 173, Chapter 173, The Culprit. Chapter 73, The Culprit Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. At the Qin family's ruins, the people from Genetic Union were guarding the outer layer around it. Distantly, at a certain location, 2 people were observing what was happening there through a screen. It's about time. How confident are you? 90%. That's sufficient. Our research result with the Qin family must not fall into the hands of those from Genetic Union and Gene Production Association. Understood. Right, the interns that they added at the last minute, they won't be able to do much. That's good then. The conversation by the two with gloomy voices gradually stopped. Everything was going as they'd planned. Currently, beneath the Qin family's ruins, in the pitch-black tunnel, Chen Feng and the group were surrounded by dark freaks. Terrifying power was leaking from each and every single one of these dark freaks. The power leaking from each of them had reached D-class. Things were getting troublesome. Everyone's expressions were unsightly. This was not a competition, nor was this a virtual world. They were simply unqualified to cross swords with these D-class freaks. What should they do? Everyone despaired. Don't panic, Qin Hai said with a deep voice. We only needs to last for several seconds and the 2 seniors will come over. Xuanhuan, aren't you the best in using defensive gene reagents? They are all used up. Xuanhuan felt like crying from regret. When the dark zombie appeared previously, he had wasted all his gene reagents. Lin Ke, Beita, it was the same for them. Huh, Qin Hai inhaled. Don't worry. Xiao Duo, Chen Feng, both of you should still have your gene reagents on you, right? We will be counting on you both then. Understood, Chen Feng replied with an overcast voice. Try to last for extra few seconds and we will be able to survive this. Qin Hai's steady voice managed to pacify the few of them that were panicking. Soon, they recovered their calm and started trying to help with their genetic abilities. Bang! Bang! Chen Feng and the rest activated the last remaining gene reagents they had. Defensive gene reagents. Attack gene reagents. Exhausting their power to support the activation of these gene reagents. Currently, the dark freak that appeared had been slain by Peng Long. However, it was undergoing rebirth beside him. A mere newborn dark freak dares to be so unbridled here. Peng Long looked at Xuanhuan. Little Yan. I'm afraid I can't activate my digitized world now, Xuanhuan replied weakly as she passed over a gene reagent to Peng Long. This dark freak is a newborn and is extremely weak. Break this bottle and you can directly stop its rebirth. All right. Peng Long took the gene reagent. Bang! Gene reagent activated. Countless dazzling blue particles flickered. However, astonishingly, those blue particles did not charge toward the dark freak. Instead, they charged toward him and started devouring the power in his body. What's going on? Peng Long's expression changed greatly. Buh! Next, an acute pain was felt on his chest. With an unbelievable expression, Peng Long turned around. A dazzling smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face. Goodbye. You, Peng Long slumped down powerlessly. How is this possible? Xuanhuan was a dark freak as well? Impossible. If she was truly a dark freak, how was it possible for her to have avoided the Gene Production Association's detection? Do you think there are so many dark freaks around? Xuanhuan whispered to his ears. Those things are the result of our research. Bang. Peng Long widened his eyes. His heart jolted violently and died the next instant. Currently, Chen Feng and the rest were still resisting the dark freaks. They had nearly exhausted all the gene reagents they prepared. These dark freaks were too powerful. It was simply impossible for them to block these freaks. Soon, they would probably all die here. Senior Xuanhuan. Chen Feng suddenly saw the distant Xuanhuan as he called for help. Save us, I'm coming. An anxious expression was shown on Xuanhuan's face. Shua, purification energy started flickering around her as the few dark freaks got out of the way in fear. Toward such purification energy they had an innate fear. Hang on, Brother Peng will be here soon. Xuanhuan reached their side and handed over several gene reagents. He sent me over to protect you all first. Come, take this gene reagent down first to increase the purification energy here. Many thanks, everyone said gratefully. Shua. As they opened the cover of the bottle, everyone was about to consume the gene reagents. A smiling expression appeared in Xuanhuan's eyes. It was at this instant that Qin Hai's eyes flashed and a gush of pure spiritual shockwave erupted from him and smashed toward Xuanhuan. Damn it, Xuanhuan's pupils constricted. Shua. She retreated backward hastily and dodged Qin Hai's attack. However, outside of her expectations, what welcomed her after she retreated was a succession of terrifying ice-cold wind blades. Pooh! Blood bloomed. Despite her high vigilance, she still lost an arm. Blood started spurting out of her severed arm. I failed to kill her? Chen Feng was somewhat regretful. He had initially believed that he would be able to instantly kill her. What a pity. What are you all doing? Xuanhuan and Lin Kei's expressions changed greatly. You have both become dark freaks? Chen Feng merely sneered. Idiot. Distantly, the terror on Xuanhuan's face waned as she looked at Chen Feng coldly. How did you find out? She looked at her bleeding shoulder and gulped down a bottle of gene reagent. With that, the bleeding stopped as the wound the size of a bowl started healing at a high speed. Only now did Xuanhuan and the rest notice that the problematic person was not Chen Feng or Qin Hai. Instead, it was Xuanhuan, the sexy female producer, the purifier assigned for this mission. I didn't like you from the first moment I saw you, Chen Feng said coldly. Although Peng Long was a person of few words, every time he said something he would be explaining to us the ways to eradicate the dark freaks. As for you, although you appeared to be concerned about everyone with your incessant comforting words, not a single word you uttered was of substance. Moreover, every time Peng Long reached a crucial point in his explanation, you would interrupt him. It would have been fine if it had only happened once. But when it repeated 2 and 3 times, there was definitely a problem somewhere. Of course, at that time, I was merely feeling suspicious. Dark freaks are obviously something with intelligence. However, the dark freaks here are all out of their minds, behaving like some mindless beasts. This is the second reason for my suspicion. Third, when you were obviously capable of easily defeating the dark freak in the digitized world, yet you end up pretending to be gravely injured, we became certain. There's some problem with you. Chen Feng's gaze was cold. Unfortunately, when he'd found out what had happened from Xiao Ying, Peng Long and Xiao Yan had already charged forth. Otherwise, he might have been able to rescue Peng Long. What a clever little brother, Xiao Yan smiled as she said. Unfortunately, I'm now a one-armed person. If not, I would definitely applaud you. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed. Who are you actually? This is something you don't need to know. Xiao Yan looked at him while beaming. You are all quick-witted indeed. Unfortunately, all of you still need to die here. This elder sister here is not interested in playing with a dead person. Oh hey, Shua. A flash of cold glint. Xiao Yan abruptly bent as a cold glint flashed past her and smashed onto the ground. Not far away, Yun Xiaoduo's silhouette appeared. Assassination failed. The smile on Xiao Yan's face vanished. Bad kids. She had never expected that Chen Feng was actually talking to her to drag the time out so that Yun Xiaoduo could mount a sneak attack. These few fellows were indeed not as simple as they appeared to be. I refuse to believe that you all can leave this place alive. Xiao Yan's body retreated with a flying speed. Shua, the purification energy faded. Instantly, the few dark freaks surrounded Chen Feng's group. Moreover, the dark freak that was killed by Peng Long earlier had come over as well. 6 of them. Have fun. Xiao Yan smiled coldly as her silhouette vanished. Her mission this time was to retrieve the information left at the Qin family. These interns here that were about to die were not worth her time. Howl. Currently, a terrifying aura started bubbling around the body of the 6 dark freaks. Chen Feng's group was in a grave danger. We're finished. Xuanhuan and the rest were ashen-faced. Without their gene reagents, they were simply without combat power. Spiritual shockwave? It was simply ineffective against these fellows. Drag them into the digitized world, Xuanhuan shouted in terror. You can't. Qin Hai rejected that decisively. Even a newborn dark freak is extremely terrifying. If you were to drag one into the digitized world before first killing their physical body, you will definitely die. They were only gene producers. Even for purifiers, assistance of supervisors was required in order to thoroughly kill a dark freak. What should they, producers without any sort of preparations for this, do now? What should we do? Everyone despaired. Howl. The dark freaks moved. With the 6 of them erupting at the same time, the power unleashed was extremely terrifying. Xiaoduo, Qin Hai said suddenly. Yun Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. I can only block one off. She was merely an E-class genetic warrior. Against D-class dark freaks, she could only hold one of them. As for the rest, there were 5 more. Bang! The dark freaks charged at them. It seemed like something bad was about to befall them. At this time, Chen Feng sighed as he finally decided to make his move. Let me do it then, Chen Feng said calmly. The genes in his body started burning furiously. Shua, luck aura activated. In times of danger, Chen Feng did not hesitate. Bang! In an instant, an endless amount of wind blades charged forth. Every single one of these wind blades was flickering with a bizarre azure glow. That was the power of purification. Chen Feng had at this instant activated his myriad illusions ability to change the property of his wind blades to purification. Shiu, 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 shiu. A huge amount of purifying wind blades shot forth. More than half the underground tunnel was brightly lit at this moment by the dazzling wind blades. Translators, thoughts. Lemostin, Lemostin. As there are quite a number of people asking about the release rate, let me address it here. The regular release rate is 10 per week. During the past few weeks, it has been increased to 4 per day in conjunction with the Christmas and New Year holidays as a celebration. Now that the holidays are over, naturally, the release rate is reverting back to the regular rate, which is 10 per week. The shown release rate at the front page is an average of weekly chapters released since Chapter 1. As such, it does not accurately represent the actual regular release rate, as bonus chapters will skew that number. 174 Chapter 74, No Mercy Chapter 74, No Mercy Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish Bang. Bang! The underground tunnel was brightly lit. The terrifying, purifying energy erupted, stunning everyone present. Yun Xiaoduo stopped her secret art that was about to be activated and looked at all this blankly. Pooh! Pooh! A storm of wind blades engulfed the Dark Freaks. The newborn Dark Freaks were bombarded to death by Chen Feng. Everyone blanked. None of them had expected Chen Feng to have such a terrifying combat power. They all knew that one of Chen Feng's genetic abilities was Wind Blade. However, since when did Wind Blades have a purifying attribute? And since when did the Wind Blades amount during release become so high? Chen Feng, he was a producer. Yun Xiaoduo had a bewildered expression on her face. It was fine that this guy crushed her in terms of gene production. Now, even his combat power was higher than hers. How was this possible? What are you all blanking out for? Qinhai shouted. Drag them into the digitized world. Everyone was startled awake. After being killed, these Dark Freaks would not disappear. Rather, they would start absorbing energy without stop to reform their body. Understood? Since they hadn't been much help up till now, they were eager to help now. Lin Kei and the rest were stirred and started dragging the Dark Freaks into their digitized worlds. One for each. The few of them had finished dragging all the available Dark Freaks into their respective digitized worlds before Chen Feng, Qinhai, and Yun Xiaoduo were able to do it. After the competition, even those who had not constructed their digitized world had gone on to learn some digital battling methods or digitized world construction methods. Now that they had a chance to demonstrate their prowess, they would not hold back. Shua! All the Dark Freaks disappeared from reality. Digital battles began. This was quite a simple task. As these Dark Freaks were all newborn, they were quite weak. After their physical body was killed by Chen Feng, their combat power was greatly reduced as well. Now, one only needed to erase their existence in the digitized world and they would be done with it. However, surprising Chen Feng, these fellows that had dragged the Dark Freaks into their respective digitized worlds actually failed to defeat the Dark Freaks. Shua, shua, shua. Xiao Ying traveled back and forth through their digitized worlds. From Xiao Ying's consciousness, Chen Feng could clearly see that those fellows were in a disadvantageous position. If this continued, they might end up devoured by the Dark Freaks instead. Trash, Chen Feng cursed inwardly. They finally understood the reason the Gene Production Association had such high requirements for purifiers. If one couldn't even meet these requirements, one might end up dragging others down instead. A dark-colored aura could already be seen blooming from Xuanhuan's body. Qinhai's expression changed slightly. What to do? Wait. Chen Feng glanced at them and said, Huang He and Lin Kei are still able to hold on. We can let them be for now. As for the rest, let's activate a digital battle against them directly. Digital battle? Now? Everyone blanked before realized it. Digital battle. It was a collision of the digitized worlds of two producers. However, there were no rules saying both producers had to fight each other in the digitized world. If they were to start a digital battle at this moment, they could join hands to defeat the Dark Freaks. Good idea. Everyone's eyes shone. Shua. Digital battle activated. Bang. Digitized world started descending. In an instant, the digitized world that was in imminent danger became firmer due to the inclusion of a new digitized world. Now, with two producers against one Dark Freak, the Dark Freak was quickly defeated. One Dark Freak after another got eradicated. It ended. Chen Feng had a calm expression. The faint red light in his hands disappeared noiselessly. That was Xiao Ying. Since normal methods were usable to deal with this, there was no need for him to expose Xiao Ying. Apart from Qinhai and Yun Xiaoduo, he did not quite trust the rest. Chen Feng looked toward a certain corner in the tunnel. Xiaoyan was headed over that way. Let's go, Qinhai said decisively. Xiaoyan herself was a producer without much combat power and was only able to rely on the Dark Freaks. Now was the perfect chance for them to deal with her. Shua. The group chased after her. In the depths of the tunnel, Xiaoyan had finally found the information left behind by the Qin family. As she prepared to leave with this information, she heard footsteps from the tunnel. This sound, doubtfully, she looked over. At that, her expression changed immediately. It was those interns. How was this possible? 6 Dark Freaks had been left there. In that situation, even Peng Long might perish. These interns had actually dealt with those Dark Freaks? Xiaoyan's heart thumped. She finally recalled that among these producers, there was a peculiar existence among them. Yun Xiaoduo, that damnable donkey, was the actual producer. Yun Xiaoduo herself, though, was a genetic warrior. If she arrived here, Xia Yan might not be able to escape. She had to leave, now. I won't be able to take this away? Xia Yan felt somewhat regretful. Before her eyes was a stack of paper with a faint glow on it. These were the results of their many years of research. In this era of genes, only by using these specially produced papers could one hide and protect the information one wanted to. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to take it away. The original plan was to eliminate everyone here and take these away. However, it's a pity. Xuanhuan shook her head. She was too clear on the importance of this information. Since she couldn't take it away, she could only destroy them. There were also these damnable interns. If they hadn't got involved at the last moment, Xiaoyan's eyes gleamed coldly. As she stared coldly at the direction the group was coming from, she calmed down. Shua! She took out several bottles of gene reagents and placed them in front of her. At the same time, Chen Feng and the rest arrived. This was an extremely long underground tunnel. They had just arrived to find Xiaoyan waiting for them there. Beside her was something with a faint glow on it. Those things, that was the first thing Chen Feng noticed when he arrived. In this dark tunnel, even a faint radiance appeared extremely dazzling. Is this the target of her mission? Xuanhuan gnashed his teeth as he stepped forth. You whore, let me see where you run now. He had adored her since her initial appearance, yet he'd ended up tricked, making him feel like he had been played around with. Now, since there was only one exit in this tunnel, Xiaoyan would definitely fail to escape. A faint smile was on Xiaoyan's face. This big sister here has been waiting for you lot, oh. This woman, Chen Feng's pupils swirled around as he looked at those gene reagent bottles on the ground. These bottles appeared to be some random bottles that were left around on the ground. Coupled with the faintly glowing papers in the dark tunnel, these bottles were nearly unnoticeable. However, these things, and their positioning, gene armament, this term suddenly appeared in Chen Feng's head. Is it a misconception? He knew that he lacked understanding on gene armaments, hence he looked toward Qinhai beside him only to find that a solemn expression had appeared on Qinhai's face. Something was wrong indeed. We have a problem, Qinhai said with a low voice. Come back, Chen Feng shouted. The fuck should I be scared of? Xuanhuan was not scared at all. She is merely a producer as well. What is there to be afraid of? Xiaoyan looked at him as she beamed. What an obedient little brother. Shh, she exhaled toward Xuanhuan. Little brother, don't miss this sister here too much, all right? Shua. A faint gust of energy dispersed. Retreat, Chen Feng shouted. Shua! Several silhouettes retreated immediately. Beneath Xiaoyan's foot, those gene reagents burst apart in an instant, an energy of over 10 different natures interweaved together before erupting with a terrifying power. Bang! A terrifying gush of energy bloomed. Xuanhuan widened his eyes. What is this? His body was instantly engulfed by that erupting energy. Bang! The energy flooded past him. Xuanhuan dead. This was a perfectly straight tunnel, hence there was nowhere for them to hide. This woman, Chen Feng's pupils constricted. They had guessed that those gene reagents were some gene armament or trump card of Xiaoyan's. However, they had never expected these gene reagents to be such a suicidal attacking method. Had this woman gone insane? Escape! Escape! Everyone hastily escaped. However, the flood of energy was moving at a much higher speed than they were. If this continued, they would only end up engulfed by the boundless energy and die. What to do? Chen Feng's eyes swirled around rapidly. Windblade? It wasn't sufficient. In this kind of place, Chen Feng looked at the immense amount of energy that was gushing toward them like a river. The straightness of this tunnel had become the reaper of their lives. I don't want to die. Beita and the rest were frantic and horrified. Qinhai stepped out. Let me try. His few remaining gene reagents bloomed. Shua! A dark gold energy sword condensed in his hand. This was his strongest gene armament. This was also the strongest ability he had demonstrated during the rookie competition. Slash. Qinhai aimed his slash at the end of the tunnel. Bang. The dark gold radiance collided with the erupting energy. However, the energy wave merely slowed for an instant before it once again started charging toward them. Chen Feng suddenly made his move. Xiaoduo. Bang. Two wind blades appeared and smashed toward the sides of the tunnel. Part of the tunnel was smashed and crumbled down, blocking the tunnel. Understood. Yun Xiaoduo's eyes started shining. Bang! A terrifying eruption of power. Thump, thump, fists rained. The whole tunnel crumbled down while the Qin family's ruin started sinking. The energy wave from the end of the tunnel finally slowed its advance. It was working. Everyone's eyes shone. Continue. Chen Feng was overjoyed. At this moment, countless wind blades shot forth. Yun Xiaoduo exerted her power to its utmost as well. As they escaped, they continued crushing the tunnel. The energy wave was constantly obstructed, and it was constantly slowed down. We are almost out, some exclaimed happily. Not far away from them, the corner of the tunnel could already be seen. As long as they got past the corner and entered another tunnel, they would be able to hide from the energy wave. However, it was at this moment that the energy wave that had momentarily paused started erupting in power once again. The sound of a violin could be heard. At this moment, the whole Qin family's ruin trembled. Bang! The energy wave started violently charging forth. Shua! All the obstructions were blown apart. The target of the energy wave was Chen Feng's group. Danger! We are finished. Everyone's hearts chilled. Bang! The energy wave reached them. Suddenly, a dazzling white light radiated. Vaguely, a silhouette was seemingly standing in front of them. Th 17.5. Chapter 17.5. Natural Leader. Chapter 17.5. Natural Leader Translator. Lemostan Editor. Tennis Qin Family's Ruin. At the outer layer, the warriors of the Genetic Union were guarding the blockade, not allowing anyone to get inside. However, it was at this moment that the earth trembled. Bang! A terrifying explosion erupted from the Qin family's ruin. Bang! Bang! The Qin family's ruin that was already in a mess was messed up once again. Not good. The personnel at the outer layer felt something was amiss. Peng Long and Chen Feng's group were all underneath the ruin. Fast, start the rescue. A loud shout. The genetic warriors rushed over. However, as they were about to enter the tunnel, an even more terrifying gush of power erupted and blasted the genetic warriors away. Bang, bang, all of them were blasted out of the ruin. Damn it. They crawled up with their faces filthy with grime. They were not worried about their injuries. However, for those in there, shua, a flash of a silhouette. Someone is out. Everyone was overjoyed. Quick, save them. In the ruin, a bloody silhouette crawled out. It was Shayan. Shayan, where's the rest? Someone asked. Shayan's eyes were streaming tears. To save me, Shayan started sobbing. Woo woo woo. Under her grief, her voice gradually faded as she lost consciousness. She fainted, probably due to excessive blood loss. Quick, send her to the hospital. If the gene reagent is used in time, her arm can still regrow. Understood. The employees arranged. The rest of you start the rescue operation immediately. Understood. Everyone had solemn expressions. They knew that something major must have happened. A genetic warrior with purifying abilities. Peng Long and 10 gene producers with bright futures. If they were to all die here, quick. Send a rescue team down immediately. Suddenly, the air cracked. A silhouette had descended from the sky. Hu Liang swept his cold gaze on everyone there and said gloomily, "What happened?" Something happened. An employee explained what had happened with a bitter smile on his face. Explosion? Another dark freak? Hu Liang was ashen-faced. There should only be a single D-class dark freak that failed to escape in time beneath the Qin family's ruin. How was it possible for Peng Long and Shayan to be injured by this dark freak? There was also Chen Feng. He would never believe that this little monkey had zero combat power. Dead? How was that possible? What on earth had happened here? The Gene Production Association would not commit such a stupid mistake. Could it be some terrifying new breed of dark energy had once again appeared? If that was the case, forget it. Ho Liang shook his head. Use whatever methods available to us. They must be rescued. If they are still alive, we must find them in person. Even if they are dead, we must find their corpse. Ho Liang said, word by word. Understood. Everyone had solemn expressions. All the genetic warriors started the rescue operation. All sorts of scouting abilities were utilized to look for a sign of life among the Qin family's ruin, currently beneath the ruin. Everyone looked ahead with an unbelievable expression. In front of them was a huge yellow ball. With astonishment, they found that this was the yellow ball that Yun Xiaoduo was normally seated on, the yellow ball the size of a yoga ball. However, the current yellow ball had become extremely huge, appearing like an inflated balloon. This guy, everyone was shocked. That was because, during their moment of crisis, this chubby ball here was the one that jumped out and ate all the energy that was charging toward them. It had forcefully stopped the energy wave. Hiccuper one, can't hold on. The yellow ball hiccuped. Shoo! It turned into a clump of yellow light and disappeared in a flash. Chen Feng was anxious. Are you all right? I'm fine. Yun Xiaoduo shook her head and said sadly, this time Pika ate too many energy. Before full digestion, it won't be able to come out anymore. I'm afraid I won't be able to see it for a long time. Chen Feng, Pika, Chu, don't worry. Qin Hai comforted. The next time it appears, it will definitely be stronger. Now, we should instead be worried of how we should leave this damnable place. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. The initially intact tunnel was now sinking without stop. Although they had survived the energy wave, they might end up buried alive here instead. Yun Xiaoduo exhausted all her energy while Chen Feng's energy was near exhaustion as well. The rest of them were all producers. They were not even aware of how far away this place was from the surface. Could they truly leave here? Beta wanted to say something. Suddenly, Qin Hai stretched his hand and pushed Beta away. Bang! A huge chunk of ruin fell down onto the spot Beta had been standing on, leaving a pit on it. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Shoo! Chen Feng tried using his wind blades to bombard the fallen chunk. Peng! Peng! A crisp sound could be heard. However, the wind blades failed to smash the chunk. The tunnel was constructed through ordinary materials, hence they would be able to smash these materials. However, these falling chunks from the Qin family's ruin were the original materials that were used as the wall of the Qin family's place. As a defense from outside attacks, these walls of the Qin family were built using materials that couldn't be destroyed using ordinary methods. At least, with Chen Feng and Yun Xiaoduo's strength, it was something they couldn't break. Moreover, these materials were extremely heavy. Bang! Far away, another chunk of ruin started sinking. Everyone was in despair. They were aware that only a single one of these chunks was needed to crush them all to death. Within this crumbling Qin family's ruin, they had no escape route. What should we do? They despaired. Beta, what about your mutated dark rat gene reagent? Some recalled this. I don't have it. Beta smiled bitterly. That was something that I have never produced in the real world. The materials it requires are very hard to find. Hence, I can only produce it during the competition. Everyone sunk into silence. Among them, only Yun Xiaoduo and Chen Feng had combat power. However, Chen Feng had exhausted a huge amount of his spiritual energy when they had faced the dark freaks previously. Yun Xiaoduo had also nearly exhausted her energy when saving them. All methods available to them were already exhausted. Lin Qi clenched his fists tightly. He was sure that if it wasn't for him wanting to demonstrate his prowess in front of Xuanhuan earlier and wasted all his precious energy form mechanical gene armament, he could definitely do something now instead of being baggage. A flash of dark gold radiance. In Qinhai's hand, that familiar-looking radiance shone once again. Everyone's eyes lit up. Qinhai's gene armament was still available. Although it failed to block that energy wave earlier, my gene armament is still not something that can be easily destroyed. Qinhai was confident. Now, follow my lead as we kill our way out. Bang! A chunk of ruin fell down above them. The dark gold sword in Qinhai's hand flashed and slashed toward that chunk. Bang! That chunk was smashed out of the way by Qinhai. Blocked. Everyone was overjoyed. However, with their acute senses, they found that the energy sword in Qinhai's hand had dimmed. Drip, drip. On the back of Qinhai's hand, blood dripped quietly. Everyone's hearts trembled. Qinhai was most probably forcing himself as well. He was the only advanced producer among their group. The only one among them who had reached D class. Hence, he wanted to use his courage to bring hope to everyone here. However, how long could he last? We are all arrogant sons of the heavens. Qinhai pointed forward with his dark gold sword and said with a firm gaze, "We will definitely be able to leave this place. Even if there's no path for us, we will forge a path with our very blood." Everyone tightly clenched their fists. True, how could they die here? In their heart, their survival instinct returned. Chen Feng, worthy of being Qinhai, a natural leader, incredibly positive. These words of his were quite instigative in nature. However, when used in situations such as their current predicament, it was incredibly inspiring. Once again, they set forth. However, passion was not something that could bring luck by itself. Bang! Another chunk of ruin dropped. With a single slash, Qinhai smashed the chunk away. However, the blood that was dripping from the back of his hand was increasing in amount. He was using his very life to open up a path for them. Lin Qi punched the ground. His fist was filled with blood as well. He was feeling very hateful. If he had even a single bottle of gene reagent left, Qinhai wouldn't be in such a precarious situation. The rest of them were filled with shame as well. Why did Qinhai have to be the only one bearing all this? There's no need for any guilt. Qinhai smiled calmly. This was initially a disaster originating from the Qin family. Let me, the ex-Qin family member, make my final contribution. Bang! A dazzling dark gold radiance. Once again, Qinhai smashed a chunk of ruin away. Blood dripped down without stop. This guy, Chen Feng's heart trembled. Whew, he exhaled deeply. Chen Feng stepped forth, getting in front of Qinhai. Qinhai looked at him doubtfully. From now onward, follow my lead, Chen Feng said calmly as his gaze swept past everyone there before finally stopping at Qinhai. When your help is required, I will let you know. As he finished, he calmly shut his eyes. Everyone's pupils constricted. This same scene again. The scene they saw countless times in the replay of the competition. There were even experts who said that Chen Feng was a person possessing an innate, terrifying awareness. The moment he shut his eyes, he was also in his deadliest form, Shua. Chen Feng stepped forth. 1 step, 2 steps. Chen Feng walked in front of everyone. The energy sword in Qinhai's hand shone as he followed closely behind Chen Feng. They were leading the way with everyone following behind them. Bang! Bang! Chunks of ruin descended. There were several times where Qinhai couldn't help himself and almost made a move. However, every single time, those chunks would, in a bizarre manner, barely brush past them, one time after another. These structures that had lost their construct that was now the ruin of Qin family had actually started dropping all around Chen Feng's group in an orderly fashion. Bang! Bang! The routes they passed were all blocked by the falling chunks. However, the path in front of them remained open, so powerful. Everyone was shaken. Was this the innate, terrifying awareness mentioned by those experts? They had never imagined that a person of such talent would actually exist in this world. Amidst the ruin, they moved like a person taking a stroll. Footnotes 1. The joke here is, the name of that yellow ball is Pika, while the word ball is Kyo in Chinese. Hence, Pika ball Pikachu in Chinese, which sounds like Pikachu. 176. Chapter 76, The Unveiled Mystery. Chapter 76, The Unveiled Mystery Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tennish. Suddenly, Chen Feng stopped his steps. Despite the activation of his luck aura, he could still feel a sense of crisis. There was danger in front of them. Is it falling down? Chen Feng thought knowingly. The base form of his luck aura would only affect the probability of things, which was why a lot of tottering structures around them stayed firm without crumbling. However, if whatever that was supporting a certain structure was completely gone, then the structure crumbling down became an incident with a probability of 100%. If he insisted on stopping it, he would have to activate the advanced form of luck aura to affect more than the probability of things. Instead, reality itself needed to be affected to interfere with the crumbling of the particular structure. In that circumstance, the small amount of luck values Chen Feng had saved up would be fully exhausted in a split second. And afterward, they would no longer have any other chances to leave this tunnel safely. Hence, they could not take this step forward. What's going on? Everyone was somewhat flabbergasted by Chen Feng's action of stopping. However, it was at this moment that the wall above them started rocking. Bang, bang! The wall came crumbling down, smashing onto the path in front of them. Hiss! Everyone perspired all over their body. If it wasn't for Chen Feng, let's go. Chen Feng took a detour around the crumbled wall and set off once again. However, soon after, Chen Feng encountered a similar circumstance once again. It was even more horrifying this time as there were several pieces of walls that would crumble down, including the chunk directly above them. Even Luck Aura would not be able to block this falling wall. Chen Feng stopped. Qin Hai, above us, Chen Feng said. Understood. The dark energy sword in Qin Hai's hand bloomed. Bang! The piece of the wall that crumbled down from above them was smashed away. Around them, pieces of wall started crumbling down. An area with the circumference of 10 meters was entirely covered by the falling pieces. Incredibly thrilling. We are arriving soon, Chen Feng muttered inwardly. They took a huge detour around the crumbled walls. Finally, they reached where Xuanhuan had been earlier. It's here. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He refused to believe that Xuanhuan would truly want to die together with them. Indeed, they found bloodstains on the ground, but no signs of Xuanhuan's corpse. That woman had escaped. Follow the bloodstains. Everyone was stirred. It was indeed as their guesses. They followed along the blood trail and started crawling upward. Through this path, no obstructions was met. Soon, they could feel the fresh air and signs of light from the surface ground. There's signal here. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Chen Feng smiled. Let's go. Bang! Qin Hai smashed the ground. At the Qin family's ruin, the rescue personnel were searching non-stop. However, due to the energy separation on the wall, coupled with a messy tangle of all sorts of other energy in it, the rescue operation was not progressing smoothly at all. The rescue mission's progress was worse off than everyone had imagined. Even Ho Liang's expression gradually turned unsightly. Chen Feng, them. It was at this moment that, bang, the ground suddenly crumbled down. One aura after another that was familiar yet weakened appeared. Someone is coming out. Quick! The rescue personnel were pleasantly surprised. It's them. Hu Liang's eyes lit up. Shua! He charged into the ruin. It was indeed those children. Ha ha ha. Hao Liang was very happy. He knew that these children wouldn't die here. Currently, in the hospital, under the doctor's emergency treatment, Xuanhuan already had her arm restored. In this gene era, as long as one did not suffer from brain death, there would definitely be a way for one to have full recovery. However, unexpectedly, the atmosphere in the hospital ward was somewhat bizarre in an indescribable fashion. Big brother, Xuanhuan stuck to the personnel in front of her. I'm scared. The personnel blushed. He was merely an ordinary medic with a certain level of healing ability. When had he ever gotten the chance to be so close to a producer, and such a beautiful and alluring producer on top of that? Xuanhuan pasted her seductive body to the medic. Can you accompany me for a bit? All right, the medic answered nervously. He could feel his body heating up. I'm cold. Xuanhuan started rubbing her body in the medic's embrace, her tiny hands crawling all over the medic's body. However, her eyes were focused on the communication tool on his waist. First position search done. Second position search done. Messages kept appearing on the communication tool. Suddenly, a new message appeared. New update for rescue personnel. Qin Hai's spiritual energy was overexhausted. Assistance is urgently required. What? Xuanhuan's heart jolted ferociously. They came out. They actually came out. Xuanhuan was shocked. These bastards were supposed to die the moment she exploded her gene armament. Furthermore, the whole tunnel had crumbled down. Coupled with the special environment of the Qin family's ruin and also her attack, how was it possible for them to have survived? Damn it, Xuanhuan had an ominous feeling. If Qin Hai, Chen Feng, and the rest survived, the body of the medic in her embrace trembled as he gasped. Faster. Suddenly, his body stiffened. Gently, Xuanhuan's body slipped out of his embrace. Blood started flowing. Currently, at the Qin family's ruin, the first words Chen Feng said after he came out was, "There's a problem with Xuanhuan. She killed Peng Long." Xuanhuan? Ho Liang blinked and ordered immediately. Hold Xuanhuan down. Regardless of whether what Chen Feng said was true or not, it wouldn't be wrong to get Xuanhuan first. All right. The personnel ordered promptly. However, they suddenly lost contact with the personnel posted at the hospital. When they arrived, only a cold corpse was found. Xuanhuan had escaped. Trash. Hu Liang was furious. No wonder they couldn't find any other dark energy. No wonder something so major would happen during a normal purifying mission. Xuanhuan, the problem actually originated from a purifier of their Gene Production Association. Investigate. Investigate this thoroughly. Use your abilities to perform a full investigation on all the purifiers, Ho Liang ordered. What joke was this? If even the purifiers were problematic, one could imagine how serious this issue would be. The dark freak's penetration had reached such a level? Ho Liang looked at Chen Feng. How are you all? We're fine. Chen Feng shook his head. Apart from Qin Hai, who was seriously injured, the rest were in good condition. How did he end up so heavily injured? Ho Liang looked at Qin Hai that was being carried away in an ambulance. Wasn't this the second time for him? Just as his body recovered, he was lying on the hospital bed once again. Moreover, every time he suffered an injury, it was due to excessive exhaustion of spiritual energy coupled with external injuries. External injuries were easy to heal. However, for excessive exhaustion of spiritual energy, if it happened too much, problems would arise. He should be fine. Chen Feng looked at the rest that came out with them and coldly said, to rescue a group of idiotic team members. Is that so? Xuanhuan said thoughtfully. Despite them being the top 10, despite the formidable strength displayed during the competition, however, in real life, the level of performance these people had demonstrated was too different from each other. They all applied to join the headquarters. When we return, I will appoint you as the evaluator, Xuanhuan said coldly. Thanks. Chen Feng's lips curled up, forming a smile. Evaluating their qualifications to enter the headquarters? He would definitely take that job seriously. Since Chen Feng's group was fine, Liang felt relieved. However, they had to investigate clearly what had actually happened. They also had to figure out if there were other hidden conspiracies. Unfortunately, Xuanhuan escaped, Liang said coldly. After investigating, they had found out that Xuanhuan was here for those research results. However, those research results had been destroyed, so no one knew the contents within. They were not even aware of the motive behind everything. What information had they been trying to retrieve? What had Xuanhuan been trying to hide? What had the Dark Freaks been doing with the Qin family? No one knew. Chen Feng suddenly smiled. That's not for sure. Liang blinked. We encountered the information they were trying to retrieve once. At that time, we were chasing after Xuanhuan and reached the end of the tunnel. Beside her were a bunch of items. When we arrived, they all exploded, Chen Feng said faintly. Liang nodded slightly. He was aware of all this. However, Chen Feng suddenly said, the moment we saw those things, I aimed my wristband toward those things and took some interesting pictures. Shua. Liang's eyes shone. Pictures. Due to the fact that their signals had been blocked in the tunnel, they had all subconsciously neglected this. This had not even crossed the mind of Yun Xiaoduo and the rest. However, Chen Feng, good. Liang was ecstatic. Worthy of being the genius he looked highly upon indeed. Shua. Chen Feng transmitted the pictures he'd taken to Liang. Despite them being unclear, despite the distance being very far, however, as long as a small clue was given, the genetic union would be able to obtain more information after analyzing it. To prevent anything unexpected from happening, Liang directly summoned a cracking squad to proceed with the analysis. In half an hour, the information Chen Feng had taken pictures of was fully reinstated. Although what was reinstated was merely the top page of the stack, something that only the naked eye could see. Even with this alone, it was sufficient to overwhelm everyone with shock. That was because the information showed that behind Xuanhuan was a huge organization with a complete organizational structure. As for the Dark Freaks, these were merely one of the energy form organisms that this group had produced from research. That was all. Hiss. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. Dark Freaks? Only one of the energy form organisms? A huge organization? Even Liang couldn't remain calm. 177, Chapter 177, Star City. Chapter 77, Star City. Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenesh, come with me. Liang brought everyone to the Sea City branch. Shua. Screenshots on the screen were rearranged unceasingly. Dark Freak Project. The Birth and Destruction of Dark Energy. Flame Mountains Intelligence Project. Stormheart Control Project. One shocking heading after another appeared. Even the front page of the stack of document was already so shocking. Purification? It became a small priority. Quite a huge amount of people would try to destroy the world on a yearly basis. However, how many of them succeeded? In this era, it was very normal for individuals who experienced a sudden growth in power to arise. They would attempt to establish a new kingdom with their newfound power, destroy something, or think of becoming a demon king when they became too hot-headed with their power. These were quite ordinary occurrences nowadays. Unfortunately, a lot of these people died before they achieved their goal. Only a small part of these people were able to truly grow. These people or organizations that managed to grow were the ones that were truly dangerous to this world. This was normal. As per their database, there were 236 incidents marked by the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association as something capable of threatening the world. Dark Freaks? Merely one of them. Furthermore, the danger level assigned to the Dark Freaks was merely 1 star. However, anything marked with the threat to the world label should never be looked down on. Hence, even a 1-star incident would require an elder like Liang to handle. But they had never imagined that a whole organization would be related to this. The most horrifying thing was that, from the rough information they had now obtained, among the 236 incidents labeled as a threat to the world, 72 of them were related to this organization. Among these 72 incidents, 30 of them had previously been treated as natural disasters, with the remaining 42 incidents were not treated as separate incidents before this. This was the most horrifying aspect of this. This was a huge organization that had been hidden all this while. Everyone shivered at this thought. They knew that this time, Chen Feng had probably taken a picture of something extremely crucial. Liang's expression was unsightly. Only these were merely the tip of the iceberg. Beneath every one of these projects, those pages that were not shown, there ought to be more detailed information. We can't analyze those, the analyst said. These were the only things we could see. Enlargement and optimization won't give us more. For the remaining details, we can only analyze through deductions and simulations. Ho Liang did not hesitate. Form a research group. This must be solved as soon as possible. Understood. The order was implemented quickly. What attracted Chen Feng's attention was one of the headings with a comparatively weird name on it. It appeared extremely conspicuous among all the names on the book, the incubated project. As per the surface information they obtained from the page Chen Feng took a picture of, the incubated was an offshoot product of the Dark Freaks. They had tried to once again trigger a mutation in the dark energy to create an even stronger freak. As of now, this freak had already been in incubation for 3 years. Chen Feng was startled. It's that guy, the target of his purifying mission. They had been allowing low-level gene producers and genetic warriors in to provide nutrition for that freak. This was an experiment to find a way to create a stronger freak. We don't have enough time. Ho Liang looked at Chen Feng with a solemn expression. Tomorrow, I will take you to the headquarters. All right. Chen Feng understood. They did not need to be too worried about the dark freaks. However, that fellow that was coming out of incubation was an unknown freak. Due to the increase of difficulty for this seemingly ordinary purifying mission, Ho Liang had decided to apply at the headquarters for Chen Feng for a special genius to accompany Chen Feng on his mission. To apply for a genuine warrior. Before that, you need to become stronger, Ho Liang said. Chen Feng nodded. Understood. Set off to the headquarters tomorrow, start increasing his strength, and a month later, set off to put an end to that freak. A clear-cut goal. Today was the free time given to Chen Feng to make arrangements for his personal affairs. In the afternoon, Chen Feng returned to Gold City. Countless people lined up on the streets to welcome his return. At the various public squares, almost all the screens were showing Chen Feng. The amount of coverage Chen Feng received here was extremely astonishing. This was now akin to a city of Chen Feng. Chen Feng's lips curled up, forming a smile. Is this considered as me returning home in glory? At the Gold City branch, after consideration, the people there had decided to hang Chen Feng's curriculum vitae and information pertaining to him on the wall of the branch. From this day onward, a portrait of Chen Feng would be hung in the Gold City's Gene Production Association. As all the portraits were in actuality something played on a screen, the portraits appeared incredibly lively. Beneath the portraits were also wise sayings of the individual whose portrait was hung. These would serve as encouragement for all producers to work hard. Hence, the Gold City branch had contacted Chen Feng to send them his picture and personal information to be included in the portrait. Portrait? Chen Feng was shocked. He had never expected to receive such treatment. After visiting Uncle Zhang and some of his other neighbors and extending the contract for his rented house, Chen Feng completed the matter pertaining to his portrait and quietly left Gold City. Currently, at the Gold City branch. Full of expectations, they hung Chen Feng's portrait on the wall. Shua. The scenes on the screen flickered before Chen Feng's picture appeared. On it was Chen Feng's personal information and accomplishments. At a certain column of the portrait, which was also the only section of the whole portrait that was not part of the display screen, was the section reserved for Chen Feng's wise words, advertisement space for rent. Kane? Everyone had stupefied expressions. The fuck? Zhang Wei's expression became unsightly. That bastard. Just as he was about to call Chen Feng to give him a lashing, some passerby saw the portrait and said in excitement, "It's Chen Feng's portrait." These wise words of his, everyone felt powerless. I think this is quite fitting. It's much better than that quote saying something like 4,003 a.m. in the morning. I have been waking up at 4 a.m. every day for work. Look at where I am, still working my ass off here. True. Perhaps it is this very carefree and humorous manner in which he takes things that makes him the strongest producer he is currently. Yeah, I am quite sick of all those encouraging wise words. These words of Chen Feng could be considered a peculiar and unique existence among the famous, right? Ha 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 ha. Everyone started gossiping happily. Zhang Wei was dumbstruck at this sight. The heck? Even with these words you guys can come up with all that? What peculiar and unique existence? Weirdo should be a more fitting term for him, right? Truly, Zhang Wei shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. He silently shut down his communication tool, which he was initially planning to contact Chen Feng with. Perhaps things were fine the way they were. The next day, Chen Feng arrived at the headquarters with Ho Liang. Bang, bang, endless lightning descended. Purple lightning gleamed without stop in the air, between the sky and earth. Chen Feng's heart jolted ferociously. He knew that the headquarters would definitely be an unordinary place. However, he had never imagined that the whole headquarters would be in the sky, in the midst of the endless lightning. Shua. Light swirled. Ho Liang took Chen Feng across the field of lightning. The lightning filled with terrifying power would noiselessly avoid them when they got near. This was the defensive restriction of the headquarters. After bypassing all the lightning, a huge city in the sky appeared before their eyes. Countless bizarre energy swirled around it, isolating every aura from the city. The city floated in the sky and clouds and mist curled around beneath it. As Chen Feng stepped into the city with Ho Liang, he found that the interior of the city was actually the same as a normal city. Ho Liang's lips curled up into a smile. Welcome to Star City. Some producers were passing by. Every single one of them was emitting a terrifying aura. Among those able to join the headquarters, which of them wasn't a genius? These people were extremely powerful. So powerful. Chen Feng was shaken. The whole Star City was filled with a dense recovery aura. Here, the recovery speed is tenfold what it is outside, Ho Liang said faintly. Chen Feng gasped. What was the concept of tenfold? It signified that anyone here would at all times be in a condition that was similar to a person outside who had consumed some spiritual recovery reagent. Regardless of how much energy one exhausted here, one would be able to rapidly recover. It would be much more efficient for one to increase their strength here. Indeed, worthy of being the holy land of producers. Currently, in Star City, a huge number of people shifted their gaze toward the entrance. They had all felt Chen Feng's unfamiliar aura. That child is here. The child that was the champion of the Gene Rookie competition, the one with an innate powerful awareness? That's right, some found this interesting. Here, it was rare for someone to attract the attention of others, as almost everyone here was a genius. Those capable of joining the headquarters were all freakish existences. Age and talent, one had to fulfill the requirement for both aspects. Some of them had extremely high spiritual affinity. Some of them were incredibly quick-witted, existences that were almost undefeated. Some of them possessed terrifyingly high spiritual recovery rates. All these traits were the result of the superior genes of their elders. With these superior genes, some of the offspring of these elders would have certain traits that were different from an ordinary person's. However, even at a place like this, no one had ever seen a person with Chen Feng's talent. Awareness, eh? Someone muttered, seems like things are going to get lively here. Xuanhuan, Chapter 78, this is not a counterfeit product, right? Chapter 78, this is not a counterfeit product, right? Translator, Lemostin editor, Tenishan Star City, Ho Liang introduced the various sections of Star City to familiarize Chen Feng with the city. He also gave Chen Feng some rough information on ways to navigate through the guide screen and coordinates here. Then, you can stroll around by yourself now. I already connected your communication tool to headquarters. If you have any problems, you can contact the others at any time. You can also contact the employees in charge here. Oh, right, there's also your reward. Every producer will receive a reward upon joining headquarters. But yours, though, Ho Liang said profoundly, it's something a lot of people yearn for. He only took Chen Feng here because he was coming here anyway. Due to the discovery of that mysterious organization, he still had a lot of things to do. After he finished saying what was required, he left. Chen Feng did not find this surprising. Almost everyone here, the employees included, were extremely formidable producers. Hence, there were no customer service employees here. One could only depend on oneself here. However, rewards, eh? Those final words of Ho Liang's greatly attracted Chen Feng. At this moment, his communication tool buzzed. Chen Feng's eyes shone. It's here, Shua, a screen popped out. The reward for joining the headquarters was finally here. Ding. In Chen Feng's personal information window, several new items were added. Crescent Moon Spring, X3, Ardent Tiger Spring, X1, Ordinary D-Class Formula, 1-star, 2-star, or 3-star of the producer's choosing, X1. What's this? Chen Feng blanked. Crescent Moon Spring? Shua, a new window popped out on the screen. Crescent Moon Spring, spring water formed of a powerful gene reagent. A mystical power is contained within, able to greatly increase a producer's spiritual energy. This was an item that only the Gene Production Association possessed. Every single one of them was extremely valuable. A lot of high-difficulty missions had this as a reward. For a lot of people, this was something they desired more than a formula. It was extremely valuable. Under normal circumstances, one would only receive one set of this Crescent Moon Spring when they first joined headquarters. If one wanted more, one could only work hard. As for Chen Feng, one set was rewarded for joining headquarters. Another set was rewarded for the Xuanhuan incident where Chen Feng and Qin Hai had saved everyone. Due to the importance of the pictures he had taken, he had contributed greatly once again, and a third Crescent Moon Spring was rewarded to him. Right upon joining, Chen Feng had already obtained 3 sets of Crescent Moon Spring. As for the Ardent Tiger Spring, it was used to increase the quality of one's physical body. Crescent Moon Spring to increase spiritual energy, Ardent Tiger Spring to increase one's body quality, strength, physique, agility. Both of these were treasures of the Gene Production Association. Theoretically, one's spiritual energy would be able to resonate with the Ardent Tiger Spring. The higher one's spiritual energy was, the higher the increase of one's body quality would be. This served as a solution toward the weak physical body producers normally possessed. At the same time, the Ardent Tiger Spring was extremely valuable. Comparatively, the third reward, an ordinary D-class formula, was much more mediocre. Don't worry about the formula first. I should prioritize becoming stronger. He had been stuck at 250 points for way too long. The Gene Rookie competition was merely a competition in the virtual world. With the virtual company building's assistance, one's proficiency in production would still increase. However, one's spiritual energy would not increase. It's about time I increase my attributes. Chen Feng was filled with expectation. He wanted to have a good look. How much spiritual energy increase could he gain from this so-called crescent moon spring? Returning to the room assigned to him, Chen Feng noticed that in every room, a small-scale white transaction conveyor was installed. Shua. He scanned it with his wristband. A bottle of gene reagent appeared. This was the commonly used transaction conveyor. In cities, only the merchants or those somewhat wealthy individuals could afford one. Here, they were everywhere. Chen Feng picked up the gene reagent. Shua, crescent moon spring function, greatly increase one's spiritual energy class? 1? Chen Feng had a solemn mood. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. No wonder the descriptions had described the crescent moon spring as something so precious. Probably only those top-notch producers at the level of presidents or vice presidents could produce something like this. Crescent moon spring, Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. Gulp. In accordance to the description, Chen Feng gulped it down. Bang! A boom resounded in his brain. Chen Feng felt like the world before his eyes had shattered apart, countless dazzling blue lights radiating and a bone-piercing chillness descending upon him. He had a feeling that he had entered an icy blue world, a mystical spiritual world. Currently, a lot of people in the Star City felt this aura. It's the crescent moon spring. He has indeed started using it. Interesting. Everyone's mouths curled up into smiles. So he's already in the crescent moon's world? I wonder, how long can this outstandingly talented young friend of ours last in there? Crescent moon spring. After consumption, one would enter an independent spiritual world, an illusory mystical world. There, a huge volume of spiritual shockwaves would be used to increase one's power. If one was properly prepared, one might be able to last longer and have a higher amount of improvement. However, for Chen Feng to enter rashly like this, how long did you last previously? 15 seconds. Only 150 points of spiritual energy, that person replied regretfully. For the him at that time, that single crescent moon spring was equivalent to an extremely high amount of riches. Unfortunately, he had not managed to properly grasp that chance he'd had. I only lasted for 20 seconds and gained 200 points of spiritual energy. He had a faint smile on his face. I heard that this young friend of ours is an expert when it comes to breaking records. During the Gene Rookie competition, he crushed all opposition. I wonder if he can create a new record this time. Quite probable. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Currently, Chen Feng had descended upon an ice-cold world. Where is this? Chen Feng blanked. Bang! Boundless seawater started gushing toward him, from all directions. Every single drop of seawater was filled with dense spiritual energy. That bone-piercing icy blue was in actuality highly concentrated spiritual energy. This was an ocean formed of spiritual energy. What's the meaning of this? Using my own body to endure the spiritual shockwave? Chen Feng guessed. Next, bang! He used his body to accept these attacks. That very instant. Pop. His spiritual body shattered. He only felt light swirled before his eyes before returning to the real world. The end. It's over? Chen Feng scratched his head as he looked at his attribute. His 250 points of spirit had increased to 260 points. Time spent, 1 second. It's only capable of increasing 10 points? Chen Feng was filled with doubt. This was the so-called great increase? Could this be a counterfeit product? He looked at the empty reagent bottle. Vaguely, he remembered a certain beverage advertisement from his previous life. The scene in the advertisement appeared in his head. After drinking the beverage during summer, one would instantly enter an icy blue world, comfortably refreshing and cold. Those messy special effects that gave off an uncomfortable feeling, Xuanhuan Chen Feng looked at the empty bottle in his hand as he sunk into contemplation. He had a feeling that something had gone wrong. Currently, far away, those that were observing what had happened here were speechless. This, he had indeed broken a record. They had casually mentioned it. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng had truly broken a record. The shortest duration since the crescent moon spring came into existence. 1 second. Isn't this too fast? Everyone smiled forcefully. From their memory up until now, the record for the shortest duration was held by a producer called Li Hao with the nickname Little Li the Rapid Fire. Even he was able to last 3 seconds. This, someone recalled something. Maybe it's because he's too young. Before they joined this headquarters, most of them had a spiritual energy of around 800 or 900 points. Some of them had even reached D class. As for Chen Feng, he only had 250 points of spiritual energy when he joined Crescent Moon Spring. Essentially, it was something that used one's spiritual energy to form a spiritual body in the world of the Crescent Moon Spring. Using the spiritual body, one would receive a formidable amount of spiritual energy. The formed body would be the port used to transmit the spiritual energy to one's real body. Hence, the stronger one's spiritual body was, the higher the amount of spiritual energy one would be able to accept. As for Chen Feng, he was too young, and his spiritual energy was too weak. Hence, it had collapsed instantly. If he mastered some tricks to concentrate his mind and stabilize his spiritual body, he might be able to persevere longer. Seems like the rapid-fire title will be his now. The tone of Little Lee's voice when he said this was filled with joy. Back then, due to his ignorance, this title had accompanied him all these years. He had been ridiculed with this title for way too long. Now that this newcomer Chen Feng was here, the same mistake had been repeated. Hee, Little Chen the Rapid-Fire. What a nice name. Little Lee was in joy. Everyone burst out laughing. However, outside of everyone's expectation, at this moment that familiar aura appeared once again. Everyone paused in their steps. Crescent Moon Spring, the aura of Crescent Moon Spring again. It's Chen Feng. With astonishment, everyone sensed that aura. Chen Feng actually had 2 of them, truly blessed by the heavens. Everyone gasped in admiration. Obtaining 2 Crescent Moon Springs the moment he joined. This meant that he had completed a mission even before he joined. Incredible. They had no choice but to respect this accomplishment. However, what a waste. Little Lee's tone was somewhat solemn. If they were aware that Chen Feng had more Crescent Moon Springs, they would definitely have stopped this. A Crescent Moon Spring would only increase 10 points of spiritual energy for the current Chen Feng. Using it in such a manner was simply a waste. One had to know that, after their first Crescent Moon Spring, in order to further increase their spiritual energy, they completed a countless amount of missions before saving enough achievements to trade for a single Crescent Moon Spring. It was an incredibly hard feat. Yeah, everyone smiled bitterly. Since he'd only had a 10 points increase the first time he'd used it, how much could he increase this time? Currently, Chen Feng had once again entered the icy blue spiritual world. He was already aware of the reason for his previous attempt ending in 1 second. It was due to his low spiritual energy. This was something he couldn't change. When he reached D class, things might improve when he once again used this reagent. However, should he really wait till he reached D class? Chen Feng could not accept that. He would be going on that purifying mission soon, yet he was still somewhat weak. Hence, he definitely had to increase his power. Spiritual body too weak? No problem. Changing a pose and trying it one more time. As long as he found a suitable method, using his luck aura, he might be able to find a way to increase his power. Bang! Boundless icy blue engulfed him from all around. Akin to an all-encompassing tsunami, the brutal waves of the spirit sea surged forth toward Chen Feng. At this instant, Chen Feng concentrated his mind. This is the spiritual world. I am a spiritual body. Chen Feng sat down cross-legged. This would be the firmest posture. Bang! The seawater charged toward him. 1 second. Bang! His spiritual body shattered. Light swirled before his eyes as Chen Feng instantly returned to reality. It ended. 1 second as well. However, this time, a smile appeared on Chen Feng's lips. He had found an exploit. However, he was not aware of the expressions of pain painted on the faces of all the producers in his vicinity. Crescent Moon Spring. That was the Crescent Moon Spring. Due to Chen Feng's stubbornness, such a valuable item was gone just like that. Only 20 points increase after using 2. Their hearts ached so much they were having difficulty breathing. What a waste. Too wasteful, one had to know. Under normal circumstances, it was very normal for one to have an increase ranging from 100 to 200 points of spiritual energy when they first used it. For those with astonishing talent who were also in D class, they would have an even greater increase. This was the Crescent Moon Spring. Regardless of whether the user was E or D class, it was still an extremely valuable item. Now, their heart ached. Should we tell him he can't waste this thing like this? Some sighed. Let it be. Another person shook his head. The first consumption will normally end up as wastage no matter what. The second bottle he wasted was because nobody expected that he would have a second set. Now though, just let him be happy with this, however short this happiness will last. When he finds out how valuable the Crescent Moon is, he will naturally feel the grief. Everyone was silent. Wasn't this how things had always been? Back then, which of them did not grieve when they found out the value of the Crescent Moon Spring? Through the years, this had become a tradition that a newbie had to experience. This was also something the seniors of the headquarters found amusing to watch. But, what if he has a third one? Little Lee anxiously said. Everyone looked at him like they were looking at an idiot. A third one? What, you think this is mineral water? However, it was at this moment that once again a familiar aura emerged. Everyone was alarmed. Again? The fuck? Is this for real? Footnotes 1. A beverage in China. Refer link https:/passionfruit.dunked.com MyZone China 79 Chapter 79 Limit Increase Chapter 79 Limit Increase Translator Limostin Editor Tennis Schwa. That faint aura surrounding Chen Feng shocked everyone. Third set. Chen Feng actually had a third set of Crescent Moon Spring. How is this possible? Everyone was alarmed. Chen Feng did not obtain these Crescent Moon Springs by accumulating his achievements through a long time after joining the headquarters. Instead, all these were rewarded to him upon joining. Hence, how much had Chen Feng contributed to the association before he even joined? Isn't this too excessive? Obtaining 3 Crescent Moon Springs the moment he joined. Everyone was speechless. What heaven-defying contribution did he provide? I doubt any contribution could earn him so many Crescent Moon Springs. Perhaps he took the president's daughter as his wife, someone muttered. Everyone, however, as they thought of it, this seemed to be more probable. However, after their initial shock, what remained was a feeling of heartache. This third set would probably be wasted again. First set, 10 points spiritual energy, 1 second. Second set, 10 points spiritual energy, 1 second. As for this third set, he would only be able to last 2 seconds maximum, right? I can't take it anymore. So 3 crescent moon springs were wasted right in front of my eyes like this? Too wasteful. Everyone was collapsing emotionally. Now, the found out that one's heart would ache to such an extent just by witnessing the wasteful behavior of others. At this time, Chen Feng had once again entering the Crescent Moon Springs spiritual world. Although he had failed 2 times, he had now found the way to utilize his luck aura here. The amount of spiritual energy he could bear would depend on this current body of his. This spiritual body. Bang, bang. Seawater charged toward him from all directions. Chen Feng sat down cross-legged. As he sensed the terrifying pressure coming toward him, he agreed that for his weak spiritual body that was forged using only 270 points of spiritual energy, this pressure was indeed too terrifying. However, seawater. Even if it was spiritual seawater. Chen Feng shut his eyes. He could feel the endless, lively spiritual energy contained in the seawater. The huge amount of spiritual energy that had simulated the form of a terrifying spiritual sea. If this was a complete simulation, if its characteristics were similar to the real world, then Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with swirling radiance. Shua, luck aura, activate. He initially believed that this was an item that would increase a fixed amount of spiritual energy. Hence, he did not intend to waste his luck values. However, since that was not the case, he had to fight to obtain spiritual energy increase. Bang, bang. Seawater charged at him from all directions. Chen Feng's eyes remained shut. Luck aura started working noiselessly. That violent and fierce spiritual sea at this moment became gentle. Hua. The berserk spiritual sea seemed to have been placated by something and was now tranquil. Shua. That terrifying seawater calmed down the moment it reached Chen Feng. The incoming waves of seawater from different directions around him knocked onto each other just at the right angle and canceled each other's force to form a bizarre balance, turning the violent wave into a gentle flow of water that enveloped Chen Feng. At this, Chen Feng's spiritual energy finally started increasing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed quietly. Currently, in Star City, those who had been observing Chen Feng were astonished to find that, this time, Chen Feng had lasted over 5 seconds, a big improvement from his previous 2 attempts. Learning a lesson from his 2 previous failures? He was indeed quite smart. Everyone concentrated. It's ending soon, right? I wonder if he can last over 10 seconds. This will have to depend on himself. Everyone discussed in low voices. Chen Feng's spiritual energy was his weakness, as it was too weak. One's spiritual body would be fixed the moment one entered the spiritual world. Regardless of how much one's spiritual energy increased in the world, the spiritual body would remain the same as before one entered and would not change. Hence, the current spiritual body used by Chen Feng was a spiritual body formed using 270 points of spiritual energy. Compared to his previous 2 attempts, he seemed to have improved. Dee-da, dee-da. They watched as time passed. Soon, it exceeded 10 seconds. This time around, Chen Feng actually managed to last longer than 10 seconds. This is quite an acceptable duration. Finally, he stopped being a wastrel. For that small spiritual body of his, 10 seconds is already not too shabby. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces. This had indeed been too difficult. This bout of improvement attempts by Chen Feng had placed them in so much anxiety their hearts felt shattered. They almost went forward to tell him to stop wasting. I wonder how long he can last. I suppose it's about to end soon. If he can last 20 seconds, then he can be considered to have regained what he wasted during his previous 2 attempts. Everyone was filled with anticipation. 15 seconds, 18 seconds, 20 seconds. Time passed without stop. Chen Feng had easily surpassed their expectations. Currently, he still remained in the same spot. There wasn't even a frown on his face. Only at this did everyone start having a weird feeling. This guy, he surpassed 20 seconds so easily? Is his spiritual body really so powerful? They were having a weird feeling. Even if he were to surpass 20 seconds, shouldn't it be something that happened after incredible hardship? With Chen Feng's spiritual body, how could he accomplish it in such a carefree manner? No one knew the answer to that. Time was still moving forward without stop. 30 seconds. Everyone's expression changed slightly. 40 seconds. Their expression became solemn. 50 seconds. They could no longer sit tight. 60 seconds. They were shocked. Damn, he has now reached a 600-point increase in spiritual energy, right? Originally 270 points, increase of 600 points, a growth rate of 222%. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. They were all producers, all genius producers. Crescent Moon Spring was what everyone there had experienced before. They were aware of how terrifying that spiritual sea was. If one wanted to learn the tricks of getting more spiritual energy out of the Crescent Moon Spring, they would have to learn some spiritual energy controlling skills. However, 222% growth rate, it was something almost no one had accomplished before. There indeed existed people capable of increasing 600 or even more points of spiritual energy. However, all those people were at least D-class with high amount spiritual energy. As for Chen Feng, his initial spiritual energy was merely 270 points. His spiritual body was forged by 270 points of spiritual energy. A spiritual body at such a level, how was he resisting the spiritual wave? No one knew. At this time continued forward. 61 seconds, 62 seconds, 63 seconds, 63 seconds. He's nearing the limit, a person suddenly said. Chen Feng had an initial spiritual energy of 270 points. If he could last for 73 seconds, he would have an increase of 730 points, reaching the peak of E-class at 1,000 points, reaching the E-class limit. Schwa. All the producers watched on, breaking through the limit at a single attempt. Granted, for these people, E-class was an extremely low level. However, such a manner of improvement was sufficient to alarm them. 71 seconds, 72 seconds, 73 seconds, he reached his limit. Someone cried out in alarm. Up until now, Chen Feng had increased his spiritual energy by 730 points, reaching 1,000 points. So powerful. Truly inconceivable. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. On his first day here, Chen Feng had captivated everyone here. 270 points of initial spiritual energy, a 730-point increase, a growth rate of 270%, a very frightening number. Currently, the clock was still ticking. Although his spiritual energy was no longer increasing, Chen Feng still remained in the crescent moon spring, absorbing spiritual energy without stop. He's still at it. Although his spiritual energy won't increase anymore, it is a good choice to use it to stabilize his new spiritual energy. Everyone nodded their heads. The crescent moon spring was not an item that one could use to break through their limit. Despite its spiritual world appearing so violent, at its core, it was simply a pure increase of attributes. Hence, its nature was somewhat mild and would not leave any after effects for those who used it to increase their spiritual energy. One would be able to improve their attributes in a safe manner, as it provided a stable growth. The only disadvantage of this item was its nature being too mild, hence it was incapable of breaking through one's limit. That was because a person's limit had to be broken through by force. It was a bottleneck. Only by constantly surpassing oneself could one break through. As for the crescent moon spring, even if one were to use it when one was already at the limit, one could only stabilize one's spiritual energy, increasing the quality of one's spiritual energy and increasing the strength of one's spiritual body in digitized worlds. 11150 Chapter 111, Chapter 180, Limit Breakthrough. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenesh. This kid, everyone's tones were filled with admiration. It was indeed as the rumors had said. This was a kid capable of creating miracles. He was only 18 years old, 80 seconds, 90 seconds. Time pressed on. Chen Feng's spiritual energy was gradually stabilizing. The innate, mild, and stable nature of the crescent moon spring played a big role here. Chen Feng's spiritual energy had now become incredibly powerful. Currently, almost half the total producers in Star City were alarmed. They heard that someone had broken the record for the highest growth rate, surpassing the previous record of 200% growth rate left by a certain genius and creating a new record of 245% growth rate. Chen Feng, eh? That competition champion? A lot of producers in the city shifted their gaze toward the residential area. There, the swirling radiance around Chen Feng appeared incredibly dazzling. Those high-level producers at the center of the city had noticed this scene as well. Is this the child you had recommended previously? An old man with bright eyes asked. Not bad, Ho Liang smiled. With exceptionally good talent and awareness, he is also very intelligent, and the most important point being this child's ability to create miracles. Is that so? The old man shifted his gaze toward the direction Chen Feng was at. Of course, Chen Feng is the best choice to deal with the freak that is about to come out of incubation. Below D class, he is most certainly the most suitable person. However, right at this moment, around Chen Feng's body, a familiar aura suddenly appeared. Expressions of shock appeared on the faces of countless producers. Shit! Ho Liang's expression changed greatly. That aura, increase. That was the aura that would appear when spiritual energy increased. Despite not breaking through, the aura surrounding Chen Feng started changing and once again charged upward to increase his attribute. Limit. He was surpassing his limit. Nobody had expected that he could actually break through in the crescent moon spring world. This can't be right? Everyone's hearts trembled with shock. One could break through using the crescent moon spring. This had never happened before. Even if the fact that the crescent moon spring's nature was too gentle was not taken into consideration, regardless of how many times a person had used the crescent moon spring before, that person's spiritual body would still collapse under the never-ending waves of the spiritual sea. This was because the spiritual sea waves would become increasingly violent. The longer one lasted within, the scarier the spiritual attack one had to endure. As for Chen Feng, he had been in there for 10 minutes. He won't really break through, right? Everyone was shaken. Who knows? The rest paid their utmost attention to this. Chen Feng's actions had truly given a lot of people a shock. That bastard, Hu Liang's expression was unsightly. The mission, the purifying mission. Those with attributes above 1000 would not be able to enter. If this bastard really broke through here, Hu Liang would really have to look for a new candidate. However, if Chen Feng truly broke through here, it would also serve as proof of his outstanding talent, should he be anticipating Chen Feng's breakthrough or not. An expression of pain was plastered all over Hu Liang's face. 11 minutes. 12 minutes. The aura surrounding Chen Feng became even more bizarre. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. The bizarre aura of Chen Feng's was slowly stabilizing. His bottleneck merely swayed for a bit before once again it stabilized and was now as stable as a mountain. Unshakable. He had indeed failed. Regardless of how stable his spiritual energy is, it's still pointless. Everyone understood. Luckily, Hu Liang exhaled in relief. It was all good if Chen Feng failed to break through. It was at this moment that someone used a scouting ability to take a look at Chen Feng, only for his expression to end up changing greatly. Look, what? Everyone instinctively glanced at Chen Feng and, similarly, expressions of shock appeared immediately on their faces. Hu Liang shifted his attention on Chen Feng as well. Immediately, his expression became unsightly. This was because when they scanned Chen Feng using the gene scanner, they found an incredibly astonishing thing. Despite Chen Feng not having broken through his limit, his spiritual energy had still increased. Spirit attribute, 1010 points. What's going on? Everyone had stupefied expressions. Without breaking through the limit, the spiritual energy could continue to increase? This, even Hu Liang was dumbfounded. Light swirled. Chen Feng's aura was changing in a steady pace. 1010 points, 1020 points, 1030 points, increase. It was still increasing. Despite not having broken through, despite still being stuck at E-class, Chen Feng's power was still increasing unceasingly. Under the Crescent Moon Spring's effect, his spiritual energy was increasing rapidly. The Crescent Moon Spring was capable of this. No one had been aware of this. This was because nobody had ever accomplished something like what Chen Feng had, to be able to take a shower in the increasingly terrifying Crescent Moon Springs world. That's right. Chen Feng was simply taking a shower. That never-ending spiritual sea wave was giving him a sensation akin to taking a shower. 1,300 points. 1,400 points. 1,500 points. His spiritual energy finally stopped increasing. Luck aura stopped its operation. This signified that Chen Feng's spiritual energy and the quality of his spiritual energy had reached his current limit. Hence, the luck aura was no longer effective and had automatically stopped. Shua, luck aura deactivated. The gentle seawater around him once again became violent. Chen Feng was instantly submerged. Shua, light swirled, he returned to reality. Chen Feng quivered as he was startled awake. As he took a look at his attribute, he was shocked as well. He was aware that the Crescent Moon Spring would definitely not help him break through his limit. This was why he had been absorbing the spiritual energy without inhibition. However, he had never expected that, even without breaking through his limit, his spiritual energy could still increase. 1,500 points? Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Trouble. Would Old Man Ho tear him apart? Currently, all the producers in Star City were alarmed. If it was 270% growth, fine, they could accept that. A record was meant to be surpassed anyway. It was very normal for records to be surpassed here. However, increasing 2,030 points of spiritual energy. A 456% growth rate? Wasn't this too excessive? He had exceeded the supposed limit of E-class. So the Crescent Moon Spring has such an effect? Everyone blanked. Since its first creation, this item had been treated as a priceless treasure. No one had ever used a Crescent Moon Spring in such a manner. No one had ever stayed in the spiritual sea for such a long time either. Too astonishing. Immediately start research on the Crescent Moon Spring. If it truly possesses such a function, countless producers were feeling joyful. They were aware that if the Crescent Moon Spring was truly capable of helping someone exceed the presently theorized limit of 1,000 points, its value would increase. Naturally, the premise to achieve the same effect was for someone to be able to remain in the spiritual sea long enough. Currently, at the center of Star City, Old Man Ho had a stupefied expression. What was this? 1,500 points of spiritual energy, yet not breaking through the limit? Under such circumstance, could he still participate in the purifying mission? Who knows? The so-called maximum attribute allowed to enter was deduced after several peak E-class warriors entered it successfully. The maximum attribute of 1,000 points was deduced because a peak E-class warrior would only have a maximum attribute of 1,000 points. As for someone who had yet to enter D-class yet having attributes surpassing 1,000 points, they had never considered this. Fuck. Hu Liang couldn't help himself and cursed. Wait, they were not entirely without a solution. Hu Liang suddenly recalled something and looked at the old man in red clothes beside him. Hu Liang rubbed his hands. Old Zhu, hee, that gene reagent of yours, scram. Old Zhu did not hesitate to reject. Holiang did not feel any shame. For everyone's good, please sacrifice for once. Scram, a mere purifying mission. You can just get a different candidate for it, Old Zhu rebuked angrily. You are really not lending it? Old Zhu, can't you think it over? Holiang was all smiles as he dragged Old Zhu to one side as both his hands quietly stretched toward Old Zhu. You dare to act against me? Old Zhu rebuked angrily. Damn it, you are blatantly robbing me. After a short moment, Holiang walked out the room in a carefree manner with a bottle of gene reagent in his hand. As for the Old Zhu left in the room, his clothes were in a mess, and he was so angry even his beard was trembling. This asshole. It has been so many years, why is he still so shameless? How can you snatch it directly? 181, Chapter 81, Peril Rebirth. Chapter 81, Peril Rebirth. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tennish Star City. Everyone was still immersed in their shock. Chen Feng's act of reaching 1,000 points of spiritual energy had indeed alarmed everyone. This was no longer a problem concerning growth rate. Rather, the concern was someone exceeding the theorized limit by 500 points. This was what everyone was paying attention to. Chen Feng, countless people silently remembered this name despite the fact that they had never met him in person. Currently, in his room, Chen Feng was getting used to his new power obtained from the rapid growth in his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy had increased greatly, so he had to adapt to it as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. Chen Feng opened the door. It was Holiang. Holiang glared at him ferociously. Kid, the only thing you know is to court trouble. Cough, cough. Chen Feng coughed and said seriously without a change in expression. I did exactly what you requested of me, to increase my strength as much as I can. Yes, but I never told you to surpass 1,000 points of attribute, Holiang said grudgingly. Do you still want to take on this mission? That's completely an accident, Chen Feng laughed awkwardly. He had never expected that this single session of improvement of his had pushed him above the limit required for one to accept the mission. This was getting awkward. Holiang handed over a bottle of gene reagent to him. Take this. This is... Chen Feng accepted it. After taking a look, his eyes lit up. Linger Bright Beast Gene Reagent Function, lowering the spiritual energy by 500 points and increasing the agility, strength, and physique by 200 points each. Duration, 10 hours. A good thing. Chen Feng's eyes shone. This was a peculiar gene reagent. Despite the low increase in attributes and the somewhat weak effect it had, the advantage of this gene reagent was its long duration. Approximately 10 hours. If he were to use it during the mission, such a thing exists? Chen Feng gasped in admiration. He had initially thought that he would miss this mission. Now, though, there was still a way to fix this. Wait, suddenly, Chen Feng felt that something was amiss. If such a thing existed, any random advanced producer with attribute in the 1000s would be able to take on the mission, right? Moreover, an advanced producer should have a richer experience compared to Chen Feng. Chen Feng voiced his concern. Simple. First, we have very few advanced producers with 1,500 spiritual energy. Second, even if they were to reduce their attribute and drop back into E-class with a 1,000 or lower attribute, their combat power would be too weak. Hence, they won't be able to achieve much. Third, the producer that produced this gene reagent is somewhat stingy. Fourth, using such a method to reduce one's attribute, one might not be able to reverse its effect. Holiang had a solemn expression. Unable to reverse? Chen Feng had a solemn mood. In other words, if a newly advanced D-class were to use it, they might be stuck in E-class forever. This was indeed quite a scary prospect. So I'm still the candidate for this mission? Chen Feng asked cautiously. Naturally. Holiang glared at him ferociously. When I told you to increase your strength, I wasn't telling you to go and cause me trouble. Instead, you needed to increase your strength as much as you could within the limit required for you to still be qualified for the mission. Do you understand? Yes, Chen Feng answered. After walking several steps forward, Holiang turned around again, as he was still worried, and said earnestly, Chen Feng, this is your home now. Home, do you understand? This is not a competition. This is not an exam. Hence, there's no need for you to go around breaking records for fame. Do you understand? Chen Feng nodded. Understood. Then, stop causing trouble, all right? Holiang was deeply worried. I won't, Chen Feng pledged. What happened this time was an accident anyway. It truly was an accident. God knows why he had suddenly increased his attribute to 1,500 without breaking through the limit. That's good then. After obtaining Chen Feng's promise, Holiang stared at him before leaving. Chen Feng, do I look like a troublemaker? However, unaware to him currently, everyone in the city already knew about him. This was the Gene Production Association's headquarters. Naturally, all the producers here could at all times detect changes in the aura of the area. With the uproar Chen Feng had caused, how could they not have noticed it? Only having arrived a day ago, yet Chen Feng was already known to all. Chen Feng sighed. I really was merely trying to increase my strength. He shook his head and stopped thinking about all this as he shifted his attention to the other item, Ardent Tiger Spring. A mystical gene reagent, capable of increasing the quality of one's body. Gulp. Chen Feng gulped it down. All his attributes except spirit increased by 100 points. Bang! Chen Feng punched at the air, a vigorous punch. Such items capable of increasing the quality of one's body could only be found here. According to the introduction, it was a special version for producers that was produced after reducing the pain one might suffer during the process of attribute increase. Worthy of being the headquarters indeed. Chen Feng inhaled deeply as he once again familiarized himself with his new strength. His combat power had increased greatly. Strength, agility, physique, spirit, all his attributes were increased. This is still not enough. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as lightning. All along, he had always been clear on his goal, to increase his strength, completing the purifying mission. Next, trade for a bunch of D-class fusion gene reagent formulas. This was his true goal. Things like genes, Chen Feng had his own research on them. If a score was to be assigned to each fusion gene reagent used after each class advancement, it was very probable for the final combat power to be equivalent to the superposition of the power of all fusion gene reagents one used at each class. As long as a single one of the fusion gene reagents was somewhat weak, the person's overall strength would be greatly reduced. Since he wanted to break through, the strongest fusion gene reagent had to be used, and out of the whole world, this was the only place where all those strongest fusion gene reagents could be found. Only here could one find the strongest formula. Only here could one find the most complete gene bank. He wanted to, from the huge amount of available formulas here, choose a formula with the highest difficulty, the strongest, rarest, and most suitable formula for him to create a strongest gene for himself. Increase my strength as quickly as possible. Complete the purifying mission before breaking through to D-class. Chen Feng was aware of his goal. Despite the fact that his strength had now increased, for him, it was still far from enough. He had only accepted the mission to obtain more resources instead of accepting the mission to throw his life away. Even if the association would dispatch some geniuses to help him, Chen Feng would definitely not trust others with his life. In this month's period, I must become stronger. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as lightning. Now that he was done with increasing his attribute, he shifted his attention to the final reward he had received. It was not the D-class formula rewarded to him. Instead, his attention was on the reward for his producer certification, the reward received after his producer certification. As a producer of the headquarters, the reward he received would be much more generous. Beginner producer certification, any F-class formula X1 as a reward, Thundersnake gene formula was chosen. Intermediate producer certification, 1 copy of spiritual energy usage skills from well-practiced to proficient, uncollected. Advanced producer certification, 1 copy of 5 years of digitized construction and 3 years of digital battle, uncollected. Master producer certification, 1 set of gene armament known as peril rebirth, uncollected. That is, as Chen Feng looked at the reward for the master certification, his heart started burning. He was aware that the headquarters would provide a much better reward to their producers compared to a normal branch. However, he had never expected the reward to be so generous. Peril Rebirth. This was an extremely powerful gene armament also known as Phoenix's Nirvana. On the market, this gene armament was simply priceless. Ni 182, Chapter 182, The Crazy Goal, Chapter 182, The Crazy Goal Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Peril Rebirth, a one-time use gene armament. When used, a seed would be planted within one's body. When one encountered any fatality, the seed would erupt and, in an instant, unleash a formidable power to put an end to one's opponent. At the same time, one's stamina, state of mind, and injuries would all be fully recovered. In an instant, recovering to one's peak condition. This was what Peril Rebirth was. Such a thing, a small flame was ignited in Chen Feng's heart. This was a gene armament assembled from 12 sets of 4-star and 5-star D-class gene reagents. Normally, only master producers could produce these, valuable and rare. As for advanced producers, even if the formula for all the 12 required gene reagents was provided, how long would it take that producer to master it? Rather than spending time on these, that advanced producer might as well use the time to try breaking through to master gene producer. By the time one was able to master a huge amount of D-class gene formulas, reaching the point where these required gene reagents could be easily produced, one would be near the level of master gene producer anyway. Hence, the usual minimum requirement to use the Peril Rebirth was master gene producer. Only a powerful master gene producer with solid accumulation and a solid background would possess Peril Rebirth, which was equivalent to a second life. It would be etched into one's body, serving as an extremely powerful trump card for a producer. When he was previously increasing his knowledge on gene armaments, he had been stunned the first time he'd seen Peril Rebirth. Now he was only one step away from this gene armament. Peril Rebirth, Chen Feng's eyes shone brightly. He was enticed. In this world, countless types of gene abilities in all sorts of forms existed. Even with his luck aura, even with his high vigilance, he was still not able to guarantee absolute safety to himself. Hence, this was an item that he had to get his hands on. Master producer, eh? Chen Feng started pondering the probability of him getting this gene armament. Class certification. This was a process all producers had to go through. Chen Feng had once gone through a certification at the Gold City branch. It was a simple process. He had only needed to produce 3 sets of the lumber bear gene. However, the certification at the headquarters would be somewhat different. They would provide a specially prepared formula for certifications. One who completed the production successfully would pass the certification. The certification formula requirement for beginner producers, 1-star F-class. The certification formula requirements for intermediate producers, 1-star E-class, 100 points of spiritual energy. The certification formula requirements for advanced producers, 1-star D-class, 1,000 points of spiritual energy. The certification formula requirements for master producers, 1-star C-class, 10,000 points of spiritual energy, C-class. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Indeed, would it be too far-fetched for him to set his present goal to becoming a master producer? On his current official identifications, only 20-star beginner producer was recorded. His true ability, though, even after pushing to his limits, would only be an intermediate producer. As for a master producer, it was simply a whole different level. Even passing the advanced producer certification would be quite difficult for the present him. Chen Feng sank into contemplation. With his 1,500 points of spiritual energy, he met the minimum requirement to be an advanced producer. However, if he were to depend solely on himself to produce a 1-star D-class gene reagent, it would still be somewhat difficult. The rate of failure would be too high. However, if he were to activate his luck aura, the advanced producer certification would be simple to get. As for master producer certification, he had 0 chances of succeeding. He did not even meet the minimum spiritual energy requirement for it. More accurately, his current spiritual energy was 1 figure away from reaching the required spiritual energy. Forget it, Chen Feng shook his head. For now, he should avoid biting off more than he could chew. When my spiritual energy meets the requirement, I will definitely get you in my hands. Chen Feng clenched his fists. This gene armament was something he had to obtain. Shutting the certification interface down, Chen Feng decided to first claim the ordinary D-class formula that was rewarded to him. Although it was merely an ordinary formula between 1 star and 3 stars, it was still nevertheless the first D-class formula of his. Schwa. He opened the gene bank. Access scanning. Identity confirmed. Schwa. Light swirled. Silhouettes of countless gene reagents appeared before his eyes. These were all D-class gene reagents. Below the illusory image of each gene reagent was the introduction and detailed data for these gene reagents. Whichever gene reagent one picked, all the information would be directly transmitted to one's wristband. Let me see. Chen Feng was somewhat excited. Attack, defense, support, every single one of these D-class gene reagents was extremely powerful, even if they were merely a 1-star D-class formula. Powerful, Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. Since he had the chance to choose a formula, he naturally needed to make his choice with his upcoming mission on mind. Since purification formulas would be provided for free, Chen Feng's choice should prioritize a self-defense formula. After all, only by staying alive could he complete the assigned mission. Filter. Chen Feng started flipping through the gene bank. Just as he was prepared to search for self-defense genes, he blanked. This was because he had at this moment seen a peculiar D-class gene formula. A formula that would be useless in increasing one's combat power yet possessed quite a unique effect when used. The gene bank is indeed all-embracing in the type of formulas it contains, Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. This was because this gene reagent's effect was reduce target formula's requirement by 5%. Reducing requirement? Such a gene reagent exists? What's the theory behind it? Chen Feng took a look. When using the gene reagent, a spiritual barrier would be formed. Within the barrier, one's spiritual energy would be livelier, as one would be able to absorb the energy from their environment to make up for what was lacking. With this, the minimum spiritual energy requirements for one to be able to produce the gene reagents specified by the formula would be reduced. Is this the theory behind it? Chen Feng contemplated. If it really worked this way, Schwa. Chen Feng hastily filtered his options. All requirement reduction formulas were filtered out. Shortly after, several dozens formulas appeared. All of them were requirement reduction formulas. Among them, the formula with the highest reduction had a requirement reduction of 50%. Unfortunately, that was a 5-star formula. Among the 3-star D-class formulas, the best of them only possessed a requirement reduction of 30%. 30%, Chen Feng's eyes shone. Shua, he entered the virtual community. Market filter, he directly filtered out all the requirement reduction gene reagents in the business district. All sorts of gene reagents appeared, ranging from 10% reduction to 30% reduction. However, no higher reduction could be found. Indeed, gene reagents with 4 or 5 stars were rare products. Coupled with the fact that these formulas had low profit margins, the amount of producers willing to produce these were quite low. Seems like I can only produce them myself. Once again, Chen Feng opened the gene bank and locked onto his chosen gene reagent. Purchase. Schwa. Gene formula received. Turtle fungi gene formula difficulty. 3 stars. Type. Special function. Reduces spiritual energy requirement of formulas by 20 to 30% duration. 20 to 30% introduction. Produced using the extracted blood essence of turtle fungi. All sorts of materials are required to stimulate the mysterious power contained within the turtle fungi's blood essence to create a special gene reagent. Granted, on the market, formulas with 30% reduction were available. However, Chen Feng believed that, when he produced it, he would be able to produce one with a better effect. If it were to mutate, and used at the same time as some other gene reagents capable of increasing his spiritual energy for a certain duration, Chen Feng was excited. If everything progressed as he expected, he might truly be able to pass the master producer's certification once to get that gene armament. There was hope. Chen Feng's gaze became burning hot. Wasn't it a mere 10,000 points of spiritual energy? I shall put it all on the line. He put his thoughts into action and decisively started his grind to pass the master producer's certification. First step. Produce a mutated turtle fungi gene formula. The minimum requirement for this formula was 1,200 points of spiritual energy. For Chen Feng with 1,500 points of spiritual energy, this did not pose him any problems. Reading the data, studying, choosing the materials, purchase. At the headquarters, everything was much more convenient compared to when he had been at his home. Soon, Chen Feng had prepared everything and started his production. Due to his high spiritual energy, his production progressed much smoothly than his expectations. After 30 minutes, he completed his production. Mutated turtle fungi gene reagent type, special function, reduces spiritual energy requirement of formulas by 40% duration, 120 seconds, it reached 40%. Chen Feng was excited. This meant that only 6,000 points of spiritual energy were required. The rest of the required spiritual energy would be absorbed from the environment by this gene reagent. Would this be sufficient? This was far from sufficient. Chen Feng's second step was to improve this formula. One could also say that he was performing optimization on this formula. With the complexity of this formula, there ought to be some places where improvement was possible. Chen Feng believed that, under the super powerful effect of his luck aura, even if the probability of improvement was only one among multiple billions of succeeding, he would be able to successfully transform this formula into something that was much better, even at the cost of exhausting a huge amount of luck value. Come. After resting for 3 days, when his saved luck value went over 100 points, he began. Shua, light swirled. With both his eyes shut, Chen Feng entered the hyper-dimensional mode. Surrounding him were the required gene reagents and huge amount of materials. Anything that might be required had all been prepared by him. His success or failure would depend on his current actions. Shua, shua. Both his hands fluttered around rapidly. Gene search completed. Gene fusion completed. Gene reaction completed. For Chen Feng, who was already well practiced in this, improving a formula wasn't too difficult. His luck value was dropping rapidly and stopped when he only had 50 points remaining. Production successful. Mutated turtle fungi gene reagent type, special function, reducing spiritual energy requirement of formulas by 50% duration, 120 seconds, it reached 50%. Chen Feng was excited. Indeed, the formula had been successfully improved. He counted the remaining materials in the room and found that the amount of required materials was 1-fold higher than the original formula. 5,000 points of spiritual energy requirement. Chen Feng clenched his fists. He was now one step closer to passing the master producer's certification. Then, third step, increasing his base spirit attribute. His spirit had now stabilized at 500 points. If he wanted to further increase it, it was nearly impossible. However, if he were to only increase it for a duration of time, it wouldn't be a problem. There were way too many gene reagents out there capable of increasing spiritual energy for a certain amount of time. For example, Blue Bat Gene Reagent. Translator's thoughts. Lemoston High. I would like to announce that the Patreon of this novel is now up and running. Please refer the following link. https://www.patreon.com/lemosons23. Chapter 83, A Step Away. Chapter 83, A Step Away. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish, Mutated Bluebat Gene Class, E-Function, instantly increases spirit by 500 points for a duration of 3 seconds. This was a gene reagent Chen Feng had once used during the competition. A 5-star E-Class gene with a powerful effect. However, if one were to overuse it, one would immediately suffer brain death. During the competition, Chen Feng had used this gene reagent to crush his opponents, since the user of this gene reagent would be an android. In reality, though, this wouldn't work. Based on Chen Feng's research, when one chose to temporarily increase one's spiritual energy, it was best to maintain the increase within a range of 100%. Only with this would one avoid suffering any damage. In other words, Chen Feng would be able to have a maximum temporary increase of 1,500 points. With this, his original attribute of 1,000 points, coupled with the additional 1,500 points, he would have a total of 3,000 points, only 2,000 points away from his target. What if I were to use 3 Blue Bat gene reagents at the same time? Chen Feng thought about it but ultimately shook his head. Not worth it. Using 3 at the same time wouldn't be the main problem. The main problem would be the short duration of 3 seconds. He could indeed continue using another 3 blue bat gene reagents right after the 3 seconds duration was over to prolong it. However, if he were to do that, he would be wasting an average of 1 blue bat gene reagent per second. To produce a C-class gene reagent, even if his luck aura were fully activated, he still required 100 seconds to complete the production. Hence, he would require a total of 100 mutated blue bat gene reagents. 100 of them. To be safe, he might even need to prepare more of them. This was a 5-star E-class formula, something that Chen Feng would not be able to complete with his basic skills unless he were to use luck aura. The huge amount of materials and luck value it would potentially require, simply a huge pit. Chen Feng immediately rejected this idea. Were there any other options? Chen Feng pondered. Suddenly, he recalled a certain formula. Earthworm's body gene reagent, a 3-star F-class formula that instantly increased spiritual energy by 30 points for a duration of 200 seconds. This was quite an unremarkable gene reagent. Its class and requirements were lower, and it wasn't a particularly useful gene reagent as well. However, if the Earthworm's body gene reagent was used to link the F-class gene reagents together, it might be able to unleash an unimaginable power. Mutated Earthworm's body gene class, F function, using Earthworm gene as the core, able to link multiple same F-class gene reagents together, enabling the reagents to display better effects. What a perfect match. Chen Feng's eyes shone. The crucial point of using such a combination of gene reagents would be the fact that he would not need to waste his luck values. Xua, 1, 5, 10. With a huge amount of low-level gene reagents, Chen Feng started his tests. Based on his results, around 30 low-level gene reagents could be linked together to give a temporary increase of 1,000 points to his spiritual energy. The duration would be 200 seconds. Done. Chen Feng spent 3 whole days to complete his production. Up until now, Chen Feng already had 3,000 points of temporary spiritual energy increase secured. On top of that, he would also be able to reduce the requirements by around 5,000 points. I'm nearly there. Chen Feng's emotions surged. 4th step, increasing the efficiency of his spiritual energy. Not reaching the spiritual energy requirement? No problem. If he couldn't meet the quantity, he could make up for it with the quality. If 1 point of his spiritual energy was as effective as 2 points of the spiritual energy of others, did this not mean that he had used a roundabout method of meeting the requirements? This was what Chen Feng aimed for. Naturally, this was merely a vision of his. Would other troubles accompany this quality increase of his spiritual energy? What was the difference between the different methods of improving spiritual energy quality? Which would be suitable for gene production? Which would be suitable for combat? Which would be incompatible with requirement reduction gene reagents? All these would require a huge amount of tests to determine. Let's begin then. Chen Feng was exhilarated. Increasing the power, increasing the effect, increasing the quality, increasing its concentration, Chen Feng started conducting a huge amount of tests on F-class gene reagents. Some of these gene reagents would conflict with other gene reagents. Some would conflict with requirement, reduction gene reagents, etc. Chen Feng spent approximately 7 days to find the suitable gene formula. Mutated cuttlefish gene formula difficulty, 5 stars class, E function, temporary increase of spiritual energy's effectiveness by 80%. Duration, 50 seconds introduction, produced using extracted cuttlefish beast's gene reagent. All sorts of materials were required to stimulate the mysterious power contained within the cuttlefish's genes, producing a special gene reagent as a result. 80% for 150 seconds. Perfect. 80% of 3,000 spiritual energy would be 2,400 points. In other words, after using his prepared gene reagents, Chen Feng would have a temporary spiritual energy equivalent to 5,400 points. With his turtle fungi gene reagent, he surpassed the required 10,000 spiritual energy for the Master Gene Producer certification. I meet the requirements. Chen Feng was excited. It was a pity that, after this cuttlefish gene reagent mutated, its duration was what increased. Otherwise, Chen Feng believed that he would be even more powerful. Now, he was merely 1 step away from passing the Master Producer's certification. It's time to go get certified. Chen Feng's eyes shone brightly. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Star City. 13 days had passed since Chen Feng's Crescent Moon Spring incident. These days, Star City had recovered its original tranquility. How was that thing progressing? Ho Liang was communicating with someone from the genetic union. It's still in incubation. Presently, there are no signs that it's breaking out of its cocoon, his counterpart replied with a steady voice. It will be similar to our estimations. Anything that might happen will only happen half a month later. That will be the time when everything will begin. That's good then. Ho Liang had a solemn expression. Continue updating me with the situation there at all times. Understood. Receiving his reply, Ho Liang ended the call. The present situation of that thing in incubation did not exceed their estimations. If everything progressed smoothly, in half a month, only when the incubated broke out of its cocoon would be the time where Chen Feng was required. Ho Liang had a concentrated gaze. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. How is Chen Feng doing these 2 days? He looked at his assistant. Oh, The assistant clearly blanked momentarily before replying, he hasn't left his room for days. He had been busy producing gene reagents. That's good then. Satisfied with the answer, Ho Liang nodded his head. This was what he liked about Chen Feng. Regardless of his talent or his background, Chen Feng was never discouraged and always worked hard. The amount of hard work he put in far surpassed a lot of people out there. Suddenly, the assistant's wristband buzzed. He looked at it and his expression became weird. It seems like Chen Feng is coming here for certification. Certification? Ho Liang pondered before nodding slightly. True, it is indeed time for him to get certified. Well, go and prepare the intermediate producer's certification reward for him in advance then. Understood. The assistant nodded. Wait. Ho Liang thought about it. Prepare the reward for advanced producer certification as well. The assistant clearly blanked momentarily. Ah, advanced producer? Wasn't Chen Feng a mere beginner producer during the competition? Even if he were incredibly talented, he would not be able to skip the intermediate producer level and become an advanced producer immediately, right? Nothing bad will arise from being prepared, Ho Liang said grudgingly, just in case this kid starts causing trouble again. True. The assistant thought about it and immediately got someone to prepare it. Ho Liang had a grudging look in his eyes. As he looked at the certification center beside him, he felt a tinge of anticipation. I wonder if this kid will have the courage to charge straight to becoming an advanced producer. At this time, Chen Feng started his registration at the entrance. Please select your level of certification. Intermediate producer. Please wait a moment. Shua. Light swirled. One-star E-class gene reagent formula was sent into Chen Feng's wristband. Around him, the materials required for this formula were all ready. This was the certification formula. Let me take a look first. Chen Feng accepted the data of the formula. A huge amount of information emerged. Fortunately, a large amount of the contents were something that Chen Feng had come across before among the other E-class formulas that he had studied. Hence, he was able to memorize the contents of this formula in a short time. Let's begin then. Gene production began. After 5 minutes, Chen Feng completed his production. Despite not using his luck aura, this was still extremely easy for him. This proved that the ability possessed by Chen Feng had far surpassed the level of a newbie, reaching the level equivalent to a high-level intermediate producer. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Seems like my studies all this while have not been for nothing. Congratulations. Certification passed. The reward will be released. Shua. A valuable book was transmitted to Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled calmly and said, without the slightest hesitation, I want to continue the certification. Please select your level of certification. Advanced producer, Chen Feng said calmly. Please wait a moment, the ice-cold voice of the system replied. Some of the people around him paused their steps. Chen Feng was planning to charge into advanced producer? They all knew who this kid who had caused an incident on his first day here was. Advanced producer. A lot of people shifted their gazes here. With Chen Feng's age, if he were to pass his advanced producer certifications, it would be something joyous for the association as well. Soon, the certification began. This time, it was a 1-star D-class formula, the certification formula for an advanced producer. After 2 minutes. Shua. Production complete. An 18-year-old advanced producer, a person with a pair of bright eyes, said, This kid's talent is extremely astonishing. I saw this coming the moment he defeated Qin Hai. Some smiled at this. True. Everyone shook their heads as they laughed at themselves. Wasn't that true? Qin Hai himself was an advanced producer and also a D-class genetic warrior. Didn't he end up defeated by Chen Feng anyway? Hence, it was not surprising for Chen Feng to pass his advanced producer certification. Everything was as they expected. Seems like we need to start working hard, one of them smiled as he said, or else we might end up surpassed by him. True. Everyone nodded their heads. With the inclusion of a genius here, they were all motivated to work harder. However, at this very moment, the expression of one of the producers there changed greatly. He is, what? Instinctively, everyone turned around and was immediately shocked. That was because, currently, Chen Feng had not left. Instead, he had started the 3rd certification for the day, Master Producer Certification. Translator's thoughts. Lamoston Patreon link, https://1moston.com Master Producer, Chapter 84, Master Producer. Translator, Lamoston Editor, 10ish Master Producer Certification. Lowest requirement being 10,000 points of spiritual energy. An amount of spiritual energy that was only traditionally reachable by those in peak D or C class. Under normal circumstances, even those in peak D class would only meet the minimum requirements. If one wanted to produce successfully by only meeting the minimum requirements, it would be difficult. Hence, it slowly became common sense that if one wanted to advance into Master Producer, one must first be at C class. As for Chen Feng, merely peak E class. Even if his spiritual energy surpassed an ordinary person, it was only 1,500 points. Attempting the Master Producer certification with only 1,500 points of spiritual energy? Had he gone insane? A well-known producer frowned. He is acting somewhat reckless this time. All this while, although they thought that Chen Feng was a bit of a show-off when he handled things, they still approved of him. Now though, they were wondering if this child was now too excessive in his attempt to show off. Presently, he only had 1,500 points of spiritual energy. Master Producer certification? Apart from seeking sensationalism, what was the point in attempting this certification? A large majority of producers still essentially prefer a low profile and steady manner of handling things. Chen Feng's impetuous methods had attracted some resentment from some producers. With this little ability of his, he's showing off too much, right? A well-endowed female producer said as she pouted. Her companion smiled. Ha Li, don't be too harsh on a newbie. Since he dares to attempt it, he should have his methods for it. When you first joined 2 years ago, I don't recall you having the courage to do this. This kind of courage, what do I need it for? Isn't it merely spiritual energy requirement reduction? Who doesn't know about that? If there's only a small difference to make up, it should work. But with the current 1,500 points of spiritual energy he has, who is he trying to delude? Ha Li snorted and said in an annoyed manner, every time one attempts a production certification, a huge amount of testing materials will be wasted. If one attempts the certification without confidence in passing, it's merely an act of wasting resources. At this moment, Chen Feng had already started his Master Producer's certification. He was very clear on what everyone was currently thinking about. He was also very clear on what light his current actions had put him in. Even in his previous life, when someone applied for college entrance examinations before even graduating from junior high school, it would be reported by some media outlets and end up online where countless parties would start berating the person in question. In this world, things would be similar. He had long accustomed himself to this. Just because someone had 1,500 points of spiritual energy, one wouldn't make it. Just because one was in E-class, one would fail? How ridiculous. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed. Schwa, formula data read. Gene production began. Firstly, Chen Feng familiarized himself with the certification formula. Next, he prepared all the required materials accordingly and placed them all around him before starting his production. First step, consuming the mutated turtle fungi gene reagent. A faint light started glowing before forming a bizarre glowing haze formed of spiritual energy around Chen Feng. This was the effect of the turtle fungi gene reagent. Reducing spiritual energy requirement of formulas by 50% for 120 seconds. The initial requirement of 10,000 points for this formula had now been reduced to 5,000 points. Second step, consuming temporary spiritual energy increase reagent. After consuming all the gene reagents that he had linked together with the F-class earthworm's body gene reagent, his spiritual energy had temporarily increased by 1-fold, reaching 3,000 points for a duration of 200 seconds. Third step, consuming the mutated cuttlefish gene reagent. The effectiveness of his spiritual energy had temporarily increased by 80% for a duration of 150 seconds. Before Chen Feng's eyes, the blood essence that originally appeared ordinary suddenly started glinting. Schwa. Light swirled and Chen Feng entered the digitized mode. It entered. Chen Feng was in Cloud 9. His spiritual energy had met the requirement. After using all sorts of support gene reagents, he had finally reached the standard required for the production of C-class formulas. However, despite his spiritual energy reaching the standard, he did not dare to slack. He knew that he only had 120 seconds. If he were to take 1 extra second, he would immediately fail his production. Let's begin then. Chen Feng shut his eyes. Bang! Luck aura fully activated. At this moment, all the producers in Star City were looking at this in shock. A moment ago, they had still been criticizing Chen Feng for seeking sensationalism. The next moment, Chen Feng had forcefully activated his digitized world and started his gene production. How is this possible? The female producer called Holly opened her eyes wide. He clearly only had 1,500 points. See, her companion smiled. There are ways to do it after all. Turtle fungi, unknown assembly of spiritual energy increasing reagents, cuttlefish. Some noticed the gene reagents used by Chen Feng. Even so, they still failed to understand how Chen Feng had met the requirement for the formula. This was too far-fetched. To pass the producer certifications, they had long researched all sorts of available methods to make passing easier. Even gene formulas at the higher levels had been researched to look for something that could help someone pass certification. However, they had never found a gene reagent that was sufficient to help one overcome the requirement. Perhaps this is his genetic ability, someone said. Maybe. The rest nodded. If gene reagents were used together with a genetic ability, it would be possible. However, this was merely hitting the lowest requirement for C-class formulas. As for successfully producing it, it was nearly impossible, even if the formula used for the test was very weak. I only succeeded after my master production level reached 3 stars. Same here. Different from you both, I succeeded when my master production level was at 1 star. However, I still used a huge amount of support gene reagents to increase the success rate. For Chen Feng to attempt it in such a manner, everyone shook their heads. Support gene reagent? Everyone was capable of using these. However, the higher the amount of such gene reagents used, the bigger the conflicts between different gene reagents would be. As such, The amount of support gene reagents one could use in this situation was essentially limited. Hence, they tried as best as they could to fill the limited slots of support gene reagents they could use with gene reagents that could increase production success rates in order to guarantee at least one time of successful production during their master producer certification. And now, Chen Feng had filled his slots of usable support gene reagents with spiritual energy requirement reduction gene reagents. Even if he managed to meet the requirement forcefully this way, he would not be able to successfully complete his production. Everyone agreed to this fact. Well, it's still a good thing for him to have a taste of what it's like. Holly patted the peaks on her chest that were worthy of pride as she coldly said, the moment he reached Star City he was so high profile. It's about time for him to learn the real gap between him and a true master producer. Even if he meets the spiritual energy requirement, a C-class formula is not something that can be produced so easily. Genius? Who in this city wasn't a genius? You, girl! Her companion merely shook her head as she laughed. This companion of hers was similarly someone who had entered headquarters due to her outstanding talent. However, she had failed 2 master producer certifications in a row recently, so she was somewhat filled with a grudge at the moment. However, one had to know that, in this world, some people who were naturally capable of creating miracles existed. Chen Feng, she muttered this name. She wanted to see, this newbie here, what height could his miracles reach. Shua. Data swirled around rapidly. Chen Feng started producing quickly with his fully activated luck aura. The formula data that was unimaginably hard were assembled with a rapid speed. A lot of the data he received was something that Chen Feng couldn't even understand. However, he merely pointed with his finger randomly, and subsequently he would be successful. This was the power of his luck aura. As long as the problem was something caused by probability, it was no longer a problem. Shua, shua. Light swirled without stop around Chen Feng. 30 seconds, first step, gene search completed. 80 seconds, second step, gene reaction completed. 108 seconds, third step, gene fusion completed. Final step, sealing the produced gene. 2 seconds left. Without hesitation, Chen Feng used his spiritual energy to move the liquid into the prepared bottle. Production complete. Time consumed, 11.9 seconds. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. I did it. Despite that sealing the produced reagent into the bottle wasn't classified as a gene production step, Chen Feng was sure that the moment his 120-second duration was over, with his spiritual energy, he would not be able to even seal the bottle up. Fortunately, he had managed to complete it in time. Was I successful? Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions. This was the first C-class gene reagent he had produced, applying for authentication. Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. The system started scanning. Ding, data scan over. Based on the scan results, you have passed the certification. Hua, the whole of Star City was in an uproar. Master producer, Chen Feng, he had successfully passed the certification. What joke was this? That glorious title had been successfully obtained by this Chen Feng that was still in E-class with only a 500 points of spiritual energy? God knows how many producers at 10,000 points and above of spiritual energy were out there still working hard to pass the certification. That was the Master Producer certification. That also signified the Peril Rebirth gene armament. Bang. All the gene producers in Star City were alarmed. Even the producers who initially weren't bothered about this incident were greatly shocked after Chen Feng's success. That was because Chen Feng had, once again, broken a record minimum requirement to pass the Master Producer certification. How is that possible? Hali was collapsing. He had passed? This guy with merely 1,500 points of spiritual energy had passed? One had to know that she had 11,000 points of spiritual energy. In order to break through to become a Master Producer, she had prepared for it many times yet still failed. How had this happened? How was this possible? Her companion merely smiled thoughtfully. Perhaps it's time you reduce your gaming hours at night. At the center of Star City. This kid, Ho Liang, did not know whether he should laugh or cry. He had originally believed that, since this guy had remained low profile for 10 days, he would stop causing trouble. Unexpectedly, the moment this kid left his room, he once again caused an incident. Such a major incident at that. Master Producer Chen Feng. When he thought of this new title, he found it amusing. That, his assistant said suddenly, the certification center said that a lot of people are protesting there. They believe that Chen Feng is not qualified to hold the title of a master producer. His rewards, release the rewards to him. Ho Liang sneered. Whoever has the guts to reduce the reward, I dare him to try. But, the assistant was perspiring all over. Chen Feng has successfully passed the certification based on the set rules. Who dares to deny that? Not only do we need to release his rewards to him, we should even give him the highest of honors. Ho Liang smiled as he said, it has been way too long since these fellows made their names. They are feeling too complacent nowadays. Only when a stronger genius appears will their will to fight be stimulated. Now, a genius has finally arrived. On that day itself, amidst the protests, Star City awarded Chen Feng his Master Producer's badge. This caused an uproar as the news of this award was intentionally sent to all producers. A record had once again been broken. Chen Feng became Star City's number. He became the whole world's youngest master producer at the young age of 18. Translator's thoughts. Lemoston Patreon link. https www.patreon.com lemoston.com win 5. Chapter 18.5. It's you? The Scammer? Chapter 18.5. It's you? The Scammer? Translator, Lemoston editor, TheStrongestGene armament acquired. Chen Feng's emotions surged. This was the first gene armament he had obtained. Moreover, it was the Peril Rebirth that was only normally possessed by powerful master producers. With this, he had gained something that was equivalent to a second life. Shua. A huge amount of data started flooding into his wristband. All the formula rewards were sent to Chen Feng. This was also the first time Chen Feng had a good look at the data pertaining to this gene armament in its entirety. Peril Rebirth, a gene armament assembled from 12 rare D-class formulas. Among these 12 formulas, 5 of them were 5-star formulas and 7 of them were 4-star formulas. When used in the prescribed order, the power of the gene armament could be displayed. The usage of this gene armament was limited to only the producer himself. Producer himself? Chen Feng's heart jolted. He finally understood the reason why this gene armament couldn't be bought through the market. He also finally understood why was this something only master producers were qualified to have. That was because this item was an item that only its producer could use. Is this due to the effect of one of its required gene reagents? Chen Feng guessed. There were a lot of better gene reagents that possessed high usage limitations. Peril Rebirth was obviously one of these. Currently, there were still 17 days till the end of this 1-month period he had. His current accumulated luck values, 200 points. It's enough. Chen Feng's eyes were as sharp as lightning. D-class formulas would not pose much of a problem to him. As long as he had sufficient materials, he would be able to produce them all in a single day. This city he was currently in was also the place with the most complete warehouse the whole world had to offer. Purchase, and purchase. Chen Feng started a furious shopping spree. Naturally, although he would sell a mutated gold ant gene every few days, there would still be periods where he lacked funds. Hence, after thinking about it, Chen Feng decided to directly produce a huge amount of mutated gold ant gene reagents. With this, the business in his TheStrongestGene shop also reached a peak period. In a single day, all his gene reagents were sold out, temporarily freeing Chen Feng from problems related to funds, purchasing materials, gene productions. Besides that, he also took the chance to study the valuable guidebooks he had received, rewards, spiritual energy usage skills, from well-practiced to proficient, and 5 years of digitized construction and 3 years of digital battle. One of them taught him about the usage of spiritual energy, while the other taught him about digital battling methods. Both of these were also the knowledge he presently lacked most. Chen Feng started consuming knowledge hungrily. As for purification, Chen Feng was not quite worried about this. This was an important mission labeled as a world threat, so all the required purification gene reagents for this mission would be provided by higher-level producers. Chen Feng merely needed to concentrate on what he was tasked with, destroying the incubated being and defending himself. The reason for that was simple. The moment the incubated being was destroyed, the barrier restricting entry of those in higher levels would naturally be gone. At that time, the experts from that organization would definitely appear. The reinforcements from the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association would appear as well. A chaotic battle would definitely break out there. As the person at the center of the soon-to-be battleground, Chen Feng had to withdraw immediately. During the waiting period, Ho Liang came over several times to talk to him about the course of the mission. 1. Entering the extreme Iceland. 2. Destroying the incubated being. 3. Leaving immediately. 4. Reinforcements from both sides will appear and a chaotic battle will break out. Naturally, the moment he completed the first 3 steps, the 4th step would have nothing to do with Chen Feng. Remember, the moment you complete the mission, you must withdraw immediately. Ho Liang repeated this countless times. He was aware of how dangerous this mission was. If everything progressed according to their plan, there naturally wouldn't be any problems. What he was most afraid of was the appearance of variables in the middle of the mission. It was very probable that this variable would be something that originated from that mysterious organization. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Is it so serious? Of course. In our original mission plan, the incubated being was treated as a natural occurrence. But now, it is very probable for that mysterious organization to make their move as well, Hu Liang said with a deep tone. Naturally, corresponding to the mission's difficulty, we will increase the rewards. The higher the difficulty, the better the rewards. We have never deprived our people of their fair share. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Understood. An example would be the Xuanhuan incident. Initially, he was not supposed to have received any rewards. However, due to a change in circumstance and the increased difficulty of what he encountered during the mission, the association had rewarded him 2 sets of Crescent Moon Spring. From this, their generosity was apparent. Chen Feng's lips curled up, forming a smile. I am now looking forward to them making their move. The higher the risk, the higher the return. I am truly looking forward to it. Time passed silently. The 1-month period ended quickly. Based on the reports from the scouts, the incubated being was about to be birthed soon. For this mission, the genetic union will deal with the enemies you meet on the way. You only need to follow along with them, look for the incubated being, and then... Liang's eyes were ice cold. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Understood. After finding the target, he would need to toss out a huge amount of purifying gene reagents to weaken the incubated being. At its weakest moment, he only needed to drag it into the digitized world before killing it on the spot. This was Chen Feng's mission. Let's go. Liang personally escorted Chen Feng to the Iceland. This was where the nearest genetic union camp to the extreme Iceland was located. Remember to be careful, Liang told him. Don't worry, Chen Feng smiled. With Peril Rebirth, nothing will happen to me. You kid, Liang burst out laughing. Thinking about it, he agreed. Even if Chen Feng couldn't produce Peril Rebirth successfully, the 12 required D-class formulas for it were in themselves rare formulas. Among these formulas, 10 of them were formulas used for self-defense. As long as he managed to produce 1 or 2 of them, Chen Feng's survivability would increase by quite a large amount. As for successfully producing the gene armament, he never considered that. This was a gene armament assembled through 12 rare D-class formulas. Even a master producer would require several months of research to successfully produce all of them. 17 days? Simply impossible. Regardless of how talented Chen Feng was, he would still require time for all this. Currently, the people from Genetic Union had arrived as well. Chen Feng raised his head and blanked immediately. He had once tried to guess the identity of the strongest E-class that the Genetic Union would send for this mission. However, he had never expected the person to be someone he knew. Hee, long time no see. Wang Chun's face was all smiles. Chen Feng, why was it this guy? Strongest E-class? Chen Feng stared doubtfully at that thin physique of Wang Chun's. This was not an ordinary mission. This was a purifying mission. Could Wang Chun really protect him? What joke was this? Chen Feng was expressionless. How did you end up as the strongest E-class of the Genetic Union? With a couple swings from Shen Wei, all my opponents were defeated. Wang Chun was feeling proud. Chen Feng, he has been cheating way too excessively, right? Liang was surprised. You know each other? Geniuses indeed got along together. Wang Chun patted Chen Feng's shoulder. We are good brothers that have even slept together. Chen Feng, that's good then, Liang said, smiling. I don't have to worry now that you know each other. Please trust our professionalism. The person in charge sent by the Genetic Union proudly said, apart from Wang Chun, we are also sending out a huge amount of shadow warriors. This should guarantee the success of this mission. Shadow warriors? Chen Feng felt somewhat doubtful. Nuo. Wang Chun pointed. In the air, a faint shadow flashed. It was at this moment that Chen Feng found with shock that he had been surrounded by at least 10 shadows. Every single one of them was emitting a terrifying aura from their body. Shadow warriors. Genetic ability, shadow transformation. A product of a certain assassination association. After joint research by the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association, a unique warrior known as a shadow warrior was created. It would be used to protect important members of their organizations, a bodyguard hidden in darkness. No one knew how many of them were around. No one knew what other abilities they had. These people were extremely terrifying. It was apparent that the Genetic Union had put a lot in this mission. All the shadow warriors vanished instantly. They had once again concealed themselves. Chen Feng had a solemn mood. If these shadows were here to assassinate him, could he avoid their attack? Simply impossible. Seems like I need to be even more careful now, Chen Feng said inwardly. Granted, the reason he had not detected them was due to the lack of killing intent or any intent of threat directed toward him by these people. However, it was never reliable to rely purely on killing intent or intent of threat. What if the opponents were capable of concealing their killing intent and intent of threat? Hence, he had to be more cautious. As Liang saw Chen Feng's performance, he nodded slightly. In the city, Chen Feng was the king of troublemakers. The way he handled things was extremely high profile and absolutely unrestrained, not caring about how others viewed him. This was a source of headache for others around him. But here in the wilderness, he would be extremely careful, making thorough preparations for everything. Incredibly cautious. This was what a true producer was like. Ding, mission time started recording. Chen Feng and Wang Chun entered the extreme Iceland under escort of Liang and the rest. Gulp. Chen Feng consumed the Linger Bright Beast gene reagent. His spiritual energy was decreased by 500 points while the rest of his attributes were increased by 200 points respectively. The instant they entered. A silent agreement was formed. Liang and the rest paused their steps. This was because of the restriction that was restricting the entry of those with higher attribute points. It began. Chen Feng was in a solemn mood. Shua! Shen Wei and Shen Yi appeared noiselessly. It's been a while. Shen Yi looked at Chen Feng joyfully while Shen Wei merely nodded her head. It's been a while, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Wang Chun couldn't help but roll his eyes. Damn, this guy was so indifferent toward him yet so intimate with the Shen Yi siblings. That's a no-brainer. Chen Feng was too tired to even berate him. With you here, it is very probable that I am the one that will end up protecting you instead. Despite Shen Wei's strength, it did not refute the fact that Wang Chun by himself was baggage. With this guy here, the identity of protector might swap between them. Letting a gene producer protect a genetic warrior? How excellent. How powerful. Cough, cough. Wang Chun smiled awkwardly. We don't have to be too bothered with these small details. As long as we complete the mission, it will do. Chen Feng, so this guy was also here for the generous rewards. Aren't you afraid that you will truly die here? Chen Feng grudgingly said. Initially, I was not planning to come. After all, this mission is very dangerous. However, when I heard that the person requiring protection was called Chen Feng, I made up my mind. I had to come here to protect you. We are good brothers that have tided through death together, slaughtered enemies together, and slept together. I will never allow you to take a risk alone. Wang Chun spoke with justice. My ass. Where's your face? Chen Feng felt like giving him a kick. This guy was clearly here to hop on a free ride to get the mission rewards. Shen Yi laughed cutely beside them as she watched the banter between Chen Feng and Wang Chun. Her eyes never stopped scanning their surroundings, though. She was fully concentrated on their surroundings. Suddenly, her tiny head stopped its movement as she looked forward. Something is coming. Shua. A shadow flashed in the darkness. A mutated beast with bloodshot eyes was killed before it even got near them. Surprise attack? Ridiculous. This was the extreme Iceland. Even if Chen Feng's group was conversing, they were still maintaining the highest vigilance. It's not the enemy? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. He had initially believed that their enemy would be the one appearing. However, right this moment, pooh. A corpse dropped down loudly in front of Chen Feng's group, giving them a scare. However, as they took a clear look at the corpse, their expressions changed greatly. That was a dead shadow warrior. Translator's thoughts. Limostin Patreon link. https://1.climlostin.patreon.com/climlostin. 186, Chapter 86, Terrifying Genetic Ability. Chapter 86, Terrifying Genetic Ability. Translator, Limostin editor, Tanesh. How is this possible? Their expressions changed greatly. Dead? Shadow warrior? They weren't even able to see how it had happened. Shua. Wang Chun reacted quickly. An energy barrier was erected noiselessly. Regardless of the method their enemy was using to attack, erecting an energy barrier would be the correct move. Wang Chun had a calm expression. Shen Yi, inspect. Understood. Shen Yi started inspecting the corpse. To avoid any probable poison infection, she was extremely cautious. However, after a single glance, Shen Yi's expression became somewhat odd. What's up? Chen Feng asked. Shen Yi was somewhat dazed. Hard to say? Everyone was confused. Hard to say? I think it'd be better if you all looked at it yourselves. Shen Yi hid behind Wang Chun. Is it that weird? With a solemn mood, Chen Feng approached the corpse and scanned it with his wristband. A set of information appeared in his wristband. At this, Chen Feng's expression became somewhat odd as well. This, Wang Chun glanced at it and was stupefied as well. Such a genetic ability existed? That's right. This shadow warrior was killed by a mystical genetic ability. Not a physical or spiritual attack. Instead, a special mode of attack. To be more accurate, it couldn't even be considered an attack. This was because this was a genetic ability that could keep someone awake, a genetic ability that was classified as a trash ability by the Genetic Union. Nerve stimulation function. Through a special method of spiritual energy usage, stimulate one's mental state, causing one to remain in an excited condition. This was an ability that was useless in battles. Normally, it would be used in hospitals or by the masses to stay awake. It was even rumored that there were some wealthy people who had producers with this ability in their payroll in order to increase their quality of life, maintaining constant happiness and excitement in their life. Unexpectedly, someone had now used it for battle. Right in front of them, this peak E-class shadow warrior whose combat power was off the charts was killed by this very ability. That expression of high due to stimulation before his death was still preserved on his face. In layman's terms, this person here was dead due to overexcitement. His nervous system was too excited, causing him to be overstimulated and end up dead. Everyone sunk into silence. Even the other shadow warriors were dumbstruck. Overexcited to death? What damnable death was this? In the future, I won't dare use the phrase, so damn comfortables anymore, Wang Chun said grudgingly. Before their eyes was the true form of someone who had been damned by comfort. Seems like our enemy has appeared, Chen Feng said in a low voice. Their first enemy had appeared. A genetic warrior possessing a unique genetic ability from that mysterious organization. Chen Feng had a solemn gaze. We need to be more cautious. Nervous system? What was that exactly? Different from a normal method of attack, such a peculiar genetic ability was the scariest thing and also the hardest to guard against. If they had no ways of defending against this attack, they would probably all end up dead before they even reached the incubated being. Can't figure it out. Everyone shook their heads. Such a bizarre method of attack was something none of them knew about. Nervous stimulation, Chen Feng said with deep voice. No one knew how this attack was launched, hence they couldn't even mount any defensive measures against it. However, if it was something related to spiritual energy, the stronger one's spiritual energy is, the more resistant one should be against this ability. Since our enemy can appear in this space, his spiritual energy is definitely not above 1,000 points as well. Hence, we might be able to resist it using items that can temporarily increase our spiritual energy, Chen Feng analyzed. Understood. Everyone contemplated. As for those with too weak a spiritual energy, Chen Feng said in low voice, you should all leave first. These words were directed toward those shadow warriors. A large majority of shadow warriors majored in agility or strength attributes. Even if their combat power was off the charts, against such unique circumstances, they couldn't do much and would definitely die. Sorry. Half the shadow warriors sighed before leaving. It doesn't matter. Chen Feng smiled. Let's continue. During their advance, that person launched several attacks as well. However, in this group, where the average spiritual energy was 800 points, these attacks couldn't do much. The shadow warrior that was hit by the attack merely lost his ability to move temporarily. After several seconds, the shadow warrior recovered to his previous state. 1 time, 2 times, 3 failed attacks in a row. Instead, these stimulation attacks caused the shadow warriors to be extremely high with an expression of extreme comfort on their faces. Unexpectedly, their combat power even increased greatly due to the stimulation. This was the disadvantage of this ability. If it failed to work, it might work against the user instead. Chen Feng, Wang Chun, how should they review this ability? Too niche an ability instead. No wonder the Genetic Union had labeled it a trash ability. Even when several abilities with similar types of effect were overlapped together, even if its effect was greatly increased against an enemy with formidable spiritual energy, it would still be rendered useless. It's still better to be careful, Chen Feng told them. Their opponent was also someone in peak E-class like all of them. This signified that their opponent would have, at the very least, 2 genetic abilities. There was also a possibility that their opponent might possess a secret art. Their opponent's ability might be way stronger than they imagined. Everyone nodded slightly. Understood. The wind was bone-chilling. In this extreme Iceland, the deeper they entered, the colder it became. For Chen Feng's group, who had always stayed in an area with prolonged summer, this was totally a trial for them. They still needed to be cautious against the hidden enemy as well. Did you find him? Wang Chun asked in a low voice. Soon, Shen Yi said. 1 more attack from him, and I will be able to lock onto his position. All right? Chen Feng's eyes shone. An enemy who attacked in such a method was someone who would be hard to detect but would possess extremely weak melee combat capabilities. The moment the enemy was located, suddenly, the blowing wind around them sounded off. Here it comes. Chen Feng had a solemn mood. Surprising everyone this time, the enemy did not choose a comparatively weaker shadow warrior as his attack target. Rather, the opponent had selected the core member of this mission, the one with the strongest spiritual energy, Chen Feng. A terrifying flash of light. The spiritual energy of their enemy that would only appear as a glimmer earlier, at the moment it faced Chen Feng, transformed into a formidable beam that one could see with their naked eyes. Not good. Wang Chun's expression changed greatly. Increased effectiveness. This guy's second genetic ability was actually increased effectiveness. That ability that was initially an ability that was not particularly formidable and was merely a somewhat bizarre ability, at this moment, erupted with an astonishing might, bombarding toward Chen Feng. The enemy was attempting to behead the group. He wanted to directly eliminate Chen Feng. Careful. However, that beam of light phased through his body without causing any damage and instead noiselessly arrived in front Chen Feng. This was a locked-on attack. Normal defensive methods would be ineffective against it. Bang! An explosion of light. Mental stimulation was released straight into Chen Feng's brain. Something's going to happen. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. Too hateful. This was merely the start of their mission. The first enemy they encountered. The Shadow Warriors had expressions of guilt on their faces. Their conventional guarding methods were rendered ineffective before this mysterious organization. Their methods were simply useless here. They were too clear on the scariness of that mental stimulation. If it was in its normal form, fine. However, this improved version, Shu, that beam of light descended into Chen Feng's brain. Failed to block? Chen Feng had a solemn mood. He had never expected this mental stimulating attack was something that would lock onto one's spiritual energy. Locking onto spiritual energy, Chen Feng started thinking rapidly. Shua, light swirled around. That wave of light started its charge toward Chen Feng's mind. The moment it connected with Chen Feng's nervous system, the stimulation would begin and Chen Feng might end up dead immediately. He would fail to block it. Chen Feng was clear that his 1,000 points of spiritual energy was absolutely insufficient to block this attack. What should he do? Chen Feng's heart jolted madly. He did not expect to face a death crisis so soon after he entered this extreme Iceland. Overexcited to death? No way. Chen Feng clenched his teeth. This attacking method, Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as lightning. Shua. His brain was operating at its maximum speed. Only by determining the way in which this skill attacked could he deal with it. Spiritual lock-on, it would only stop when it met something that was similarly in spiritual form? No. If that was the case, any random attack that collided with the light beam would be able to trigger its immediate activation. Chen Feng had tried using his wind blades against the light beam, yet it had been ineffective. Hence, this was not a mere spiritual lock-on. There should be another method for this attack to determine its target of attack. Perhaps it was life force. Only life force was something it could use to determine its target. Spiritual form, life force, Chen Feng's expression became weird. If that was the case, I-187 Chapter 187, Overexcited Mode, Chapter 187, Overexcited Mode. Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenesh. A form with a makeup identical to spiritual energy with signs of life. It was a mode reachable by Xiaoying as well. Xiaoying, Chen Feng urged inwardly. Shua. With a flash of red, Xiaoying blocked in front of Chen Feng's nervous system. Bang. That beam of light entered Xiaoying's body. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Is it over? Chen Feng had a solemn mood. Their opponent was an assassin specializing in killing through nervous system stimulation. If the focus of his research was the nervous system of a human, Xiaoying, as a different species, wouldn't be too damaged by that attack. Perhaps it might even be ineffective against Xiaoying. Currently, the beam of light disappeared. Seems like there's no problem. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. However, in that instant, Chen Feng found that the bright red eyes of Xiaoying were blooming with an even more intense red glow. This is, Xiaoying, go out. Chen Feng muttered inwardly that something bad was going to happen. Shua. Instantly, he sent Xiaoying out. At that moment, Xiaoying transformed into a flash of terrifying red light as it raged and started shooting everywhere. Bang, bang. 2 mountains around them were pierced through. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. What damnable thing was that? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaoying transformed into a red flash that flickered everywhere. At the extreme Iceland, one mountain after another collapsed. The powerful Xiaoying with its unique body makeup had, under this unique stimulation, started raging. No one knew what was going to result from this. Bang, bang, another mountain crumbled down. Ayo, a mutated beast was startled awake. Yet before it even found its enemy, it was instantly pierced through. Dead, shoo, shoo, red flash. With Chen Feng as the center of its activity radius, the red flash streaked around, leaving countless perfect curves on the air with an extremely fast speed, constantly expanding the radius of its movements. All the mutated beasts around them were killed. Everywhere the red flash passed, not a single thing was left alive. Even those towering ice mountains would not escape the fate of crumbling down if they happened to be in the way of the red flash. Bang, bang, earth trembled. Distantly, somewhere exceeding the range one could see with their naked eyes, several silhouettes appeared suddenly. They were escaping in a wretched manner. It's them. With a single glance, Shen Yi recognized them. It was the person who had been utilizing the spiritual stimulation attack and his servants. Shen Wei was filled with killing intent. Go. However, Pooh, with a red flash, one of them collapsed noiselessly. What freak is this? Don't kill me. One mournful scream after another started resounding. However, they were useless. Shoo, shoo, shoo. With every flash of red, one of them would collapse. Out of the whole group of them, in less than 3 seconds, 9 of them were killed. That sole surviving genetic warrior was staring at that red flash, despair plastered on his face. What damnable thing was this? Naturally, he would not realize that this was the result of his very own actions. Pooh, with a flash of red, he collapsed forever. Currently, the red flash continued its berserking. After a long time, when the red flash disappeared, when Xiaoying finally returned to Chen Feng, the whole extreme Iceland sunk into a deathly silence. In an area with a circumference of 5 km around them, all living beings were extinguished. Only the area in Chen Feng's vicinity was left untouched, akin to a holy land amidst the carnage. Wang Chun gulped. Is it over? Chen Feng nodded. Chen Feng checked his consciousness and found that the usually perfectly straight red line had turned flaccid and weak after venting out all its energy. Currently, Xiaoying was a curved line that was slumped down weakly in his constructed spiritual space. This guy, Chen Feng, did not know whether he should laugh or cry. So when an illusionary snake was in a state of euphoria, this was how it would react? Too vigorous. Could this be considered a mental illness to one? He had initially thought that Xiaoying was only good for eating genes. Unexpectedly, this guy was much terrifying than he had imagined. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Let's go. This time around, when the Shadow Warriors looked at Chen Feng, their gazes were filled with reverence. That scene they had witnessed earlier would be deeply etched in the depths of their hearts. They were not aware of the existence of an illusionary snake. In their eyes, the only thing they had witnessed was Chen Feng, safe and sound after having his nervous system stimulated before casually shooting a red flash out of his hand to destroy everything within 5 kilometers. So, Chen Feng was actually so powerful. So, a gene producer could be so terrifying as well. The group set forth once again. Their journey was peaceful this time around. As every living being within 5 kilometers had been cleared, even those from the mysterious organization did not dare to approach this area. Chen Feng's group was able to smoothly travel forth, entering the depths of the region. We need to be more careful, Chen Feng advised. He refused to believe that the mysterious organization would give up and allow them to approach the incubated being. Understood. Everyone nodded their heads slightly. Shua! A bizarre chillness started descending upon them. It's here. Everyone's eyes shone. Bang! In the darkness, a group of somewhat formidable assassins appeared. Every one of them was at peak E-class with somewhat formidable abilities. Evidently, these were specially trained experts. 30 silhouettes appeared from all sorts of angles around them. Ambush. Their target being Chen Feng. After experiencing a failure during their previous attempt at using a unique ability to kill, they had decided to use the most traditional assassination method, to ambush. However, Puh! One silhouette after another started dropping. There was no need for even Shen Wei to move. The 10 Shadow Warriors had instantly erupted with an extremely powerful combat power, one of them against 3 of the enemies, and they were still able to maintain absolute superiority. Insta-kill. A full flush of insta-kills. In a short 10 seconds, all their enemies were eliminated. So strong? Chen Feng looked at those Shadow Warriors. They had been holding it in for a very long time. Now, they finally got the chance to vent their anger. Moreover, from the eyes of a majority of them, Chen Feng could see the excitement where they wished for more of these enemies to appear. These guys, instantly, Chen Feng understood. Were they still excited from the nervous system stimulation they had received earlier? These assassins were, in actuality, screwed up by the actions of their own allies. Strong, Wang Chun praised them. Chen Feng stared ahead. There's still 25 kilometers to go. The total distance they needed to travel was 30 kilometers. It was not a far distance, but it was not too near either. The failures of these assassins had proved that if one wanted to kill Chen Feng, they had to first get rid of these Shadow Warriors, or else it would never happen. These Shadow Warriors that had been neglected by them were the true strongest force of combat power here. Hence, Chen Feng guessed that the next targets of those assassins would be these Shadow Warriors. You all be careful, Chen Feng advised. Understood. They nodded their heads slightly. Under the bone-piercing coldness, they advanced once again. Throughout the journey, it was quite peaceful. However, the more peaceful it was, the higher everyone's vigilance was. The chilly wind was bitingly cold. Snowflakes started drifting around in the air. Chen Feng was astonished. It's snowing. Yeah, Wang Chun rubbed his hands. Seems like we have reached the inner region. What beautiful snowflakes, Shen Yi happily said. Without these chilly winds, it would be so much better. Everyone burst out in laughter at this. At this moment, the first snowflake finally landed on their energy barrier. Ka! An astonishing sound of something cracking resounded. A crack had appeared on the energy barrier that had been maintained by Wang Chun. Not good. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. Something is wrong with these snowflakes. Ka! Cow! Countless snowflakes started dropping. The energy barrier was in imminent danger. Move! Wang Chun bellowed. Shoo! The Shadow Warriors once again erupted in power and destroyed the falling snowflakes. However, how many of these snowflakes could they destroy? Cold wind engulfed them with endless falling snowflakes. Ki! The energy barrier was tottering. Everyone's expressions were unsightly. No one had expected that their enemies would be so fierce this time. Moreover, such a unique method of attack was used. Snowflakes? Chen Feng looked at the sky. Can you control the weather? If so, is your ability something like a rain or snow summoning ability? Chen Feng guessed. Such abilities were extremely common. There were also a lot of peculiar mutated beasts possessing abilities to temporarily alter the weather. The genetic abilities resulting from the genes of these beasts would provide one an ability to alter the weather, changing the atmosphere, for example, summoning snow or rain. However, such abilities were normally something only required by the weather department. It was said that, during the previous annual meeting, a rainbow goddess capable of producing rainbows had appeared in the weather department. The moment her rainbow appeared, all other weather effects would be suppressed. The effect of her ability was quite astonishing. However, such weather-controlling abilities were normally lacking in combat power. They were also rated lowly by the Genetic Union. Unexpectedly, here, someone was using these abilities to attack. Chen Feng started thinking rapidly. If they were able to appear in here, they would be E-class at most. If so, their opponent would only have 2 genetic abilities. One of them was definitely a snow summoning ability. As for the next ability, poison, poisoning the snowflakes, Chen Feng frowned. Such a combination of genetic abilities was too exotic. However, if these 2 were indeed the genetic abilities used, the power would absolutely not be so strong. What joke was that? A poison ability itself was also something classified among those abilities with weak combat power. 1 poison and 1 snow summoning ability. With the combination of these, regardless of how one looked at it, it would not result in so powerful an effect. Even at a place like this extreme Iceland where these abilities were naturally advantageous, it should not be so powerful. If so, then he could be sure of one thing. To be so powerful, at least 3 of them are required. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as lightning. As long as we kill one of them, they are screwed. Understood. Everyone nodded slightly. A shadow warrior vanished noiselessly. Assassination was also something they were extremely good at. Drag out the time for them, locate the enemies, Wang Chun said coldly. At this moment, the energy barrier shattered into pieces. Countless snowflakes drifted in the air, every single one of them containing terrifying power within. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. It's here. Regardless of how powerful the energy barrier was, it would not be a match for such large-scale weather attack. However, regardless of how powerful the snowflake was, it was still a snowflake. As long as an ability it was weak against was used, Shen Wei moved instantly. Her burning sword was suddenly stabbed on the ground. Bang! A red radiance started spreading with Shen Wei as its center. Everything with a circumference of 10 meters was instantly cleansed. All the snowflakes within were instantly melted, unable to get near them. In the dark extreme Iceland, that red radiance appeared very dazzling. Everyone was dragging it out for more time. The enemies were planning to eliminate Chen Feng as soon as possible, while Chen Feng's group needed to last long enough for the shadow warriors to find the enemies. Time passed quietly. Suddenly, an abnormality appeared in the air. The drifting snowflakes dispersed while droplets of terrifying-looking water started descending upon them. It was now raining. Footnotes 1. A wordplay in Chinese. The word used here is Shi Jingbing, which could be literally translated as snake extract disease. It also sounds similar to Shen Jingbing, which means mental illness. Translator's thoughts. Limoston, Patreon link, https, second SSSS, SSSS, SSTTPS, SSS 18.8, Chapter 18.8, Weather Attack, Chapter 18.8, Weather Attack Translator, Limoston Editor, Tenesh. It was raining. Everyone had a solemn mood. The pattering raindrops dropped without stop as the rain got heavier. Distantly, drops of rain started landing on the ground as the terrifying pattering sound echoed without stop. C-E-E-E-E-E-E-E-I. C-I-C. A white aura appeared and started flickering. This was, everyone inhaled mouthfuls of cold breath. Hua. The drizzle instantly turned into a downpour. Even the flaming area created by Shen Wei was pushed back without stop. Under the huge amount of raindrops, the flaming area reduced in size. 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. I will try increasing the power, Shen Wei coldly said. A rain at this level simply couldn't hope to cause her any harm. However, Wang Chun stopped her and shook his head slightly. Only at this did she notice that, as her flame increased in intensity, the faces of everyone here, Wang Chun included, were already flushed red. All of them were enduring this high temperature she had created. In order to evaporate these raindrops, a higher temperature was required. These people would not be able to endure the heat generated. The current temperature was already the highest temperature they could endure. What should we do then? Shen Wei asked in a low voice. Without locating their enemy, she couldn't do much either. She had never experienced a battle such as what they were currently facing, a battle where the enemy couldn't be located even after using such a terrifying area attacking method. Everyone's expressions became unsightly. If this continued, they would be exhausted to their deaths. Enemy? They couldn't even locate them. Against such an attack, they were helpless. What if we were to dig a pit in the ground? Chen Feng suddenly suggested. He recalled that, in his previous life, there was a game called Minecraft where they could easily build something or dig a cave to get shelter from the rain. It seemed to be feasible in their current situation. Let me try. A shadow warrior started bombarding the ground. Bang. The ground was damaged. However, only cracks were left on the ground. The soil here contained an extreme property of chilliness. Hence, it was nearly impossible to dig a cave here. Wang Chun's expression was unsightly. I'm afraid this won't work. Their enemy's scariness exceeded their imaginations. Chen Feng looked at the shadow warriors. They still have not been found? It had been a while, yet their comrades had yet to locate the enemy. The enemy has blockaded all detection abilities, one of the shadow warrior replied with a solemn expression. I can't find them either. Shen Yi shook her head slightly. Our enemy definitely has some blockading-related ability that has been utilized flawlessly. All detection skills blocked? Chen Feng inhaled deeply. They were definitely against a whole squad this time instead of a single individual. Only a full squad could control the weather in such a perfect manner with such flawless coordination. And only a full squad could hide their aura so flawlessly, to the point where even Shen Yi, who came from a unique world, could not detect them. Evidently, their current opponent was much scarier than their previous opponents. Chen Feng sighed. Wouldn't it be good if that rainbow goddess was here? Although the rainbow goddess had zero combat power, in their current circumstance, a single unique rainbow from her would be sufficient to cleanse everything. In other words, these weather-controlling abilities were weak against her rainbow ability. This squad, at this unique place, and a weather attack was bringing huge trouble to Chen Feng's group. If this continued, Chen Feng looked at Shen Wei, whose expression was already looking bad. In order to help everyone endure these raindrops, she had exhausted a huge amount of energy. She wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. We can't drag this on much longer. Chen Feng looked at the shadow warrior beside him. Connect me to those two. I need to talk to them. All right. The shadow warrior connected Chen Feng's communication tool. Shua, communication established. Send me your current locations, Chen Feng said faintly. All right. Both shadow warriors sent their locations to Chen Feng. Good. After receiving their locations, Chen Feng shut his eyes. The newly created technique during the Gene Rookie competition was once again used, displaying his terrifying ability to affect everything in reality that related to probability. Shua. Light swirled. Chen Feng entered the digitized world. Coordinates established. His luck aura was fully activated. Previously, it was with this method that Chen Feng had captured the hidden beta. That was the first time Chen Feng had attempted to combine reality with probabilities, creating a new method of using his luck aura. With his luck aura, he would affect the probability in order to grasp the correct coordinates to find out the true location of their enemy. In other words, he was guessing their location. With his luck aura, his guess would be correct. Using gene fragments of different lengths to represent different numbers from 0 to 9 to represent the coordinates. Shua. Countless gene fragments that represented different numbers gleamed in the air. Chen Feng grabbed casually. 6 gene fragments. The horizontal coordinate they represented was Ju00121. Shua. Once again, Chen Feng grabbed. The vertical coordinate they represented this time was 056438. Shua. At the third grab of his, 6 gene fragments were grabbed. The number they represented was Du000. This was the coordinate of the altitude of their enemy, clearing showing that their enemy was not on the air or underground. Instead, they were on the ground as well. Then, their position was now confirmed. This was the very ability Chen Feng had previously used during the competition, an ability he named Luck Aura, Lockdown. With only 3 points of luck value, nobody could hide from him. Chen Feng sneered. Found you, you two. Chen Feng contacted the 2 shadow warriors. Our enemy is at 6 o'clock from your position, 213 meters away. Roger. The eyes of the 2 shadow warriors lit up. Their silhouettes faded noiselessly. Currently, not much energy was left around Xuanhuan. At the same time, at a certain location in the extreme Iceland, a group of 10 were staring fixedly at Chen Feng's group. It's soon. Seems like that young lady will exhaust her energy soon. As long as she exhausts her energy, the rest of them will probably not take long to collapse. At that time, Little 9, Little 10, make sure our aura is hidden properly. Don't worry, Little 9 sneered. Even D-class genetic warriors would not be able to locate us. The rest nodded slightly. Everyone in their squad had a unique ability. Little 9 and Little 10 possessed an extremely formidable ability to block detection from one's awareness or genetic abilities. The unique combination of both their genetic abilities were able to push this blockade ability to its limits. The eldest brother was the one in charge of dictating the overall flow of battle. The remaining 7 of them were all people with weather control abilities. The 7 of them possessed all sorts of weather-related abilities with poisonous and corrosive special effects added on. The 7 of them were sufficient to recreate a vast majority of existing natural disasters. This was the power of their squad. Incomparably terrifying. As for defense, it was simply not needed. The radius of their weather attack was extremely terrifying. A lot of times, their enemies would not last long enough to reach them. Hence, catching them was almost impossible. They are expecting such newbies to pass through here? What a joke. They discussed in quiet. However, what on earth did Xuanhuan, that crazy woman, want? Cultivating these terrifying monsters. Sometimes, I feel afraid just thinking of her creations. Why bother about her? We only need to complete the mission and get our rewards. That will be sufficient. If she hadn't created such things, would the organization release a mission with such rich rewards? True. Everyone burst out in laughter. Even if the heavens were to collapse, there would be someone else to deal with it. What should they be afraid of? The rewards this time, they started discussing in excitement. As for Chen Feng? They glanced at him. Chen Feng's group was still resisting with great difficulty at the same spot. As for the 2 retards that were scouting for them, they had long been forgotten. Those 2 had also used some detection blocking abilities. Hence, if they attempted to locate those 2, they would probably end up exposing their location. Those 2 wouldn't be able to find them anyway. Little 9 sneered. However, it was at this moment that an acute pain could be felt on his chest. Little 9, widened his eyes and stared at the person in front of him with an unbelievable expression. A shadow warrior had appeared and quietly harvested his life. The dagger with a paralysis effect had caused him to die without even being able to leave his last words. The rest, felt something wrong. However, it was too late. Since they possessed an attack with such a huge area of effect, this signified that their defensive abilities were almost non-existent. The moment the shadow warriors got near them, blood splattered. This was simply a massacre. How is this possible? Little 10 stared at these 2 with an unbelievable expression. Even in death, he could not understand how had they been discovered with the undefeated blockade established by he and Little 9. How was it possible that they had been found? Plop. The shadow warrior coldly pulled out his dagger. The battle ended. At that instant, the terrifying downpour of rain stopped. Chen Feng's mouth curled up, forming a smile. It's over. Yu, Wang Chun, looked at Chen Feng as he exclaimed in admiration. He was aware of how astonishing Chen Feng's combat power was. However, he had Shen Yi by his side, so he would possess a natural advantage. Unexpectedly, this time around, when even Shen Yi had failed to locate the enemy, Chen Feng had easily succeeded. This guy, how many trump cards does he have? Wang Chun sighed. I'm now somewhat envious of you. Scram, Chen Feng said grudgingly. This guy with a genetic ability capable of creating a harem should be the envied one, right? With the Shen Yi siblings, he was still not satisfied. At this time, the two shadow warriors returned with astonishing news. Organization, mission, Xuanhuan, this were what they had overheard. As Chen Feng heard the details, he felt a chill go down his spine. Their opponent was actually operating in a similar manner to the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association, where missions with rewards were issued to experts to undertake. What did this signify? This signified the scale of this mysterious organization. Moreover, even with such an operating method that was somewhat free in nature, they had still not heard of anything related to this organization before. They did not even know the name of their opponent's organization. Wasn't this too terrifying? The cohesion and strength of this organization might be much more terrifying than they had imagined. After this, we need to be even more careful. Chen Feng had a solemn expression. Wang Chun and the rest nodded slightly. If this organization truly worked in a manner where missions with rewards were assigned, then the subsequent enemies that they would encounter would probably be even more powerful. If they were to face these enemies head-on, they would have nothing to be afraid of. The limit in this area was peak E-class. Regardless of the Shadow Warriors or Shen Wei, they were the deadliest existence within this level. If there was one thing they were afraid of, it was those random obscure genetic abilities. Unfortunately, the members of this mysterious organization seem to be well versed in this aspect. 1189 Chapter 89, So Unbridled. Chapter 89, So Unbridled. Translator, Lemoston editor, Tenish amidst the chilly wind, the group moved forth with great difficulty. Suddenly, Chen Feng stopped. What's up? Wang Chun felt doubtful. We can't continue like this. Chen Feng shook his head. This mysterious organization was too bizarre with all sorts of unique genetic abilities that one would have difficulty guarding against. If they continued progressing in such a manner, they would definitely end up dead. An even more important point was time. There was not much time left before the incubated being's birth. If their opponent dispatched a genetic warrior that specialized in slowing people down, they would be helpless against it. Hence, they couldn't continue advancing this way. If they were to remain the way they were, they would end up dead. They had to think of something. Chen Feng started thinking rapidly. His brain moved quickly. He was clear on the importance of looking for a feasible method to deal with this. Shadow warriors? They wouldn't do. Despite their formidable combat power, their current opponents were not applying conventional battling methods. Hence, the shadow warriors would not be able to fully display what they were good at, which was direct battles. As for the Shen Wei siblings, they were in the same situation. What should they do then? Chen Feng squeezed every ounce of his brain cells yet failed to think of anything. These unique genetic abilities were simply a disaster to those who focused on ordinary direct battles. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of something. Was the nervous system stimulation formidable? It was. Was the weather attack formidable? It was. However, as these unique attacking methods were too extreme in their focus and their bizarre abilities, the user's personal combat power was quite weak. If that was the case, their greatest weakness would be melee combat. As long as someone like a shadow warrior managed to locate them, this, though, was what Chen Feng excelled at. Luck, aura, lockdown. Only 3 luck values were required. However, how do I confirm if there are any enemies around? Chen Feng pondered. His luck aura, lockdown, was able to determine the location of his enemies at any time. However, the prerequisite for that was that there had to be a target available for the skill to lock onto. If he could not figure out whether there were any enemies, how was he supposed to lock onto them? Lock on. Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. The luck aura was almost omnipotent. This lock-on function was the first skill he'd created using his luck aura. If so, could other abilities be created using the luck aura as well? For example, detecting the appearance of enemies? Chen Feng started thinking rapidly. It was possible. The reason for this was simple. Luck aura was something that would work according to how Chen Feng willed it to. For example, if Chen Feng willed for, I need an ice attribute Windblade, then, after using his luck values, a Windblade with an ice attribute would definitely appear. No other attributes would appear. If what he willed for was something with 0 probability of appearance, then the luck value would simply remain dormant, simple as such. If so, if Chen Feng willed for performing a certain action when enemies intending harm to him were to appear around him, would he be able to create an alert system? He put his thoughts into action. Let's try it out. With a thought, Chen Feng entered the digitized world. A huge amount of lively gene fragments were summoned by Chen Feng. Normally, these gene fragments would be wandering around randomly in his spiritual world and would only be useful when required. For example, when Chen Feng used his luck aura, lockdown. These were the gene fragments Chen Feng used to conceptualize real-life coordinates in his spiritual world. Under normal circumstances, these gene fragments were extremely stable and would not mutate. After all, it was pointless for them to evolve since they were now residing in a digitized world. However, if luck values were used, these gene fragments could still be forced to mutate. It was somewhat pointless to do this though. This time, the new skill that Chen Feng was trying to create would require the usage of these gene fragments as well. For example, if Chen Feng willed, within 3 kilometers, if enemies with ill intent against him were to appear, one of the gene fragments shall mutate. With this, he would be able to turn the matter of detecting his opponent's appearance into a matter of probability. Then, as long as an enemy appeared, something with a low probability of occurrence, such as mutation of these gene fragments, would occur, even if the probability of their mutation was a chance of 1 in 100 million. As long as it was something to do with probability, it would not be a problem for Chen Feng. The most powerful aspect of this new skill was the fact that his gene fragments would not mutate if there were no enemies around them, so there would be no exhaustion of luck values. This also signified that this was a skill that Chen Feng could leave active at all times. Moreover, he could set the detection radius as he wished, a radius of 100 km for example. He could even set various definitions for the type of enemies he wanted to detect. For example, a certain someone set as the target of his detection. Will it work as I intend? Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. Shua, luck aura activated. Indeed, no luck values were exhausted. Go. Chen Feng leaded the group as they advanced. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Pop. A certain gene fragment in his digitized world suddenly mutated, reducing his luck value by 1 point. They're here. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. However, as this was the first time he had tried using his new skill, Luck Aura, Alarm, Chen Feng was not sure if it was working as intended. Hence, he promptly activated his Luck Aura, Lockdown, to lock onto their enemy. Shua. 3 points of luck values exhausted. Target's coordinates confirmed. Successful. Chen Feng was exhilarated. It was confirmed that enemy had indeed appeared in their vicinity. This is good. Chen Feng's emotions surged. Wait, if that was the case, wouldn't his Luck Aura, Lockdown, be ridiculously overpowered as well? As long as he willed it to lock onto a certain individual, Chen Feng could even lock onto someone with the whole world as the range. Using his gene fragments to represent the coordinates of the whole world, he would be able to easily find whoever he was looking for. Let's try it out. Shua. He activated his digitized world. A 3-dimensional graph representing the whole world was built in his spiritual world. Then, if I am lucky enough, I will be able to know the exact position Ho Liang is currently at. Chen Feng pondered thoughtfully. Shua. He casually grabbed forth 3 times. Countless gene fragments representing different coordinates appeared, giving Chen Feng the accurate coordinate of Ho Liang. He found that his ability had indeed indicated that Ho Liang was currently at Star City. Indeed, Chen Feng's heart trembled. It worked. This was the first time he had discovered how ridiculously powerful the skills he created with Luck Aura were, to the point that they ignored logic. So, this is the true nature of Luck Aura. As long as I change everything I can't accomplish into a matter of probability, everything will not be a problem anymore. So powerful. Chen Feng's heart throbbed ferociously. He was now aware that he had been looking down on his luck aura all this while. If that was the case, Chen Feng's mouth curled up into a smile. Their mission this time would be interesting. Come here. Chen Feng gathered all the Shadow Warriors. Matters pertaining to security were previously something that Wang Chun and the Shadow Warriors from the Genetic Union were in charge of. Chen Feng had no authority to command them. However, due to the strength displayed by Chen Feng, they were all listening to him now. Chen Feng pointed at 3 people. You, and you. The 3 of you will be in a team. You 3 will patrol the area within 3 kilometers ahead of us. The 3 of you will be the second team, left side. The 3 of you will be the third team, right side. Chen Feng sent out 9 Shadow Warriors. What are you doing? Wang Chun had a solemn expression. These Shadow Warriors were extremely powerful genetic warriors among peak E-class warriors, Granted, at times, they were weak against certain abilities. However, they were still capable of displaying an extremely powerful combat power. If they were sent away, don't worry. Chen Feng smiled. I am merely letting them display what they are good at. Wang Chun was confused. Chen Feng's mouth curled up, forming a smile. You will know soon. Passively defending themselves? That was simply not his style. What was the thing these Shadow Warriors were best at? Massacre. The previous battles had clearly demonstrated what they were good at. Extremely high flexibility, combat power, and concealment capabilities. This was what they excelled at. Defending, they would be more and more passive that way. You all will be in charge of patrolling the set radius assigned to each of you, Chen Feng coldly said. I will be sending out the enemy's coordinates to the group nearest to them. The team of 3 that receives the coordinates only needs to go over and eliminate them. Shua. Everyone's eyes widened. Even Wang Chun inhaled a mouthful of cold air. He had considered countless possibilities of what Chen Feng was attempting. However, he had never imagined that Chen Feng was planning to take the initiative to attack. That's right, taking the initiative to attack. In this extreme Iceland, where danger lurked everywhere. You, Wang Chun smiled bitterly. If not for the fact that I knew you previously, I might even suspect that you were an undercover operative. Chen Feng had a faint smile. So, do you want to do this? Yes. Wang Chun clenched his teeth. Damn it, if even Chen Feng dared to do it, what was he afraid of? He had known Chen Feng for a while. Although he was not clear on the true extent of Chen Feng's strength, he was very clear that Chen Feng would definitely not attempt something he was not confident in, even when it came to something as crazy as this. A cruel smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Then, let the game begin. Who said that we must be on the defense? Sorry. From this moment onward, we will be the hunters instead. With Chen Feng as the center, a region of carnage spread outward noiselessly. With the alert system and detection provided by his luck aura, a massacre began. Shua. Gene fragments in the digitized world mutated. Chen Feng's gaze moved quickly as he locked onto the target's position. Team 1, 300 meters from your 6 o'clock. Team 2, 500 meters from your 9 o'clock. Team 3, 950 meters from your 4 o'clock. Shua. With the activation of Luck Aura Lockdown, all enemies failed to hide. Target found, target locked on, target eliminated. The nearer they got to the goal of the mission, the more enemies they found. However, under the crazy massacre directed by Chen Feng, all these enemies were transformed into ice-cold corpses. 1, 2, 3, none survived. A deathly silence sunk into the extreme Iceland. On their path that was initially filled with various obstacles, a path of blood was forged. Damn! Wang Chun witnessed all this with shock. Crazy. This was too crazy. He had never expected that, when executing such a dangerous mission, Chen Feng would be so unbridled and tyrannical, crushing everyone in the extreme Iceland, killing everyone present. This guy was indeed not an ordinary person. Translator's thoughts. Lemoston Patreon link, https://1toplemoston.com lemoston.com Tom 190, Chapter 90, Target Chapter 190, Target Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. In a certain human-dug ice cave in the extreme Iceland, Xuanhuan was making her final preparations with a solemn expression. She was clear that the moment this incubated being was birthed, a new future would be created. Definitely. However, she looked at the flickering red dots on the screen. Chen Feng, Xuanhuan rubbed her arm that had yet to recover its nimbleness as hatred flashed in her eyes. Was this damnable producer here to mess up her plans again? A mere producer, yet you all have yet to successfully eliminate him. Xuanhuan's tone was cold. There have already been 20 attempts on this mission. However, a buff guy beside her was feeling somewhat awkward. In their organization, those in E-Class were low in number. The people they had sent so far were already the elites among their E-Class warriors. Unexpectedly, their opponent was such a savage. Everyone that was sent ended up dead. Moreover, it was now reaching a point where, before those they sent could even locate Chen Feng's group, they were already dead. What could they do? Now, nobody dared to accept the issued mission anymore. Maybe we can cancel the restriction for those above peak E-Class, he said cautiously. Xuanhuan looked at him coldly, filled with killing intent. That is not possible. That guy immediately shut his mouth. Xuanhuan continued glaring at him until his spine felt numb before she shifted her gaze. Remove the restriction? How was that possible? Everything she did now was for the sake of that incubated being. Restricting entry to only peak E-Class and below was not only for the growth of that incubated being. More importantly, it was to stop the attack from the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association. If there was no restriction and this area ended up locked onto by those experts, no one could predict what would happen here. She would definitely not take such risks. If only the organization placed more trust in me. Xuanhuan clenched her fists. It was already the latter stage of their Dark Freak project. Due to the existence of purifiers and supervisors, the development of the Dark Freak project was greatly restricted. It was extremely likely this project would be cancelled in a few years' time. This was her final gamble, creating the mutated Dark Freak, the incubated being. Her blood and tears for 3 whole years were for the upcoming incubated being. As long as it is birthed successfully, we win, Xuanhuan muttered. Chen Feng? She would definitely not allow him to spoil her plans. Authorize that person to make his move then, Xuanhuan said suddenly. Shua, the guy beside her, trembled. You mean, that guy? The main subject of their previous project? He's too dangerous. That guy's expression was unsightly. If we lose control, I am aware of that, she said as grudge seethed out of her eyes. Was she not aware of how dangerous that guy was? However, they were simply out of choices currently, hence he had to be sent out. A single Chen Feng had forced her to such desperation. Chen Feng, she stared at the red dot on the screen, killing intent seething out of her. Currently, at the fringes of the extreme Iceland, a silhouette stepped forth into this area with a calm expression on his face. Looking at the time, it is almost time, the cold voice echoed. Shua. That silhouette vanished, leaving behind a wisp of fragrance in the air. In the extreme Iceland, the path of Chen Feng and his group had suddenly become smooth and unhindered. After over 10 waves of enemies were killed, those people were seemingly afraid, as they no longer dared to step foot here. 5 kilometers, 20 kilometers, no enemies were found as they were neared their target. Wang Chun's expression was even more solemn than before. Shen Yi, he said in a low voice. Understood. Shen Yi pointed at that tiny skull of hers. The more peaceful it seemed, the more dangerous it actually was. Toward this mysterious organization, they had to maintain the utmost vigilance. Suddenly, Chen Feng's heart jolted. Luck aura, alarm reacted once again. An enemy had appeared. After locking onto the coordinates, they started the hunt. Team 1, 1,200 meters from your 9 o'clock, Chen Feng said with a deep tone. Understood. 3 shadow warriors set forth. Be careful, Chen Feng advised. Due to the amount of time it took before this enemy appeared, he had a bad feeling. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, no updates were received. After a long time, the wristband of the shadow warrior that had stayed behind buzzed. A message was received. The group of 3 that went over to their enemy were all killed. Not even a picture was taken before they were wiped out. Something happened. The expression of that shadow warrior changed greatly. This was a method in which the shadow warriors communicated with each other. Regardless of who it was, as long as one of them died, an update would be quickly sent to the other shadow warriors in their vicinity. Theoretically, this update should include a recording of what happened as well. However, no recording was received. Nothing could be seen. This indicated that the 3 of them had been insta-killed by the enemy. How is this possible? That shadow warrior roared. Those above peak E-class couldn't enter here, and they were already the strongest among those in peak E-class. Due to the constant battles they engaged in all the time, their combat power was far above an average person's as well. It was very rare for someone capable of defeating them to appear. It was even rarer that they were eliminated when it was 3 of them against a single opponent. Could it be a whole team was there instead of an individual? Wang Chun guessed. No, Shen Yi shook her head. Only one person is there. Wang Chun was astonished. How do you know that? Shen Yi gave a surprising reply. Because our opponent did not even bother to hide his aura. What? Everyone's hearts throbbed. Shua, waves of spiritual energy started spreading out. Indeed, at the location they had locked onto earlier, a gust of terrifying aura that was piercing straight to the heavens could be sensed. That aura was so terrifying that the air there was all twisted, giving off an extremely savage appearance. Concealing? There was no need for that. Their enemy was directly standing there calmly, right in front of the entrance to the incubated being's cave. If one wanted to enter, one had to first pass through him. Shen Wei's eyes shone. I'm looking forward to giving him a try. From the moment when she was first been summoned by Wang Chun, she had already possessed an extremely powerful combat power. Along with the increase in Wang Chun's strength, her current combat power was extremely terrifying. She was not afraid of anyone at peak E-class or lower. Let them come back first then. Chen Feng sighed as he ordered the shadow warriors back. He was aware that this might be the final battle they had to face. After all the shadow warriors returned, they set forth once again. With 7 shadow warriors, Chen Feng and Shen Wei, he refused to believe that they wouldn't be able to defeat a single enemy. One had to know that, regardless of how powerful the enemy was, he was, after all, still someone at the peak of E-class. Shua, the group set forth. Soon, they reached their target. However, despite how much they had prepared themselves, they had never expected that such a thing would be here waiting for them. That's right, such a thing was the term used to describe this enemy. This was a huge silhouette 3 meters tall. His body seemed to be split into 2 sections. The left half of his body was comprised of terrifyingly firm muscles, while the right half of his body was comprised of ice blue mechanical body. He appeared human, yet not human. One could also say that this was a half-android. Half-android? Expressions of alarm appeared on everyone's faces. One had to know that nowadays, with the progress in genetic research, one could even recover after losing an arm. As long as one was not suffering from brain death, external injuries simply pose no problems. Hence, the usage of things such as artificial limbs was stopped long ago, as there was no longer demand for them. Half-android? This was almost an existence out of the legends of old. I have been waiting a long time for you all, an ice-cold machine voice resounded. That 3-meter-tall silhouette looked at Chen Feng's group. His left eye was filled with life, while that mechanical right eye of his was flickering with a bizarre red light. He had a frightening appearance. This guy, Chen Feng and Wang Chun exchanged glances as they had an ominous feeling. If this guy's body had not ended up this way due to some problems with his physical body, only one possibility was left. He was a living weapon, someone who was subjected to research that treated him as a weapon instead of a human. Such an existence was also the very thing capable of bypassing the restriction here. Peak E-class? This restriction was ineffective against this thing here. Wang Chun's heart jolted ferociously. That shouldn't be the case, right? It was at this moment that this thing raised his thick right arm, that huge mechanical arm, and aimed straight at Chen Feng's group. The mechanical arm reassembled itself noiselessly. Instantly, the reassembly was completed, forming a cannon. A pitch-black hole was aimed at them. This is... Everyone's expressions changed greatly. Retreat, Chen Feng bellowed. Shua. Everyone retreated hastily. At this instant, a terrifying radiance bloomed instantly. Bang! A white expanse of scorching white enveloped the world. Fort 91, Chapter 91, Unrivaled Mechanical War God. Chapter 91, Unrivaled Mechanical War God. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Chen Feng. A terrifying radiance gleamed dazzlingly. It was so dazzling that everyone there nearly couldn't keep their eyes open. At this crucial moment, they still managed to instinctively make the correct choice and get out of the way. Bang! Earth trembled. The radiance faded. When everyone reopened their eyes, they immediately inhaled mouthfuls of cold air. A deep gorge had been left on the ground that they had failed to break despite several attempts. This was the power of that energy attack. Incredibly terrifying. This guy, everyone had unsightly expressions. This energy attack had at the very least reached the power of D-class. It might have even reached the peak D-class level. These peak E-class warriors here were simply not a match for that. Ka! The half-android stretched his body. Wang Chun gave his order without hesitation. Attack! When it came to battles, he was much more experienced than Chen Feng. Despite how powerful the energy attack was, they were still able to dodge it if they were careful. Furthermore, the activation of that energy attack required time as well. If no time was given to their enemy to make his move, 7 shadow warriors charged toward the half-android, leaving after-images behind. Just as they were about to reach the half-android, suddenly, his right arm started flickering with a swirling glow as a bizarre energy shield instantly formed. The energy shield shone dazzlingly as it blocked all attacks. The half-android laughed nastily. Bang! Once again, the energy attack was unleashed. Be careful. Their expressions changed greatly. Bang! A dazzling explosion. Previously, the energy attack had been launched toward them from far away, hence they had been able to easily dodge it. However, with how close they were to the half-android now, they simply couldn't dodge it. They could only take it on. Defend, the 7 shadow warriors bellowed. Bang! The energy dispersed, and the 7 of them were flung away. Heavily injured. Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. He finally understood how the 3 shadow warriors had died earlier. Only a single face-off and the 7 powerful peak E-class shadow warriors were already heavily injured. This was simply a confrontation between 2 sides from totally different levels. This thing here was not only strong in attacking, it was also extremely powerful in other aspects as well. During that instance earlier, the 7 shadow warriors had made their move instantly. However, this guy was actually capable of immediately reacting to their attack by releasing his energy shield. This displayed the fast reaction time this guy possessed. That bizarre energy shield had easily blocked the strongest attacks of 7 peak E-class warriors. This also displayed the strength of that thing's defense, strong attack, strong defense, fast reaction time, totally an opponent from a whole different league. At this moment, light bloomed. A graceful silhouette suddenly streaked out, attacking the half-android from his back. It was Shen Wei. The moment the 7 shadow warriors had attacked earlier, she had concealed herself with Shen Yi's assistance before charging forth to erupt with her attack from the most optimal direction. Currently, the half-android still maintained the same posture it assumed when it had flung the shadow warriors away earlier. Chance. An exceptionally good chance. Bang. A terrifying sword ray slashed downward. Wang Chun's emotions surged. Eliminate him. The power contained in Shen Wei's sword increased. Whenever she made a move, she would always put all she had into a single attack in order to kill with a single move, not giving her enemy any second chances. That red-hot flame was so dazzling its radiance covered half the sky. Bang! The sword ray landed on the half-android's body. Bang! A terrifying explosion of flame. Everyone was filled with anticipation. However, the body of that half-android had instantly turned into a gold color and started radiating a terrifying gold-colored light. He had blocked the attack. This, genetic ability. A smile of contempt appeared on the half-android's lips. Did these people believe that he was truly an android since his body had been mechanically modified? As a half-android, his strongest aspect was the fact that he was still a human despite his mechanical body. He was still capable of fusing with genetic abilities. He was a person possessing both intact genetic abilities and the formidable power of an android. Sneak attack? Simply a joke. He was the main subject of the organization's previous project. He had originally been slated to be an existence akin to an unrivaled war god that was the result of a fusion between technology and genetics. Although the project centered on him had been halted after a single modification due to the immense costs required, he was still the strongest existence at this level. Although his body was half mechanical, he was still considered a human. He was clear that, if he wanted more modifications, he could only rely on that damnable woman. Red light flickered in his eyes. He would first kill Chen Feng before going back to force that woman to continue modifying his body. Scram, the half-android shouted. Bang, an energy explosion. Shen Wei was flung away by the terrifying energy explosion. Even Shen Wei, someone with a power at the peak of E-class, who was also capable of transcending classes to even crush some D-class genetic warriors, was not the opponent of this half-android. How strong was this guy? I should really thank you all. A bizarre smile formed on the half-android's mouth. If it wasn't for you guys, that woman would probably not have granted me my freedom. Hence, to thank you guys, let me personally send you on your trip to the underworld. Light flashed. The half-android's body started shining as light swirled around his body. Using the fleshy portion of his body that was at the level of E-class, he fully activated his genetic abilities. 2 genetic abilities erupted and fused with his mechanical body. With this, nobody here was his opponent. Shua, the half-android, started his onslaught. Be careful. Shen Wei blocked in front of everyone. Bang! A collision of iron fist and flaming sword. Puh! Shen Wei started spurting blood, so strong. Everyone's hearts trembled. No one had expected that this half-android would be so powerful. The Shadow Warriors stood up with great difficulty. Unfortunately, they did not seem to have much combat power remaining in them. This time, they might truly die here. Sorry. The Shadow Warriors were filled with guilt. Their mission was to escort Chen Feng to the incubated being. However, they failed. Their target was already in front of them. The entrance to the cave was so near. However, they couldn't enter. Escorting me here is already sufficient. A smile formed on Chen Feng's face. Your mission is complete. As for the rest, leave it to me. What? Everyone blanked. Leave it to you? Was it due to the existence of that red light when his nervous system had been stimulated previously? That red light was indeed powerful. They had a deep impression of it. However, could Chen Feng truly display that power? Without stimulation of his nervous system, he had no outside help to once again display that power. Moreover, against this enemy with a half-mechanical body, who was capable of liquefying his body to reconstruct his body without the assistance of an intelligent chip to help direct their attacks, it was simply impossible to end this half-android. This half-android here most certainly had his brain modified with an intelligent chip, becoming the half-android that he was currently. Since that was the case, a traditional spiritual shockwave would be ineffective against him. Using a spiritual attack against a machine, it was simply a joke. They believed that, whoever it was that had modified this half-android, that person must have taken this aspect into consideration as well. It was very probable for Chen Feng's spiritual attack to be ineffective, allowing a gene producer to be the one battling? How was that possible? Just retreat, one of the Shadow Warriors said in a low voice. Even if we have failed this mission, we must assure your safety. Chen Feng smiled calmly. There's no need for that. Opposite them, the half-android was seething with killing intent as he eyed them. After hearing Chen Feng's words, he had a bad feeling. Did this guy truly possess a method of killing him? From the data transmitted to him by Xiaoyan, this guy was extremely dangerous. He had to be cautious. Before we start, I have a question, Chen Feng suddenly said. What? The half-android was puzzled. Your body was half mechanical and half flesh. So, Chen Feng looked curiously at his crotch. Is that part half mechanical as well? Hey! Even if he was an enemy, wouldn't it be too excessive to ask this straight to his face? Chen Feng looked at him with sympathy in his eyes. It seems like the answer is yes. Chen Feng, the half-android's ice-cold mechanical voice was seething with killing intent. After modification, that thing at his crotch had also become a killing weapon and could no longer be used in a regular fashion. This was the biggest pain in his heart. This was also biggest source of his hatred toward Xiaoyan. The half-android started raging. I'll kill you. Indeed, a smile formed on Chen Feng's face. Even if he was a half-android, his main body was still human. He would still be angry, be furious, be emotionally unstable. Such a modified life form, what was the point of its existence? Just let this be over with. Chen Feng waved his hand indifferently. Shua, luck, aura activated. Myriad illusionary wind blades started emerging in great numbers. The amount of the genetic abilities contained in his myriad illusion genetic ability that he had access to was greatly related to the amount of his spiritual energy. Now that his spiritual energy had greatly increased, the amount of genetic abilities he could access had increased greatly as well. 1-1, the strongest attacking gene. Come, Chen Feng chanted inwardly. A huge wind blade appeared in the air. Its myriad illusions generated ability, magnification. This skill was able to absorb the masterless energy in the air, increasing the energy contained in the user by threefold. Presently, this myriad illusions generated ability had combined with Windblade, becoming a secret art, magnifying the power of the original Windblade by fivefold, possessing astonishing power. Magnification. This was the strongest ability among the abilities in his myriad illusions that his luck aura had chosen. Footnotes. 1. In case anyone has forgotten this part refers to what was mentioned in the early chapters. The illusionary snake gene reagent Chen Feng fused with to obtain this myriad illusions genetic ability was a gene reagent containing numerous genetic abilities within. This is because the illusionary snake is a beast without a fixed genetic ability, which means that within its body were numerous genes, each with different genetic ability. When Chen Feng used his luck aura, he is able to select and activate the gene containing the genetic ability he needs. Translators, thoughts. Lemoston Patreon link, https://www.patreon.com Lemoston92, Chapter 92, Dying in Such a Manner is Truly, Chapter 92, Dying in Such a Manner, is Truly, Translator, Lemoston Editor, 10ish Fivefold Power. Chen Feng's mouth curled up, forming a smile. He had forgotten the last time he'd had the chance to unleash his true power. The previous time he'd done so, he'd only had a spiritual energy of 250 points, yet his myriad illusionary Windblade had already been capable of insta-killing someone at D class. Now, a myriad illusionary Windblade formed with his 1000 points of spiritual energy, Shua, The half-meter-length wind blade erupted with fivefold its power and size. This thing, the half-android, was alerted as he started defending with all his power. Bang! The wind blade collided with the energy shield. It created a faint undulation, yet no damage was caused. A wind blade created with 1,000 points of spiritual energy would only possess a maximum power of peak E-class. Even after a fivefold increase in its power, it had merely reached the initial stages of D-class. Breaking through the shield? How was that possible? The huge wind blade of Chen Feng's wasn't even as powerful as the Shadow Warriors. Indeed, everyone smiled bitterly. Seemed like they were truly going to die here. Only this much? The half-android laughed malevolently. Go die then, Shua. His body charged forth. However, at this very moment, Chen Feng once again waved his hand. Shua, a succession of wind blades erupted. Regardless of how powerful his wind blade was, it was essentially something formed of wind energy, hence it was extremely fast. With the chain of wind blades unleashed upon him, the half-android had no choice but to stop his attack and to focus on defense instead. Bang! 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 The never-ending wind blades bombarded the energy shield. One ripple after another was created on the energy shield. After several tens of wind blades landed on it, the shield still remained intact. Shen Wei shook her head. This won't do. Doing this would only exhaust their enemy's energy instead of dealing any real damage. If they wanted to eliminate the half-android, a single powerful attack was required. The android shook his head. Too weak. How could an attack at this level harm him? The producers nowadays were indeed too naive. To think that Xuanhuan had even told him that this guy was dangerous? What a joke. However, Chen Feng still maintained his calm expression. Bang! Bang! Wind blades erupted without stop. The half-android merely stared coldly at this opponent. When his opponent finally exhausted his spiritual energy, it would be the half-android's turn to charge forth and kill him. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, suddenly an ice-cold system notification prompted. At this, the expression of the half-android changed greatly. Ding, warning, only 10% energy remaining. The half-android's expression started twisting. What? 10%? How was that possible? He had an extremely powerful energy core. The energy core was capable of supporting his normal operation for 1 whole year. Even if he were to engage in battles on a daily basis, the energy core would still be able to last 1 whole month. How many minutes had it been? He looked at the numbers indicating his energy level. Only at this did he find out that, in this short few minutes, how huge the amount of wind blades that Chen Feng had unleashed. The unending flow of wind blades appeared more like a single huge wave instead of individual wind blades. Although the wind blades were incapable of breaking through his energy shield, they were able to exhaust a huge amount of his energy supply. This is impossible. The half-android could not believe this. How could this guy release so many wind blades? Even if only 1 point of spiritual energy was required for a single wind blade, with Chen Feng's level, 1,000 wind blades should have been his limit, right? Instead, what he was facing currently was an unending torrent of wind blades. So many wind blades he couldn't even count them. 9%, 8%, his energy supply was dropping rapidly. No. An alarmed expression appeared on the half-android's face. He possessed limitless lifespan and a limitless future. He could not die here. Shua. Instinctively, he turned around, trying to flee. However, bang, a huge amount of wind blades flooded him. Escaping? Can you escape? When the energy shield was fully activated, he was not able to move a single step, or else the exhaustion would be even more terrifying. Hence, he could only maintain his energy shield's activation to block Chen Feng's attack. 7%, 6%, his energy supply was still dropping rapidly. I can't sit here and wait for death. He attempted to use other methods. For example, shooting energy beams out of his cannon. However, under Chen Feng's unending wind blades, it was simply ineffective. Instead, his energy supply was exhausted at an even faster speed. 3%, 2%, 1%, a succession of warnings popped out. Ding, warning, overexhaustion of energy. Warning. Automatic energy regeneration unable to keep up with energy usage. Warning, energy supply will be emptied soon. Kindly recharge as soon as possible. Finally, accompanied by a mournful scream, the energy shield disappeared. No. The half-android screeched in terror. Bang. He was submerged by a flood of wind blades. Energy exhausted. Defense stopped functioning. All other available operations were halted as well. Puh. One wind blade after another rained down on the half-android's body. Although he had displayed his genetic abilities to his utmost capability, that half-mechanical body of his, at this moment, became his biggest baggage. Puh. Puh. This. Everyone's mouths were left agape as they blanked for a long time. Dead just like that? How was this possible? The half-android was akin to an unrivaled war god that had crushed all opposition. Even Shen Wei hadn't been his match. Now, this half-android had been spammed to death by Chen Feng's wind blades? This was illogical. What on earth had happened? Everyone was clueless. Even the Shen Wei siblings were shocked. Wang Chun was astonished. What happened? Cough cough. Chen Feng coughed as he faintly said, although he had a lot of advantages, being a half-android, his eternal weakness was his electric its energy supply. Hence, as long as we smash him until his energy supply is exhausted, it will be over. Wang Chun, everyone else. Energy exhaustion? How the fuck was it this simple? Nowadays, with the advancement in energy-related technologies, the energy supply in an android was generally capable of regenerating by itself. Some could even reach a level where the rate of regeneration was equivalent to the rate of exhaustion. Energy exhaustion? That was simply a joke. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Feng was the one who had uttered these words, Wang Chun would have spat all over the face of anyone else who had said this. Now, though, Wang Chun could only smile bitterly. As he recalled what had happened earlier, he somewhat understood what had happened. Chen Feng had used a huge amount of wind blades to destroy the balance between energy exhaustion and regeneration of that half-android. When the exhaustion far exceeded the regeneration, it would become problematic, ultimately exhausting all the energy available for the android. When they understood what had happened, everyone exchanged glances. So this terrifying half-android had been bombarded to death by Chen Feng? A magnificent unequaled war god had been transformed into scrap metal due to energy exhaustion? This freak was too strong. Chen Feng looked at the luck values he had exhausted as his heart ached. Even if his spiritual energy had increased greatly, leading to the increase in quantity and quality of wind blades he could unleash, he had still exhausted 100 points of luck value. Too wasteful. Wang Chun, everyone else, they had a feeling that Chen Feng was the actual freak instead of the half-android. Too strong, the shock was more apparent on the Shadow Warriors. They all had dumbstruck expressions on their faces. Was this the supposedly weak, frail, and inexperienced due to young-age producer that the Genetic Union had deployed them to protect? Who was the one doing the protecting now? This wasn't a fake mission that they had accepted, right? Suddenly, from the cave entrance that was filled with an ice-cold aura, a buzzing sound could be heard. This sound, Chen Feng's eyes shone. The incubated being was about to be birthed. Guard here, Chen Feng said without hesitation. I will go in and deal with it. All right, everyone replied with somber voices. This was the incubated being, a unique mutated monster created using dark energy. Normal genetic warriors like them would not be able to do anything to it. Instead, they might end up infected by the dark energy if they were to meddle with it. Let Shen Wei follow you, Wang Chun said suddenly. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Her? Could it be that those who came from a different world couldn't be infected by the dark energy? My flame is capable of purging all evil, Shen Wei said imposingly. Hua, fire started raging on her huge sword. From the dense flame, a faint trace of a bizarre aura could be felt. Perhaps this was the aura of justice that was capable of suppressing all evil from the legends. Chen Feng glanced at Wang Chun with an odd expression. What comic had this guy been reading? Flame of Justice? What damnable world setting was that? Moreover, the fact that the same effect could be brought over to the real world from the comic books world made it even more bizarre. Cough, cough. Wang Chun coughed. In short, the flame possesses purifying capabilities. All right. Chen Feng did not say anything useless as he looked at Shen Wei before saying, let's go. Shua. Both of them stepped into the ice cave. A bizarre radiance flickered unceasingly. The incubated being was about to be birthed. Chen Feng stared ahead and saw that the cocoon containing the incubated being was already extremely thin. Within was a terrifying black light that gleamed unceasingly. Evidently, the cocoon could split open at any moment. The moment the cocoon was broken would be the moment the incubated being was birthed. Shua. Chen Feng fished out all the purifying gene reagents he had. These were the purifying gene reagents specially prepared by the Gene Production Association. When used against the incubated being, its strength would be greatly weakened, giving Chen Feng the chance to eradicate the incubated being. Soon. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on the cocoon, waiting for the moment of its birth. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the cocoon. Or 19.3, Chapter 19.3, This is different from the analysis. Chapter 19.3, This is different from the analysis. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tennish Extreme Iceland. Xuanhuan stared at the collapsing figure on the screen with an unsightly expression. Dead. That terrifying half-android, codenamed Unequaled War God, who was so terrifying even she herself felt that he was dangerous, that extremely powerful guy had actually died. Furthermore, he had been played to death by Chen Feng. Trash. Xuanhuan was furious. He had sufficient strength, yet his brain seemed less capable than his strength. No wonder he had been the target of suppression by their organization. As for Chen Feng, this was not the first time he had shocked her. Xuanhuan inhaled deeply as she rubbed her chest that was moving up and down unceasingly. The first time it had happened, her initially flawless plan had been seen through by Chen Feng, and she ended up losing one of her arms. The second time it had happened, Chen Feng had successfully led that whole group of people to escape out of the Qin family's ruins. On top of that, he had even brought back some information that was not supposed to be leaked. Now, the same thing was happening. The organization was already dissatisfied with her. If this incubated being project was to fail, Xuanhuan had an unsightly expression. She clearly remembered the words of her superior. The incubated being project was her final chance. If she failed even this mission, perhaps, I can't fail, Xuanhuan muttered. I definitely can't fail this time. Despite her confidence in the incubated being's strength, she would not allow any mishaps to happen. This was especially true when she had someone like Chen Feng lurking around. Seems like there's only one thing I can do now, Xuanhuan muttered. Gulp. She gulped down a bottle of gene reagent. A terrifying radiance dispersed from her body. She was hit by an immense pain, causing her to roll around on the ground. On the screen, her personal information appeared. On it, it could be seen that her attributes were changing constantly, ultimately dropping from D class to E class and losing 1,000 attribute points. After a long time, she crawled up with a pale expression. She walked forth with her swaying body and entered the area where the entry of those above peak E class was restricted. Oncoming, currently, in the ice cave, Chen Feng and Shen Wei were waiting for the birth of the incubated being. Ka! With a crisp sound, the crack started spreading. Black rays of light shone out of the cracks, covering the whole cocoon. From the crack, a pitch-black yet dazzling radiance could be seen. It's coming. Chen Feng's eyes were as sharp. Ka! Light started swirling. Chen Feng held onto the gene reagents in his hand tightly. Ka! The cocoon broke apart. Pieces of the cocoon dropped to the ground while a dazzling black light shot out of it. It appeared. Instinctively, Chen Feng had the urge to toss his gene reagents out. However, when he got a clear look at the incubated being, he blanked. This was because what appeared from the cocoon was a pretty boy that appeared to be 12 or 13 years old. Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. What's going on? Shouldn't the incubated being be a modified version of a dark freak? A freak should be the one that came out of the cocoon, right? This guy, the boy opened his eyes blankly. His had a pair of huge and pretty eyes that were not lacking even when compared with Shen Yi. Where is this? Shua. He shifted his gaze to Chen Feng. As his gaze landed on Chen Feng, life seemed to seep into those previously blank-looking eyes of his. Chen Feng looked at him curiously while he looked at Chen Feng curiously as well. A tinge of attachment flickered in his eyes. Chen Feng tried waving his hand. The boy waved his hand as well. Chen Feng tried blinking. The boy blinked as well. This kid, a tinge of emotion, appeared on even the ice-cold expression of Shen Wei. This is... Chen Feng's heart leaped. Something seemed off with this mission. He was not a killing machine like those from the Genetic Union. To suddenly discover that the target of his purification mission was actually a little boy, his acute senses told him that something somewhere seemed off. Would the problem lie on the Genetic Union's side? Or perhaps some problems had arose in Xuanhuan's experiment. From this boy's reaction, it seemed like he was treating Chen Feng and Shen Wei as his parents. If this was the case, perhaps, Chen Feng walked toward the boy with a smile on his face. He took the bait. Contempt flashed in the lively big eyes of the little boy. Nobody saw it. Indeed, humans are an idiotic life form. Based on the information given by his intelligent chip, 90% of human would have an innate affection toward existences such as young boys or lowless, regardless of age. It was indeed correct. Such imprinted behavior was the main weak point of mammals. A common word that could be used to describe this kind of innate behavior was enchanted. When a human encountered an adorable animal, subconsciously, emotions such as enchanted, pity, sympathy, and the like would occur. It was indeed correct. Chen Feng extended his hand. Come. So cute. A sweet smile appeared on the boy's face as he stretched out his hand to them as well. That pretty face of his was enough to shake a person's core. When one looked at it, it appeared so innocent, with no trace of impurity. Their hands were going to touch soon. Come, the boy roared inwardly. As people who dared to hurt Master Xuanhuan, you all need to die. Shua. Countless data flipped past his eyes. That's right. It was an intelligent chip. With help from the intelligent chip, he had disguised his appearance using dark energy and, with the assistance of a huge amount of information stored within the chip, started analyzing and deciphering the weakness of his enemies, using it to achieve his goal. This was what the incubated being was. This was also the direction in which Xuanhuan's researches had always been focused on. Regardless of the half-android earlier or this incubated being, they were created through a combination of technology and genetic abilities, creating an ultimate weapon. A gush of terrifying dark energy swirled within his fingertips. Due to the formidable disguise used by the incubated being, no one should be able to see through him. As long as Chen Feng or Shen Wei touched him, they would definitely be assimilated by the dark energy and might even become a part of the dark energy system. Come. Inwardly, the young boy was feeling immensely proud. Chen Feng and Shen Wei finally reached him. Not good. Chen Feng's expression changed suddenly. I was found out, the boy sneered. For them to only notice it now, it was too late. As Chen Feng took a step back, the boy took the initiative to step forth and tried to touch Chen Feng. However, with a flick of Chen Feng's wrist, a row of gene reagents appeared and were immediately stuffed into his mouth. Woo! The boy's mouth was stuffed full with gene reagents. One? Chen Feng smiled. Do you know what mouth shot means? One? The boy had an ominous feeling as he grabbed toward his mouth, trying to pull those reagents out. Bang! An astonishing flame radiated brightly. Before his eyes, that supposedly idiotic human female that seemed to be enveloped by a radiance of motherly love earlier was currently walking toward him with a terrifying flaming sword in her hand. The bizarre aura emitted by the flame terrified him. Puh! With a sword stabbed into his chest, he was nailed to the wall. Chen Feng sneered. Explode. Bang. Endless purifying energy started blooming. What a joke. A Chen Feng who possessed a warning system formed using luck aura and a Shen Wei that came from a different world. In their eyes, a cute young boy like this lacked any sort of attraction. The pitiful, cute young boy did not even have the chance to say anything before being completely crushed by Chen Feng and Shen Wei. How was this possible? Were the humans nowadays so cold-blooded? It would have been fine if it was only the male that was so cold-blooded, but even that female, where was the so-called motherly love? Moreover, being a newborn, when he was in a blank and confused condition where it was the best time to subdue him, for explorers that prioritize benefits above everything, wouldn't he be extremely alluring? The moment they managed to subdue him, it would be equivalent to them obtaining a great increase in combat power. Were they not enticed? According to the data provided by the intelligent chip in his brain, 90% of humans would fall for this, while 99% of humans would maintain their vigilance and continue their observation. As for these two, they had actually tricked him to get him near them before taking the chance to get rid of him. Were these two not humans? How can you be so cruel? Chen Feng lamented as he saw Shen Wei's stab. This little boy is so cute. How can you make your move against him? I'm sorry, Shen Wei sneered. In the world I came from, males do not exist. Chen Feng, what fucking comic had Wang Chun been reading? Oh, a dark aura enveloped the boy's body. You both deserve death. His face twisted as the dark aura scattered around his body, healing his body constantly. However, he was alarmed to find that the injury caused by Shen Wei's flaming sword couldn't be healed. Instead, his injury was worsening. How was this possible? What on earth was this thing? Chen Feng smiled as he looked at the boy. This is the flame of justice from a different world. Shua. He tossed out all his purifying gene reagents at the boy. Bang. A huge amount of purifying gene reagents flooded the incubated being. Shen Wei raised her huge flaming sword and smashed the sword hilt toward the boy's forehead. The red light radiated dazzlingly as she said, "By my name, purify." Bang. The fire raged. Mournful screams started reverberating, and thus the incubated being was owned by Chen Feng and Shen Wei. Finally, he collapsed. The appearance of a cute boy on him disappeared as he turned into a clump of terrifying black aura. Now, Chen Feng had a sharp gaze. Bang! Digital battle, activate. Translator's thoughts. Lemaston Patreon link. http as switch www.patreon.com Lemaston94. Chapter 94, Final Form. Chapter 94, Final Form. Translator, Lemaston editor, Tenish Hum. A boundless world appeared. Chen Feng's digitized world was somewhat chaotic. Apart from the firm earth and the gene fragments swimming randomly around, there were no other things with a fixed structure in it. The amount of gene fragments he had in here were already low in amount, as he had been using these gene fragments as representations of different numbers to change some of the problems he encountered in real life into matters of probability. Coupled with the instant mutation of these gene fragments when enemies were detected, the amount of gene fragments in his digitized world was simply not enough for his usage. Hence, this digitized world was totally barren when compared with the digitized world of other master gene producers. The incubated being had a horrified expression when he was dragged in here. However, when he saw Chen Feng's digitized world, all his fear evaporated. This is your digitized world? The incubated being was stunned. Digital battles were one of the main killers of dark freaks. Hence, as a uniquely created dark freak, various information pertaining to ways of escaping from a digitized world had been transmitted to him by Xuanhuan. Moreover, the difficulty level of the information that was transmitted to him was quite high. For example, digitized cage. After dragging a dark freak into the digitized world, the producer would directly trap the dark freak in a cage. He had to look for a way to escape this cage within a short period of time. This was one of his compulsory subjects during the tests conducted on him. However, in Chen Feng's digitized world, there was nothing. None of those terrifying cages. None of those huge amounts of soldiers. None of those unique chains. Not even a single weapon could be found here. This was simply the lowest difficulty digitized world he had ever encountered. One had to know that even a digital battle newbie would know some methods of using gene fragments to create a digitized weapon and a digitized shield. Here, though, nothing could be seen. Perhaps he still had a chance. The incubated being was overjoyed. Clumps of black aura started condensing as he transformed into a black-colored monster that was similar in appearance to the monster Qin Hai's cousin had transformed into previously. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Die, the incubated being bellowed. Chen Feng waved his hand. Hua! A huge amount of gene fragments whizzed toward the boy and engulfed him. Ah? How was this possible? Digitized world. Those masterless gene fragments could only be controlled when the producer made these gene obtain mastery over them, or else these gene fragments would only wander around aimlessly in the digitized world. It was simply impossible to control them. But here, he had clearly seen that those gene fragments were all masterless. However, it was these very masterless gene fragments that had been fully activated under Chen Feng's control. Akin to mini soldiers, they had submerged him. Bang, bang, an explosion of gene fragments. The incubated being was flung away. Next, a flash of red appeared. A resplendent flash of red. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The terrifying red flash pierced through the incubated being. 1 time, 2 times. After countless red flashes, the incubated being ended up kneeling on the ground with numerous holes on his body. That originally intact black aura-formed body was now filled with holes. The incubated being was initially an extremely powerful being. However, under the double purification by Chen Feng and Shen Wei before being dragged into the digitized world, he simply had no chance of demonstrating his power before getting crushed. How is this possible? The incubated being stared blankly at Chen Feng. Bang! The heavily damaged body fell to the ground with a loud thump and transformed into black aura before dispersing. Incubated being, dead, Shua. Chen Feng returned to reality. Now that this incubated being was killed, he and Shen Wei had to leave here as soon as possible. However, surprising them, even after the incubated being's death, the restriction placed for those above peak E-class still remained here. What's going on? Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. Ka, a bizarre sound could be heard. Chen Feng and Shen Wei turned around to find that, at the entrance of the cave, a person was sprawled on the ground where the shell of the cocoon was and was swallowing the pieces of broken cocoon. Bang! Dark aura started bubbling. Chen Feng had a solemn mood. Who? A familiar laughter echoed. He. That person raised her head, exposing a sinister and weird-looking face. Chen Feng's pupils constricted. Xiaoyan? How could it be her? Xiaoyan? Wasn't she at D-class? Wait, when had she dropped back to E-class? Furthermore, even if she dropped her class, she was still a producer, right? This fellow, bang. Shen Wei took the initiative to make the first move. She did not have as many thoughts as Chen Feng. As a reincarnation of justice, she could feel the disgusting stench of the evil aura on Xiaoyan's body. Puh! The flaming sword that had never failed her pierced through Xiaoyan's chest. Bang! Flame blazed. Xiaoyan's body turned into ashes. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Dead? This woman had sneaked in here just to throw her life away? Impossible. Looking at the cocoon shells that had reduced in amount, Chen Feng could vaguely feel that something was wrong. When Shen Wei's flame landed on those cocoon shells, it actually failed to damage them. Vaguely, the color of the flame turned black. Chen Feng was shaken. Not good. Retreat. Bringing Shen Wei along, he retreated quickly. Just as they reached the cave entrance, a gust of terrifying aura erupted from the ice cave. The enormous mountain range directly burst apart from the eruption. Bang, bang! The mountain range crumbled as countless icy stones rained down. What happened? Wang Chun, who was outside the entrance, felt that something was wrong. Go! Chen Feng shouted. Everyone instinctively followed him as they retreated. Bang, bang! Terrifying boulders rained unceasingly, leaving numerous pits on the ground. Together with the boulders was the black aura that was dropping like raindrops, corroding the ground and leaving numerous holes in it. Everyone started dodging, cutting a sorry figure doing so. Bang! The whole extreme Iceland was enveloped by a thick fog. Only an expanse of darkness could be seen. What damnable thing was that? Terror could be seen in Wang Chun's eyes. What the heck had Chen Feng done? Who knows? Chen Feng said grudgingly. The incubated being was killed by us. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyan arrived next. Although she appeared to have been killed by us, bang, bang, the earth suddenly started trembling. Amidst the darkness, a huge silhouette appeared. Instinctively, everyone looked at it and immediately inhaled mouthfuls of cold air. That was actually a terrifying monster formed of black aura with an appearance that was similar to a human yet not a human, similar to a monster yet not a monster. However, if one paid attention to its face, Xiaoyan, Chen Feng said suddenly. The gloomy voice echoed. Chen Feng was shaken. It's indeed you. This damnable freak was indeed Xiaoyan. Although Shen Wei had killed Xiaoyan's body, due to this woman eating the cocoon of the incubated being, her consciousness had transformed into a dark freak. She had modified all sorts of freaks. Ultimately, she had even transformed herself into a freak. Chen Feng sneered. Is there a need for this? Hatred could be seen from Xiaoyan's eyes. It's all your fault. Once, twice, thrice, every single time, it was Chen Feng that spoiled her plans. Every single time. If it wasn't for Chen Feng, how would she have been forced to her current predicament? Do you know? A dazzling smile appeared on Xiaoyan's face. My goal has always been the fusion of technology and genetic abilities. Regardless of the half-android or incubated being, that has always been the goal I was trying to accomplish. However, they were both flawed, unable to reach my vision. That fact remained until one day I stumbled upon the most optimal mode, which is myself. I only need to transform my body into a body of energy. With the fusion of technology into my body, I will be able to analyze everything. At the same time, I only need to modify my body, giving myself the ability to switch my body between spiritual and solid form at will, and I will be unrivaled. I can step into any world at all times, regardless of whether the world is an illusionary or a real world. Xuanhuan laughed wildly. All this while, I did not have the guts to do this. Now though, thanks to your actions, I have finally taken this step. The organization will be able to see the efforts I have put into this. As long as I kill you all, when I return to the headquarters, I will definitely be allocated more resources to continue my research. I will become the most unique existence in the organization. Those who look down on me, and you as well, shall all pay the price. Hehehe. An intoxicated expression appeared on Xuanhuan's face. Such a feeling, splendid. 195. Chapter 95, sorry translator, Limostan editor, Tenisho Liang, and the rest that had been guarding outside the extreme Iceland had an ominous feeling. For reasons unknown, as time passed, the aura emitted from the restricted area was becoming increasingly terrifying. It should be over soon, right? Hu Liang muttered. This feeling, something wasn't right. Suddenly, bang, a black beam of light shot up from the restricted area. The disgusting aura of dark energy started spreading furiously. That aura, with a power far surpassing peak E-class, shocked everyone there. Everyone's expressions turned unsightly. Hu Liang's heart thumped. Something happened. Bang. An expert from the genetic union tried entering, yet ended up bounced away by an intense repelling force. The restriction was still in place. Since the restriction is still there, why has something so powerful appeared? Everyone inhaled mouthfuls of cold breath. This was the restricted area. At most, only peak E-class should be allowed entry into it. This was also the reason they felt comfortable with sending Wang Chun and Chen Feng in for this mission. But now, how's the situation of Chen Feng and the group? Ho Liang asked suddenly. Let me check. Light glimmered in the hands of one of the genetic warriors as he said, the signals of the 7 shadow warriors are feeble. They had probably suffered heavy injuries. Wang Chun and Chen Feng's life force are still as vigorous as before. Quote, Hu Liang exhaled in relief. That's good then. Due to the limitations of the restriction placed here, they could only detect the life force of Chen Feng's group. Pay close attention to them, Hu Liang said with a deep tone. If required, we shall break in with force. Understood. Everyone had solemn expressions. It was indeed possible for them to break in with force. However, the price they would have to pay for that was unimaginably high. The moment they decided to break in to save Chen Feng and Wang Chun, they would be required to exhaust a huge amount of resources and energy. On top of that, the experts they had hidden around would all need to expose their positions as well. If, at this moment, their enemies decided to make a move, they would definitely fail the mission. Everything they had done would have been for nothing. Ho Liang was sure that the experts from that mysterious organization were definitely concealed somewhere waiting for an opportunity. This was a war. Regardless of which side it was that was forced to make the first move, that side would be at a disadvantage. Currently, there was a surging undercurrent in the whole extreme Iceland. Amidst the cold wind, countless experts were hidden, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Any single change in the restricted area might lead to a huge battle. At the same time, in the restricted area, in front of the ruined ice cave, Xuanhuan was controlling her huge body as she walked around. The area was pervaded with black aura as a gust of power so powerful it caused the heart of others to palpitate was birthed. This was the power resulting from the combination of Xuanhuan and the incubated being. Kacha, kacha. She returned and started eating those cocoon shells again. Stop her, Shua. Several shadow warriors made their move. Xuanhuan waved her hand casually. Scram, bang. The shadow warriors were flung away. Pooh, blood splattered everywhere. The shadow warriors that were already injured were flung far away and laid on the ground, unconscious. C-class, Wang Chun inhaled a mouthful of cold air. As he was now peak E-class, Shen Wei would be able to transcend classes to challenge those in D-class. Even when facing those at the peak of D-class, he had no fear. As for C-class, that would be a joke. Slash. The flaming sword in Shen Wei's hand erupted. Unlimited slash. Shua. After images flickered around, a terrifying power was unleashed from Shen Wei's hand as it slashed toward Xuanhuan. However, shocking everyone there, the dense black aura remained undamaged under the attack of this bizarre flame. Ka-cha. Another piece of cocoon was swallowed by Xuanhuan. Bang. The flame bloomed. Xuanhuan paused as she threw a cold glance at Shen Wei before continuing to eat those pieces of cocoon. She was actually capable of ignoring Shen Wei's attack. How is this possible? Wang Chun howled. This fellow was so strong? Hateful. Shen Wei's slender and long legs stamped on the ground as she stared at Wang Chun resentfully. If I can unleash even a small portion of my true strength, Shen Wei snorted coldly. Humph, useless male. Wang Chun could only smile bitterly. Regardless of how strong he got, it would still be useless. The limit for entry into this place was peak E-class. It was simply unimaginable for Xuanhuan to use some unknown method to increase her power to C-class in this restricted area. The incubated being itself was the very thing that was restricting the access to peak E-class and below. Any power surpassing peak E-class should be suppressed. It was simply impossible for those above peak E-class to enter this area. Even if they were to use some peculiar methods to enter this place, they should not be able to display a power surpassing peak E-class. This was a unique restriction formed with the body of that incubated being as the core. Originally, this restriction was supposed to disappear when that incubated being died. However, due to Xuanhuan's fusion with that incubated being, the restriction here had remained in such a bizarre manner. However, regardless of how they looked at it, Xuanhuan should have been the one who was the subject of the most severe repression. It should have simply been impossible for Xuanhuan to surpass the limit set by the restriction here. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled the information pertaining to the incubated being he had seen previously. Incubated project, dark energies form, combination of technology and ability. Xuanhuan, Chen Feng thought knowingly. Soon, Chen Feng realized something. He discovered that, up until now, after mutating, Xuanhuan had remained in this bizarre energy form without forming a proper human form. Is it due to this body? You are very intelligent, Xuanhuan said admiringly. Unfortunately, for an ordinary dark freak, such as those who had transformed into a dark freak due to dark energy infection, even if their body could be changed into energy form, they still have to maintain a human form in order to display their power. Unlike me, I have broken away from all limitations. I have broken away from the constraints of that dirty physical body, broken away from the constraints of a lowly existence known as a soul. This is what freedom tastes like. Ka-cha, sha-cha. Xuanhuan swallowed the final piece of the cocoon. A smile appeared on her dark aura-formed face as she talked to Chen Feng while eating, akin to someone chatting during their dinner. This sinister appearance caused one's hair to stand at its sight. This woman, terrifying energy started bubbling up around Xuanhuan. Done, Xuanhuan smiled. Then, Chen Feng, this is my final ultimatum. Although you have spoiled a lot of my plans, I am still extremely interested in your talent and the legendary awareness you are said to possess. I can give you a single chance. Xuanhuan's gaze appeared fanatical as she said, "Pledge your allegiance to me. We shall create an existence that is even more powerful." "I'm sorry," Chen Feng expressed his regret. "I'm not interested in an old woman." Xuanhuan's expression froze. "You are courting death." Xuanhuan's gaze became cold and sinister. It was rare for her to have such an appreciation toward a talent. Fine. It doesn't matter anyway. A toying smile appeared on her face as she smiled faintly. "After killing and cutting you all into pieces, I can still conduct my research on your corpse when I return." Bang! The black aura erupted. Shen Wei blocked in front of everyone. "Be careful." Bang! The dense flame collided with the dark aura. Puh! Shen Wei retreated several steps back as blood spurted out of her mouth. Xuanhuan, on the other hand, was still perfectly fine. Chen Feng waved his hand. Shoo! Endless eruption of wind blades, purifying wind blades, ice-cold wind blade, flaming wind blade, all sorts of odd wind blades with formidable might were instantly unleashed. However, all these wind blades merely phased through Xuanhuan's body without dealing any damage to her. How is this possible? Chen Feng cried out in alarm. Hee. Xuanhuan laughed sinisterly. After suffering so many losses at Chen Feng's hands, now that she got to see this shocked expression on Chen Feng's face, she felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. What a splendid feeling. Xuanhuan licked her lips. "I will be sure to treat you nicely." Bang! The boundless dark aura instantly enveloped Chen Feng. "Be careful." Everyone's expressions changed greatly. Bang! Bang! All sorts of attacks were unleashed towards Xuanhuan. However, they were ineffective. Even Shen Wei's purifying flame was useless. "Chen Feng!" Wang Chun bellowed. He could do nothing except watch with his own eyes as Chen Feng was enveloped by that dark aura. Although he had always been jokingly saying that he was here to receive Chen Feng's protection, he was essentially still a genetic warrior. Protecting Chen Feng was his mission. This was his obligation. Now, scram. Golden light started radiating from Wang Chun's body as he stood up and punched toward Xuanhuan. Bang! That terrifying gold radiance smashed toward the dark aura. Even without Shen Wei and Shen Yi, Wang Chun himself possessed an extremely powerful combat power as well. However, bang! His punch felt like it had landed on cotton. Ineffective. Despite the strength of his concealed power, his attack was simply ineffective against Xuanhuan, who had reached a power equivalent to C-class, coupled with her ability to ignore all attacks. Chen Feng was submerged within the boundless dark aura. It was over. Everyone's hearts chilled. However, at this moment, Chen Feng merely gulped down a bottle of gene reagent in a calm manner. 1. Mutated turtle fungi gene reagent, a bizarre spiritual energy halo was formed around the user, able to reduce 50% of spiritual energy requirement, which is equivalent to an increase of 50% in the user's spiritual energy effectiveness. 2. Spiritual energy enhancing reagent. In a short duration, Chen Feng's spiritual energy was increased by 1-fold, increasing his current spiritual energy greatly. 3. Mutated cuttlefish gene reagent, temporary increase of his spiritual energy's effectiveness by 80%. Chen Feng had actually used all the methods he had used to increase his spiritual energy when he had passed the Master Producer's certification previously. However, due to the restriction placed here, his spiritual energy remained the same, without any increase. What a pitiful kid. Regardless of how much your spiritual energy increases here, it will only remain at 1,000. Xuanhuan looked at him playfully. Aren't you someone capable of creating miracles? Why are you pathetically struggling here using such methods that are simply impossible of succeeding? The dense dark energy invaded Chen Feng's body. She wanted to infect Chen Feng, turning him into her ally. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Is that so? Shua. With a wave of his hand was inserted into the dark aura. Abruptly, the dark aura-formed face of Xuanhuan shuddered. That huge pair of pitch-black eyes stared at Chen Feng with an unbelieving expression. How is that possible? Xuanhuan screeched in terror. Chen Feng laughed lightly. Bang! Xuanhuan's body started trembling violently. Suddenly, a thick and bright red line shot out of the dark aura. The red flash shone dazzlingly. At this instant, that bright red flash erupted and started streaking back and forth, piercing through Xuanhuan's body. On that dark aura-formed body that was initially so powerful, numerous holes were created by that seemingly endless red flash. Unable to attack? Able to swap your body between illusory and solid form at will? Sorry, Xiaoying is much more proficient at this than you. 96, Chapter 96, The World's Fastest Man. Chapter 96, The World's Fastest Man. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish from the Ice Cave Ruins. Xiaoyan's terrified voice echoed out unceasingly. The dark aura trembled as she controlled her body to retreat hastily. However, it was ineffective. Pooh, the red flash streaked back and forth. At this instant, the whole sky was covered by the radiance of that red flash. That red flash streaked around, leaving numerous arcs in the sky as it pierced Xiaoyan's body continuously. Every single time it pierced through Xuanhuan, a portion of the dark aura would disappear. The dark aura-formed body of Xuanhuan decreased in size without stop. No, Xuanhuan was collapsing emotionally. How is this possible? How is it possible for you? Xuanhuan stared at Chen Feng with an unbelieving expression. Death was not a scary thing. The moment she had joined the organization, she had already been prepared for death. However, she could not believe that the flawless body that she had achieved through her whole life's research was actually being damaged by Chen Feng just like this. This was impossible. Xuanhuan fixed her gaze on Chen Feng. What was the problem? Insufficient intensity of her body's transformation? Insufficient energy? Shua. Xuanhuan's body moved without stop. However, it was useless. Every single time the red flash pierced through her, the dark aura would tremble violently. Soon, she was no longer capable of maintaining the activation of the unique body formed of dark aura and transformed back into a human's body as she slumped weakly on the ground. The terrifying C-class power she'd had was once again reduced back to peak E-class. That thing, Xuanhuan fixed her gaze at Chen Feng and madly shouted, Tell me, how did you do that? You are referring to this. Chen Feng smiled before reabsorbing Xiaoying back into his body with a wave of his hand. Tell me. Xuanhuan was almost begging. It's very simple. A faint smile was on Chen Feng's face as he whispered beside her ear. If one wants to be my companion, the ability to move freely between the real world and the spiritual world is a must-have. Companion? Must-have? Xuanhuan blanked momentarily before she started laughing madly. Too ridiculous. What was the so-called companion? This was clearly a pet. In other words, the flawless body that had been the goal of her research for her whole life, the unrivaled power it possessed, was simply an ability that was also possessed by a pet of Chen Feng's. Ha 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 ha. Xuanhuan laughed till tears streamed down her cheeks. Why did it turn out this way? Ha 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 ha, she laughed wildly. However, her aura was weakening. Evidently, she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Currently, Wang Chun and the rest were exchanging glances with each other. One moment earlier, they had still been worried about Chen Feng. The next moment, he had beaten Xuanhuan. Wasn't he too vigorous? I am now sure. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. I am truly here to be protected by you. The others agreed with that sentiment. Protecting Chen Feng? Chen Feng alone was already stronger than all of them combined. This mission they had accepted was truly too depressing. Finally, as Xiaoyan's aura weakened, the restriction placed for those above peak E-class started weakening. The restriction was going to drop soon. Chen Feng was in a solemn mood. He was aware that the reinforcements from both sides were going to appear soon. The true battle would descend upon this place shortly. Go, Chen Feng said coldly. Understood. Everyone retreated speedily. However, at this moment, bang! The air trembled as a huge palm appeared in the air before it loudly descended upon Chen Feng's group. Here it comes. Chen Feng was in a solemn mood. The true experts of that organization were finally making their move. Bang! The terrifying attack descended from the sky. However, Chen Feng's group was not feeling the slightest bit of fear, because at that very instant, the experts from Genetic Union finally made their move as well. Bang! A ray of light appeared and smashed into that descending palm. Haha. We have been waiting for you all for a long time. Shua! Light swirled. The experts of the Genetic Union showed themselves. Shoo! With a flash of light, 4 genetic warriors emitting formidable aura from their bodies appeared. The one leading the group was enveloped by a resplendent radiance and had an out-of-the-ordinary temperament about him. Wang Chun's eyes shone. It's him. Chen Feng was curious. You know him? Wang Chun's emotions surged. Of course. Never Second, an expert from the Sea City branch. A peak B-class genetic warrior with an incredibly fast speed. Moreover, all 5 of his genetic abilities were speed-related, giving him an extremely powerful combat power. His slogan was, "No matter what I do, I am the fastest." This was a celebrity warrior. Similar to those celebrity producers, he was a genetic warrior with countless fans. It was rumored that Never Second was already preparing to break through into A-class. This time, the fusion gene reagent that he planned to use was speed-related as well. The moment he completed his breakthrough, he might be the world's fastest man. Seems like the result of this battle is already decided then. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. Did this not mean that their mission was done? It had been truly too hard. When experts at such a level started appearing here, their mission was considered to have ended. He decided that this time, after returning, he would have to harshly demand a huge amount of rewards from the Gene Production Association. Wang Chun nodded slightly as well. Despite the fact that this mission had been incredibly hard for them, it was still, after all, an E-class mission. Now that the restriction had been removed, the genetic union would be able to deal with the rest easily. Even peak B-class experts had appeared. Was there any place left for them to do anything? Let's return, Chen Feng said. Everyone nodded their heads. It would be too dangerous for them to stay here in the midst of the battle between these experts. As they thought of this, they silently prepared to leave. Currently, Never Second erupted with his incredibly high speed. In a single second, he reached one of their enemies. So fast, everyone lamented. Such speed, even in the whole world, there wouldn't be many people capable of competing, right, Shu? With a flash, a mournful scream echoed. He killed one already? Everyone raised their heads instinctively as a silhouette smashed into the ground. Bang, blood splattered. Chen Feng's group accidentally caught a glimpse of that silhouette. Immediately, they were shaken to their core. That was because the person who had been insta-killed was Never Second, that had still appeared so formidable a moment earlier. Hiss! Everyone inhaled mouthfuls of cold air. One? Chen Feng was stupefied. Brother, are you kidding me? Fastest speed? Yeah, the speed you take to die is indeed faster than even those feeders. Is he a fraud? He instinctively looked at Wang Chun. Nowadays, there indeed existed some who pretended to be those celebrity warriors. Perhaps this guy was one of them. It's really him, Wang Chun said with a trembling voice. It was not possible for him to not recognize this person. That was truly Never Second, the celebrity warrior. At the same time, bang, the air trembled. A dull-looking silhouette walked out of thin air. It was a middle-aged man with an imposing square face. When one looked at him, he did not appear extraordinary. However, from his hand, a stench of blood was emitting. It was him who had instantly killed Never Second. Never Second! Several angry shouts resounded. The other, slower B-class warriors from the genetic union had finally arrived. Looking at the ice-cold corpse of Never Second, they charged angrily toward the middle-aged man. Scram! The middle-aged man pointed mid-air. Bang! A terrifying power erupted as the B-class warriors were instantly flung away. Before this middle-aged man, they were actually incapable of resisting. This, everyone inhaled mouthfuls of cold air. A class. Only an A-class genetic warrior could do this. Wang Chun gulped. This is bad. No one had expected that this organization would actually send an extremely powerful expert at the A-class. Had they gone insane? Or perhaps, was Xuanhuan so important to them? Hide, Chen Feng said immediately. Shua. Noiselessly, they hid underneath the ice cave ruins, not daring to take a single step out. This time, things were truly getting dangerous. Currently, at the outer layer of the extreme Iceland, a shocked expression was plastered on the faces of Ho Liang and the others. They had never expected that the lowest level mission involving the incubated being would attract an A-class super expert here. Have they gone insane? Ho Liang howled. A class. That was not some random vegetable at the market. For a peak E-class mission, an A-class super expert had actually appeared? What was wrong with this organization? Reinforcement. Requesting for immediate reinforcements. Ho Liang bellowed at his communication tool. He believed that the genetic union would be able to send some corresponding experts speedily. However, could those experts make it in time? A class? What on earth are you all planning? Ho Liang fixed his gaze at the ice cave ruins. Now that the restriction was no longer in place, with their spiritual energy, they could easily see what was happening there. He was sure that this incident was not as simple as it seemed. Something like a dark freak and incubated being was not worth the time of an A-class expert. There had to be some secret behind this. At this moment, suddenly, light flickered. Beside the A-class expert, several silhouettes started appearing. All of them had unremarkable appearances where, if they were to mix into a crowd, no one would notice them. However, a class. All of them were A-class warriors. That organization had actually sent 5 A-class experts here. Crazy. They must have gone crazy, Ho Liang muttered. He knew that something major had definitely happened. Some major incident they were unaware of had to have happened. This incident was what caused this mysterious organization to be so reckless and willing to sacrifice anything to achieve their goal. Continue observing them attentively, Ho Liang told the scout. If something really happens, even if we all die here, you must send the information back. Ho Liang looked at the young scout. This kid was quite lacking in combat power, merely an ordinary scout. However, he had a unique ability, ignoring all barriers to transmit information. Even if a barrier was set here, he would still be able to send the information back. The scout's face flushed red. Understood. Then, we will have to see if we can to survive this, Hu Liang muttered. Translator's thoughts. Lemoston Patreon link, https://1 www.patreon.com Lemoston W197, Chapter 197, Who on Earth Are You? Chapter 197, Who on Earth Are You? Translator, Lemoston editor, Tenish. At the extreme Iceland, a terrifying aura pervaded the air. Chen Feng and the rest were hiding in the sheltered portion below the ice cave ruins. They were aware that it was impossible to avoid the detection of those experts. However, at the very least, this gave them a little sense of security. Not far away, Xiaoyan's body was still trembling feebly. Chen Feng sighed. This woman, killing a single Xiaoyan, had actually attracted the attention of such a powerful enemy. What on earth was the reason for that? All this while, I thought that the situation where some big guys jumped out after you killed a small fry was something that would only happen to the student of a school. Wang Chun did not even feel like berating this. If the reason for these A-class bastards appearing is because they were Xiaoyan's lover or father, I won't be in peace even if I were to die. Chen Feng glared furiously at him. Are you not worried that they will overhear you? There's no problem, Shen Yi suddenly said gently with a faint glimmer in her hands. I am not sure if I can block their detection, however. They definitely can't hear what we are saying. Concealment. This was what Shen Yi excelled at, thanks. Chen Feng nodded faintly as he stared ahead. Could they truly survive this? They were sure that the organization behind Xiaoyan would definitely appear. Their original plans were made with the appearance of C or D class reinforcements in mind. Unexpectedly, those who appeared were actually in A class. Furthermore, there were 5 of them. Was it because A-class warriors were simply too common in this mysterious organization? Or perhaps Xiaoyan had a unique identity within the organization? Suddenly, the leader of the group started walking toward the ruins. Chen Feng and the rest held their breath and hid themselves carefully. Shua. That person reached the ruins. He was now only 5 meters from the position of Chen Feng's group. Moreover, Chen Feng could vaguely feel that their opponent's gaze was sweeping past him. Discovered, Chen Feng had a solemn mood. In actuality, before an A-class expert, it was simply impossible for them to hide. They were now only hoping that this A-class expert was uninterested in them. Are you all here to save me? Xiaoyan asked weakly. When Neversecond had appeared, she had given up on all hope. Unexpectedly, the organization had sent so many experts here to save her. This was the first time she had ever felt so touched. Save you? The leader of the group of experts blanked momentarily before smiling calmly. Don't worry. When we leave, we will bring you along. One? A question mark appeared in Xiaoyan's brain. What did this mean? Suddenly, that middle-aged man smiled as his gaze seemed to phase through the layers of ruins before locking onto Chen Feng's body. Locked on. The expressions of Chen Feng and the rest changed greatly. Retreat. They retreated without hesitation. What were these A-class experts thinking about? No one knew. Crazy. These guys had ignored the dying Xiaoyan and fixed their gazes on them instead. Can you escape? That middle-aged man smiled calmly. Bang! With a raise of his hand, radiance bloomed in his hand. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Chen Feng's pupils constricted. He could clearly see that everything around him seemed to slow down as that terrifying beam of light streaked toward him. He could see it clearly, yet was unable to dodge it. Chen Feng, Ho Liang bellowed. It was over. That was an A-class expert. Even a casual attack by him was not something Chen Feng could take on. Bang! That terrifying beam of light landed and a dazzling red radiance erupted instantly. Bang! A gust of terrifying energy started bubbling around the impact. Ka! Ka! Terrifying cracks started forming in the ground. A deep gorge was actually left on the icy ground that normal warriors found impossible to break. Was this the strength of an A-class expert? Everyone's hearts trembled. Then, Chen Feng, instinctively, they looked at the impact area and found with shock that Chen Feng was still at the same spot he had been at, standing to a different side of the newly formed gorge. A petite silhouette was in front of him, blocking the entirety of the attack from him. That was, Ho Liang's pupils constricted immediately. It was her. Chen Feng's heart trembled. You arrived, Wang Yao. It was actually her. For this mission, he had initially believed that the genetic union had made all the appropriate preparations. Coupled with the increase in his strength, he had not notified Wang Yao about this. Unexpectedly, she had still arrived during his crucial moment. That figure in a red skirt before him had never appeared so enchanting. It's been a while. Wang Yao still maintained her flat tone. Thank you. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely. Don't worry about it. Wang Yao shook her head slightly. However, with this, what I owe you ends here. And here? Chen Feng's heart trembled. He remembered that Wang Yao had promised 3 favors to him. She had only helped him twice, even after this time was included. Why had it become ends here? Was it due to their enemy this time being too powerful? In actuality, Wang Yao had long repaid him a value equivalent to the sea dragon's blood essence he had given her. However, if her favor to him ended here, did that not mean that he would no longer have any chance to see her in the future? This young lady that was cold yet so stubborn in fulfilling her promise, Shua. The other A-class experts started approaching them. Go. Wang Chun dragged Chen Feng as they retreated. Chen Feng suddenly said, "It's not over yet, you still owe me one." Wang Yao's body trembled slightly. She turned around and looked at Chen Feng. In those cold eyes of her, for the first time, a trace of gentleness appeared. Apart from that, a never-before-seen bizarre expression could be seen from her eyes as well. That expression, Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. That was because he had suddenly thought of something. How powerful was Wang Yao actually? Every time Wang Yao appeared, she was akin to a divine warrior that descended from the heavens to save him. However, among her previous opponents, the strongest was merely at C-class. This time, all 5 of their opponents were A-class. Could Wang Yao, if you stay here, you will only drag her down, Wang Chun said softly. Chen Feng clenched his fists. I know, drag. This term felt so piercing to his ears. Wang Chun brought Chen Feng away. Surprisingly, those A-class experts did not follow them. Instead, they stopped and surrounded Wang Yao with solemn expressions on their faces. You finally appeared, that middle-aged man said with a heavy tone. What? Chen Feng was alarmed. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that their final target had actually been Wang Yao? Let me introduce myself. I am Lei Hao, an A-class genetic warrior, the captain for this mission, Lei Hao said calmly. Against Wang Yao, he was using an extremely solemn tone. Moreover, a trace of cautiousness could be felt from his tone. Starting from 5 years ago, the projects of our organization started receiving heavy damage. Regardless of our disaster projects or dark energy projects or even our mechanical projects, they would always receive a huge amount of damage during the crucial moments. Every single mission, every single project. During the crucial moment, there would be a person appearing out of nowhere. She would swiftly crush the whole project before vanishing quietly. For 5 years, 72 projects were spoiled. We were always looking for this mysterious expert, until one day we finally discovered our enemy. As he said this, Lei Hao still found it unbelievable. An 18-year-old young lady, a girl that was able to maintain her appearance since childhood due to a genetic mutation. Hua. Everyone's hearts trembled. Even those from the genetic union were stupefied. They had never imagined that this petite-looking girl here had actually done so much through the years. Moreover, she alone had done more than what their organization as a whole had done. You are very strong. So powerful it is inconceivable. From the projects you spoiled, we saw your potential. Increasing without stop from E-class to D-class, C-class, and B-class, the level of our projects that you spoiled served as an indication of the constant increase of your strength. Lei Hao had a solemn expression. Now, you have even started spoiling our A-class projects. Every single word he said shocked everyone here. Wang Yao, Chen Feng was shaken. She had actually done so many things? As he put more thought into it, apart from being extremely cold toward those from the Wang family, deep inside, she was still a kind person. During the Dragon's Passing Mountain incident, she had saved the other students as well. What's the point of saying so much? Wang Yao's expression was still calm. We hope you can join our organization. A tinge of madness appeared in Lei Hao's eyes. As long as you join us, we will forget everything you did before. You are worth that much. We believe that with your potential, in the future, you will be the arrogant child of the heavens in our organization. You could even be one of our leaders. If you choose otherwise, Shua. His killing intent bubbled. Beside him, the other 4 A-class warriors were eyeing her as well. Damn it, the expression of Holy Yang and the rest changed greatly. This organization had actually sent so many experts to force Wang Yao to join them. If she was truly as powerful as they said, the moment Wang Yao joined them, everyone's expressions became unsightly. Damn it! Holy Yang looked at the flickering light on his wristband. The true experts of their side were on the way. As long as they arrived, these A-class experts here would not pose much trouble. However, they needed time. Could Wang Yao drag this on any longer, or would she join this organization? Everyone was anxious. However, at this moment, Wang Yao smiled suddenly. Contempt in the tone of her voice with a trace of charm in it, she said indifferently, "Are these the words of your leader?" Lei Hao's expression changed slightly. "How do you know that?" "Ah." A smile appeared on Wang Yao's face. "It has been so many years. He is still the same old him with his habit of spurting nonsense out of his mouth all the time. If he truly wanted to let me be the leader, was there a need for him to start the Immortality Project?" "Shua." The expressions of Lei Hao's group changed greatly. "Who on earth are you?" Lei Hao bellowed. He roared. However, a trace of fear could be felt from that angry roar of his. "This young lady knows everything? Who am I?" Wang Yao shook her head. "It's no longer important." Bang! At this instant, a terrifying radiance bloomed. That beautiful red skirt on Wang Yao's body ignited, transforming into an intense flame. The terrifying power contained within her bloomed and erupted instantly. Bang! The earth trembled. The entirety of Extreme Iceland, in a single instant, became filled with nothing but red. Wang Yao pointed her sword at Lei Hao. "Come, battle." She was. Chen Feng's heart trembled. At this moment, he finally understood what she meant when she said ends here earlier. That was because she was aware that she might not survive to repay him the third favor. That final gaze of hers was a farewell to him. 198 Chapter 198 Beneath the Ice. Chapter 198 Beneath the Ice. Translator, Lamostan editor. Tenish. For the last time, Lei Hao said with a cold expression, join us or else. Bang. Wang Yao slashed with her sword. Seems like there's nothing to talk about anymore. Lei Hao sighed. If so then, goodbye. A bizarre aura dispersed from Lei Hao's body. What is he planning? Everyone had a solemn mood. However, at this moment, the other A-class warriors made their move as well. Bang! One of them waved his hand. A half-illusory mountain appeared in the sky and started descending. At this moment, the whole world seemed to darken beneath this mountain. Mount Tai's suppression, a 5-star secret art, an ability formed through the fusion of 5 different genetic abilities. With this ability, one would be able to produce an incorporeal mountain formed with spiritual energy to suppress one's enemy. Anyone who was the target of this ability's suppression would have to endure a frightening shockwave. Shua! The mountain smashed toward Wang Yao. Wang Yao raised her right hand, placing her fair and tiny hand above her head. Bang! The earth trembled. Rise! A dense flame started burning around Wang Yao. Within the intense flame, Wang Yao's delicate body appeared so very tiny compared to the mountain. However, she successfully blocked this huge attack. Ka! A deep footprint was left on the icy ground below her feet. Blocked. Everyone's hearts throbbed. This was a 5-star secret art. A 5-star secret art used by an A-class genetic warrior. She had blocked it just like that? However, the A-class warriors did not find this surprising. Before coming here, they had done a lot of investigating. They were clear on Wang Yao's strength and were not counting on this single Mount Tai's suppression to be able to suppress Wang Yao. This move had only been used to restrict her movement. Shua, the second person, made his move. In the air hovered 9 miniature suns with different colors. Every single one of them was burning with an intense heat. Every single one of them was shining with a dazzling radiance. Go, that person pointed. Bang! Abruptly, the 9 miniature suns started shooting terrifying beams of light, their target being Wang Yao. 9 beams with different colors, 9 beams with terrifying amounts of energy contained within, at this moment shot forth toward Wang Yao from the dazzling suns. Whoosh! The icy ground below each light beam started melting. Every single one of these beams was so terrifying that one's heart palpitated just looking at it. The region of 9 suns, a 5-star secret art. An ability formed through the fusion of 5 different genetic abilities. Through the combination of genetic abilities, 9 beams with different attributes would be created. After reaching their target, these beams would fuse together before reacting with each other to blossom with even more power. Bang! Everyone looked at the blossoming beams in front of Wang Yao. Block! A crisp sound could be heard. Gently, Wang Yao raised her left hand. With this, the 9 beams stopped. Before they could even fuse, they were blocked by the flaming shield on Wang Yao's left hand. With a snort, the third person made his move. Another terrifying 5-star secret art was used. This time, a terrifying ice storm was unleashed as it started wreaking havoc. Everywhere the storm passed, layers of earth were torn from the icy ground. The storm raged while the ground sunk 3 meters downward. This was the terrifying ice storm. He activated the storm and completely submerged Wang Yao in it. However, that shining blaze within the storm remained, appearing incredibly dazzling. She had blocked the 9 suns attack with her left hand and the Mount Tai attack with her right hand, and the burning red skirt on her body resisted that ice storm. So strong. Everyone was shocked. For her to resist 3 A-class genetic warriors so easily, how powerful was this young lady? Scram, said Wang Yao with a cold look in her eyes. Around her, boundless flames started blooming. Her blazing skirt, at this moment, displayed an astonishing amount of power. Bang! Mount Tai suppression, the region of 9 suns, the ice storm, all the attacks were destroyed by the flame. Bang! A terrifying explosion. All the attacks were crushed as the whole extreme Iceland trembled violently. A huge abyss was created from the impact. Bang! Bang! The whole extreme Iceland trembled. At the same time, Hua! A flood of endless icy water gushed forth. Underneath the depths of extreme Iceland, at this moment, a mystical icy water started gushing out. With its emergence, all other auras at the surface disappeared. The abyss turned into a violent flowing river. Bang! The azure-colored water surged forward, creating a broad river. Hua! The water gushed out without stop. Calm returned to the extreme Iceland. This, everyone inhaled mouthfuls of cold air. This icy water was a legend of this extreme Iceland. It was also the most dangerous existence here. It was even more dangerous than these A-class experts here. That was because this icy water was capable of rendering all genetic abilities ineffective. It was rumored that this place was originally a huge ice river. As there had been too many deaths here, in order to assure the safety of others, several super experts had joined hand to seal this ice river, constructing a freezing world above the river. This was how the extreme Iceland came into being. Everyone believed that this was simply some old folklore. Now, though, the icy water of the ice river had appeared. The legend is actually real. Beneath the extreme Iceland, there is really an ice river, the legendary water capable of rendering all genetic abilities ineffective. Everyone was shocked. What they saw and experienced today was something that was so much more colorful even when compared with the whole life of some others. They had actually broken the ancient seal placed at this place. The entirety of Extreme Iceland had now changed because of this. They knew that this place would most probably once again end up as a forbidden area. It was rumored that the icy water would lose its effect once it left the ice river. However, only here at this land of the ice river was it able to render all genetic abilities ineffective. In the future, this would be the forbidden ground of all genetic warriors. Their battle actually caused this to happen? Everyone trembled. They knew that A-class warriors were extremely powerful. However, they had never expected it to reach this level. Regardless of the A-class experts or Wang Yao, these were all existences at a height that some of them might not reach in their whole lives. Perhaps they might truly be able to survive this time? However, right at this moment, a power that caused one's heart to palpitate suddenly started blooming. Instinctively, everyone looked at the direction the aura was coming from. With shock, they found that a mystical symbol had appeared on Lei Hao's forehead. Lei Hao sneered as the symbol on his head started radiating. Let this end. Not good. Everyone's expressions changed greatly as a lot of them recognized what this symbol signified. Verbal compliance law. A 6-star secret art. A secret art formed through the fusion of 6 different genetic abilities that possess the power to destroy the heaven and earth. Its weakness was the long preparation time required to activate this ability. Now, he was done with his preparations. When the 3 experts had attacked earlier, they were simply buying time for him to prepare his ability. This was the only attack that could be considered a killing move. Against this unique opponent they were currently facing, they definitely had to use the strongest method available to them. Only by using a 6-star secret art could they secure victory. This was the strongest method available among A-class warriors. It had no other contenders. If this ability was used to attack, it would be the strongest attack. If this ability was used to defend, it would be the strongest defense. This was what it was, an omnipotent 6-star secret art. Shua. He took one step forward and pointed at Wang Yao before softly saying, "Kill." Bang. The symbol on his head instantly vanished. That shining symbol, at this instant, charged toward Wang Yao with a speed as fast as lightning. At this instant, the whole world seemed to have its color changed. Not good. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. A 6-star secret art was the strongest ability an A-class warrior could muster. As for this verbal compliance law, it was simply the strongest and most unrivaled ability among all 6-star secret arts. Since the reinforcements from the genetic union were not here yet, if Wang Yao were to die now, they would probably all die here as well. What to do? Everyone was agitated. However, at the same moment the verbal compliance law attack was unleashed, a bizarre energy started snaking up around Wang Yao's body. Like an undulation of energy, it noiselessly dispersed. Shua. Instantly, the undulation enveloped the whole area. Time seemed to freeze. The Mount Tai that descended from the sky, the incomparably mysterious 9 suns, and the icy storm that was wreaking havoc, at this moment, all of them stopped moving. Furthermore, including that incoming verbal compliance law as well, everything stopped. Only a flash of a faint afterimage could be seen moving. If one could get a clear look at it, one would be surprised to find that the silhouette was Wang Yao herself. Shua. With a flicker, Wang Yao vanished before reappearing beside a person. With a flicker, Wang Yao vanished once again. What? They watched this scene in shock. Wang Yao's silhouette flickered around everyone there. Her delicate silhouette was akin to a butterfly that was fluttering gracefully as she gracefully drifted past the 5 A-class experts. After that, time seemed to start moving again. 199, Chapter 99, Perilous Land. Chapter 99, Perilous Land. Translator, Lemoston. Editor, Tenish. At the Ice Cave Ruins, the air remained stifling. Wang Yao was in the same spot, staring calmly at Lei Hao. The verbal compliance law's symbol had almost reached her. At this instant, blood splattered. The first A-class experts that Wang Yao's silhouette flashed past, the guy who had used Mount Tai's suppression earlier, was currently grasping at his own neck with an unbelieving expression before collapsing loudly. The second collapse, the third collapse. The rest widened their eyes in terror. This was a skill they recognized. This was a skill they had seen before. Phantom Slash, a 6-star secret art. It was not an all-rounded ability like verbal compliance law. Rather, it had a more terrifying characteristic. It was a skill capable of ignoring distance and ignoring the number of opponents to lock onto the opponents before killing them. It could kill all opponents instantly. This was an extremely powerful ability. However, it was a secret art that required the fusion of 6 space-type genetic abilities for its activation. Wang Yao was obviously someone possessing at least 3 or 4 fire-type genetic abilities. How was it possible for her to use this ability? How was it possible? They widened their eyes, unbelieving. Blood splattered. Next, the 4th collapse. Another flash. Oddly, with a flash of blue on that person's body, he merely suffered light injuries instead of collapsing like the others. This was the A-class expert that had yet to make a move. It was very probable for his ability to be defense-related. Currently, the silhouette appeared by Lei Hao instantly. At this instant, the Phantom Slash's power was pushed to its limit. Bang! The silhouette erupted. However, at this instant, a huge celestial body appeared around Lei Hao's body. It assumed the appearance of the Scorpio constellation formed of countless stars, blocking the incoming attack. Bang! The celestial body crumbled. The huge Scorpio turned into countless stars. Pooh! Blood splattered. A bloody scar appeared on Lei Hao's face. Everyone's hearts throbbed as they looked at the fourth expert. Celestial Body's Shield. A 6-star secret art that required at least 6 types of genetic abilities. Through these abilities, the power of the stars could be directed to construct an absolute shield with astonishingly powerful defense. He had blocked it. And now, the verbal compliance law reached Wang Yao. The blooming flame on Wang Yao's red skirt vanished instantly. From a cursory glance, nothing seemed to have happened to her. Now, when everyone looked at the battle, their hearts trembled. This was simply a battle like no other. With 5 A-class experts against Wang Yao and all sorts of secret arts used, it had ultimately ended with 3 dead and 2 injured on the A-class experts' side. And all this only took a single instant to happen, only a single move by Wang Yao. Bang! 3 corpses landed loudly, never to get up again. Lei Hao rubbed the wound on his face. The hand he used was painted with blood as it came into contact with his injured face. His expression appeared incredibly solemn. You are so much stronger than we had anticipated. What a pity. The A-class expert that had used the celestial body's shield earlier was standing beside him. In front of them, Wang Yao was still standing there maintaining her calm expression. No hints could be seen from her face as to her current condition. However, a drop of blood dripped down along her right hand before finally landing on the ground. She had sustained injuries. Indeed, Wang Yao muttered. Did I push it too hard? She was confronting 5 A-class genetic warriors after all. Moreover, as A-class warriors of this mysterious organization, which of them was without formidable strength? Taking on 5 of them alone was still too forceful after all. Although she'd seen this coming, she still felt this way. Pity, she sighed inwardly. There were still a lot of things she needed to do. Currently, Holiang's wristband buzzed. As he took a look, a joyful expression appeared immediately. Those dispatched experts would be arriving soon. Soon. 5 more minutes and they would be here. Holiang clenched his teeth. Wang Yao, you must keep it up. The rest were staring unwavering ahead as well. If it was probable, if there was even a tiniest of possibility for them to be of help, they would have proceeded to help. Unfortunately, they were incapable of it. With their strength, even if they were to move forth, they would simply be baggage. This was the saddest part of their current circumstance, for both genetic warriors and gene producers alike. Without sufficient strength, they would only end up delivering their life away. Wang Yao, everyone inwardly chanted, you must survive. However, would Lei Hao's group not realize the importance of time? Those fellows will be here soon, right? Lei Hao sneered. If so, then goodbye, little girl. Bang! Light swirled as he once again made his move. This time, though, he was no longer using verbal compliance law. Instead, he was using lone genetic abilities mixed with the occasional 2-star and 3-star secret arts between his attacks. However, these attacks were sufficient for, bung, the flaming sword in Wang Yao's hand shattered. Bung, another round of attack. Wang Yao started bleeding. Blood dripped without stop. Lei Hao sneered. The target of the verbal compliance law is not your body. Instead, it's your spirit and consciousness. I am truly astonished that you can survive that attack. Seems like you are much more powerful than we imagined. However, even if you survived by a fluke, so what? Even if the verbal compliance law failed to kill you, it was still able to inflict heavy injuries on you. Now, with your heavily injured spirit and consciousness, how much of your power can you still wield? Bang! Wang Yao was flung away. Puh! Her petite body smashed into the ground, leaving a long blood stain on it. Her whole body was already blood red, seemingly blending with that red skirt of hers. She couldn't hold on anymore. Wang Yao! Everyone clenched their fists, desperation in their eyes. Never in their life had they hated their powerlessness more. To actually require a little girl to battle for them, to bear the weight of the world from crumbling down upon them. Soon, Huliang was anxious. He had been paying close attention to the ticking clock and the coordinates of the approaching reinforcements. 1 minute, only 1 more minute and they would be here. You must hang in there. Wang Yao, Wang Chun, was shaken as well. He had never known how terrifying this quiet cousin of his was. He was also not aware that this eccentric cousin that was constantly denounced by a lot of their elders was in actuality such a person. Cousin, you must hang on. However, due to the battle being too intense, due to the high amount of experts, in this huge battle, everyone had neglected a single person, a person who they were supposed to be paying attention to, and also a person that had always remained at the center of the battlefield. Xia Yan, she was still alive. He. Ah, Xia Yan screamed pitifully. She had never imagined that this would be how she ended up. She had finally understood everything. The organization's so-called final chance for her was simply a lie. She was merely bait. a bait sent by the organization to lure Wang Yao out, despite the fact that this final mission had already been confirmed 3 years ago. Despite the fact that this was the final stage of her Dark Freak project, Xuanhuan laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha, it was fake. All fake. She had dedicated her whole life to this organization. For research, to become a legend, to obtain the reverence of the masses, she had done everything she could to obtain more resources, regardless of the cost. However, this was how she was repaid. Vaguely, she saw a flashback from back then, when there had been a refined, middle-aged man who once looked amiably at her as he asked her if she was willing to be his student. Teacher, I'm coming, Xuanhuan's sight blurred. Her badly damaged body crawled with difficulty toward Lei Hao. Currently, as Lei Hao's group saw Xuanhuan, they merely gave her a cold glance. This woman really believes that we will save her even now? Forget it. I can't be bothered about her. I can just bring her along after completing this mission if she is lucky enough to crawl to a safe area by herself. Lei Hao's group did not think much of her. This was because all their attention was currently on Wang Yao. Against this young girl with terrifying strength, they did not dare to slack. One's final attack before death would be the scariest attack of all. Be careful. They approached her carefully. However, at the same time, as Xuanhuan reached their side, she suddenly moved and hugged their feet. Lei! Hao's expression changed abruptly. What are you doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Ha 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 ha. Naturally, I am dragging you all down to die together with me. Ha 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 ha. Xuanhuan laughed crazily. Damnable organization. Damnable A-class warriors. Die. Bang. A terrifying dark energy bloomed instantly. Xuanhuan had exploded her own body. That heavily damaged body of hers. That body containing a unique energy within it at even her final moment was still displaying a stunning might. Despite the fact that it was only a power at peak C-class. Bang. The familiar celestial body appeared once again. A single defense of this celestial body easily blocked this attack from Xuanhuan. A power at such a level, despite its terrifying power, was still not sufficient to damage them. Crazy woman, Lei Hao cursed. However, as they once again prepared to resume their attack, they were alarmed to find that Wang Yao had disappeared. Be careful. Lei Hao warned instinctively. The shining celestial body's shield appeared once again. They had to defend against the dying Wang Yao's counterkill of desperation. However, when their spiritual energy covered the whole area, they found with astonishment that Wang Yao was actually only roughly 100 meters from them. A youngster that looked like a student was carrying Wang Yao as he ran desperately. He was actually planning to flee with Wang Yao. Run? Lei Hao laughed at this sight. So the students nowadays are ignorant to such an extent? Running? Running from 2 A-class warriors? Naive. A distance of 100 meters was a distance they could cover instantly. Translator's thoughts. Lamostin Patreon link, https www.patreon.com Lamostin W2200, Chapter 200. A single reason is sufficient, Chapter 200. A single reason is sufficient. Translator, Lamostin editor, Tenesh. In front of the ice cave ruins, an astonishing scene was playing out. Not only Lei Hao, Wang Chun, Ho Liang, and the rest were all stupefied, as the one escaping with Wang Yao was Chen Feng. Damn, Wang Chun cursed. This idiot, what the heck is he thinking? Those are A-class warriors. Moreover, the strongest 2 A-class warriors. It was no wonder that he kept having an odd feeling that Chen Feng had remained strangely silent all this while. He had glanced at Chen Feng several times during the battle to find that, apart from paying close attention to the battle, Chen Feng was not paying attention to anything else. Surprisingly, just as he had slacked his attention from Chen Feng had rushed out. This madman, did he truly believe that he could save Wang Yao? Nope. By rushing out, the only thing he could accomplish was throwing his life away. Damn it, Hu Liang was bursting with rage as well. At times like these, what was the point of charging out? Only 1 minute was left before their reinforcements arrived. As long as Wang Yao could last 1 extra minute, she would definitely survive this. Even if things got worse and Wang Yao was to die after 1 minute, Lei Hao's group would not dare to remain an extra second here anyway. With this, Wang Yao's sacrifice would be worth it. But now? Chen Feng had rushed out. He would probably die. Wang Yao's sacrifice would be in vain as well. Crazy! He must have gone crazy, everyone muttered. They knew that Chen Feng wouldn't even last more than 1 second before that A-class expert. In actuality, Chen Feng had waited for a very long time. He'd kept wondering, to save Wang Yao or not. Regardless of how powerful she was she worth rescuing? As long as Wang Yao lasted long enough for their reinforcements to arrive, they would definitely be saved. Under such circumstances, was there a need for him to put his life on the line to save her? Making the decision based on what would benefit him most? He had put a lot of thought into it. However, ultimately, he had still decided to follow his heart. Save! The reason was simple. He liked this young girl. This one reason alone was sufficient for him to make his move. At an unknown time, the silhouette of this little girl had been imprinted in the depths of his heart. Was it due to her saving him numerous times previously? Or was it due to that proud yet kind heart of hers? He had no answer for that. However, after rebirth, if he did not even have the courage to like someone, wouldn't it be too sad? Moreover, she had still appeared and blocked an attack for Chen Feng despite knowing clearly that she might not survive the encounter with the 5A class warriors. This one point alone was worth Chen Feng saving her. Was she doing this for the 2 favors she still owed him? Sigh. Chen Feng sighed. How had he fallen in love with such a stubborn young girl? Naturally, he still needed to rescue her despite his lamentation. He was not planning to throw his life away. As such, he had been waiting all this while, waiting for the most opportune moment. From the moment Lei Hao's group had started their battle with Wang Yao, Chen Feng had been waiting, right up until the instance where Xuanhuan erupted. He knew that was his chance. Shua. The ice-cold temperature of that area pierced his bone. Chen Feng embraced Wang Yao tightly. Only at this did he feel a trace of warmth. Charge, charge. Chen Feng charged away. In accordance to his plan, not a single second could be wasted. Only with this would there be a chance of survival. Planning before acting, this was the lifeline that he needed to fight for with his life. Wang Yao's weak voice traveled to his ears. You shouldn't have come out. Chen Feng curled his lips. You shouldn't have out either. If Wang Yao had remained hidden, would these A-class warriors have been able to locate her? However, she had still decided to come out, blocking in front of Chen Feng when Lei Hao had tried to kill him. It's different. They are only here for me. Put me down. I can still resist several moves from them, Wang Yao said weakly. Whew, Chen Feng laughed out loud from his anger. Resisting several moves? She probably means resisting for 1 more minute. Godmit. Everyone seems capable of calculating the reinforcements' arrival time accurately. Hu Liang calculated it accurately. Lei Hao calculated it accurately. Even Wang Yao calculated it accurately. Lei Hao had calculated the time accurately in order to kill Wang Yao before the reinforcements arrived. Wang Yao had calculated the time accurately to obstruct Lei Hao long enough for the reinforcement to arrive. Hence, the ultimate result should have been Wang Yao's death, Lei Hao's departure, and everyone else saved. Fuck that shit. Chen Feng shook his head. Is this worth it? This is what I owe you, Wang Yao said weakly. Hence, let me down. I will drag him down until they arrived. However, this time, this can be considered as 2 favors repaid, right? The 3 favors, let me repay them all before I leave this world. Quote, Chen Feng's heart trembled. This fellow, even now, she was still thinking of the 3 favors? He wanted to scold her, to tell her that she was losing her life soon. However, his words couldn't leave his mouth. A warm current blocked his chest, giving him an uncomfortable feeling. All my life, only 2 people have sincerely helped me. One of them was Wang Yue. At my moment of desperation, he begged for mercy on behalf of me, despite the fact that his begging wasn't really effective. The second one was you. Even at this moment, you still stepped out to save me. Hence, I don't want to depart this world still in debt to you. That way I won't be able to pass peacefully. Wang Yao's voice was weakening. Shut up, Chen Feng shouted. Wang Yao looked at Chen Feng with a serious expression. I do not fear death. Chen Feng gave her a deep gaze before saying, but I fear your death. Shua, shua. Chen Feng was still running. He knew that Xuanhuan wouldn't be able to hold Lei Hao for long. Indeed. At this instant, the dark energy blooming from Xuanhuan finally faded. Immediately, an ice-cold consciousness could be felt locking onto him. That was Lei Hao's aura. He had been discovered. Time. Chen Feng was in a solemn mood. He needed time. He knew that Lei Hao only needed a single instant to kill him. What to do? Chen Feng's brain moved rapidly. Luck aura, activate. I need time. Regardless of what coincidences are created, regardless of whether it's probability or reality that is affected, regardless of the amount of luck values exhausted, I need time. Chen Feng roared inwardly. Bang! Lei Hao's attack was coming at him. Full activation of luck aura. At this instant, Chen Feng could acutely feel the rapid decline of his luck value. Instead of being alarmed, he was instead overjoyed. That was because this meant that it was working. Bang! Suddenly, the earth started trembling. When the A-class attack unleashed by Lei Hao was about to land on Chen Feng, suddenly, a certain chunk of the ground broke apart as a torrent of icy water gushed up from underground. Bang! The surging water collided with Lei Hao's attack. Shua! Subsequently, nothing happened. Lei Hao's attack vanished in an instant. After the sudden eruption of the icy water, it returned underground, dragged by gravity. The area returned to its previous situation as if nothing had ever happened here. Lei Hao was alarmed. What was going on? He was aware that the extreme Iceland had changed greatly, as without the seal, the icy water would gush out of the underground at any time. However, for it to perfectly block his attack, how unlucky was he for that to happen? Humph, Lei Hao snorted. I refuse to believe. Bang! Another terrifying attack was shot out by him with Chen Feng and Wang Yao as the target. However, as that attack was about to land on Chen Feng, somewhere 5 meters from Chen Feng, a gush of icy water suddenly shot out of the ground and noiselessly blocked Lei Hao's attack. How was this possible? Lei Hao had a dumbstruck expression. Translator's thoughts. Lemostin, dear all, please join me in thanking the awesome Patreon supporters as the first tier reward is now met. As a reward, 5 bonus chapters will be released. For more rewards, please do visit my Patreon page, https://www.patreon.com/lemostin.